Sword and Strife in Chang'an. 2 years ago, Tingyu departed for the northern lands, blade in hand. 2 years later, Chang'an marches towards Chang'an bearing arms. The universe is vast, and all beings are but trifles. The rivers and lakes are deep, and they wound the heart at every turn. With blood staining the sheath, he slays the myriad demons. While breath remains, man shall not falter. With aspirations soaring, he questions the celestial path, reveling in the freedom found along the journey. A raucous song spills forth as the blade is unsheathed. Chapter 1. Rain in Chang'an, Snow at Chang'an. In December, Chang'an prepares to bid farewell to winter. The city is draped in a gentle rain, and a rumor spreads throughout Chang'an. From high-ranking officials to common townsfolk, the word is out. Tingyu has gone to the northern lands. Indeed, Tingyu has set forth, leaving no word behind and taking nothing with him. Alone, he ventured north, accompanied solely by the blade that had not tasted air in a decade. This tale traces back a decade, chronicling the affair between a human genius and a demonist saint. The court had deemed him a secret, yet eventually, the world came to know. 10 years prior, Tingyu fell in love with a demonist who had assumed the guise of a student at Tianlan Academy. Manipulated by the saint, he inadvertently caused the demise of his revered mentor, Yaoguang, one of the last 8 fallen stars of the human race. The Holy Emperor, enraged, ordered Tingyu's execution on the spot. Allow me to live. 10 years from now, I shall personally go to the northern lands to take her life. That day, Tingyu knelt before the Holy Emperor, begging for his life like a dog, yet his eyes gleamed with a wolfish ferocity. That time, he was merely 19, heralded as the most gifted genius in a century, and the one deemed most likely to become the 9th fallen star of the human race. Yet, he was only 19, while the demonist had been a fallen star for a century. After 10 years, could Tingyu still achieve the mantle of a fallen star at 29? Few held hope, even if he was Tingyu, the most prodigious talent of the human race in 100 years. If he could not become a fallen star, he could not claim the life of the demonist saint. Without that, she would remain alive. This was a universally acknowledged truth. Those who cannot become fallen stars must acquiesce to this reality. Thus, everyone believed Tingyu's plea was but a desperate cry for mercy. With the Holy Emperor's wisdom, his demise was assured. Yet the Holy Emperor chose to believe him. From that day forth, Tingyu resided in the home of Yaoguang. He neither trained nor practiced with his blade. Each day, he ate, bathed, tended the grave, and largely remained in a stupor. Yet, he did not train or practice. Thus, for a decade, this human prodigy made no advancement in his cultivation. Tingyu's quest to slay the fallen star became the greatest jest in Chang'an of recent years. However, as the first spring rain graced Chang'an, he finally took his leave, stepping out of the doors he had not crossed in 10 years. Before departing, he meticulously cleaned the room, ensuring everything was spotless, placed his mentor Yaoguang's plaque correctly, and lit 3 incense sticks. Once they burned out, he grasped the blade that had not been unsheathed yet had never left his side. Under countless gazes, both overt and covert, he departed the rain-soaked Chang'an alone, heading for the northern lands. In the northern frontier, at Chang'an, snow fell. This snow would persist until March. Chang'an was not pleased. He looked with furrowed brows at the man lying on his bed. When he found a stranger in the snow, the man was ragged and his body frozen. Yet, even in that state, his left hand clutched a blade tightly. Chang'an believed that a man so attached to his blade must be a master. If he saved him, perhaps to repay his debt, the man would impart a technique. With that simple thought, the 14-year-old dragged the seemingly lifeless body through the snow for 5 miles. To hasten the man's recovery, Chang'an slaughtered the only chicken in his household and relinquished his own bed. After days of tender care, the man finally awoke. "You are awake?" "Yes." The man acknowledged the boy's intervention. "Wonderful. Teach me your sword techniques," Chang'an earnestly requested. "No," the man replied with equal seriousness. "But I saved you," Chang'an insisted. "I know." The man was sincere, yet somewhat dull. "You should be grateful. This is the principle of reciprocity." Chang'an felt it necessary to impart some wisdom to this man. "But I forgot to bring money." "Then teach me your sword techniques." Chang'an reasoned that skills were worth more than money. "No." "Why not?" "Because I forgot." The man's tone was earnest. "Have you lost your memory?" Chang'an thought it natural. The probability of memory loss after such a severe injury was high for a master. No, the man raised his left hand, the blade seemingly glued to it, resting across his chest, gently caressing its surface. "Then why do you say you forgot?" Su Chang'an grew displeased, suspecting either the man was a fool or was toying with him. I forgot the techniques, but I have not lost my memory, the man explained patiently, his gaze sincere. Forgot the techniques, yet you carry a blade? Su Chang'an was unwilling to easily relinquish the chance to live a life of dominance and privilege. Because I still remember one move, and I cannot teach you that. Why not? But I saved you. The man's face remained calm. To him, taking a life, or that of the one who must die, was a matter of course. Su Chang'an suddenly assumed a serious demeanor. His father had taught him that taking a life was a grave matter. To forcibly end one life for another was, in Su Chang'an's eyes, an undesirable act. He believed that life was precious, while death was inherently negative. Nonetheless, he would not obstruct the man, for he understood that when one is determined to take another's life, there must be a reason behind it. Regardless of the righteousness of that reason, once the intent to kill is resolved, it will not waver due to another's counsel. This was wisdom imparted by his father, which he accepted as truth. Then, when you have killed and remember the forgotten techniques, you may teach me. Su Chang'an found the man intriguing and thus sought a reason to keep him around. Thank you. The man cast a grateful glance at Su Chang'an, a faint smile flickering on his pale face before he succumbed to unconsciousness again. He awoke the next afternoon. Tingyu struggled to rise from the bed, where 2 steamed buns awaited him, and a pair of pristine riding boots lay beneath. He thought little of it, took a bite of a bun, found it pleasing, and began to eat earnestly. Tingyu was always this way, serious, whether concerning matters or people. Yet, no matter how sincere one is, humans are prone to err. Tingyu had erred once, leading to his mentor's death. Thus, he resolved never to err again. More importantly, he now aimed to slay a fallen star. Since that fateful day, when his mentor Yaowang had closed his eyes forever, he had vowed to end her life. It was a daunting task, one Tingyu had never before attempted. Hence, he prepared for a decade. Each day was lived with heightened seriousness, more so than ever before. He ate with intent, bathed with diligence, tended Yaowang's grave with care, and carried his blade, which had not been unsheathed in 10 years, with him. After 30 breaths, he finished the 2 buns, feeling a resurgence of strength. He then rose and donned the riding boots prepared by Su Chang'an. The cloth shoes he brought from Chang'an were too thin, ill-suited for traversing the icy terrain of the northern lands. Tingyu stood, took a few steps, and found the boots fit well. Yet, his body still felt weak. Prolonged rest had left him somewhat dizzy. Opening the humble door of Su Chang'an's home, the wind and snow nearly swept him off his feet. Winter in the northern lands is perpetually snowy. He had heard her say this, and in this regard, she had not deceived him. This small frontier town, named Chang'an, could not compare to the splendor of Chang'an, yet it possessed its own liveliness. Su Chang'an's home, situated favorably, allowed a view of the bustling streets from the courtyard, where people moved to and fro, occasionally joined by patrolling soldiers. In the border regions, every town is more or less garrisoned by troops. Moreover, with the arrival of winter, the northern demon tribes face harsh conditions, frequently raiding such small towns, which necessitates an even more diligent military presence. This year, it is rumored that the Grand Master of the Northern Demon Kingdom has foreseen the emergence of a demon star, leading to disturbances that are far more significant than in previous years. When Tingyu departed from Chang'an, orders were dispatched from the city to the Jianghu in the northern territories, one after another. His thoughts were somewhat disordered. After 10 years of preparation, the moment of reckoning was finally approaching, stirring a tumult within him. Regrettably, the swordsmanship of the Yaowang lineage would be extinguished from the world upon his demise, a thought that filled Tingyu with sorrow and guilt towards his master. Yet he felt there was little he could do at this point. That moment, Su Chang'an returned from the academy. Upon opening the courtyard door, he saw Tingyu standing dazedly at the entrance. "Are you feeling better?" Su Chang'an inquired. Tingyu's complexion had lost its previous pallor, though it remained pale. Perhaps he had always been so. He was undeniably handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his features strikingly defined. Naturally, Su Chang'an did not believe he was more attractive than himself. "Have you remembered your swordsmanship?" Su Chang'an, who was obsessed with martial arts, asked eagerly. "No," Tingyu replied, after a moment of serious contemplation, shaking his head. Su Chang'an sensed that his demeanor did not suggest deceit. "Then will you remember it after you have killed the person you intend to?" "Perhaps, but by that time, I'm more likely to be dead myself." "Are you not his match?" Su Chang'an asked curiously, puzzled by the notion of seeking death if one could not win. "Would it not be better to live?" I am not her match, yet I can still kill her, Tingyu asserted, his expression grave and resolute. I do not quite understand, but if you die, no one will teach me swordsmanship, Chang'an replied, equally earnest as he gazed at Tingyu. Therefore, I do not wish for your demise. The boy's earnest eyes caused Tingyu to pause, and he suddenly perceived a semblance of himself in the youth, at least a reflection of his own self from a decade prior. Why do you wish to learn the sword? Tingyu asked. Chang'an pondered before responding, it does not necessarily have to be swordsmanship. Any martial skill will suffice. Why? Do you have someone you must kill? Tingyu calculated that time was not too pressing. If the boy truly sought to kill someone, he could assist, as a means of repaying the boy's life-saving grace. No, the boy quickly waved his hands. Although I dislike Guning because Mo likes him, I do not wish to kill him, for he has not done anything wrong. I also do not like Wang Hong and Ji Dao, as they always bully me, leveraging their father's higher rank in the military. I detest them, yet I do not wish to kill them. I simply wish to practice martial arts, but my father forbids it. He insists I study, and while I do not dislike reading, I find the academy's books dull and tedious. He even attempted to send me to Chang'an for schooling, but Chang'an is so far away, and I would not be able to see Mo anymore that I like Mo very much, even though she likes Guning. Chang'an lamented, feeling inexplicably that the man before him was someone to be trusted. What books do you enjoy? Tingyu inquired, intrigued as he had not engaged in a meaningful conversation with anyone for nearly a decade. While books like The Legend of the Wanderer, The Heroic Chronicles, The Strange Heroes of Lishan, and The Demon-Slaying Swordsman are all quite captivating, Chang'an eagerly shared from his extensive literary repertoire. That sounds very interesting, Tingyu smiled, mentally noting the titles, contemplating if he would find an opportunity to read them, assuming he would still have that chance. Indeed, but my father disapproves. Once, after returning from the barracks drunk, he, in a fit of rage, burned them all. Otherwise, I could show them to you now. Chang'an expressed his regret, though it was unclear whether he lamented the loss of the books or the missed opportunity for Tingyu to see them. Does your father enjoy drinking? Tingyu frowned, harboring a poor impression of Chang'an's father, whom he had never met. Drinking is not good. Yes, but he does not listen to me. Since I cannot defeat him, if you teach me martial arts, I could win against him. Then he would not drink so much, and Wang Hong and Ji Dao could no longer bully me. Perhaps even Mo might come to like me. Chang'an's expression turned serious once more. Therefore, you cannot die. You must remember your swordsmanship and teach it to me. Do not forget, I saved you. The swordsman and the demon-slaying swordsman are all bound by honor. Is that so? Then that swordsman must be a remarkable figure. Of course, Chang'an beamed, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit. However, I cannot promise you that, Tingyu replied, his smile fading as he regarded Chang'an with equal seriousness. He could have comforted the boy, assuring him that he would return to teach him swordsmanship and help him confront his tormentors. But he refrained. He was a man of integrity, and even though it would sadden Chang'an, he felt compelled to speak the truth. I cannot survive. After killing her, I will not live to see another day. Then why must you kill her? Chang'an finally voiced the question that had long weighed on his heart. Because I promised someone I would kill her. Who? The people of the world. Chapter 2. I come from afar to send off the people of the past. In the days that followed, Chang'an experienced a sense of joy, gradually forgetting about the swordsmanship, which was merely a fleeting whim of a 14-year-old boy. At the academy, he had few respectable friends. At 14, he was not particularly young, yet his frail appearance made him appear no older than 11 or 12. Consequently, the academy students were not particularly fond of associating with him, and Chang'an felt no great affection for them either. However, Tingyu was different. He was willing to engage Chang'an in earnest conversation. This manner of discourse made Chang'an feel more mature than his academy peers. Indeed, all children yearn to grow up quickly, believing that adulthood would free them from the incessant chatter of their parents, leading them to encounter a beautiful maiden. As if she were waiting for them at some point in the future, as long as one reaches that place, opens their arms wide, and smiles while saying, I have arrived, she would cast aside all else and embrace them. Yet, in reality, upon reaching adulthood, one discovers that the academy is, in fact, a splendid place filled with the very girl one admires. She has always been there, even if she has never cast a glance in their direction. At least she remains present, never marrying another. Although parents continue their incessant prattle, they are young and robust, capable of shielding one from all storms. Yet as one matures, they must face the world alone, a realm that is both beautiful and cruel, akin to a rose, vibrant yet thorny. But Su Chang'an did not grasp this truth, at least not in his current state. Thus, he too desired to grow up, especially at this moment. Standing on the academy's platform, Mr. Wei, holding a ruler, gazed sternly at him. Below, Ji Dao and Wang Hong were pointing and laughing at him, their eyes filled with mockery. Mo still did not look at him. It seemed Gu Ning had told yet another joke, causing her to cover her mouth and giggle. Mr. Wei was quite aged. The wrinkles on his face resembled the deep and numerous ridges of the Yuyan Ridge. His white hair, though neatly combed, still appeared unkempt and wild. Yet despite all this, he remained the most learned individual in the entire academy, even in the whole of Chang'an town. It was said that in his youth, Mr. Wei had once been a jianghu, a remarkable achievement in such a small place. Su Chang'an, can you explain why you have failed to submit the assigned work for 3 consecutive days? Mr. Wei's ruler struck the desk, each rap causing Su Chang'an's heart to skip a beat. Do you believe me when I say I am busy saving lives? Su Chang'an endeavored to make his expression appear sufficiently sincere. However, all he received in return was a chorus of laughter from the students below. This world is stratified, from the highest court officials to the humble scholars of Chang'an town. The academy in Chang'an is not a place accessible to every child. It demands a considerable fee, posing a substantial expense for ordinary families. Su Chang'an's father serves as a centurion in the military, a significant figure in a small place like Chang'an. Common folk address him with utmost respect as Jun. When they encounter Su Chang'an, they refer to him as Su Yi. Yet, within the academy, the children are devoid of class distinctions, though their parents are not, thus imposing a hierarchy upon them. Unfortunately, Su Chang'an finds himself at the very bottom. Consequently, within the academy, he is no longer addressed as Su Yi, but rather as Su Go. Meanwhile, his rival, Gu Ning, is enjoying a jovial conversation with Mo. Occupying the pinnacle of this social pyramid, Ji Yuning's father is the magistrate of Chang'an town, and in this military enclave, civil and military affairs are intertwined, making Gu Ning's father the highest superior of Su Chang'an's own father. This reality is not particularly pleasing. What is even more disheartening is that both Gu Ning and his father, Gu Xiangting, exude an unwavering gentility that endears them to everyone. They shine with an excellence akin to the sun, radiant to the point of being blinding. Su Chang'an struggles to find a reason to harbor any animosity towards them. This alone leaves him feeling despondent. Hand! Mr. Wei commanded that Su Chang'an instinctively extended his hand, and Mr. Wei's ruler struck his palm thrice, causing him considerable pain. Yet, he masked his discomfort, aware that Mo might be observing him. Thus, yet another version of the tale concerning Su Chang'an's failure to submit his assignments emerged within the halls of Chang'an Academy. He spoke the truth. Even though many of his previous excuses had been fabricated, this time, he was indeed sincere. Su Chang'an felt no guilt within, yet the pointed fingers of his classmates continued to unsettle him. At last, the afternoon classes concluded, freeing Su Chang'an from an agonizing day of restlessness. He fled the academy like the wind. Su Chang'an arrived at Wang Sa's tavern, a modest establishment, yet renowned for its delectable offerings. He did not frequent it often, as his finances were limited, but he had some coins to spare. Tingyu's health remained fragile, yet he was determined to assist in taking a life. Such frailty hardly suited the task of killing, but Tingyu was his friend, and Su Chang'an believed he ought to lend a hand. The tales always spoke of friends supporting one another in times of need. It was still before dinner time, and Wang Sa's tavern was empty. Her business typically thrived once the patrolling soldiers changed shifts. Wang Sa, an ordinary woman in her 40s, struggled to conceal the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes beneath layers of rouge. Wang Sa, I would like a roasted duck, Su Chang'an announced, gently rapping on the door, addressing the drowsy Wang Sa. Ah, Chang'an, you've come. Are you buying some snacks for your father again? Wang Sa responded, springing to her feet and nimbly retrieving a roasted duck from the shelf, placing it on the chopping board. And oh, my father has yet to return, Su Chang'an replied, shaking his head. Oh, he has been away for almost half a month now, Wang Sa noted, skillfully slicing the duck in half. Indeed, it seems the demon tribes in the north have been quite restless lately. Something significant may ensue, Su Chang'an remarked. Then you must urge your father to exercise caution, Wang Sa said, her knife dancing over the chopping board, reducing the duck into several portions. Su Chang'an nodded, though he mused that his father would hardly heed his advice. Here you go. Hold on tight. That will be 60 copper coins, Wang Sa said, wrapping the roasted duck in oil paper and handing it to Su Chang'an. He paid her, expressed his gratitude, and departed the tavern. The sky now draped in the early hues of evening, and light snow began to fall over Chang'an. Wang Sa anticipated the soldier's shift change was imminent and began her preparations anew. She filled a pot with fresh water and set it to boil. Should patrons arrive, she could swiftly serve a steaming bowl of noodles. On a snowy night like this, her noodles were a sought-after delicacy. A crunching sound echoed, a boot breaking through the thin layer of snow. That the shift changed this early? Wang Sa found it peculiar. Good sir, has the shift changed so soon? What would you like to eat? She called out, hastily emerging from the kitchen to welcome the guest. To her surprise, the newcomer was neither a soldier nor a familiar face. The visitor was a young woman, her features striking and evidently not a local. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, clad in azure garments with a white veil, her eyes resembling autumn waters and a jade flute adorning her waist. Despite emerging from the snowy night, not a flake clung to her attire. She emanated an aura of chill, reminiscent of an ethereal lotus on Tian Shan, utterly unattainable. Do you serve noodles? The young woman inquired, casually selecting a seat within the tavern. Indeed. What type of noodles would you like, miss? Wang Sa replied. Just a bowl of plain noodles, no vinegar, the girl requested, her taste as delicate as her demeanor. Very well, please wait a moment. I shall prepare your noodles right away. In no time, a steaming bowl of noodles was presented before her. Enjoy your meal. Thank you, the young woman nodded, removing her veil. It was then that Wang Sa truly beheld the girl's beauty, even more stunning than she had anticipated. Her face resembled blossoming peaches, her lips red and teeth white, like the pristine snow atop a mountain, with an untainted spring bubbling beneath. Wang Sa could not help but feel a twinge of envy. You are not from around here, are you? With the patrolling soldiers still a while away, Wang Sa, having nothing else to do, endeavored to strike up a conversation. Yes, the girl replied. Chang'an has not been very peaceful lately. You, alone in this unfamiliar place, ought to exercise caution, Wang Sa advised, her tone laced with concern. After all, the borderlands were rife with dangers, especially with the recent disturbances caused by the northern demons. Yes, thank you for the warning, elder sister, the girl nodded, unhurriedly savoring her noodles. I will be careful. What brings you to Chang'an? Are you seeking refuge with relatives or pursuing a livelihood? Wang Sa wondered, perceiving that a girl traveling alone to a place like Chang'an must have her own hidden burdens. I am here to deliver someone, the girl replied, finishing the last sip of broth. Someone I met a long time ago. Chapter 3. The final battle approaches. He already holds the blade upon returning home. Su Chang'an found Tingyu seated at the dining table, lost in thought. Indeed, he was in a state of daze. Aside from conversing with Su Chang'an, Tingyu spent nearly all his time in contemplation. Su Chang'an brushed off the snow from his garments. Are you dazing off again? He inquired. It's the forging of the blade. Tingyu corrected him. A few days prior, when Tingyu first appeared dazed, Su Chang'an had inquired about what he was doing. Tingyu's response was the forging of the blade, which Su Chang'an misinterpreted as practicing with a sword. He believed that one should not be dazed while honing their skills, and thus he remained skeptical. Here, Su Chang'an offered a piece of oiled paper wrapped around roasted duck to Tingyu. What is this? Tingyu accepted the paper, inhaling a delightful aroma that made his mouth water. He was not adept at cooking, having subsisted on bland fare for a decade of secluded training, and it had been a long time since he had savored any rich flavors. Roasted duck from Wang Sa's house, Su Chang'an chuckled. Eat more. Only by nourishing your body can you fulfill your purpose. Tingyu fell silent, feeling a surge of emotion. Thank you, he replied. He unwrapped the paper to reveal tender duck meat, perfectly roasted to a golden hue and neatly sliced into portions. As he took a bite, the luscious fat burst in his mouth. Unable to restrain himself, Tingyu began devouring the roasted duck eagerly. Is it delicious? Su Chang'an grinned, joining him in feasting on the duck. Tingyu mumbled, his words muffled by the meat. Tomorrow, I will buy you some roasted chicken. It is even tastier than this. Stay a few more days to recuperate so you can accomplish what you must and return alive. Tingyu paused and set down the duck. He gazed earnestly at Su Chang'an. I want to survive, he stated plainly, his tone sincere. It was as if he were declaring that the sun would rise tomorrow or that the ice and snow would eventually melt. Few could discuss their own mortality with such candor, save for those who had long since come to terms with it. Su Chang'an also set down his piece of duck. a wave of sorrow washing over him. Despite knowing Tingyu for only a few days, and regardless of his original intention to bring him back for martial training, he felt a profound sadness at Tingyu's repeated assertions of certain death. Is the person you intend to kill formidable? Chang'an attempted to reason with Tingyu, suggesting that if the adversary was truly powerful, he should reconsider. After all, living was preferable. Yes, very formidable, Tingyu replied earnestly. You mentioned you are not her match. Correct, I am not her match. Then why go? Chang'an yearned to vocally challenge him, but he refrained. For Tingyu's gaze conveyed an unwavering resolve that he must eliminate that individual. Actually, you don't need to go now. After all, you're still injured. You can stay at Chang'an for a while, practice your blade skills until you surpass her in strength, then confront her, ensuring your survival, Chang'an reasoned, pleased with his suggestion. No, Tingyu shook his head. Chang'an was perplexed as to why that was unacceptable. Was it the timing of the confrontation or the notion of becoming stronger first? He merely watched Tingyu, anticipating an explanation. Tingyu fell silent. It was not that he wished to withhold an explanation, but rather that he struggled to articulate it, especially to a mere 14 or 15-year-old. Eventually he spoke. My blade has not been unsheathed for 10 years. I have carried it by my side all this time, infusing it with the essence of the blade. As the blade remains sheathed, its essence accumulates. Now, the essence has reached a point where I can scarcely contain it. I have no time to wait. Tingyu attempted to simplify his explanation, yet Chang'an remained bewildered, realizing that his proposed solution seemed impractical. When do you leave? Chang'an inquired. Tomorrow. Such haste. You bear injuries. What if you fail to kill her? No, I will certainly kill her, Tingyu asserted with unwavering confidence, as if declaring that he would inevitably meet death. It seemed as though, in his world, no unforeseen events would occur. Chang'an could not comprehend Tingyu's logic. If he was not her equal, how could he hope to defeat her? Because the one who sent her has arrived, she is doomed without question. Tingyu stated with utmost seriousness, a level of seriousness he had never exhibited before. He sensed that the one he awaited had come, and with that, her fate was sealed. To the south of Chang'an and north of Yunzhou lies a treacherous peak known as Tianmen Mountain. Upon Tianmen Mountain stands a tower called Xingqiangu. Xingqiangu does not fall under the jurisdiction of the imperial court, nor does it associate with the demon or monster clans. It exists as a celestial being, detached from the mundane world. The common folk below are unaware of these truths, believing instead that deities reside atop the mountain, offering tributes annually in hopes of favorable weather and national peace. However, true cultivators regard them differently, referring to them as the funeral bearers. When a star falls, it signifies the demise of a powerful being whose fate is intertwined with the stars. As long as the fate star remains, the corporeal form does not perish, and the soul does not extinguish. Yet, when the fate star falls, the body dies, and the soul returns to the starry sea. Yet, the starry sea is far removed from the realm of mortals. Even the strongest souls of fallen stars find it difficult to reach the other side of the cosmos. Thus, Xingqiangu exists, guiding the souls of fallen stars back to the starry sea through their soul melodies, allowing these heroic spirits to return peacefully. Consequently, whenever a funeral bearer appears, a star is destined to fall. This principle is as immutable as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, existing since time immemorial. Even the fallen stars that gaze upon all beings must abide by this truth. The appearance of the funeral bearers at Chang'an town sent ripples through various factions, their spies swiftly relaying the information to their respective headquarters. In the depths of the imperial palace, a middle-aged man sat in a grand hall, observing the minister below who had brought him news. His gaze was profound, as though it concealed the vastness of the starry ocean. He gently tapped on the table in front of him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on the foreheads of the ministers below, a natural instinctive fear. The holy emperor was such a figure. He could discern the thoughts of others with a mere glance, while others could never fathom his own thoughts. So, does this mean Tingyu will succeed? He finally spoke, his deep voice resonating as if it had traversed countless ages to reach the ears of those below. Though it was hard to believe, the simultaneous appearance of the funeral bearer and Tingyu in Chang'an town implied the minister below replied earnestly. Even if no one had believed it before, even if historically no one had ever achieved the feat of slaying a fallen star with strength beneath its level, the emergence of the funeral bearer rendered the matter indisputable. The figure atop the dais remained silent, and a wave of tension enveloped the ministers below. Furthermore, news from the stargazing platform indicated that the light of the Yinghua star had dimmed, and dark matter had begun to manifest. To substantiate his assertion, The minister continued. Every fallen star possesses its own fate star, each representing the destiny of the fallen star. Dark matter serves as a harbinger of a star's fall. It is akin to a worm that cannot be expelled, gradually devouring the brilliance of the star. When dark matter completely consumes the star, that star is unequivocally extinguished. If the fate star dies, then the fallen star perishes as well. Has your blade remained sheathed for 10 years, only to drink the blood of a fallen star upon its unsheathing? 10 years of blade essence could slay a fallen star. Tingyu. You truly are the greatest genius of the human race in a century. The Holy Emperor mused softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since the death of Yaoguang, Kaiyang had secluded himself, and Yuheng was aging. The human race faced threats from the demons to the north and chaos from the barbarians to the west. Even with the Holy Emperor's presence, he gradually began to feel overwhelmed. If the demon clans Yinghua were to fall, then the northern front could be entrusted to the ancient family of Jin Wang, allowing him to focus on managing the western barbarians. The Holy Emperor squinted his eyes. It had been a long time since he had felt such joy since Yaoguang's passing. He recalled the young boy from a decade ago, the one who knelt before him like a stray dog, yet whose eyes glimmered with ferocity. Tingyu had resided in Yaoguang's former home for 10 years, and everyone said he was merely surviving. Yet he knew that Tingyu did not. From the moment that youth vowed to slay Xingyun, he remained ever vigilant, his blade never leaving his side nor its sheath. For this purpose, he has bided his time for a decade. Even so, the Holy Emperor never believed Tingyu could vanquish a starfall. He understood the terror of Xingyun, and compared to that transcendent power, Tingyu was but an ant. However, the very notion that someone would prepare for 10 years to kill him was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Even a starfall would tremble in fear. And the ability to instill such dread in Xingyun was ample reason for the Holy Emperor to spare Tingyu's life. Yet, the situation has changed. The Star Pavilion has emerged, and the fall of Xingyun is now inevitable. The Holy Emperor awaits, and the entire realm holds its breath for that decisive moment. The youth, already armed, is poised to reveal to the world a breathtaking strike. Chapter 4. Ilo listens to the autumn rain. The night has grown deep. The snow at Chang'an falls heavier. Su Chang'an tosses and turns in bed. Tingyu leans against the wall, cradling his blade. In 2 hours, he will set forth to kill the person he resolved to slay a decade ago. Su Chang'an is still too young. He is merely 14. He only knows that death is a grave matter, but the true nature of death and what it entails remains beyond his comprehension. I still do not know your name, Su Chang'an said, sitting up to see Tingyu's silhouette in the darkness. Tingyu, he replied, eyes closed yet never asleep. He was merely waiting, each breath bringing him closer to her. Just the thought ignited a fire within his veins. I am Su Chang'an, he introduced himself. Indeed, a good name. Tingyu commended earnestly. Aren't you going to sleep? Don't you have to attend the academy tomorrow? Suddenly, Su Chang'an felt the urge to weep. I will go to the academy tomorrow, but you will die. He continued, I will study, steal glances at Mo, and endure ridicule from Ji Dao and Wang Hong. Yet you carry your blade to kill him, and you will never return. In that moment, Su Chang'an began to grasp the essence of death. Tears flowed unrestrained as he lamented, I have yet to see you wield your blade, and now you are leaving, never to return. I will have no one to teach me the swordsmanship. His voice trembled. He did not wish to cry. He endeavored to present himself as an adult. He believed that adults should face life and death with the composure of Tingyu. Yet, he ultimately failed, for he was still merely a 14-year-old boy. Tingyu fell silent, having discerned the tremor in Su Chang'an's voice. Uncertain of how to comfort him, he acknowledged the inevitability of his demise. Just as her fate was sealed. However, an unexpected feeling arose within him. Since his master, Yaoguang, had passed, the world regarded him with disdain, and he thought no one would mourn for him again. Yet, at this moment, a boy he had only known for a few days wept for him so sincerely. Tingyu felt compelled to act. My master was Yaoguang, one of the 8 starfalls of humanity, and I am his sole disciple. He approached Su Chang'an, extending his hand as gently as he could to wipe away his tears. Su Chang'an looked up, puzzled, meeting Tingyu's gaze. In the darkness, his eyes shimmered with light. After he died, I became the last disciple of the Yaoguang lineage. When I pass, the lineage will cease to exist. I do not wish for the Yaoguang lineage to be lost. I have already failed my master too greatly, and I cannot let him down again. Tingyu paused, as though making a momentous decision. Thus, if I should perish, you will be the sole disciple of the Yaoguang lineage. Su Chang'an's expression shifted from confusion to shock, then to disbelief. His mouth opened, yet no words emerged. When I slay her, I will take you with me. I will use one strike. And how much you learn will depend on your aptitude. If you succeed, you shall be the heir of the Yaoguang lineage. If you fail, you will still be its heir. As long as you live, you are the heir of the Yaoguang lineage. Mo Tingyu's final words resonated with gravity. He spoke not only for Su Chang'an, but also for those spies who had followed him from Chang'an, and for the masters behind those spies. He had slain the demon clans for the sake of the world, and regardless of the past, the world owed him a debt of gratitude. He would exchange this debt to ensure Su Chang'an's life would be free of worries. The snow at Chang'an fell even heavier. On this snowy night, a woman approached Chang'an. Clad in a red palace gown, her attire danced in the cold wind like a flame in the night. Barefoot, she wore a bell that jingled in the snow like a mountain stream. Her face, untouched by makeup, possessed an ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. You have finally arrived, she murmured. I have waited for you for 10 years. The city gate of Chang'an stands 3 zhang high. Due to the tense situation ahead, the night watchmen were plentiful. Yet, they paid her no heed. To them, she was as if invisible. Lifting her hand gently, the gate's hinges creaked and began to open slowly. She stepped barefoot into the gate, which seemed to receive some unseen command, closing behind her with a soft sound. The entire process was unhurried. The watchman passed by her, oblivious. Even the snow she stepped upon remained perfectly smooth, as if she had never traversed it. Meanwhile, in a nondescript inn within Chang'an, a maiden in blue sat cross-legged. At the moment the woman in red entered Chang'an, the maiden's eyes flew open. She rose, donned her veil, secured her jade flute at her waist, and with a slight bow, transformed into a streak of light that vanished from the room. At that moment, the starlight suddenly brightened, streaming through the window to illuminate Su Chang'an's face. His mouth widened in astonishment, as if he could no longer close it. In those fleeting moments, he transformed from an unremarkable boy in Chang'an into the sole heir of the Yaoguang lineage, aside from Mo Tingyu, in this world. Although Su Chang'an did not fully comprehend the significance of the Yaoguang lineage, he sensed that its name carried great weight. He finally regained his composure. About to utter something, but noticed Mo Tingyu's brow furrowing deeply, then gradually relaxing, his expression returning to its previous calm. She has come for me, Mo Tingyu stated. Who? Su Chang'an began to inquire, but his question was cut short as he saw Mo Tingyu's left hand tremble around the hilt of his blade. He understood that the person Mo Tingyu intended to kill had arrived. He did not wait for Mo Tingyu to seek him out. Instead, he found her. Su Chang'an felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, uncertain whether this unforeseen turn of events would disrupt Mo Tingyu's plans. He attempted to read Mo Tingyu's face for clues, but found it futile. Apart from the initial furrow of his brow, his countenance remained as serene as ever. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the snowy night was filled with the sound of bells, drawing nearer like a haunting melody, reminiscent of a hidden orchid in a valley or the gentle flow of water over rocks. An inexplicable chill coursed through Su Chang'an as the clear sound of the bells echoed in his ears, akin to a summons from the underworld. With a whoosh, the door to Su Chang'an's home swung open by some unseen force. A woman in red approached, halting in front of the gate. She gazed at Mo Tingyu, taking in his disheveled appearance, his sharp features, and striving to reconcile the image of this somewhat unkempt man with that of the graceful youth from years past. Finally, she sighed and spoke. I have come. In that moment, the swirling snow ceased, the dark clouds parted, and the moonlight and starlight descended, illuminating the snow and enveloping the woman in a celestial glow. Her garments fluttered like a divine being. Su Chang'an finally understood that Mo Tingyu did not intend to kill a person, but rather a deity. You have arrived too early. Mo Tingyu rose, turning to gaze at the woman before him, his voice calm. Yet, Su Chang'an distinctly observed that Mo Tingyu's hand trembled even more violently. A moment earlier or later makes little difference, the woman stated candidly. Mo Tingyu remained silent, stepping out of the door and standing still in the snow, 5 meters away. Upon seeing this, Su Chang'an hurriedly followed, positioning himself nearby, his expression tense as he watched the two individuals present. He sensed that the relationship between them was far more complex than he had initially imagined. You have aged. The woman spoke again, her tone reminiscent of the casual exchanges between old friends who had not met in years. But you have not changed at all. You remain as beautiful as ever. Mo Tingyu appeared somewhat dazed, as if transported back 10 years to the girl who had chased him throughout Chang'an City, now standing before him. She was still the same, with delicate brows and bright teeth, captivatingly beautiful, as though time had left her untouched. Back then, he had called her Wudong, whenever he extended his hand. she would joyfully leap into his embrace. Now, the world referred to her as Inghua, and he had to draw his blade against her life star to resolve the grievances and unrequited love of the past decade. This was a peculiar sensation, one that gave rise to doubt. In moments of confusion, it became difficult to discern the present from the past, leading one to wish to slap oneself awake, only to suddenly sit up in bed, finding that his master still gazed at him with affection, and that the girl would still leap into his arms as she had a decade ago. Tingyu despised such feelings. Apart from the knife in his hand, he had nothing left. Thus, he raised his hand, positioning the blade across his chest, gripping the hilt with his right hand. It had been 10 years since he last wielded a knife. It felt lonely. The instant it sensed its master's touch, a resounding clang echoed, piercing the heavens. At that moment, all was silent, and the beasts lay dormant. Yet the sound of the blade was like a dragon, soaring into the clouds, reminiscent of a long-awaited reunion with a warrior, yet tinged with the desolation of fallen soldiers. He intended to use his knife to sever all ties, regardless of whether they were real or illusory, or of past grievances and sorrows. With a single slash, everything would come to an end. The people of Chang'an Pavilion have arrived. The woman remained oblivious to Tingyu's actions, continuing to speak to herself. I am destined to die? Indeed. You are undoubtedly fated to perish. Tingyu's gaze grew sharp. However, once this blade is drawn, you too are certain to meet your end. You cannot control the intent of this blade that has been nurtured for a decade. The woman looked at Tingyu, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light, a mix of sorrow and reluctance. I died 10 years ago. Tingyu withdrew the blade slightly, its shimmering edge reflecting the starlight and the snow. What stands before you now is a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell, a Shura consumed by vengeance. Chang'an observed intently, and in that instant, the starry sky seemed to dim, with only Tingyu's blade shining as bright as day. At that moment, Chang'an comprehended that this was not merely a conflict between two individuals. It was a battle between two deities. Chapter 5, Muyu Wudong. Niao Yufeng Wang, to the north of Chang'an City, approximately 500 miles away, stood a high platform known as the Guansang Tai. This platform rose 300 zhang, with a square base and a rounded top, symbolizing the harmony of heaven and earth. On its summit were engraved the two elements and four symbols, along with 8 star lamps placed in the cardinal directions. At this moment, 2 figures stood upon the platform, an old Taoist and a young disciple. The old Taoist wore a robe adorned with 7 stars, his white hair contrasting with his youthful countenance, sharp brows framing bright eyes. The disciple sported a pair of lofty hair bands, his cherubic face exquisitely chiseled, exuding an irresistible charm. Master, there is something I do not understand, the disciple chirped. What is it? The old Taoist, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the starry sky. The rain in Chang'an has ceased, and now the sky is clear and the stars twinkle brilliantly, yet one star in the southwestern corner appears dim. It is said within the court that Inghua shall be slain by Tingyu, yet Inghua's life star has revealed dark qualities. Whether Tingyu slays her or not, eventually, Inghua's life star will be consumed by this darkness. What then does her death have to do with Tingyu? The old Taoist chuckled, stroking his beard. The study of destiny is inherently mysterious, intertwined with cause and effect, and since the nature of cause and effect is unpredictable, so too is the understanding of destiny. If not for Inghua's past transgressions against Yaoguang, Tingyu would not be fated to slay Inghua today. In the past, Inghua was the cause, and Tingyu was the effect. Today, Tingyu is the cause, and Inghua is the effect. This cycle of cause and effect continues ad infinitum. Who can assert that Inghua's dark qualities did not arise from Tingyu's journey to the north? The disciple nodded, though he grasped little of this profound discourse on causality, which was far beyond his youthful comprehension. And what of that child? What will become of him? Did Tingyu not pass on the Yaoguang lineage to him? The disciple inquired suddenly. That child? The old Taoist hesitated slightly, then replied, that child was merely an ordinary mortal, but from this day forth, his fate will be entwined with the demise of the 3 stars. 3. The disciple counted on his fingers, but could not determine which 3 stars were involved. Yes. The old Taoist's expression grew somber. Perhaps tonight, in addition to Inghua, 2 other powerful entities are implicated. However, concerning the star's demise, I cannot see clearly. One thing is certain. That child bears the legacy of Yaoguang, and the wolves in Chang'an will surely devise reasons to draw him into the capital, hoping to extract some benefit from him. Tingyu seeks to use the identity of the Yaoguang lineage as a talisman for the child, yet despite his unparalleled swordsmanship, he remains oblivious to the treachery of the world, particularly in Chang'an. where wolves abound. The disciple, struggling to grasp the old Taoist's words, could only widen his eyes, staring blankly at the old man's retreating figure. Meanwhile, in Chang'an town, Tingyu withdrew his blade further, now having unsheathed half of it. With each breath, his aura intensified. The blade intent that had lain dormant within its sheath for a decade surged forth like a primal beast. The blade intent was akin to a torrential storm, stirring the snow and wind, obscuring the brilliance of the stars above. In truth, you need not go to such lengths. Regardless of the shifting circumstances, Yinghua's gaze remained fixed on Tingyu. Suddenly, she raised her hand, and a beam of starlight broke through the blade intent, descending from the heavens to illuminate her. "My death has long been predetermined," she said, her expression filled with sorrow. "Why must you sacrifice your own life?" Tingyu was taken aback, finally looking up at the starry sky. His blade intent shrouded the heavens, concealing all stars, save for one stubborn star that defiantly cast down a beam of light. This star, dim and half-consumed by darkness, was succumbing to this devouring force with each passing moment. Why? Tingyu furrowed his brow, gazing at the woman before him. His heart suddenly felt hollow. The person he intended to kill stood before him, his blade poised to strike, ready to end it all in the next heartbeat. Yet she revealed to him that she was already a condemned soul. A fierce fire ignited within his chest, compelling him to roar, to sever this world with a single stroke. His gaze softened, no longer cold. He looked at her, his expression complex. "Years ago, I feigned affection for you, leading to your master's demise. I believed I had deceived you, but when I departed and glimpsed your eyes, I realized I had deceived myself as well. For a decade, I have been haunted by my inner demons. The moment you set foot in the northern lands, my demons could no longer be contained. The Taishang Wanqing Luai cultivated demands a heart untainted by emotion, and when one feels such emotions, there is only one path: death." The woman smiled as she recounted the certainty of her demise. Then, barefoot on the snow, the sound of bells chimed with each step she took. With every advance, a lotus flower blossomed on the snow. With each step she took forward, Tingyu's heart trembled inexplicably. Finally, she halted just a knife's length away from him, her gaze meeting his, eyes glistening like autumn waters, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Tingyu," she said, hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Just as in Chang'an a decade ago, she always called him this way. Tingyu could scarcely maintain his grip on the blade, his hands trembling. Within his eyes, something seemed poised to erupt, yet he fought to suppress it. "Survive, Tingyu," the woman urged, gently clasping his right hand that held the unsheathed sword. The starlight of the planet Xingho flickered as she nudged his hand. With a clang, Tingyu's sword returned to its sheath. In that moment, the overwhelming aura of blades dissipated, and the starlight once again illuminated the earth. Chang'an looked up at the myriad stars, their brilliance undiminished, save for one flickering star in the southeast, akin to a waning candle casting its final glow. Tears cascaded down Tingyu's cheeks, unable to be contained any longer. "Wu Tong," he finally uttered the name he had held dear for a decade. The woman replied, her pallor stark, yet her smile radiant. Helping Tingyu sheath his blade had nearly exhausted her strength, her fate flickering like a distant star, as if she might vanish into the night sky at any moment. "Wu Tong." Tingyu relinquished the sword that had not left his side for 10 years. He extended his hand towards her, tears in his eyes, yet a smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, the woman leapt into his embrace. Reminiscent of 10 years prior, nestled in Tingyu's arms, she greedily inhaled the scent that captivated her. At that moment, she noticed a young boy of about 15 or 16 accompanying him. She smiled at Chang'an and inquired, "Who is he?" Before Tingyu could respond, Chang'an stepped forward. "I am Chang'an, his disciple," he replied with a smile. Although he was unaware of the history shared between the woman and Tingyu, he found delight in the scene before him. Beneath the starlit sky and on the snowy ground, the man held the woman, both adorned with smiles, creating a tableau of beauty. "Disciple? Then what should I be called?" The woman winked at Chang'an. "Shermu," he blurted out. "Such a good boy," she said, her tone playful, "much smarter than your master." Chang'an scratched the back of his head, remaining silent as he gazed at the tightly embraced couple, an indescribable joy swelling within him. However, this happiness was fleeting. Snow began to fall once more. "It's snowing," Chang'an murmured, extending his hand to catch the falling flakes. "He has come," Wu Tong whispered in his ear while nestled against Tingyu. Tingyu replied, his voice heavy with foreboding. Chang'an, puzzled, turned his gaze to the distance. There, a figure clad in azure approached slowly. It was a woman in green, adorned with a white veil and a jade flute at her waist. She walked with a measured grace, the starlight paving her path and the heavy snow parting before her, as though she were the sovereign of this realm, commanding mountains and laws with her words. The atmosphere abruptly shifted to one of silence, and an unsettling sensation gripped Su Chang'an. As the woman drew nearer, his unease intensified. "Xingho, your time has come," she proclaimed, standing before them with an ethereal beauty. Her voice was pure and melodious, yet at that moment, it bore the weight of judgment, akin to a specter of doom. Her name was Chang'an, hailing from the Star Pavilion, known among mortals as the Bearer of Souls. Having lived for 3 centuries, she had guided the souls of 8 fallen stars. Today, she would personally return her sister's spirit to the Sea of Stars. The Star Pavilion was shrouded in mystery, wielding dominion over the fates of celestial beings. Wherever they appeared, a star would inevitably fall, a law that none could alter. Wu Tong understood this all too well. With great difficulty, she lifted her head from Tingyu's embrace. Even as her fate loomed, she could not succumb to weakness. Yet, after a decade, such an embrace was precious. Reluctantly, she lingered in his arms, cherishing even a fleeting second. Finally, summoning all her strength, she broke free, gazing at him with a forced smile, though tears streamed down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. "I must go," she uttered. She sensed her life star might extinguish at any moment. Powerless to prevent it, before the vastness of existence, a fallen star was but an ant. Chang'an observed the tearful trio before her, acutely aware of the bond between Wu Tong and Tingyu, yet she could not fathom its true significance. She too practiced the Taishang Wanqing Lu, a technique shared by all in the Star Pavilion. The former demon king of the northern lands had once traded one daughter's fate for another through this very method. Her cultivation surpassed theirs, rendering her even less comprehending of emotions. She hesitated, pondering whether to recognize her sister, having not seen her for 300 years. This encounter would be their last. She instinctively touched the jade flute at her waist. With a single soul song, her sister would return to the Sea of Stars. She had performed this act 8 times before, and it should have been second nature. Yet now, the flute felt heavier than ever. Wu Tong wished to say something, but found herself at a loss for words, merely gazing at him with all her might. Their entangled fates had persisted for 10 years, unresolved even now. Yet, in the face of life and death, many matters found resolution. Resolute, Wu Tong lifted her hand, her lips parting. "Farewell." Her words lingered in her throat, unspoken, for Tingyu suddenly extended his hand, shielding her behind him. His gaze was colder than ever, imbued with an unyielding authority. "Promise me, do not interfere in the affairs of our kin," Tingyu commanded. Before Wu Tong could respond, he turned once more to face Chang'an. Realizing his intent, Wu Tong gasped, her voice drowned by the wind and the clash of blades. This time, Tingyu unsheathed his sword with determination. In that instant, the stars surged, and the mountains roared. He brandished the blade, leaping high, his voice fierce as a tiger, eyes fierce as a dragon, descending as if a celestial deity or a harbinger of war. In this world, throughout history, many audacious acts akin to ants shaking trees have occurred. Soldiers have slain their generals, ministers have usurped their lords, and cultivators have severed fallen stars. Regardless of success or failure, these events have transpired. Yet, since the dawn of time, no one has dared to strike against those of the Star Pavilion. They are the bearers of souls, the true sovereigns of this world. No creature, be it human, demon, or beast, has ever challenged them. They have witnessed the once mighty fallen stars humbly bowing before them, pleading for mercy. But today, they beheld a different spectacle. A sword was raised high, merely 3 feet long, its blade gleaming white, reflecting starlight and moonlight, blinding to behold. It descended with the ferocity of thunder, imbued with an unwavering resolve, cleaving through the dense night and altering the very fabric of reality. Chang'an never imagined a day would come when someone would dare to raise a blade against her. She hesitated, her hand poised to grasp the jade flute. Sensing the power contained within that strike, her eyes widened in shock as a stream of azure light appeared between her and the blade. Tingyu observed this unfold, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. With a mighty roar, he flicked his wrist, and the sword, gliding along the arc of Chang'an's conjured light, veered skyward. To the north of Yunzhou, atop Tianmen Mountain, a middle-aged man stood in silence at the summit. Clad in simple gray garb, he appeared unremarkable, like an ordinary citizen. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern that the celestial bodies revolved around him, as if he were the center of the universe, akin to stars encircling the moon, or birds flocking to a phoenix. He seemed to be the monarch of this realm, commanding the heavens and earth, the mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars at his will. With a wave of his hand, dozens of stars simultaneously sent down a thread, faint yet palpable, connecting certain individuals scattered across the corners of this world. Among them were kings, masters, and recluses. They were human, demon, or barbarian. Yet, without exception, they were all fallen stars, the most formidable beings in this realm. Among these stars, one flickered erratically. This star, known as Inghua, had only become a fallen star less than 200 years ago, marking it as a relatively youthful celestial body. Alas, you are destined to perish today. The man gazed at the stubbornly twinkling star with deep regret. However, he soon concealed his sorrow. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Straining his eyes, he observed the clouds parting in the sky and the vegetation swaying on the ground. Wherever his gaze fell, wild beasts fled, and spirits made way. At last, he beheld a beam of white light approaching from the north, akin to a ferocious beast from the primordial wilderness. It roared and howled, tearing apart everything that stood in its path, whether it be mountains on the ground or the starlight above. It arrived in an instant, darting past the man like a flash of lightning, racing toward the southeast. For the first time in millennia, something had emerged in this world that the man could not control. A sentiment known as rage surfaced on his countenance. Yet he had not fully savored this emotion that had not manifested in 1,000 years of his dominion over the Star Pavilion. An even more infuriating occurrence took place. The sound of a line being severed by a sharp instrument echoed. He turned abruptly, directing his gaze toward the southeast. That white light had severed the life thread connecting Inghua to the mortal realm. Someone had cut the fateful bond between Inghua and its demise. He yearned to save Inghua, to defy fate and alter destiny. A thought surged in his mind, one so overwhelming it felt as if his brain might explode. His expression twisted into a feral grimace. "You dare!" he bellowed, his voice like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the realm. The celestial bodies seemed to respond to an unspoken decree, their brilliance surging forth, illuminating the entirety of Shenzhou as if it were day. The starlight appeared to carry a certain energy, and fine white threads began to materialize between Inghua and the severed life thread to the mortal world, slowly but surely emerging. He was harnessing the power of the stars, striving to reconnect the severed bond. Each fallen star possessed immense celestial power, their fates intertwined with the rise and fall of countless beings. The life threads linked the fallen stars, and the fallen stars connected to all living things. To command the life and death of the fallen stars was to govern the lives of all beings, thus wielding control over the entire world. Once the life thread of a fallen star was severed, it signified a disturbance in the Star Pavilion's absolute dominion over all realms. A disturbance that the man would never permit. The white threads continued to accumulate, the severed life thread on the verge of reestablishment. The ferocity on the man's face began to fade, and he regained his sense of control over this world. With but a thought, the great power within the cosmos would compel the world to turn according to his will. This sensation was utterly intoxicating, a temptation that was impossible to resist. Thus, anything that dared obstruct his will would be obliterated. For instance, those fallen stars who once sought the truth of the world, and the master of that white light. Chang'an gazed in a daze at the unfolding spectacle, witnessing the blade of light slice through the heavens, effortlessly severing the life thread of Inghua. She was perplexed. While she sensed the immense power contained within that strike, she had also witnessed even more ancient and powerful fallen stars, unwilling to meet annihilation, who had attempted to sever their own life threads, all of which had ended in failure. The life thread encompassed causality and fate. Such matters could not be obliterated by sheer force. Yet before her stood a man of frightfully low stature, capable of severing a life thread. This unbelievable occurrence was unfolding right before her eyes, compelling her to believe. However, after her astonishment, a wave of secret joy surged within her. With the life thread severed, her sister would not have to perish, though she had resolved to forget. A lingering thought deep within her soul whispered that she could not bear to see her sister die so easily. Even Wudong could not fathom the changes at play. She merely observed as Ma Tingyu's blade appeared to strike down, only to pivot midair and sweep toward the heavens. Everything transpired in a flash, leaving her no time to intervene. Yet, in that fleeting moment as the blade's radiance vanished into the sky, she felt the dark aura that had entwined her soul dissipate entirely. Though she could no longer sense the existence of the life star and had fallen from the realm of the fallen stars, the shadow of death departed as well. Even the faint sense of shackles she had persistently felt vanished alongside it. The world suddenly became clear, and an indescribable feeling enveloped her heart. It seemed that, at this moment, she truly experienced the essence of this world. Coughing, Ma Tingyu gasped for breath, sweat soaking his garments. He leaned on his blade, half kneeling in the snow. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, blooming like plum blossoms upon the snow. Wudong and Su Chang'an hurriedly rushed to support Ma Tingyu. Su Chang'an suddenly recalled Ma Tingyu's prior declaration that once his blade was drawn, he would inevitably meet his end. He looked at Ma Tingyu now, the once godlike figure appearing to have aged 10 years in an instant. Heartache welled within him, yet he concealed it. In that moment, he gleaned an important truth from Ma Tingyu and Wudong. There are countless matters in this world beyond one's control. No amount of heart-wrenching weeping or restless anguish could alter them. The only recourse was to confront them, to face them with a smile. Thus, Su Chang'an forced a smile. Even if it was a ghastly one, he persisted in his effort to smile. Have we succeeded? Ma Tingyu inquired, gazing at Wudong with a pale countenance yet filled with hope. Yes, Wudong nodded with teary eyes, about to utter a word. But at that moment, the heavens suddenly trembled. A decree descending from the skies like an overwhelming wave. It surged from all directions, inescapable. You dare. The voice resonated like thunder, imbued with supreme authority. The recently dissipated shadow of death loomed over her once more, re-establishing the connection of the life thread to the dying star, albeit a fragile link. Yet one that strengthened at a speed she could perceive. A wave of deathly energy emanated from the star, causing her vitality to rapidly diminish. In mere moments, she appeared as pale as a ghost, barely able to hold herself upright, ready to collapse into the snow, only to be caught by Ma Tingyu. The smile that had briefly graced Ma Tingyu's face vanished as he looked up at the heavens. There, amidst the myriad stars, nothing else was present. Yet, Ma Tingyu sensed something different, an unseen, yet overwhelmingly powerful force which suffocated him. From the sun, moon, and stars to the beasts and flora. It seemed that all of creation was resonating with this force, collectively emanating a will. Today, Inghua shall return to the sea of stars. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the blade, as if something sought to surge into his being. This entity bore an apocalyptic power and an almost despairing hatred toward all existence. Ma Tingyu did not comprehend what this entity was or why it manifested within his blade, but he understood that by accepting it, he would gain the strength to confront that unseen power. Yet, instinctively, he recoiled from it. The hatred it carried instilled fear within him. Making a significant decision, he inhaled deeply, sheathing his blade. At that moment, it was as if he heard something roar in protest. Ma Tingyu stood up with great difficulty yet unwavering resolve. He entrusted the weakened Wudong to Su Chang'an, gently ruffling his hair, and then placed the blade he had finally drawn, along with its scabbard, into Su Chang'an's embrace. Smiling as he said, "Take care of her, she is your Shenyang." Throughout the entire process, he executed each step with utmost seriousness and solemnity, as if performing a sacred ritual. Yes, Su Chang'an sensed that Ma Tingyu was about to undertake something profoundly significant and nodded earnestly. His right hand supported the towering Wudong, while his left grasped the oversized blade. He raised his head, gazing directly at Ma Tingyu, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. He regarded this as an eternal vow, a commitment from one man to another, a trust shared between two swordsmen. He etched it deeply within his heart, allowing the passage of time to fade it not from memory. Upon receiving Su Chang'an's answer, Ma Tingyu finally relinquished his last shred of doubt. He tilted his head back, extending his arms as if to embrace some divine baptism. The spiritual energy of this realm seemed to respond to Ma Tingyu's call, as if he had become their sovereign in that moment. They converged towards him, akin to subjects bowing before their ruler. Ma Tingyu's body began to ascend slowly, his aura rising steadily. Di Ling, Tian Ting, Hunshou, Wendao. His realm was breaking through step by step, shattering 3 levels in mere moments. Swiftly reaching the pinnacle of Wendao. Beyond Wendao lay Xingyun. All he needed was to connect with the star, ignite the fire of his life palace, and intertwine his fate with that of the stars. He would become Xingyun. Yet, this step appeared deceptively simple, fraught with challenges akin to climbing the heavens. Countless prodigies throughout history had faltered here, ending in regret. His rapid ascension was due to a decade of diligent preparation. However, the path to Xingyun demanded even more. Talent, time, and experience were all indispensable. Each star represented a world of its own. Capturing a world is no trivial feat, even Ma Tingyu, the most gifted swordsman of the human race in a century, could not achieve this in a brief span. However, if the star he sought to ignite was one on the brink of death, the situation would differ. Indeed, he aimed to kindle the dying star of Inghua. Should a star fall today, named Inghua, then he would take her place in that demise. 10 years ago, he had witnessed his master, Yao Guang, return to the Starry Sea. 10 years later, he refused to watch the girl he cherished depart in the same manner, even if she had caused his master's death. Even if she were the saintess of the demon race and a mortal enemy of humanity, he still could not bear to watch her perish. If there were sins to bear, he would carry them for her. If there were hell, he would descend for her. All for the sake of a decade later, when she could still call out to him with a smile, Tingyu. Suddenly, a thread invisible to the naked eye extended from Mo Tingyu's body. That was his fate line, encompassing his destiny and karmic ties, a force even Xing Yun could not control, yet Mo Tingyu achieved it. Tonight, he accomplished the unimaginable. This man contained a terrifying power, one capable of reversing life and death, altering the very fabric of reality. Mo Tingyu's fate line began to extend toward the southeastern horizon, striking out like a serpent or a dragon. In the blink of an eye, it traversed miles. The fate line appeared sentient, striking at the fate line of the reconnected Inghua and Wudong with a lash. The already fragile fate line shattered instantly. Without allowing Inghua's fate line any chance to respond, Mo Tingyu turned and lunged toward Inghua. Stars possess spirits, and no living being willingly embraces death. Mo Tingyu's fate line, brimming with vitality, was akin to dry wood meeting a fierce flame for the dying Inghua, a withered tree encountering fresh dew. Their fate lines soon intertwined. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Mo Tingyu's vitality was drained entirely by Inghua. His skin began to wither, his black hair turning pale from the roots, and in an instant, he aged significantly. Yet, it was evident that he was elated, happier than ever before. He had succeeded. Regardless of the myriad unknown forces seeking to lead her to death, he had ultimately saved her. Play your soul melody. For the time has come for Inghua's spirit to return to the Starry Sea, he said to the still-dazed Chang'an. Then, with great effort, he turned his head to gaze at Su Chang'an and the now-flushed Wudong, whispering words only he could hear. He urged, live on with a smile. Chapter 7. Once, a phoenix came here. Chang'an finally played that soul melody. The time had come, and Inghua was prepared to return to the Starry Sea. Though this Inghua differed from the one at the beginning, she was indeed the genuine star that had fallen, and her sister would finally be spared from death. In every regard, she was satisfied with today's outcome. Thus, she took out her jade flute and played the soul melody. Mo Tingyu's eyes slowly closed, his corporeal form transforming into starlight and dissipating. His soul lingered for one last glance at the mortal realm before returning to the Starry Sea. Su Chang'an supported Wudong, gazing into the night sky, seemingly catching a glimpse of Mo Tingyu's smile. He, too, smiled back, a heartfelt smile. He could feel him. Despite the fact that he had already perished, he was there, watching over him from that expanse of stars. Thus, this swordsman who had concealed his blade for a decade and cut through the stars fall finally closed his eyes forever. The spies lying in wait at Chang'an finally witnessed the scene of Inghua's demise and Mo Tingyu's death on the snowy ground. They received the answers they sought, transforming into streaks of light and conveying this news to their master. Chang'an also gazed at the night sky, her emotions not as tranquil as her countenance suggested. At that moment, when the man sacrificed himself to become Inghua, she felt her heart tremble inexplicably. She could not comprehend why one would willingly embrace death for another with a smile. Yet, she was grateful to Mo Tingyu for saving her sister. Finally, she bowed to Su Chang'an, her voice gentle as she said, take good care of her. Then, under Su Chang'an's bewildered gaze, she turned and walked away into the darkness, disappearing from sight. Wudong finally opened her eyes. Though she had fallen from Xing Yun, she remained a peak power in this world. She had once been Xing Yun, possessing a deeper understanding of the laws and rules of this realm. More importantly, Mo Tingyu had severed her fate line, freeing her from karma and the constraints of heaven and earth. Thus, she was not Xing Yun now, yet unafraid of it. With Su Chang'an's support, Wudong stood up, witnessing Chang'an's departing figure and Inghua transforming into a shooting star, vanishing into the night sky. She understood what had transpired during this time. Ah, she cried out, tears welling in her eyes. Su Chang'an wished to console her, opening his mouth but finding no words to express. Her cry gradually morphed into a lament, her body swelling, her garments tearing apart, fiery red feathers emerging from her form, soon enveloping her entirely. Phoenix. Su Chang'an gazed at the magnificent crimson bird before him, momentarily stunned. It dawned on him that his master was, in fact, a phoenix. The phoenix let out a mournful cry, resonant with sorrow. She flapped her wings, stirring a tempest, awakening Chang'an in the deep night. Lights flickered to life in home after home, as people emerged to witness the source of the sorrowful sound. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Ordinary folk had never encountered such a wondrous beast. They gazed at the fiery bird, eyes filled with trepidation. That is a phoenix. Someone finally recognized the true nature of the firebird. The astonishment in the crowd intensified. The governor was also roused. Gu Xiangting barely had time to don his official attire, wrapping himself in a coat as he rushed outside. He instructed his subordinates to calm the panicked townsfolk, while he, along with his son and a few trusted aides, hurried towards the direction of the great bird. Gu Xiangting was not unafraid, yet as the governor of Chang'an, he bore the responsibility for his people. He needed to ascertain the cause behind this sudden appearance of the phoenix. Wudong finally quieted, circling in the air for a moment before turning toward the north, preparing to take flight. Su Chang'an hurried forward, calling out with all his might, "Master, you must live on. The master watches over us from the heavens." The phoenix, without looking back, emitted a melodious cry as if in response. Su Chang'an's anxious heart finally settled, and he slumped in the snow, as if drained of all strength. After a while, Gu Xiangting arrived with his entourage. The phoenix had long since departed, leaving only a child clutching a knife in the snow. Gu Xiangting found the child familiar, yet could not recall his name. His son, Gu Ning, recognized Su Chang'an and rushed over. "Su Chang'an, what are you doing here? What just happened?" Gu Ning's questions came in rapid succession like a barrage of arrows. However, Su Chang'an paid him no mind, instead smiling up at the night sky, gazing at the multitude of stars. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "A phoenix visited here not long ago. Life in Chang'an town must continue. And whether that bird was indeed a phoenix or what brought it here would merely serve as idle chatter among the townsfolk." Gu Xiangting, however, could not treat the matter so lightly. He dispatched a messenger at full gallop to Chang'an. The response he received was one of indifference regarding the incident. Thus, the matter faded away without resolution. As the conflicts in the north grew less intense, Su Chang'an reverted to being the idle Su Er-yi, with the only change being the prominent position in his home now occupied by a sheathed knife, its blade hidden. Time flowed like a white horse passing through a crack. On this day, Chang'an town was unusually bustling. Su Chang'an had turned 16, and his peers from the academy also reached the same age. In the realm of Shenzhou, turning 16 signifies adulthood, and with adulthood comes a myriad of questions to confront. For instance, what shall you do in the future? What profession will you pursue for your livelihood? Should you take a wife and bear children? Of course, these concerns pertain primarily to the common folk. The children of Chang'an Academy need not worry about such matters, nor did Su Chang'an, although his status did not match that of his illustrious classmates, and his home was dilapidated compared to their grand estates. His father, at least, held the rank of 100-man in the army. As long as Su Chang'an did not aspire to a life of excessive luxury, his father's position could secure him a comfortable role within the military, alleviating his worries about making a living. Yet, as the saying goes, those without distant worries will encounter imminent troubles. The children of the academy had their own anxieties. Every 3 years, the court selects talented youths aged 16 to 18 from various regions to be sent to esteemed academies for nurturing. The primary candidates are those from local academies and martial arts schools. This selection process focuses solely on innate talent, disregarding background, presenting a rare opportunity for ordinary families to soar to new heights. Thus, whether from noble families or common folk, any household with a child engaged in martial arts or studies places immense importance on this triennial selection. The selection commences with officials dispatched from Chang'an visiting various locales, overseeing the evaluation of eligible children through martial or literary examinations. Their results are then sent to the capital, where final decisions are made within 10 days, with qualified children allocated to various academies. Today marked the arrival of the messenger in Chang'an town. As the time approached, only half a stick of incense remained until the messenger's arrival. The emissaries from Chang'an were always punctual, arriving without fail at the appointed hour. The academy in Chang'an was already surrounded by eager students and parents awaiting the results, not to mention the curious townsfolk. In a place like Chang'an, even one child gaining admission to the least prestigious academy in Chang'an was a monumental achievement. Before the messenger even arrived, the townspeople had already begun to speculate. How many children do you think we will send to the capital this time? It should be about the same as previous years, perhaps 3 to 5. I think the governor's son will surely make it. I heard he ranked 3rd in the literary exam and 2nd in the martial exam. Such results should secure a spot in one of the top academies in Chang'an. Indeed, Gu Gongzi is truly impressive as a member of the Jin Wang's collateral line. His childhood friend, Su Mo, is not to be underestimated either. I heard she ranked 3rd in literature and first in martial arts. Yes, they truly are a pair of golden boys and jade maidens. The townsfolk's chatter grew increasingly lively, as if they were celebrating their own child's success. This demonstrated Gu Xiangting's popularity in Chang'an town. However, Su Chang'an, who was also waiting for the results, did not share in their excitement. His literary exam results were dismal, and his martial exam scores left much to be desired. To be honest, Su Eryi was not particularly suited for academic pursuits, and he had anticipated such results. Logically, he should not be so despondent. The trouble arose 2 days before the examination when his father, Su Tai, unexpectedly returned from the military camp. His face flushed as if he had consumed copious amounts of alcohol. Upon entering the house, he paid no mind to Su Chang'an, who was practicing with his knife, and set to work under the worn-out sheets of his bed. Finally, in Su Chang'an's astonished gaze, he produced a bag of silver coins. Su Chang'an counted them, 38 taels in total. In that moment, he silently calculated in his mind. His father had served as a 100-man for 8 years, earning a monthly salary of 1 tael of silver and 500 won. After deducting expenses for the academy and Su Chang'an's daily needs, he estimated a saving of about 600 won. 38 taels represented 5 years of his father's frugal living. Having saved every coin since the decision to enroll Su Chang'an in Chang'an Academy 5 years prior. At that moment, Su Chang'an felt a lump in his throat. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, he understood the implications of his father's gesture. When your mother passed, she held my hand and urged me to take good care of you and ensure you succeed. I pondered how to secure your future education. Attending the academy in Chang'an would pave the way for a prosperous life. Thus, I enrolled you. I know you do not enjoy studying, but martial arts require funds, as does your sustenance. You must eat well during your 4 years in Chang'an, and I must provide you with new clothes for the holidays. I cannot let you embarrass me there, can I? All of this requires money. While saying these words, Su Chang'an could clearly sense the potent scent of alcohol emanating from his father. Su Tai continued speaking, seemingly oblivious to Su Chang'an's silence. I lack talent and cannot earn significant wealth. However, I calculated that since the day you entered the academy, I have been living on military rations and drinking inferior wine. By the time you achieve recognition, I will have saved enough for your expenses in Chang'an. But that will be tight if you pursue martial arts. This money may not suffice. Now, with the great examination approaching, if you succeed and gain admission to Chang'an, the Su family will be honored, and I will have fulfilled my promise to your late mother. After saying this, Su Tai let out a loud belch and fell asleep, much like any parent who never doubts their child's intelligence. Thus, he felt confident that regardless of whether Su Chang'an pursued academics or martial arts, he would ultimately succeed. With that faith in a haze of alcohol, he drifted off to a peaceful slumber. Su Chang'an, however, could not find joy in the situation. Staring at the heavy 38 taels of silver and the slumbering figure of Su Tai, he experienced his first pang of regret for not applying himself to his studies. Yet, in life, many things unfold in such a manner that by the time one feels regret, it is already far too late. Chapter 8. Yuhang and Yaoguang Chang'an town grew increasingly lively as the time for the messenger's arrival drew near. Su Chang'an glanced at his father beside him, brimming with confidence, and felt a heavy weight in his heart. When the messenger arrived, it would signal the moment of shattered hopes. If his father were to publicly reprimand him in front of the entire town, Su Chang'an would accept the punishment. Yet, what he feared most was disappointing his father's trust. The despair of witnessing the dreams he held for him vanish abruptly. He did not desire that outcome. He wished for his father to take pride in him, to boast about his remarkable son at the banquet table. However, he was unable to accomplish it, so his father could only sit silently by, drinking, while others boasted about their sons. At this thought, Su Chang'an felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He glanced at Momo, who at 16 had blossomed into an even more enchanting young woman, standing beside Gu Ning. One was handsome and dashing, while the other was petite and lovely. Although the messenger had yet to arrive, the air was already filled with the praises of those around them, as if they were the very center of the world. As the saying goes, the red flower is admired, while the wild grass is unnoticed. And he, Su Chang'an, was but a patch of roadside grass. Suddenly, a chorus of exclamations erupted in the distance, interrupting Su Chang'an's melancholy. He looked up to see a man clad in black armor riding a magnificent steed, galloping towards them. He realized that the messenger had arrived. Longmen town was in a fervor. Gu Xiangting, the governor, naturally stepped forward to greet him, donned in a light blue official robe, with a jade hairpin securing his coif black hair. His face radiated warmth, and his smile was uncontainable. Today, his son was about to achieve glory. How could such a moment fail to elate him? Governor Gu Xiangting had met the dignitary. He clasped his hands in salute. As it is said, a scholar from Chang'an holds a 7th rank title. Most who came from Chang'an had some background. Even if they were merely messengers, Gu Xiangting did not dare to be dismissive. "You are too courteous, sir. I simply bear the message," the man on horseback replied, his demeanor haughty as he remained mounted, gazing down at the crowd. Gu Xiangting furrowed his brow, harboring dissatisfaction within, but maintaining a humble facade. "Your Excellency, the journey from Chang'an to Longmen is quite taxing. It would be better to rest here in Longmen." "Enough," the man waved his hand. "The students are anxious for the results. I must announce the list and proceed to my next destination." With that, he retrieved a yellow scroll from his bosom, carefully unfurling it in his hands. It was the list of students who had been selected by the emperor. Longmen town fell into a hushed silence. All eyes focused on the man as they awaited the names on the scroll. Su Tai was equally agitated, although he had faith in his son. He could not help but feel anxious. He patted Su Chang'an's shoulder, as if to encourage both his son and himself. "You will surely make it," he whispered to Su Chang'an. The latter, upon hearing this, felt a pang of sorrow and lowered his head, fixated on his own feet, remaining silent. There were 4 students from Longmen town who had made the list. The man finally began to announce the results. 4th place, Lin Ru, admitted to Jinbai Academy. As soon as the announcement was made, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Su Chang'an recognized him. He was a student of the martial academy, tall and robust, having reached the unbowed realm at such a young age. In the pursuit of cultivation, there were 9 major realms: Juling, Jiuxing, Fanshun, Taiyi, Diling, Tianting, Hunshou, Wendao, and Xingjun. Although Wendao was the first realm, it was by no means simple. Su Tai, over 40 years old, had only just managed to reach the Juling realm, and he held a position as a 100-man leader in the military. This demonstrated the difficulty of entering a realm, and ascending to higher realms was akin to scaling the heavens. 3rd place, Ji Dao, admitted to Honghu Academy. Another round of cheers erupted. Though Honghu Academy ranked similarly to Jinbai Academy as a lower-tier institution, being among the top 100 was still an impressive feat in previous years. Longmen Town had only managed to produce 4 or 5 students who were chosen, mostly outside the top 100. The fact that the 3rd place could enter the top 100 this time was truly astonishing, raising expectations for Gu Ning, the talented youth of Longmen. Su Chang'an glanced at Ji Dao, who, despite being a scholar, had a robust physique. In past years, he had often bullied Su Chang'an, relying on his strength. However, as they grew older, Su Chang'an had also matured physically, and he now appeared comparable to other children of his age. Ji Dao had not tormented him as much recently, but there were still moments of mockery. As if sensing Su Chang'an's gaze, Ji Dao cast a smug glance in his direction. Su Chang'an quickly averted his eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. 2nd place, Su Mo, admitted to Hongxiu Academy. Hongxiu Academy ranked 61st in Chang'an Academy, marking the best achievement for Longmen in decades. Yet, the crowd exhibited little surprise. Rather, they held their breath, captivated by the anticipation of the next name. Even Su Mo herself seemed less concerned about her own result, tightly gripping Gu Ning's arm, her face alight with expectation as she watched the man. They were all waiting for the man to reveal the remarkable results of Gu Ning, the noble son of Longmen. Meanwhile, Su Tai's complexion turned pale. Although he had confidence in his son, he knew that Su Chang'an was far from matching the son of the governor. With only 1 slot remaining, could his child possibly compare to Gu Ning? Su Chang'an, sensing his father's unease, dared not speak, lowering his head even further. 1st place, the man finally spoke. The citizens of Longmen held their breath, fearful of missing a moment of this critical announcement. 1st place, Gu Ning, admitted to Kunlun Academy. This time, the response was not cheers but gasps of astonishment. Kunlun Academy. That was among the top 10 academies in Chang'an. Such an achievement had never been recorded in the history of Longmen. The cheers from the crowd swelled, rising to celebrate Gu Xiangting and Gu Ning. Su Chang'an shut his eyes, fearing the scolding or even the wrath of his father. Yet, he did not receive it. He opened his eyes in confusion, watching his father approach Gu Xiangting, smiling and congratulating him, just like the other townsfolk. However, his smile was strained, as if he were suppressing something. Su Chang'an felt an inexplicable sting in his heart. He observed the crowd, the jubilant Su Mo, the residents of Longmen beaming with joy. He felt as though the world was drifting away from him, like a piece of coal that could not blend into this vibrant realm. He suddenly realized that growing up might not be such a wonderful thing after all. Cough, cough. The man on horseback cleared his throat, interrupting the ecstatic crowd. They turned to look at him, their expressions filled with curiosity. "There is one more matter," he stated, dismounting and no longer regarding them from his elevated position. He tucked the scroll into his bosom, then produced another item. It was a roll of yellow brocade, edged with gold trim. It was a decree. Gu Xiangting's heart skipped a beat. He had only seen such a decree once at a banquet hosted by the Duke of the Gu family, awarded by the Emperor to the Duke, who was already in his advanced years. Yet, he could not fathom what might necessitate a decree from the Emperor for the small town of Longmen. Without time to contemplate, he hurriedly knelt. The surrounding citizens, bewildered, followed suit, kneeling as well. Su Chang'an was pulled down to the ground by Su Tai, his heart inexplicably tense, wondering what this could mean. In the 86th year of Wei Da, the Holy Emperor decrees, the male of Longmen County, descendant of the sage Yao Guang, disciple of the heavenly sword Tingyu. Su Chang'an assisted his master in slaying demonic evils. His merit is for the state, and his virtue is known throughout the world. I commend him greatly, considering his youth. I confer upon him the title of Demon Slayer Duke. His father, Su Tai, has displayed loyalty and righteousness, serving in the military for half his life, and is conferred the title of Thousand Household and rewarded with 100 acres of land and 100 taels of gold. Thus decreed. Longmen Town fell into a profound silence, a stillness so thick that one could hear a pin drop. Su Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. Staring blankly at the man reading the decree, his mind clouded. He had always believed in his son and felt he would achieve something. But the content of this decree far exceeded his expectations. Su Chang'an was equally astonished. After that night, he had inquired about the tales of Tingyu and the saintess of the demon race. It was not a secret, merely less known due to Longmen's isolation. Yet, that night, Tingyu had not slain Wu Tong. Instead, he had saved her. So where did the notion of slaying demons arise? Most perplexing was how the Emperor in Chang'an had come to know of it, as he believed that only he, his master, and that white-clad woman were aware of the events that transpired. The secrets between oneself and the Shenyang would undoubtedly remain unspoken. Thus it must be that the white-clad woman was the one who disclosed them. Observing her frigid demeanor, Su Chang'an mused silently that she was unexpectedly a chatterbox. The denizens of Changmen Town were even more astonished. Who exactly was Su Chang'an? Although he could not compare to those rascals who bullied the weak and dominated the town. His lack of scholarly merit was well known, often scolded by the academy's instructors in a manner audible throughout Changmen Town. To think that such a person was a disciple of Tingyu and a grand disciple of Yao Guang. While many present may not have known who Tingyu was, Yao Guang, having safeguarded humanity for nearly a century, still commanded respect even a decade after his demise. What is the matter? Are you not to receive the decree? The man, having delivered the imperial edict, noted the prolonged silence and turned to the kneeling Gu Xiangting, inquiring softly, Gu Taisho, is Baron Su from your town not present? Gu Xiangting, being the seasoned Taisho, quickly regained his composure and, not wishing to linger on the matter, urged the still-dazed Su Tai, Su Qianhu. Quickly step forward with your son to receive the edict. It was only then that Su Tai realized what was happening and hurriedly took his son by the hand to respectfully accept the decree, exclaiming long live. To complete the formalities. As the crowd rose, an eerie silence enveloped the street. The man, recognizing who held the true authority, displayed a fawning smile, shedding his earlier arrogance. Your esteemed master's granduncle, Lord Yuheng, instructed me to convey a message to you, urging you to accompany the students heading to the capital, Chang'an. The gates of Tianlan Academy shall always be open to you. Those present with some knowledge gasped in astonishment. Who was Yuheng? A senior disciple of Yao Guang. He was the longest-lived star fallen, rumored to be over 200 years old. And what was Tianlan Academy? The foremost institution in Chang'an, which even the Holy Emperor had intended to send the crown prince to, but was refused by Yuheng. Su Chang'an, somewhat dazed, held the decree and nodded, seeming to respond with casual indifference. Chapter 9. The journey to Chang'an is long. Part 1. He. The messenger gazed at Su Chang'an with obsequiousness. I am Hongwu, the third in my family. You may call me Hong San. Should you require my assistance upon reaching the capital, do not hesitate to call upon me. Oh, Su Chang'an replied, still contemplating the significance of the decree. The latter part of Hongwu's statement had yet to register in his mind. To the onlookers, however, Su Chang'an appeared to be a hidden gem, a treasure concealed from plain sight. I shall take my leave now, Hongwu announced, noting Su Chang'an's apparent disinterest in further conversation. He bowed and mounted his horse, departing swiftly. It was only then that Su Chang'an became aware of his surroundings. Noticing the familiar townsfolk of Changmen now regarding him with unfamiliar expressions. Their gazes were tinged with apprehension, curiosity, and, more prominently, reverence. Even Suemo, who ordinarily would not spare him a glance, now looked at him with wide, intrigued eyes. Ultimately, Su Chang'an was merely a 16-year-old boy, and a sense of pride swelled within him. Congratulations, Su Qianhu. A tiger begets no dog. Gu Xiangting extended his congratulations to Su Tai. Now, Su Tai had attained the rank of Qianhu, placing him on equal footing with Gu Xiangting, the Taisho of Changmen town. Henceforth, the era wherein Gu Xiangting alone dictated affairs in Changmen had come to an end, at least in a public sense, as he and Su Tai now represented both civil and military leadership. Not at all, Su Tai replied, not out of false humility, but rather because he was still bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Despite his rugged demeanor, he was not foolish. Gu Xiangting had long held sway over Changmen town, and having just risen to the rank of Qianhu, Su Tai understood he would need to rely on Gu Xiangting for many matters, naturally fostering a good relationship with him. Furthermore, even when he was merely a 100-man captain, Gu Xiangting had treated him with kindness. Thus, it was only fitting to cultivate a closer rapport now that he had been elevated. The young lord is indeed a concealed talent. I often thought my own son was among the finest in Changmen, yet now I feel a sense of shame, Gu Xiangting lamented, his cheeks flushing slightly, indicating genuine embarrassment. Even Gu Ning, standing beside him, lowered his head, seemingly ashamed of his previous arrogance. The virtue of young Master Gu is well recognized throughout Changmen. My son, however, seems to have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. To think that even I was unaware, what a tight-lipped lad he is. With that, Su Tai could not help but feel a swell of pride as he patted Su Chang'an on the shoulder. Su Chang'an scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Internally, he thought, if only you knew, would I have fretted for so long had I known earlier? The young lord may simply wish to surprise you, Gu Xiangting suggested. By the way, Su Xiong, given that the journey to Chang'an is long, have you made arrangements for the young lord's travel? Su Tai was momentarily taken aback. Being a straightforward man, he had only considered sending Su Chang'an to Chang'an for his studies without much thought beyond that. Now, with Gu Xiangting's reminder, he realized that given the vast distance between Chang'an and Changmen, it would be unwise to let his child travel alone. However, he could not devise a better plan at that moment and did not wish to lose face before the townsfolk. He chuckled awkwardly. How about this? Let the lad make the journey on his own. Su Xiong, you jest. Instead, let us arrange for your young lord to travel alongside my son. I will hire Lu Biao's escort team to ensure your son is well protected. At that time, Su Mo, Ji Dao, and Lin Ru will also accompany them. As they are all from the same hometown and of similar age, they can bond during the journey and look after one another upon arrival in Chang'an. What do you think, Gu Xiong? Gu Xiangting proposed, having anticipated Su Tai's lack of preparation, offering a solution that preserved Su Tai's dignity while resolving his dilemma. Excellent. Before Su Tai could voice his agreement, Su Chang'an, upon hearing that he could travel alongside Su Mo, eagerly interjected his approval. There is no place for a child like you to interrupt adult matters. Su Tai shot a disapproving glance at Su Chang'an, then turned back to Gu Xiangting with a smile. Then I must trouble you, Gu Xiong. Haha, Su Xiong, you are being too courteous. On this joyous occasion, why not join me at my residence for a few drinks? Gu Xiangting warmly invited. A few drinks? Su Tai, who had been saving every penny for Su Chang'an's expenses in Chang'an, had been frugal even in his choice of wine. Just the thought that Gu Xiangting, as the Taisho, must have a stock of fine wines made his eyes gleam with anticipation. On such a joyous day, how could it be merely a few drinks? I shall ensure that I do not return until I am thoroughly intoxicated. At that moment, Gu Xiangting recalled Su Tai's notorious fondness for alcohol. His expression shifted, realizing that his fine monkey wine would likely be in jeopardy. The banquet included several newly promoted students and their parents, all celebrating joyous occasions together, resulting in a lively atmosphere filled with toasts and laughter. After several rounds, both hosts and guests were in high spirits, creating a splendidly festive scene. Upon returning from Gu Xiangting's residence, it was already late into the night as Su Chang'an helped his inebriated father stumble back to their dwelling. To claim that one can drink 1,000 cups without faltering, and yet after just a few sips, Uncle Gu has reduced you to this state. Su Chang'an muttered to himself, as he laid Su Tai on the bed, intending to fetch some hot water for his father, who preferred warm water post-drinking. He noticed that Su Tai showed no signs of drunkenness and instead stared fixedly at him, feeling uneasy under his father's gaze. Su Chang'an suspected that Su Tai wanted to inquire about the decree. This was a topic he had never broached with his father, primarily because Su Tai had been preoccupied with military affairs and rarely home. Moreover, Su Chang'an sensed that the matter was too extraordinary to share openly. Yet now that the decree had been issued, it seemed futile to conceal it any longer. He prepared his words carefully, recalling that from the decree. It appeared the Holy Emperor believed his master had murdered Shenyang, thus he could not reveal the truth to his father. Su Tai, being a heavy drinker, might inadvertently let something slip in his drunken state, which could invite dire consequences. Having rehearsed his thoughts, Su Chang'an looked at Su Tai and said, "Did you not drink too much? Drink too much? Your father is incapable of becoming inebriated. Can Gu Xiangting truly outdrink my father? My father is a man who remains sober after 1,000 cups." Su Taiping loathed having his drinking prowess questioned. Su Chang'an smirked, contemplating how Gu Shu had toasted each guest, downing cup after cup without losing his composure, laughing and chatting as if nothing were amiss. In contrast, his own father would turn crimson after just a few drinks. The comparison was clear without further discussion. Yet, despite this internal reflection, he dared not undermine his father's dignity. "Tricking that Gu Xiangting lad. Hoping to return soon. I have matters to discuss with you," Su Tai said, his expression unusually serious. "Here we go?" Su Chang'an thought, prepared to voice his concerns, only to hear Su Tai continue. "I noticed you've been gazing at Su Mo quite intently. Are you perhaps smitten?" Su Tai inquired earnestly. Su Chang'an had never anticipated such a question from his father. It felt as though his secret affections had been laid bare, causing his face to flush. He stammered, struggling to articulate a response. Though Su Tai was a rough man, he had experienced love himself and could easily discern his son's feelings from his demeanor. He sat up straight and asked, "Have you expressed your feelings to Su Mo?" Su Chang'an shook his head. "You coward!" Su Tai exclaimed, pushing Su Chang'an's forehead playfully, a mix of pity and frustration evident on his face. "If your father had been as timid as you wouldn't even be here." With his cheeks ablaze, Su Chang'an remained silent. "Sumo's family is quite respectable. If you were to marry her, wouldn't Changmen Academy be ours?" Su Tai's eyes sparkled with dreams of the future, envisioning his son flourishing in both wealth and romance. Sumo's father, Su He, was the principal of Changmen Academy, though he could not be compared to the academies in Chang'an. He was a prominent figure in Changmen town. In the past, Su Tai, sharing the same surname, would have felt unworthy, but now, with Su Chang'an having been granted nobility, his status eclipsed even Gu Xiangting's. Su Chang'an felt discontent. He believed that the purity of his admiration for Su Mo had been tainted by his father's mercenary aspirations. "A gentleman values righteousness, while a petty man covets wealth," he retorted, gazing indignantly at Su Tai. Su Tai's expression darkened, and he pointed at Su Chang'an, exclaiming, "You dare lecture your father? What nonsense about gentlemen and petty men? Where did you learn this?" "In books," Su Chang'an replied, recalling his thoughts of Su Mo, standing tall before his father. "What rubbish books? I'll burn them right now." Su Tai's anger flared as he glared at Su Chang'an. "It was mentioned by a swordsman in Dang Yaoxiaku," Su Chang'an meekly added, sensing his bravado waning. "More nonsense about monsters and heroes. I've told you countless times not to read such worthless tales." Su Tai, though not extensively educated, recognized these stories as distractions. His frustration boiled over, and he raised his hand as if to strike Su Chang'an. "But my master said it is a good book," Su Chang'an whispered, feeling increasingly anxious, regretting his boldness in front of his father. With Su Mo no longer present, she would not know of his defiance, and he feared any punishment would be in vain. "Your master?" Su Tai hesitated, his hand pausing midair. He could not recall the name of Su Chang'an's master, but he remembered that his master's ancestor was Yao Guang, a significant figure. If his master appreciated these books, Yao Guang would likely not disapprove. Reflecting on Yao Guang's enduring reputation, Su Tai's expression softened, and he withdrew his hand, chuckling awkwardly. "Ahem, if your master likes it, then I shall let it be. I won't burn it." Chapter 10. The Long Road to Chang'an, Part 2. The days in Changmen passed swiftly. 3 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. Su Chang'an found these days quite pleasant, for he was now a nobleman. In Changmen town, his status surpassed even that of Gu Xiangting. No one dared to call him Su Er Yi or Su Er Go anymore. Even Jida, upon encountering him, had to respectfully address him as Su Ju Yi. No one dared to bully him. Even a mere glance was given with trepidation. He relished this newfound attention, yet it left him conflicted. He enjoyed being the center of focus, as if the world had finally turned its gaze towards him. However, he was acutely aware of the superficiality of it all. People stared from afar, maintaining their distance. The world still felt remote, and while he once gazed up at it, he now looked down upon it. Yet, unchanged was his solitude. On this day, he prepared to embark on his journey to Chang'an. Rising early, he found the house eerily quiet. His father, Su Tai, had been dispatched to the front lines at Kunlong Pass due to urgent military matters the previous day. Now a commander, Su Tai's presence was often required. Even if his input was minimal, merely being present was essential. His departure had been marked by a grim countenance. When Su Chang'an inquired, his father offered no explanation, and Su Chang'an opted not to press further. Su Chang'an had never particularly admired his father's military obligations. His father had become exceedingly busy since the ascension of the Holy Emperor, a man of remarkable capability and ambition. Amidst the calamities faced by humanity, he orchestrated strategies from Chang'an, striking at the demon tribes in the north and expanding territories to the west. Over the decades, many of the once prominent figures had either died of old age, fallen in battle, or perished unexpectedly like Yao Guang. Now, only 7 of humanity's stars remained, and his father had finally slowed his relentless campaigns. Su Tai was compelled to sacrifice his life in battle whenever the Holy Emperor sought expansion and to protect the homeland whenever the Emperor called for peace. Thus, since Su Chang'an could remember, his father had rarely been available to spend time with him. Consequently, Su Chang'an harbored a certain resentment toward the Holy Emperor, though he knew better than to voice it. The majority held the Emperor in high esteem. Despite his territorial expansions, he did not squander resources on warfare, imposed light taxes, and, despite usurping the Han dynasty, established the Wei dynasty with legitimacy. People often hailed him as an unparalleled emperor of the ages. Su Chang'an mused that had his father not been perpetually engaged in warfare, he might have admired the emperor as well. Yet now, he could not muster any fondness for him. After finishing the steamed buns purchased from Wang Sa's house and wiping his hands clean, Su Chang'an approached the large sword enshrined in the main hall, respectfully lighting 3 incense sticks. He gazed as the flames flickered downward, lost in thought, unaware of what occupied his mind. When the incense burned out, he took the sword down, slinging it over his back, and secured the door to his home. He meticulously checked the lock 3 times, unwilling to return to find his home ransacked upon his father's return. Then he turned and stepped onto the thin layer of snow. Exiting Changmen town, his demeanor reminiscent of Tingyu when he had departed from Chang'an years ago. At the town gate, Gu Ning awaited him, accompanied by Su Mo, Lin Ru, Ji Dao, and several middle-aged men with horse-drawn carts standing in the snow. Su Xiong, you've arrived, Gu Ning greeted, donned in a scholar's blue robe. His hair elegantly pinned with a white jade hairpin, and a warm smile gracing his face, reminiscent of his father's gentle demeanor. Gu Xiong, I apologize for the wait, Su Chang'an stammered, still adjusting to this new formality. They were now adults, and addressing one another by their first names felt inappropriate. He made an effort to keep his gaze steady, yet he could not help but glance at Su Mo, who wore a green outfit with twin ponytails cascading down. Upon sensing his gaze, she smiled at him, revealing 2 charming little canine teeth. Su Chang'an felt his heart race, clearing his throat to mask his unease. He turned to the others and said, I appreciate everyone's patience. Several individuals promptly paid their respects, for Su Chang'an now held the esteemed title of Duke, and they dared not treat him with indifference. Brother Su, you jest, we have only just arrived. Allow me to introduce you to Lu Biaotu, Gu Ning said, gesturing towards a middle-aged man approaching them. This man was robustly built, with a square face and thick lips, wielding a willow leaf blade. His weathered visage bore the marks of hardship, clearly indicating he had traversed a life of toil. Su Chang'an recognized him. This man was Lu Dahong, a figure of modest renown in Changmen town. As a Biaotu, he led a small escort team of 7 or 8 men, shuttling between Changmen and Chang'an annually. When they had cargo, they would escort it. During the off-seasons, they engaged in trade. Such activities were not uncommon in the Dawei dynasty, where numerous escort teams thrived. However, the journey between Changmen and Chang'an traversed the treacherous Yuyan Ridge, known for its malevolent creatures. It was said that even the common folk, let alone the imperial soldiers, required sacred treasures for protection to traverse safely, otherwise, peril was certain. Yet Lu Dahong and his men managed to traverse Yuyan Ridge unscathed, escorting goods back and forth each year, amassing a fortune that incited envy. There were rumors that Lu Dahong possessed knowledge of ancient languages, enabling him to communicate with the creatures and offer them tributes, thus ensuring safe passage. However, he never spoke of this. Before encountering Tingyu, Su Chang'an had regarded Lu Dahong as the epitome of the swordsmen and heroes from the tales he had read, even harboring admiration and contemplating apprenticeship under him. Yet upon meeting him today, he found him rather ordinary, akin to any other middle-aged man, perhaps even less formidable than his own father. Disappointment flickered within Su Chang'an. Yet his gaze brightened upon noticing the blade in Lu Dahong's hand. Can you wield a blade? Su Chang'an inquired. Lu Dahong was momentarily taken aback. He intended to pay his respects to Su Chang'an, but was caught off guard by the abruptness of the question. Indeed, I have spent many years on the road, practicing some sword techniques for self-defense. He glanced at the large blade sheathed behind Su Chang'an, which, though partially concealed, exhibited a worn scabbard stained with grease. After years of use, the blade size was its only distinguishing feature. Lu Dahong found it peculiar that a duke would carry such a battered sword. I imagine the duke possesses some skill with a blade as well, Lu Dahong thought, recognizing Su Chang'an's status. After years in the world, he had learned to read the winds. I cannot wield a blade. Therefore, I wish to request your guidance in swordsmanship, Su Chang'an confessed. Tingyu had taught him a single technique long ago, but it had only been once. Su Chang'an had memorized that strike and practiced diligently over the past 2 years. Yet he still could not master it. He believed himself to be intelligent and diligent, so the inability to succeed must mean the technique was too difficult. Thus, he sought something simpler to begin with. Is that so? Wasn't the heavenly blade, Tingyu, your master? Lu Dahong queried. Given his frequent travels between Changmin and Chang'an, he was well informed about local matters. He had long been familiar with the stories of Tingyu, hailed as the most gifted genius in human history, whose mastery of swordsmanship had already been unrivaled at the Tai realm. Just 2 years prior, he had slain a fallen star with his Tai strength, earning him the title of Heavenly Blade Tingyu. How could Su Chang'an, as his disciple, not know swordsmanship? He has taught me, Su Chang'an replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Admitting he had not learned anything would risk losing face before Suemo. After much contemplation, he finally said, but I cannot execute it now. Oh, Lu Dahong paused, realization dawning upon him. Tingyu's technique, capable of vanquishing a fallen star, must be profoundly intricate. It was reasonable that Su Chang'an, still struggling to cultivate his spirit, would find it challenging to wield such advanced techniques. Yet, he found himself in a dilemma. While Su Chang'an was Tingyu's disciple, Tingyu was also a student of Yao Guang. Lu Dahong's own skills were not extraordinary, but if he were to teach Su Chang'an, it would complicate his standing. He could boast among friends about being on par with Tingyu, but if the wrong ears caught wind of it, trouble could arise. Nonetheless, as a duke, Su Chang'an's request in front of so many could not be dismissed. After a moment's deliberation, he said, Your Grace, I dare not teach you swordsmanship. But if you have questions regarding techniques, we may certainly discuss them. Very well, Su Chang'an, not overthinking the matter, only wished to learn. When time permits, I shall seek you out. Agreed, Lu Dahong responded with a smile. Following some further pleasantries, they prepared to embark on their journey in the carriage. Lu Dahong had brought along 7 men and 4 carriages. Gu Ning and Su Chang'an shared one, Ji Daolin and Ru shared another, and Su Mo occupied a third, while the last carriage was reserved for rest during their nighttime watches. Everyone, brace yourselves. Old Lu is setting out. Lu Dahong announced as he mounted his horse and signaled to the passengers, cracking the whip against the horse's flank. The animal whinnied in protest and set off into the distance. Su Chang'an lifted the curtain of the carriage, casting one last glance at Changmin town. At midday, amidst a gentle snowfall, wisps of smoke curled from the scant chimneys, and shadows of schoolchildren could be seen chasing each other along the streets. Chapter 11. Tales of the Northern Lands. Unbeknownst to them, Su Chang'an and his companions had been on the road for 2 days. The northern lands were unlike the central plains, with rugged mountain paths and few official roads. Although they traveled by carriage, the journey was inevitably bumpy. As dusk approached, Lu Dahong addressed the two in the carriage. Your Grace, young Master Gu, we are nearing Bailon City. Tonight, we will rest there. I appreciate your patience during these past days of travel. Excellent, Su Chang'an exclaimed, feeling as though he might rust from being cooped up in the carriage like a pampered noblewoman. Bailon City. Gu Ning also peeked out, his gaze drawn to the formidable fortress rising in the distance through the swirling snow. In the northern regions, only the Bailon City, owned by the Gu family Jin Wang, possessed such impressive fortifications. Biao Tu Lu, wouldn't it be quicker to take the route through Huilo Town to Chang'an? Circumventing through Bailon City would add several days to our journey, Gu Ning inquired, displaying his knowledge as the son of the Changmin town governor. His question was not born of skepticism towards Lu Dahong, but rather concern about the impending academic schedule at Chang'an Academy. Haha, young Master Gu, do not fret. I have traversed this route to Chang'an countless times. I assure you, it will not delay your important matters, Lu Dahong chuckled. To be candid, I have a personal interest in reaching Bailon City, as we have another client to escort, a young master heading to Chang'an for his studies. Thus, we are taking a slight detour to pick him up. Oh, Gu Ning nodded, trusting Lu Dahong's integrity after years of working as a Biao. If it is merely to collect someone, that is acceptable, as long as it does not interfere with our timetable for Chang'an. Who are we collecting? Su Chang'an was less concerned with the route and more focused on finding time to learn swordsmanship from Lu Dahong. However, with the recent hardships of travel, the escort members had to alternate night watches, leaving little time for practice. Yet now that they had arrived in the city, Lu Dahong would likely find it hard to refuse him. One of the Jin Wang Gu family's young masters, I believe. He should be a relative of young Master Gu. Lu Dahong replied. The Gu family of Chang'an had originated from the Jin Wang Gu family, so it was not inaccurate to say they were related to Gu Ning. The Jin Wang Gu family? Gu Ning's brow furrowed slightly. He did not hold a fondness for members of that clan. In his youth, the Wangya of the Gu family would invite the distant branches of his clan to celebrate his birthdays, yet the main family held them in disdain. His father, known as the Chang'an Taisho, was deemed insignificant in comparison to the main family. Consequently, it was not just the young masters and misses of the main family who disregarded them. Even the servants treated them with indifference. Although Gu Ning, as a Confucian scholar, was well versed in the virtues of filial piety, brotherly respect, loyalty, and integrity, at the tender age of 16, he harbored some grievances against the main family. The esteemed sons of the Gu family would inevitably inconvenience him and his two companions, unbeknownst to Lu Dahong, who was preoccupied with driving the carriage. Gu Ning's unease went unnoticed as he continued to speak. Among the 4 carriages, one served as a resting space for their escort team, accommodating 3 or 4 men, leaving no room for additional passengers. The carriages of Ji Dao and Lin Ru, though only housing 2 individuals, represented the children of military families of modest standing. Meanwhile, Su Mo, being a female, was also a consideration. Despite the comparatively liberal customs of the Dawei, prolonged cohabitation with men would inevitably invite gossip, rendering it inappropriate. Only Su Chang'an, a noble of Dawei, and Gu Ning, a young gentleman of the Gu family's collateral branch, maintained a social status that, while not on par with the Jin Wang Gu family, still preserved their dignity. Gu Ning's brow furrowed deeper at the thought of spending an extended journey in close quarters with the main family's young masters, anticipating a rather unpleasant experience. Gu Xiong, what troubles you? Su Chang'an inquired, having discerned Gu Ning's discomfort. Their few days together had fostered a camaraderie, and though Su Chang'an still considered Gu Ning a rival, he could not help but feel impressed by Gu Ning's character. Both being of similar age, they found themselves growing familiar with one another. Nothing, Gu Ning replied, forcing a smile as he retreated into the carriage. Is it that the Jin Wang Gu family is difficult to associate with? Su Chang'an whispered. Gu Ning nodded, pausing to choose his words carefully before continuing. After all, the Jin Wang Gu family is a noble household of Dawei, which carries a certain arrogance. It is not that they are unapproachable. Rather, our differing perspectives leave us with little to discuss. If we were to share a room, it might lead to awkwardness. Given Gu Ning's scholarly disposition, he could not bring himself to speak ill of his own family. Thus he cautiously articulated his sentiments. Su Chang'an, not being one of them, quickly grasped the implication and remarked, so, you mean to say the Jin Wang Gu family looks down upon others? Gu Ning nodded in tacit agreement, harboring his grievances against the main family that prevented him from refuting Su Chang'an's statement. Then what does it matter? If they disdain us, we shall disregard them in turn. Su Chang'an said, placing a friendly hand on Gu Ning's shoulder. Let us speak as we please. If he wishes to listen, he may, and if not, he can walk away. Does he expect us to cater to him? The simplicity of Su Chang'an's reasoning was clear, although Gu Ning was his rival. The arrival of this new scion from the Gu family was an external matter, and thus he chose to side with Gu Ning. Feeling somewhat reassured by Su Chang'an's words, Gu Ning nodded and responded, You speak wisely, Su Xiong. It appears I have shown a bit of weakness, and for that, I apologize. As they conversed, the voice of Lu Dahong boomed, announcing their arrival at Bailon City. The group disembarked, preparing for the customary entry inspection. Bailon City was a significant stronghold for Dawei in the Northern Territories, often subject to routine checks due to the occasional infiltration attempts by foreign tribes. Typically, the procedure involved presenting identification and briefly stating their purpose, but today's inspection was unusually stringent. Su Chang'an, standing on tiptoe to observe, noted the thoroughness of the search, which included inquiries about their origins, reasons for visiting Bailon, and intended departure dates, all meticulously recorded. Is this the usual protocol for inspections here in Bailon City? Su Chang'an quietly inquired of Lu Dahong. Not at all. Gu Ning interjected, having visited Bailon City once or twice a year for gatherings hosted by the main family. Even during the Gu family's grand celebrations, such as the Wangya's 80th birthday, the scrutiny was never this intense. It seems something significant must have transpired. It appears the northern demon tribes are once again causing unrest, likely prompting these precautionary measures, Lu Dahong added. Su Chang'an pondered the recent hurried deployment of his father to Kunlong Pass, feeling a twinge of concern. Moments later, it was their turn for inspection. Being an experienced figure, Lu Dahong discreetly offered a bribe of a few coins, allowing them to pass through the inspection without further hassle. Bailon City lived up to its reputation, bustling with merchants and throngs of pedestrians, leaving the young man, who had rarely ventured beyond Chang'an town, awestruck. Surely, even Chang'an City cannot rival such prosperity. Ji Dao remarked at the rear of the group. Untraveled as you are, Chang'an City is leagues more vibrant than this. Su Chang'an seized the opportunity to tease Ji Dao, seeking a measure of revenge for past grievances endured at the academy. Ji Dao's face flushed with embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words. However, being aware of Su Chang'an's noble status, he glared at him in frustration but refrained from resorting to violence as he might have in the past. Let us maintain a cordial atmosphere, Lin Ru interjected, stepping forward to mediate. Though a martial artist, he was usually taciturn. When he did speak, his words carried weight. Thus, both Su Chang'an and Ji Dao begrudgingly accepted his counsel, suppressing their simmering tempers as they followed the larger group. As they progressed, they eventually reached their destination, a mansion nearly as expansive as half of Chang'an town, boasting an entrance 8 feet high and 4 feet wide, adorned with 9 vertical and 7 horizontal doornails, with a plaque inscribed Jin Wang Fu. 8 guards stood at attention, wielding halberds and sheathed swords, exuding an imposing presence. Lu Dahong had previously informed them that upon arrival, they would report to the Wang Fu, where arrangements for their accommodations would be made. Consequently, aside from marveling at the grandeur of the Wang Fu, they had no further questions. As dusk approached, Lu Dahong, wary of further delays, guided the group to the entrance of the Wang Fu, preparing to request an audience with the guards. Just then, the grand doors of the Gu family swung open, revealing an elder who squinted at the newcomers. Dressed in a gray cloth robe, the elderly man had silver hair and a face lined with wrinkles, his figure slightly stooped, suggesting he had seen many winters. He appeared to be of advanced age. Are you the Lu Biao-tu from Chang'an town? The elder inquired, his voice resonant and robust, a stark contrast to his frail appearance. A master indeed, Su Chang'an remarked with a serious expression, whispering to his companions. What leads you to that conclusion? Guning asked, intrigued by Su Chang'an's sudden gravity, though he recognized the elder as the steward of the Gu family, having encountered him on occasion without noting anything extraordinary. Books often state that the stewards of prominent families are either reclusive sages or unparalleled masters, Su Chang'an elucidated. Such a fascinating tome exists. Su Xiong, do share it with me when you have the chance, Gu Ning expressed his curiosity. Of course, I would be delighted to share my literary collection, Su Chang'an replied, always eager to exchange knowledge. Indeed, it is I, Lu Dahong interjected, not daring to delay further as he clasped his hands in greeting. Ah, then please come in. Esteemed guests, hand your carriages to the guards. They will take care of them. The elder beckoned with a warm smile. Lu Dahong and the others entrusted their carriages to the guards and followed the old steward into the Wang Fu. Within the gates of the Gu family, a Wang and 3 Ho, one could say they have reached the pinnacle of ministerial excellence. The estate is adorned with flowing waters and lofty pavilions, intricately carved railings and exquisite stonework all present. It is no wonder that even the seasoned Lu Dahong, who has witnessed the grandeur of Chang'an, stands in awe. The old steward guided a few individuals through several courtyards, arriving at a guest room. He instructed a waiting maid to accommodate the distinguished guests and turned to the others, saying, you shall rest here today, Lu Biao-tu. Come with me, the prince wishes to speak with you. Lu Dahong handed his luggage to an attendant and nodded in response to the steward, following him. Su Chang'an and Gu Ning were assigned to the same room. Su Chang'an ran his fingers over the pristine bedding, feeling its softness and smoothness, and he secretly marveled at the difference between the prince's residence and his own, where even the simplest bed vastly outshone those at home. He turned to find Gu Ning frowning, which struck him as peculiar, and he inquired, hey, what's troubling you? I've noticed you frown more today than in all the years at Chang'an town. Gu Ning, upon hearing this, offered a bitter smile and replied, Su Xiong, have you not sensed something amiss? Amiss? Indeed, you are a member of the Gu family. You should not be staying here like us. You ought to have your own room, Su Chang'an casually remarked. Su Xiong, you are mistaken. The Gu family has countless branches. My father also stays in such quarters. Let alone myself. What I mean is something else entirely. Something else? Yes. Did you not notice how frequently the guards patrolled the Gu estate today? Gu Ning said thoughtfully. Is that so? Su Chang'an pondered for a moment, recalling the guards stationed every few steps, occasionally armed with swords. However, As he had never been to the Gu estate before, he assumed this was the norm for the prince's residence and thought little of it. I presumed this was customary at the Wang residence, Su Chang'an replied, and then asked, is that peculiar? Indeed, it is quite strange, Gu Ning stated. The Gu family patriarch is arguably the most formidable figure in the northern territories. Even in the Dawei, he ranks among the top. Ordinary folk, let alone malevolent beings, cannot enter the estate without his notice, so why the need for these guards? Furthermore, upon entering the city today, we encountered tight security. And now the estate is teeming with guards. Those pompous young lords who usually flaunt their status have not shown themselves, as if they are all hiding within their chambers. The entire Gu family is on high alert, as if facing a grave threat. Gu Ning spoke earnestly, sending a shiver down Su Chang'an's spine. Surely it cannot be that dire? Does the Wang prince truly have something to fear? Su Chang'an feigned nonchalance, attempting to dispel the ominous atmosphere Gu Ning had inadvertently conjured. Generally speaking, in the realm of Dawei, aside from a few fallen stars and the Holy Emperor, there is no one who would provoke such caution from the Gu family. However, it is prudent for us to remain vigilant. Indeed, Su Chang'an agreed, finding solace in the large sword he held. This blade was peculiar. It had been entrusted to him by Tingyu when she faced her demise, yet since that day, he had been unable to draw it, as if it lay dormant like a beast waiting in its lair for a worthy adversary to arrive, ready to spring forth as it had that night, overwhelming all in its path. As he pondered, his eyelids began to droop. In a daze, he felt transported back to that fateful night, witnessing Tingyu leap high with the sword, seeing Wu Tong weep like a rain-soaked pear blossom, and glimpsing a woman in a green dress unveiling her face, obscured from his view. Su Xiong. Just as Su Chang'an strained to discern the woman's features, he heard Gu Ning calling him. Yes, Su Chang'an replied, awakening from his reverie. He rubbed his eyes and noticed Gu Ning fully dressed and ready. What time is it? It is already the hour of Chun, Gu Ning replied. Lu Biaotu just informed us to pack our belongings and prepare for departure. Oh, have I slept for so long? Su Chang'an expressed surprise, realizing he had dozed for 4 or 5 hours. Indeed, I intended to wake you for a meal, but you were sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bring myself to disturb you. However, Mo worried you might be hungry, so she asked me to bring some pastries. Gu Ning then handed him a delicate green handkerchief embroidered with unfamiliar flowers, containing thin cakes. Did Mo buy these? Su Chang'an's drowsiness seemed to evaporate. Yes, Gu Ning confirmed. Quickly, Su Chang'an accepted the handkerchief, carefully unveiling its contents. Inside were 3 fragrant pastries, and having not eaten the entire night, he couldn't resist the temptation and took a bite. Today's pastries are exceptionally delectable, he mused, unaware if their deliciousness stemmed from Mo or the pastries themselves. By the way, was yesterday uneventful? Su Chang'an asked, savoring the pastries. Yes, uneventful. I suppose I may have overreacted, and you might find it amusing. Not at all. You make a valid point. One must exercise caution while traveling. My father often tells me, one should not underestimate the malice of others nor let their guard down. Gu Ning felt something was amiss with that statement, but Su Chang'an, with a mouthful of pastry, spoke indistinctly, and Gu Ning couldn't pinpoint the issue, having devoured 2 pastries. Su Chang'an still felt unsatisfied and was about to reach for a third when a thought struck him. He placed the pastry back in the handkerchief, carefully wrapping it up and tucking it away. Why have you stopped eating? Is it not to your taste? Gu Ning asked, puzzled, as the pastries were small, and Su Chang'an had not eaten the previous night. Ah, it seems I have stumbled upon a secret, Su Chang'an replied, slightly embarrassed. He feigned composure and said, time is of the essence. I shall eat later. Let us first join Lu Deji and the others. Without waiting for further inquiries from Gu Ning, he slung the sword over his back and pulled Gu Ning towards the entrance of the Wang residence. Under the guidance of the Gu family servants, they arrived at the front gate. Lu Dahong and his party were already waiting. Su Chang'an raised his hand to greet Lu Dahong, but noticed the latter's face was ashen. It seemed something unpleasant had transpired the previous night, though it was not the right moment to inquire further. He boarded the carriage with Gu Ning, but the Gu family young master they had agreed to share a carriage with was nowhere to be seen. Su Chang'an found this strange, pondering the Gu family's grandiosity in making everyone wait for him. Just then, Lu Dahong cracked his whip, and the escort began to move out. Lu Biaotu, are we not waiting for that Gu family young master? Gu Ning, equally puzzled, asked. He has already arrived. It is a young lady, arranged to travel with Su Mo girl. Lu Dahong replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. Both Su and Gu discerned the unusual tone, but were unsure how to broach the subject. Leaving the atmosphere inside the carriage somewhat heavy, the escort continued onward, swiftly exiting Bailon City. Who could this young lady be? Perhaps Gu Xiong is acquainted with her. Su Chang'an attempted to break the tension with conversation. Gu Xianjun, Lu Dahong replied, his voice growing even more sorrowful. Gu Xianjun? That name sounds familiar, Su Chang'an mused, trying to recall where he had heard it before, but he couldn't place it. Just as he was about to ask Gu Ning, he noticed the latter's face had drained of color, devoid of any blood. She is one of the three Ho of the Gu family, Jing Tian Ho Gu Xianjun. Gu Ning's voice trembled, as if something were lodged in his throat. Indeed, Lu Dahong outside the carriage responded morosely. Lu Biaotu, what were you thinking? How could you accept such a commission? This is a matter of life and death. Gu Ning's voice dropped to a whisper, perhaps in fear of being overheard by their peers. Lu Dahong fell silent, seemingly at a loss for words. Why is that? Su Chang'an was bewildered, unable to understand why the other young lords from the Gu family were acceptable, but Gu Xianjun posed such a peril. Su Xiong, you may not know, but Gu Xianjun, despite being our age, possesses extraordinary talent and is renowned as a genius in the northern territories. In his youth, he ascended to the rank of one of the three marquises of the Gu family, making him the most significant descendant of the Gu lineage. If such a figure were truly to travel to Chang'an, there would be no need for Lu Biao to escort him. The Gu family possesses ample skilled individuals, each of whom is vastly superior to Lu Biao. Reflecting on what I spoke of yesterday regarding the peculiarities between Bailon City and the Gu family's Wangfu, it appears that the Gu family has provoked forces beyond their capacity to confront, and it is highly likely that their target is none other than the esteemed Jing Tian Ho, Gu Xianjun. Suddenly, the wind and snow intensified, lifting the curtain of the carriage, and Su Chang'an felt a chill. Indeed, the words of young Master Gu resonate. Lu Dahong interjected, saying, upon hearing that the individual to be escorted was the Gu family's Jing Tian Ho, I initially intended to refuse. Yet, the people from the Wangfu were exceedingly overbearing, coercing us with our lives, leaving none of you exempt. As for me, I, Lu, a mere villager, possess little value. Death would simply be an end. However, if I were to jeopardize the lives of the noble lord and the young master, I could scarcely face the afterlife. The Gu family wishes to ensure the safe passage of Gu Xianjun to Chang'an while avoiding attracting unwanted attention, necessitating some form of misdirection. We, therefore, serve as that misdirection. Gu Ning's voice turned icy, and something flickered in his eyes, as if it were about to burst forth. This was the same fury Su Chang'an had glimpsed in Mo Tingyu's gaze. He recognized it as anger. Chapter 13. The night of 100 ghosts. The atmosphere within the carriage fell silent once more. The concept of death loomed heavily over all present. Whether it was Lu Dahong, who had traversed the martial world for years, or the merely 16-year-old Gu Ning. Yet, Su Chang'an smiled, reminiscent of that night when Mo Tingyu faced death with a smile, and Wudong bid him farewell with mirth. He was of similar age to Gu Ning and remained oblivious to the true nature of life and death. He understood only that one must smile, regardless of the treacherous path that lay ahead, for one must convey to the world that surrender was not an option. In truth, there is no need for Brother Lu and Brother Gu to be overly concerned, Su Chang'an remarked. We may not know who the Gu family has offended, but one thing is certain. Their desire to safely escort Gu Xianjun to Chang'an is genuine, and we are entrusted with this task. As Brother Gu has mentioned, Gu Xianjun is one of the three marquises of the Gu family, a figure of noble status. If the Gu family lacked confidence, they would not have recklessly allowed him to depart. Thus, as long as we accompany Gu Xianjun, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing these words, the two exchanged glances, each detecting a semblance of astonishment on the other's face. It dawned on them that the situation might not be as dire as they had imagined. Indeed, what Su brother says is quite accurate. If we arrange ourselves appropriately, we may not be without a chance of success, Gu Ning responded, his gaze towards Su Chang'an revealing a hint of admiration. It seemed that Su Chang'an, as a disciple of Mo Tingyu, possessed a unique insight. Very well, Su Juai. Young Master Gu, what do you think of this plan? Let us inform everyone tonight, so they may remain vigilant. Then, we can pool our wisdom to devise a suitable strategy, Lu Dahong suggested, his expression brightening as hope rekindled within him. Thus, they agreed to proceed as Lu Biao had proposed. With mixed emotions, the group awaited the evening, and the escort team sought an open area to make camp for the night. This was a strategy Lu Dahong had honed over years of escorting. An expansive view allowed companions on watch to better assess the situation, while a campfire could both ward off the cold and deter wild beasts. The three summoned the remaining members, yet for reasons unknown, Gu Xianjun did not emerge from the carriage, and even the meal was delivered by Su Mo. This suited the trio just fine. As long as Gu Xianjun remained hidden, their chances of a safe escort increased. After everyone had dined, Lu Dahong conveyed the situation to the group. Naturally, upon realizing their predicament, the members were not particularly pleased. However, after the trio reiterated the pros and cons, the frowns on their faces softened. Yet, when it came to devising a plan, they found themselves at a loss. Ultimately, it was Lin Ru, the reticent youth, who spoke up. In this northern region, where mountains abound and roads are treacherous, settlements are sparse, and the populace is thin, beyond Yuyun Ridge lies the Central Plains, where official roads are well-maintained and patrols are frequent. If I were a thief wishing to abduct the Gu family's young marquis, I would surely choose to operate in the north. This would both conceal my actions and prevent unforeseen complications. Therefore, the key to our journey lies in how we traverse from the north to Yuyun Ridge. Moreover, since thieves often strike under the cover of night, we can travel by night and rest during the day. This way, we can maintain heightened vigilance at night, while those on watch during the day can have a clearer view for better security. Lin Ru's words flowed smoothly, neither rushed nor hesitant, demonstrating a calmness unexpected in a typical youth facing great upheaval. The others found Lin Ru's reasoning sound, contributing additional details, and together they solidified a plan. Thus, the group set off at night and rested during the day. A swift 10 days passed without encountering any of the anticipated dangers, nor even a single robber. Ahead lay Yuyun Ridge, and beyond that, the Central Plains. Lu Dahong's carriage led the way, lanterns swinging from the rear to guide the following carts through the night. Cheers erupted from the escort team. After days of anxiety, they realized that once they crossed Yuyun Ridge, their safety would be assured. Indeed, the young lady of the Gu family is truly a paragon of grace. She has remained inside the carriage for over 10 days without showing herself, even requiring Su Mo to attend to her meals. Su Chang'an, seated within the carriage, muttered in discontent. He clearly harbored little fondness for the Gu family's young marquis, who had caused such distress among them. Do not dwell on it, Su brother. In truth, the young marquis is acting for our benefit. Her absence keeps us safer. Although Mo claims to attend to her, it is merely delivering meals, which is not a concern, Gu Ning said with a smile, his mood lifting as they drew near the Central Plains. Haha, young Master Gu speaks wisely. Lu Dahong's hearty laughter rang out, the tension that had hung over him finally dissipating. By the way, brother Lu, ahead lies Yuyun Ridge, rumored to be fraught with peril due to the presence of various creatures. How is it that you consistently pass through unscathed? Do you truly possess the ancient tongue and communicate with these mountain spirits? Su Chang'an finally posed a question that had lingered in his mind for years. Such inquiries usually pertain to the secrets of Lu Dahong's escort team, yet Su Chang'an, lacking guile, asked freely, especially after having shared trials with them over the past days. Lu Dahong, not wishing to conceal anything, chuckled and replied, in truth, it is not as mysterious as others make it out to be. I am simply acquainted with a tree spirit in these mountains, who seems to hold considerable sway here. Therefore, whenever I pass through, the creatures refrain from causing trouble. A tree spirit? Does that not align him with the demon kin of the north? Su Chang'an questioned, somewhat perplexed. He bore no animosity toward the demons. Despite his father's constant skirmishes with them along the border, he perceived it as a matter for the emperor and the demon king. While common folk merely sought to make a living, he believed that ordinary people, regardless of their allegiance, generally abhorred conflict. He was certain the commoners among the demon kin felt the same. Moreover, his master was also of demon lineage, which further diminished any inclination to resent them. Nevertheless, he could not comprehend why, given the emperor's ongoing conflict with the demon race, the multitude of creatures residing in Yuyun Ridge went unchecked. It is said that great demons dwell within Yuyun Ridge, having resided there since antiquity, bound by agreements of non-interference with successive human rulers. Although the emperor is a figure of immense capability, he is reluctant to squander military resources in futile endeavors within Yuyun Ridge, Gu Ning elucidated. Then do they not merely observe as we clash with the demon kin? Su Chang'an pondered further, perplexed by the notion of watching one's own kin battle outsiders while remaining passive. He surmised that the creatures within Yuyun Ridge could not be benign. What is so strange about that? In the south, there exists a kingdom where demons coexist, Lu Dahong interjected. His familiarity with the creatures of Yuyun Ridge rendered him less averse to them than the average citizen of Dawei. Such a place truly exists? Upon first hearing of Lulan, Su Chang'an found it to be quite extraordinary and resolved to explore it someday. Now, having entered the Yuyun Ridge, the mystical creatures here recognized his aura and posed no threat. Any would-be assailants seeking to abduct the young lord would need to consider the approval of the creatures of Yuyun Ridge. Lu Dahong felt invigorated, as if he had returned to his rightful domain. The two men inside the carriage shared a light-hearted chuckle, with Lu Dahong, the local lord of Yuyun Ridge, present. They felt considerably more at ease. As Su Chang'an lifted the curtain of the carriage, he discovered that Yuyun Ridge appeared as a different realm compared to the northern lands. Here, there was no perpetual snow. Instead, the cliffs were adorned with a dense array of vegetation, strikingly beautiful in contrast to the Chang'an. He turned his head to take in the sights he had never witnessed in the past 16 years, though he regretted that the stars were dim tonight, obscuring the view. Just as he felt a twinge of disappointment, he noticed a shadow looming on the mountain path ahead, shrouded in the night. Could it be a wild beast? He pondered. Before he could inquire further, an eerie sound suddenly pierced the stillness of the ridge, carrying an inexplicable essence that jolted him. A chill ran up his spine, and he involuntarily shuddered. What was that? Su Chang'an's voice trembled as he spoke. Perhaps it was a creature of the mountains? Lu Dahong was uncertain. The sound filled him with a sense of foreboding. The caravan slowed its pace, and Su Mo and the others leaned out to inquire. But the strange atmosphere stilled their voices. Lu Dahong raised the lantern before him, cautiously guiding the carriage closer to the shadow. His expression was tense, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Su Chang'an and Gu Ning widened their eyes, fixated on the silhouette. Gu Ning even discreetly summoned his inner strength. As a practitioner of the gathering spirit realm, he felt capable of confronting any ordinary beast or creature. The carriage drew nearer, eventually halting a short distance from the figure. It was a person clad in a black robe, head bowed, holding an unfamiliar musical instrument that resembled both a flute and a shang. The haunting melody they had just heard emanated from this object. The scene was undeniably bizarre, within the Yuyun Ridge, teeming with mystical beings. A solitary figure played a mournful tune in the nocturnal ambience. Lu Dahong swallowed hard, cautiously inching the lantern closer to discern the person's features. Su Chang'an grasped the hilt of his sword, although he had yet to master the blade and could not draw it. The weight of the hilt provided him with a semblance of security. Gu Ning's hands glowed with a soft light, his magical prowess at the ready. Each member of the caravan unsheathed their weapons, their gazes fixed on the figure. Even Su Mo and the others drew forth their arms. They were no longer mere students incapable of defending themselves. Only Gu Xianjun remained seated in the carriage, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events outside. Yet the figure in black remained oblivious, continuing to play their haunting melody with an air of nonchalance. The black-robed individual exuded an aura of calm, while Su Chang'an and his companions felt as though they were standing before a formidable adversary, akin to lions confronting a herd of sheep. At last, the tune reached its conclusion. The black-robed individual leisurely tucked away the peculiar instrument and slowly lifted their head. Su Chang'an finally beheld the visage of the figure, and in that moment, everyone else did as well. Su Mo let out a sharp gasp, and a collective chill swept through the crowd. The face before them morphed continuously, shifting between male and female, old and young, beautiful and grotesque, human and beast, with one hand delicate and white as jade, and the other gnarled and skeletal. The figure smiled at them, a smile laced with mockery and cruelty. Their lips parted slowly, and their voice emerged hoarse, akin to a saw rasping against decayed wood. The Night of 100 Ghosts. Chapter 14. I have sought you for 1,000 years. Suddenly, nearly 100 silhouettes appeared, encircling the group. These figures either crawled on all fours or hovered in midair, each bearing an uncanny appearance. Some were human, some beasts, some with heads but no bodies. Others with bodies but no heads, some with eyes but no mouths, and others with mouths but no eyes. Some appeared as grotesque, quivering masses of flesh. They radiated a spectral glow, dim and cold, casting an even more ominous shadow over Yuyun Ridge. With a rustle, the curtain of a carriage was flung open, revealing a woman in blue. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she wielded a gleaming blade that shimmered with cold light. Her beauty was striking, imbued with an air of heroism. This was the long-anticipated appearance of the Gu family's young lord, who had remained hidden until now. Her brows were furrowed with a fierce intensity, yet her allure remained undeniable. "Are you the thief who has long sought to ambush me?" Gu Xianjun queried, her voice distinctively composed and dignified, unlike that of an ordinary woman. The black-robed figure's gaze fixated on her the moment she appeared, never straying. His eyes burned with fervor, reminiscent of a lover's gaze or a subject's adoration for their sovereign. His face settled into that of a handsome young man, and his voice transformed into a melodious charm, akin to a skilled vocalist. "I have sought you for a millennium. To seek is to yearn, to ambush is to take. Seeking is the art of literature. Ambushing is the art of war." Gu Xianjun could not discern the distinction within his words, Her indignation boiled over. Having fled from the northern lands to Chang'an, she had still been found. "What do you want from me?" she demanded, her voice laced with fury. As a well-regarded prodigy of the northern lands and a noble of the Gu family, her esteemed status rendered her attempts to hide utterly humiliating. Now that she had been located, she was prepared to confront this perpetrator head-on. "Because 1,000 years ago, I vowed to find you," the black-robed man declared. His expression intent, his gaze piercing like starlight that transcended countless eras. "We have never met, so how could there be a promise? Moreover, I am merely 16. How could I have existed 1,000 years ago?" Gu Xianjuan's brows knitted tighter, her disbelief palpable. For such an absurd excuse, the Gu family had endured years of trepidation. "You cannot recall me, for your divine blood has yet to awaken. But you and I are the last surviving half-gods in this world. If we unite in a divine marriage and give rise to true divine progeny, we shall reign supreme." The fervor in the black-robed man's eyes seemed to threaten to consume Gu Xianjun, distorting his handsome features in the process. "Bah, you shameless wretch. I thought you were a demon or a ghost, yet you turn out to be a lunatic pervert." Su Chang'an's voice suddenly rang out. He found it absurd. His affection for Su Mo was a quiet admiration, while this black-robed man sought to seize her, fabricating such ludicrous justifications. Though Su Chang'an had never encountered a scene like this and felt immense fear, he had read enough to know that one should stand against injustice. However, he was unable to draw his sword. He merely recalled Su Tai's teachings. If you cannot win, then run, and if you cannot run, then curse. Thus, he chose to curse. How dare a mere mortal interrupt a conversation between deities? The black-robed figure did not even cast a glance at Su Chang'an. As the nearly 100 silhouettes around them surged forward with a rush, the group had dismounted the carriage and formed a protective circle, with Su Chang'an nestled in the center. Among them, he was the only one truly powerless. Perhaps being in the midst of the crowd offered him a modicum of comfort, granting him the courage to shout just moments ago. "They're coming," Lu Dahong bellowed. These sinister beings did not appear overly strong. Yet the black-robed man emanated an unsettling aura that left Lu Dahong feeling uneasy. In but a moment, the clash between the group and the malevolent entities commenced. Lu Dahong led the charge, having reached the 9-star realm. His willow leaf blade sliced through the air brilliantly, vanquishing the malevolent spirits in his path. In the blink of an eye, several foes had been cleaved in two. Despite her youth, Gu Xianjun was also a formidable practitioner of the 9-star realm. Her blade shimmered with a cold brilliance, and as she danced through the fray, any malevolent being that dared approach was pierced with multiple wounds, blood flowing freely. Even students like Su Mo and Gu Ning navigated the situation with remarkable ease. Although they lacked practical experience, they were at least in the gathering spirit realm, while the malevolent entities surrounding them were mere trifles. Relying on their superior cultivation levels, they managed to slay several of these vile creatures. Su Chang'an watched with great enthusiasm, but was hindered by his inadequate cultivation, leaving him only to cheer from the sidelines. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. They had dispatched dozens of the evil beings, yet the number surrounding them remained unchanged. It became apparent that for every malevolent entity they defeated, an identical one appeared in the void. They swarmed like locusts, relentless and insatiable. Lu Dahong recognized the crux of the issue. They had already slain hundreds of these entities. The members of the escort team and the students with Gu Ning, all mere gathering spirit practitioners, were gradually becoming overwhelmed. While he and Gu Xianjun still possessed some strength, they were all too aware that human endurance has its limits. If this continued, they would either perish at the hands of these creatures or be utterly exhausted. "Capture the leader first," Lu Dahong shouted, and several members of the escort team instantly understood, their blades carving a bloody path for him and Gu Xianjun. As they pressed forward toward the figure in the black robe, the latter showed no sign of concern. He opened his lips and intoned the night march of 100 ghosts. His voice was chilling, reminiscent of ancient iron and the bones of the long deceased. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodies of the malevolent entities erupted in a crimson glow, and in an instant, their realms surged to the gathering spirit level. Nearly 100 gathering spirit realm entities suddenly unleashed their power, catching everyone off guard. The gap they had created was forcefully pushed back by the oncoming tide of evil. The pressure on everyone intensified. Gu Xianjun and Lu Dahong still managed to exploit their cultivation advantages to slay a few more entities. But they too began to feel the weight of fatigue. The remaining members of the escort team could still protect themselves, but to defeat any of the vile beings would require risking their lives, while Gu Ning's students faced dire peril. Su Chang'an had retreated beneath the carriage, not out of cowardice, but because he had yet to reach the gathering spirit realm. His presence would only serve to distract the others and complicate matters further. Yet, he felt a growing anxiety as he watched the group being forced back repeatedly, with Guning and Su Mo badly injured and appearing disheveled. He secretly drew his blade, though it remained sheathed, refusing to budge despite his exertions. He felt utterly useless. If only he could draw his weapon and unleash a strike as powerful as Tingyu's. Even a fraction of that strength could lay waste to these vile beings. At last, casualties emerged among the crowd. A member of Lu Dahong's escort team, whom Su Chang'an recognized as a tall, thin man known only as Huolaer, met his tragic fate. Su Chang'an had once sought his advice on swordsmanship. In this moment, however, Huolaer was pierced through the chest by a mass of protruding tendrils, his eyes wide with shock as blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Lair! Lu Dahong cried in despair, leaping high to cleave the creature in two. But it was too late. Huolaer had already succumbed to his injuries. Tears welled in the eyes of the onlookers, not only mourning Huolaer's death, but also confronting the grim reality of their own impending fates. The night march of 100 ghosts. The figure in black seemed intent on denying them any chance of survival as he called forth more entities, their realms transforming into the 9-star level. Almost 100 9-star realm entities surged forward, and in an instant, 2 more members of the escort team were torn apart. A wave of despair washed over the group. With nearly 100 9-star entities, even if they resurrected, they would be no match for this onslaught. The loss of 3 team members drove Lu Dahong to the brink of fury as he shouted into the night towards Yuyun Ridge, "Grandfather Tree, save us." The vile beings pressed closer, forcing the group to retreat until they were at the edge of a cliff, with nowhere left to go. As the entities advanced, it appeared that their demise was imminent. Suddenly, a tremendous sound echoed from the mountains. Boom, boom. It seemed as though a colossal figure was making its way toward them. With another resounding crash, a massive creature landed before the group, instantly obliterating the malevolent entities in its wake. The air filled with bodies and blood, raining down like a deluge. It was a tree, or more accurately, a trant, colossal and imposing. Its trunk so thick that it would take dozens of people to encircle it. "Grandfather Tree," Lu Dahong exclaimed, joy flooding his heart upon seeing the trant. The trant turned its head slowly, a process that took a considerable amount of time due to its immense size. Su Chang'an caught a glimpse of its face, devoid of hair, appearing ageless yet imbued with an aura of ancient wisdom. "Lu's boy, how did you attract such foul creatures?" The trant's voice resonated like a bell in the ear. "It's a long story," Lu Dahong replied with a bitter smile, his heart filled with unspoken words. "Let us discuss it later." The trant turned again as nearly 100 more malevolent entities emerged from the void, charging toward it. With a mighty swing of its robust arms, the entities were flung away. Yet, more and more continued to pour in from the void, a never-ending tide. "Grandfather Tree, these abominations cannot be vanquished. We must find the source," Lu Dahong urged, his urgency palpable. "I understand," the trant declared, stepping forward as the entities closed in. But it seemed as if the trant was impervious to their assault, merely swatting them aside as if they were insignificant insects. With each step the trant took, the mountains reverberated with thunderous sounds. It moved slowly but decisively, undeterred by the frenzied onslaught of the vile beings. A flicker of hope ignited on the faces of the onlookers as they witnessed the trant's overwhelming power. At last, the trant stood before the figure in black, raising its arm high and proclaiming, "Evil beings shall be vanquished." The arm was heavy as if imbued with the strength to shatter mountains and stones, hurtling toward the black-robed figure with a fierce wind. The mere mortal dared not defile the divine. The figure in black, however, remained unfazed by the approaching arm. In comparison to the trant's gargantuan form, his own was diminutive, yet he stood there as if supported by a realm of his own. His voice, though soft, carried the weight of an edict, and the massive arm halted just shy of the black-robed figure, as if it had encountered an invisible barrier, unable to advance further. The trant was astonished. Having been a spirit of the trees for nearly 4 centuries, his cultivation had reached the soul guardian realm. Even a powerful being would find it challenging to withstand his strike unscathed. Yet, this black-robed figure seemed to receive it with such ease. Could he be a fallen star? The trant pondered. Though he had been a tree spirit for 400 years, his consciousness had awakened long before, granting him memories that spanned a millennium. In that time, he had witnessed many wonders, yet he had never heard of a fallen star such as the one before him. Raising his arm again, he brought both fists down with tremendous force. The sound of thunder echoed through the heavens. Bang! A deafening crash resounded, but once more. The fists halted just inches from the black-robed figure, unable to penetrate. 400 years as a tree spirit, and now my blood shall nourish you." A cruel smile crept across the black-robed figure's lips. Tendrils of black and purple surged from his robe, like malevolent serpents, piercing into the Treant's body. The Treant attempted to resist, but found himself ensnared by an unseen force, immobilized. Shock and horror spread among the onlookers. The Treant had dispatched 9-star entities with ease. Yet before the black-robed figure, he was utterly powerless. The hope that had briefly flickered in their hearts was extinguished once more. "Grandfather Tree," Lu Dahong cried out in desperation. His ancestors had once been people of the Central Plains, who had planted a fruit tree in their garden, nurturing it with care. They enjoyed its shade in the summer and warmth from its fallen leaves in the winter. But then they fled to the northern lands. Unexpectedly, the fruit tree, by a stroke of fate, cultivated into a tree spirit. 2 centuries ago, it found the descendants of its original owner and became the guardian deity for their family, bestowing blessings upon them through generations. Today, Lu Dahong summoned it with the intention of saving his life. However, it seems that the tree spirit may instead suffer as a consequence. He felt both guilt and fear, yet was left powerless to intervene. At that moment, the branches and leaves atop the tree spirit's head began to wither visibly, its vitality flowing through the dark, purplish tendrils into the body of the figure in black robes. With each passing breath, it grew increasingly feeble and desiccated. In the blink of an eye, half of its foliage had succumbed to decay. "Night of 100 ghosts." The figure in black roared once more. His voice, akin to the harbinger of doom, empowered the malevolent entities surrounding them, driving the crowd towards an inescapable demise. This time was no exception. The evil beings transformed into a formidable presence, surpassing even the highest realm of ancient Xianjun and Lu Dahong, numbering almost 100. As the sinister entities closed in, the shadow of death loomed ominously. Though the group still wielded weapons, no one dared to advance. They could only watch in silence as the malevolence approached, their courage to resist extinguished. Su Chang'an, however, was determinedly drawing his blade, refusing to yield. His resolve was as fierce as anyone's, perhaps even more so. He was unwilling to embrace death. It was precisely because he feared for his life that he chose to fight back, refusing to concede. Even if he were to perish at the hands of these grotesque monsters in the next instant, until that moment arrived, he would not surrender. He would resist fiercely. The assault from the dark entities commenced, with Gu Xianjun and Lu Dahong positioned at the forefront. Although they were merely at the 9-star realm, Gu Xianjun, as the heir of the Gu family, possessed extraordinary martial arts and weaponry, granting him some measure of defense against the overwhelming force. Lu Dahong, seasoned from years of wandering the martial world, also had the experience to engage with these dark creatures for a time. Yet, the others were far less fortunate. Limited to the gathering spirit realm, rendering them woefully inadequate against the formidable foes. This disparity was beyond mere experience or external factors, plunging the situation into peril. The group, led by Gu Ning, was even more vulnerable, lacking not only power but also practical combat experience. They could only cower behind Gu Xianjun and Lu Dahong, who were already stretched thin. Just then, a female ghost clad in red seized the opportunity, bypassing the two and confronting Gu Ning's group. With a shriek, her flowing hair transformed into piercing needles, raining down upon them. The suddenness of the attack caught Gu Ning and his companions off guard. They quickly summoned their inner strength to resist, but as practitioners of the gathering spirit realm, they were no match for the dark entities. A single confrontation sent them flying, landing near Su Chang'an, who stood at the rear of the group. The weaker Su Mo even coughed up blood, splattering it across Su Chang'an's face and blade. The warm blood felt like a branding iron against Su Chang'an's eyes, blurring his vision as he gazed at the 4 fallen figures before him. Their eyes shut and expressions lifeless. Mo. Gu Xiong, Ji Dao, Lin Xiong. Su Chang'an's voice trembled softly, as if afraid to awaken something or fearful of an unseen threat. He received no response, and a sense of panic surged within him. Mo. Gu Xiong, Ji Dao, Lin Xiong. He called again, raising his voice slightly, yet still met with silence. Memories of Changmen town flooded his mind. Of the graceful Gu Ning, the radiant Su Mo, the often teasing Ji Dao, and the endearingly foolish Lin Ru. Regardless of their past interactions, whether kind or indifferent, their vivid memories lingered. Yet now, they lay before him, disheveled and lifeless. No matter how fervently he called, they remained ensnared in slumber. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he began to search within his garments, ultimately retrieving a handkerchief that seemed to encase something. It was not silk or satin, but rather the simple fabric of common folk, dyed a pale green, embroidered with unknown flowers. With trembling hands, Su Chang'an unfolded it to reveal a flaky pastry. He felt a pang of hunger and took a bite. The pastry seemed somewhat stale and damp from age, yet it still tasted delightful. Meanwhile, 2 more members of the escort team fell to the dark entities, and Lu Dahong's blade was nicked, leaving him with several deep wounds that bled profusely. In contrast, Gu Xianjun appeared to have evaded injury, seemingly avoided by the dark beings during the chaos of battle, though she remained visibly distressed. At that moment, everyone had reached their limit, both mentally and physically drained. Wait, Gu Xianjun suddenly exclaimed. The figure in black seemed to take note of her, and with a mere thought, all the dark entities instantly halted, standing still as if obedient pets. A stark contrast to their previous ferocity. You speak, the figure in black said, a smile gracing his lips. Release them, and I will accompany you, Gu Xianjun declared. Sheathing her sword, Lu Dahong cast a bewildered glance at Gu Xianjun, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Had it not been for her, they would not have found themselves in such peril, yet now she was willing to sacrifice herself for their sake, a conundrum that stirred conflicting feelings within him. Unacceptable. The figure in black rejected with a shake of his head, his expression devoid of emotion. It was as if a father were dismissing a child's mischievous request, casually rejecting the lives of several individuals. Why? Did you not wish to capture me? This has nothing to do with them. Gu Xianjun's voice, once composed, now surged with emotion. I can fulfill many of your demands, but I cannot agree to sacrifice others for my sake. You may only request for your own desires. Calmly, the figure in black articulated his rationale for taking lives, mirroring his absurd justification for abducting Gu Xianjun. Nevertheless, fret not. I shall not harm you, he added. And with a flicker in his gaze, the dark entities transformed back into vengeful spirits, charging towards the crowd once more. Lu Dahong surveyed the surroundings of his escort team. Only one remained, a comrade missing an arm, propped against a blade, while several students lay unresponsive. He managed a bitter smile, raising his weapon only to let it drop. He was utterly exhausted, the wounds on his body draining him of blood. He could only stand, awaiting the onslaught of the dark entities to claim his life, to rend his limbs asunder. Gradually, he closed his eyes, and the world around him fell silent, no longer filled with the cacophony of screams from the dark beings or the lament of the tree spirit. Thud, thud. Suddenly, a sound emerged from behind him, steady and resolute. It was the sound of fabric-soled shoes striking the mountain path. Someone was approaching. Lu Dahong's eyes shot open as he turned to look. It was a youth, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, clad in simple garments, yet carrying a large blade upon his back. He advanced step by step, his expression as cold and unyielding as eternal ice, yet his eyes sparkled with fervor, fierce as the wind and blazing like fire. In his right hand, he gripped the hilt of the large sword, while his left held tightly to an object resembling a handkerchief, pale green with embroidered flowers at the edges. He traversed the bodies of those who lay unaware, passing by Lu Dahong and Gu Xianjun, moving towards the overwhelming tide of dark entities, approaching the figure in black. It was Su Chang'an. Lu Dahong suddenly realized, the loss of blood having dulled his senses and muddled his thoughts. Yet he ultimately recognized Su Chang'an. Chapter 16. This blade is named Mo Tingyu. Indeed, it was Su Chang'an. He felt as though he were on the brink of death. The esteemed young master of Changmen town, the prodigious Gu Ning, had just fallen at his feet, along with Su Mo, the one he had secretly adored. Even the one who took pleasure in tormenting him, Ji Dao, has fallen, along with the somewhat unfamiliar Lin Ru. They have all succumbed. It seems as though they have perished, yet perhaps not entirely. Ultimately, death is inevitable. Hence, Su Chang'an does not believe he can survive. However, he is reluctant to meet his end without having done anything at all. From the very beginning, he had hidden behind others. But now those figures he once sought refuge behind have crumbled. Therefore, he yearns to take action. Even if it means striking at those monsters with the blade he cannot draw from its sheath. It would serve as vengeance for those who once shielded him. Even if it cannot slay a single beast, and even if those people are already dead, oblivious to whatever he does on their behalf. Yet, this realization brings a modicum of comfort to Su Chang'an. Before proceeding, Su Chang'an earnestly contemplated what he could possibly do. He recalled the flaky pastry that Mo had purchased and entrusted to Gu Ning. He understands that this gesture signifies little, for Mo harbors affection for Gu Ning. After all, Gu Ning is the son of Changmen, possessing both grace and dignity, qualities that even Su Chang'an cannot help but admire. Despite Gu Ning's elevation to the rank of baron, Mo's heart remains steadfastly with him. Su Chang'an finds solace in this. If Mo were to like him solely because of his newfound title, he would, in fact, prefer not to have such affection. Nevertheless, the pastry was indeed a gift from Su Mo, and he has been reluctant to consume it. Yet, with death looming, to leave it uneaten would be to squander it, which would be a waste of divine providence. Thus, he dedicates time to savor the pastry, chewing with utmost deliberation. After finishing, he rises and strides forward, approaching those monsters. He resolves to wield his blade, striking fiercely at the creatures, determined to perish without regrets. However, a fleeting thought crosses his mind. His father will be left without a son. Yet, reflecting on the 100 taels of gold bestowed upon him by the Holy Emperor, he reassures himself that his father's health remains intact. It could suffice for him to take several concubines and possibly father a few brothers. With this contemplation, the sense of loss diminishes. At that moment, he has surpassed Lu Dahong and Gu Xianjun, standing before the monstrous entities. The malevolent beings seem to perceive his presence as a provocation, abandoning their prior targets and roaring towards Su Chang'an. Yet, inexplicably, he smiles, an authentic smile. It is as though he has sensed something profound. He tilts his head back, gazing at the starry sky, indifferent to the approaching monstrosities. Suddenly, the starlight brightens, piercing through the night and the dense foliage of Yuyun Ridge. It illuminates the corpses strewn about and shines in Su Chang'an's eyes. His gaze sparkles under this radiance, akin to the celestial bodies above. He raises his right hand, gripping the hilt of his blade, the pristine steel contrasting starkly against the inkiness of the night. It resembles a feral wolf concealed within the thicket or a divine dragon cleaving through the heavens. Yes, this time, Su Chang'an has drawn his sword. Since Mo Tingyu's demise, this dormant blade has finally re-emerged into the world. It roars like a malevolent spirit unleashed from captivity, howling like a wolf in the night. Su Chang'an feels a surge of energy coursing through him from the hilt, an unfamiliar yet comforting sensation reminiscent of what Mo Tingyu once imparted. He grips the sword with both hands, his brows furrowed as he faces the onrushing monstrosities. At that moment, a gale arises, an aura of sword intent swirling with fierce momentum. Naturally, Su Chang'an cannot emanate such potent sword intent. In fact, he struggles to summon even a trace of it. This overwhelming sword intent is a legacy left to him by Mo Tingyu. It roams freely, slicing apart any malevolent being it encounters. Even the newly spawned entities are dispatched before they fully materialize. The expression of the figure in the black robe shifts, revealing a grimace. He stares at Su Chang'an, his voice hoarse as he queries, "Who are you? What manner of sword is this?" The mortal before him suddenly radiates a peculiar and chilling power, standing as if he were a blade that pierces the heavens. However, this power remains feeble, and the figure in the black robe is unperturbed. Yet, the sword in the mortal's grasp is distinctly eerie, emanating a danger that compels vigilance. He had believed that nothing in this world could pose a threat to him. Not mere mortals, not even the stars, not even the Xingqian pavilion. Yet, this youth before him, who lacks the ability to gather spiritual energy, evokes the scent of death. He has lived for far too long, so long that he has forgotten what death truly is. But in this moment, Su Chang'an reminds him of that term, and fear begins to creep in. Ignoring the figure, Su Chang'an feels the energy within him begin to stir. He senses an abundance of strength coursing through his veins, instilling a newfound confidence. Perhaps he can avenge Mo and Gu Ning by slaying the black-robed figure. With that resolve, he charges toward the figure, leaping high in the air before the astonished gazes of Lu Dahong, Gu Xianjun, and others. He lifts his sword above his head, the starlight cascading upon him, and lets out a roar reminiscent of a lion. The gale subsides, and countless threads of sword intent coil around his blade, his silhouette illuminated in the night as though it were daylight. In that moment, he bears a striking resemblance to the man he once was on that snowy night 2 years ago. A realization dawns upon him. He knows the name of this strike. He decides to reveal it to the figure in black. This sword is called Mo Tingyu. The expression of the figure in black shifts to one of seriousness, retracting the purple-black tendrils that impaled the tree spirit. The spirit lies nearly withered, resembling a decayed trunk, yet it still clings to life. He gazes at the soaring figure, extending his hands, one as fair as jade, the other as gnarled as bone. He speaks softly, "100 demons." Suddenly, a hazy apparition emerges behind him. The very malevolent beings that had surrounded and attacked earlier, trapped within the realm of the black-robed figure, howling in anguish and despair. Then, the figure in black adds, "Tianzhao." The black robe abruptly transforms into a blinding white, a purity so radiant that it is almost blinding. The malevolent beings behind him seem to dissolve into this white light, flowing into the figure's form. He stands there, radiating brilliance akin to the sun. He raises his hand, welcoming the blade. His left hand is as fair as jade, and his right hand mirrors it. The sword finally meets those hands. Contrary to expectations, there is no clash of thunder or sparks. The figure in black, no, now he is the figure in white, steadily receives the blade. A sinister smile creeps upon his lips as he remarks, "Your sword is indeed peculiar, but alas, you remain too weak." Su Chang'an feels a surge of disappointment, realizing he cannot measure up to Mo Tingyu. Had Mo Tingyu wielded this blade, the figure in white would surely have met his demise. Yet, he does not concede. He believes he still possesses strength. His temples bulge with exertion as he grunts, channeling all his energy into the blade. Yet, it remains ineffective. The figure in white standing unyielding as a mountain. "Futile," the figure states, his tone sounding more like a gentle admonition. Su Chang'an feels a wave of sorrow wash over him. After striving to avenge his friends, he finds himself still outmatched by the figure in black. He cannot even land a blow upon him. But this sorrow quickly transforms into fury. He has never felt such hatred toward another person, nor such an overwhelming desire to end a life. His sword seems to sense his murderous intent, and something flows from the blade into him. This essence is unlike the energy that surged into him earlier. It is infused with the wrath of a betrayed ruler, flooding Su Chang'an's being with an overwhelming hatred for all that exists. He wishes to resist, yet his defiance is as futile as a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. That force invades Su Chang'an's body as if it were nothing. Su Chang'an felt a tremendous roar resonate within his mind, a force surging from his lower abdomen, radiating throughout his entire being. His left eye transformed into a hue of white, reminiscent of the snow on Chang'an, while his right eye darkened to a shade of black, akin to the night over Yunling. Niklasong. He uttered a series of incomprehensible sounds, two of which emerged simultaneously. One was solemn and majestic, while the other was chilling as ice. The pupils of the figure in white robes suddenly dilated, quickly morphing into a visage of horror. An emotion known as fear enveloped his heart, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He understood the notes that resonated. They were ancient words. A judgment from a monarch upon his subjects, the wrath of a true deity upon heretics. This was not a spell, nor did it contain any form of power. Yet there existed only a select few in this world capable of uttering such phrases. For those few had once ruled this realm. They were the very essence of this domain. Their words wielded power, and with the slightest thought, the forces of the universe would align with their intentions. It was something that transcended any power, spell, or even rules. And those ancient words proclaimed the downfall of traitors. The flora and fauna of the earth, the mountains and rivers, the stars themselves seemed to resonate with an otherworldly echo. The substance within the white-robed man began to dissipate. Not only his strength and true energy, but also his flesh and bones. He gradually felt the passage of time. He began to age, visibly withering, as if he were a deflated balloon. Soon, he transformed into a gaunt old man, his once handsome visage marred, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets, and his brow protruding ominously, threatening to pierce through his withered skin. Now, he resembled a mere skeleton encased in skin, or perhaps a desiccated corpse. Yet he had not perished. The white of his robe faded, gradually turning to black. The once dazzling and sacred radiance dissipated, and he reverted to the chilling figure clad in black. The difference was that he was no longer handsome. His hands were as desiccated as bones. He let out a terrifying roar, his grip failing to seize Su Chang'an's blade. Su Chang'an's sword sliced through him like severed fluff, cleaving away a significant portion of the black-robed man's body. Yet no blood flowed. His form had become so desiccated that it was devoid of substance. He remained alive, gasping for breath, seemingly still in shock from the recent terror. Chapter 17. Do you wish to die? Lu Dahong and Gu Xianjun had never witnessed such a scene. They understood that this battle transcended their comprehension. All they could do was watch from a distance. Su Chang'an's blade fell, and his body followed suit. Beads of cold sweat erupted upon his brow, not solely from the exertion of that strike, but also due to the essence that had surged within him, an essence that instilled fear, akin to a monstrous entity. Cold and bloodthirsty, this monster now resided within him. He could sense it, but could not expel it. At that moment, a furious roar interrupted Su Chang'an's thoughts. Why do you possess the blood of a true deity? The black-robed man had lost his earlier calm demeanor. His left arm, along with a portion of his body, hung limply, his tattered black robe revealing the desiccated form within. He shouted at Su Chang'an, his voice filled with anger, yet underlined by deeper terror. Su Chang'an could not comprehend his words. He felt anxious and utterly drained, struggling to remain conscious. Why do you not die? Su Chang'an inquired. baffled by how one could lose half of their body, yet still produce such a resounding voice. Die? I have already died once. Do you not see? My Tianzhao Ming has been severed by you. The black-robed man was nearing madness. He was a being of such nobility, yet inexplicably slain by this boy. His divine blood halved, his strength diminished by 80%. What bewildered him further was why this child possessed the blood of a true deity. Even that blade should not harbor such a thing. But you can still speak. Su Chang'an furrowed his brow, speaking earnestly. When one dies, they should be like them. Unable to rise again, unable to speak. Indeed, he spoke with grave seriousness, as if pronouncing a fate. Su Mo is dead, Gu Ning is dead, Ji Dao is dead, Lin Ru is dead, and those in the escort team are all dead. They cannot speak again, even though Su Chang'an had many words to share with them. They would not hear or respond. That is what death is, and this creature before him could still speak, hence it had not yet died. Su Chang'an believed this. Thus he raised his blade once more. Even as pain coursed through him, even as he felt he might faint at any moment, he sought its demise. Debts must be repaid, and lives must be settled. Su Chang'an adhered to this principle. His blade fell once more, encountering no resistance. It landed upon the crown of the black-robed man's head, yet it did not even slice through the thin, unsightly layer of decayed skin. Ultimately, Su Chang'an had run out of strength. Why can I not kill you? Su Chang'an queried. The divine blood within you lies dormant. It is still too weak. And you are too weak. However, to have severed my Tianzhao Ming is enough to grant you pride. The black-robed man explained patiently. Then, he appeared to smile. Though without flesh beneath his skin, his smile was difficult to discern. Yet, I shall consume you now, absorbing the divine blood within you. Perhaps I shall thus become a true deity. I must thank you for this. As he spoke, the surviving right hand of the black-robed man lunged forth, seizing Su Chang'an's throat and hoisting him aloft. Su Chang'an attempted to resist, but he was utterly devoid of strength. Young lord, Su Chang'an, Lu Dahong and Gu Xianjun exclaimed in unison, wishing to rush forward to assist, but the black-robed man merely cast a glance at them. And an invisible binding ensnared both tightly. Ever since their slumber, the world was finally on the verge of giving birth to another true deity. You shall serve as witnesses. Even in death, you shall feel honored, yes? Upon saying this, he turned to Gu Xianjun, revealing a smile he deemed elegant, yet was, in truth, grotesque, and continued, Of course, you shall not die. You will become my divine consort and rule this world alongside me. Su Chang'an understood none of the black-robed man's words, nor did he perceive any divine blood within himself. He simply recognized that the black-robed man seemed intent on consuming him, a fate he detested. Suddenly, he felt a surge of strength and attempted to pry open the black-robed man's hand that gripped his throat. Yet it was ultimately futile. That strike had drained him of all his energy, exhausting the gift Tingyu had bestowed upon him. Useless. I sense that the power of the divine blood within you has been depleted. You are no match for me, the black-robed man stated, gazing at Su Chang'an with a look of nauseating pity. As his throat was constricted, Su Chang'an's breathing grew labored, and his vision began to blur. The blood of a true deity, the black-robed man exclaimed, his eyes glistening with greed, rendering his already unappealing features even more hideous. He took a deep breath directed at Su Chang'an, and Su Chang'an felt something within him begin to flow towards the black-robed man. Su Chang'an was acutely aware that he was weakening by the second, yet he fought to remain conscious, exerting all his strength to open his eyes. And what greeted him was a starry sky. It was only then that Su Chang'an noticed how the night sky had transformed into a dazzling spectacle. The stars twinkled, one after another. He could not name them, yet they appeared extraordinarily beautiful. To die beneath such a starry sky would not be so bad, Su Chang'an mused. Suddenly, he spotted a star that was distinctly different. It glowed with a crimson light, like a flame in the night sky. That flame grew larger, and Su Chang'an's pupils dilated in response. A soft chirp reached his ears, reminiscent of a bird's call. Su Chang'an felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not recall its origin. Suddenly, a certain radiance emanated from his frail face, reminiscent of the dying glow of a person on the brink of death. He strained to lower his head, as the figure in the black robe clutched his throat, a motion that nearly shattered his bones. He gazed at the black-robed figure, who was opening his mouth to extract something from him. Su Chang'an looked at him earnestly and said, I'm sorry, but I fear you will not be able to kill me today. Perhaps intimidated by Su Chang'an's unwavering demeanor, the black-robed figure hesitated, deeming Su Chang'an to be insane. Just as he intended to speak, his words were interrupted by a voice that inquired, Do you wish to die? In that moment, a magnificent bird engulfed in flames descended before him, transforming into a barefoot woman clad in red. The woman possessed an unparalleled beauty, captivating yet exuding a fierce aura. As she approached the black-robed figure, the bells adorning her feet chimed softly. "Do you wish to die?" she reiterated, her brow furrowing deeper. The black-robed figure appeared momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events, remaining silent. The fierce expression on the woman's face morphed into one of lethal intent, her voice rising in intensity. "Amaterasu, you ancient god who has lingered on from the last era, tell me, do you wish to die?" The black-robed figure was indeed frightened, for the mysterious woman had revealed his true identity. He had believed that all information about him had long been buried beneath the wheels of history. Gripping Su Chang'an tighter, he sensed a profound connection between the woman and Su Chang'an. Until he fully understood her background, Su Chang'an would remain his most crucial bargaining chip. Seeking death, the woman seemed utterly incensed by the black-robed figure's action. A glimmer of starlight flickered in her eyes, and the black-robed figure's only remaining arm was severed at the shoulder, causing Su Chang'an to fall to the ground. The black-robed figure turned in confusion, noticing nothing amiss until Su Chang'an's descent made him realize his arm had been severed. His expression shifted from confusion to terror, as he sensed a trace of true divine presence emanating from this woman. Su Chang'an, struggling to his feet, inhaled deeply, wiping the dirt and blood from his face with his sleeve. He then turned to the woman in red, offering a rueful smile. "Mistress, had you arrived but a moment later, I would have met my master." This woman was none other than Wudong, who had transformed into a phoenix that day. "Your master's spirit has returned to the starry sea, up in the heavens. You would not be able to see him in death," Wudong replied, casting a glance at Su Chang'an. Is that so?" Su Chang'an expressed his disappointment. "Do you truly wish to die?" Wudong asked, both amused and exasperated, as she playfully tapped Su Chang'an on the head. "Not at all," Su Chang'an chuckled, feeling relieved that Wutong's presence alleviated his concerns regarding the black-robed figure. However, upon glancing at the disheveled Lu Dahong and the still motionless Gu Ning, his spirits dampened once more. He turned to Wudong and inquired, "Mistress, could you assist me with something?" "What is it?" Wudong raised an eyebrow, her tone nonchalant. "Please kill him." Su Chang'an pointed at the black-robed figure, who was now in a state of shock, speaking earnestly. "I cannot kill him myself, yet I wish to, so I must trouble you." "I cannot kill him," Wudong replied, observing the black-robed figure before shaking her head. "How could that be?" Su Chang'an was puzzled, recalling how Wutong had effortlessly severed the black-robed figure's arm. He assumed that eliminating the black-robed figure would be a simple task for her. "Do you know what he is?" Wudong countered. "He claims to be a god, yet I nearly killed him." "He cannot be that weak of a god," Su Chang'an remarked, glancing at the black-robed figure's skeletal frame, adding, "He certainly cannot be that hideous of a god." Wudong chuckled softly, refraining from commenting on Su Chang'an's criteria for judging a god. To the south of the continent lies an island nation known as Dongying. It is said that long ago, humans coexisted with spirits. By day, the populace toiled, while by night, malevolent spirits roamed freely, causing fear among the people. Eventually, a man arrived who subdued the spirits. The grateful citizens revered him as a deity, naming him Amaterasu. "Is he truly a god then?" Su Chang'an mused, regarding the black-robed figure with newfound scrutiny. "That sounds like a benevolent deity. Yet he does not appear to be one." Chapter 18, A Dialogue Concerning Deities, Part 1. Gods, like humans, possess their own desires. Once desire takes root, the distinction between good and evil blurs. However, humans can be categorized as good or evil. Su Chang'an found himself at odds with Wudong's perspective. Perhaps, Wudong smiled, not wishing to engage in a debate on the matter with Su Chang'an. Feeling victorious, Su Chang'an gestured toward the black-robed figure on the ground, asking, "What shall we do with him? He appears to be on the verge of death." Indeed, the black-robed figure lay on the ground, staring blankly at Wudong and Su Chang'an, his mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound. Wudong did not respond to Su Chang'an's inquiry. With a mere wave of her water sleeve, a burst of flame ignited around the black-robed figure, who disintegrated into ashes before he could even struggle. "Is he dead?" Su Chang'an asked, bewildered. For Wudong had just claimed she could not kill this wretch, yet in an instant, he had been reduced to cinders. "No, gods cannot be killed. Even if he is merely a demigod, he will resurrect in some other person, somewhere in this world. But it will take a long time, perhaps 100 years, or even 1,000. "Oh," Su Chang'an nodded, somewhat dazed, unable to fully grasp Wudong's explanation. Yet he understood that this so-called god was dead, at least for the next century. That was sufficient for him. He did not believe he would live for 1,000 years. as long as he did not have to share the same starry sky with the black-robed figure during his lifetime. Then for Su Chang'an, the black-robed figure was effectively dead. Mistress, I have much to discuss with you. Could you wait for me? I wish to bury Gu Ning and Su Mo. Su Chang'an indicated the few individuals lying not far away. Burial? Why would you bury them? Are they not your companions? Wudong inquired, puzzled. Is it not customary for the deceased to rest in peace? Su Chang'an found Wudong's lack of understanding perplexing. However, upon reflection, he realized that perhaps the customs of the demon clan differed from those of humans. Thus he chose to be understanding. Who told you they were dead? Wudong rolled her eyes, inwardly lamenting how such a dim-witted disciple had come under Tingyu's tutelage. They are not dead? Su Chang'an was momentarily stunned, a wave of joy washing over his face. Indeed, they are not dead, Wudong confirmed, adding, but they are close. Then, mistress, could you save them? I hold great affection for Su Mo. And Gu Ning. Su Chang'an's face flushed, feeling he had concealed his feelings well. Yet Wudong's teasing gaze rendered him somewhat embarrassed. Oh, Wudong playfully elongated the sound, a mischievous glint in her eyes, her smile crescent-shaped. She suddenly found Su Chang'an reminiscent of Tingyu from years past, blushing whenever he mentioned a girl he admired. Since she is the object of my disciple's affection, how could a mistress not intervene? Observing Su Chang'an's face turning as red as a monkey's backside, Wudong realized she should cease her teasing. With another wave of her water sleeve, a crimson light surged into the bodies of the fallen individuals. Su Chang'an was uncertain whether Su Mo and the others had improved. But Lu Dahong and Gu Xianjun suddenly collapsed. Startled, he looked at Wudong and sincerely remarked, Mistress, your method of saving people is quite unique. Then, Wudong gave Su Chang'an another playful tap on the head. Do not worry, your companions will awaken in 2 hours. As for these individuals, I have erased some of their memories. The knowledge of my continued existence would not be beneficial to you. That makes sense, Su Chang'an conceded, acknowledging the wisdom in Wudong's words. Then I wish to engage in a profound conversation regarding your matters. Wudong's expression grew grave. My matters? Su Chang'an questioned, somewhat perplexed. Within you resides the blood of a true god, Wudong stated. Blood of a true god, Su Chang'an echoed, recalling the words of that demigod, Tianzhao, and the strange essence that surged into his body from the blade, an inexplicable unease settling in his heart. Since that fateful snowy night, I have been troubled by one particular matter for the past 2 years. Wudong did not directly address Su Chang'an's question, but instead spoke of an issue seemingly unrelated. Your master is a genius. Undoubtedly, he excels in both the path of the blade and cultivation. Thus, I was not surprised by his ability to sever my life thread or to achieve the state of starfall in mere moments. Yet, the ability to sever my fate line with Ying-Hor raises my suspicions. The fate line encompasses destiny and causality. It is elusive and cannot be severed merely through sheer force. Many ancient and powerful starfalls have attempted to sever their own fate lines in a bid for survival. Yet all have failed. Tianyu had no reason to succeed. With this doubt lingering, I traversed numerous ancient cities and relics over the past 2 years. At last, I discovered fragmented references to the fate line within a mural in Lulan. Legend has it that there once existed beings capable of breaking free from the shackles of fate without being entangled in causality, rendering them immortal. They once ruled over all life in this realm, referring to themselves as gods. At this point, Wudong paused, her brow furrowing slightly before she continued. However, a section of the mural depicting the divine race was conspicuously missing, as if deliberately destroyed to conceal something. I bypassed this portion and continued to read. The divine race has indeed fallen, and the reason for their demise likely lies within that missing section of the mural. What was written in the subsequent part? Su Chang'an inquired with curiosity. Wudong hesitated for a moment, pausing for several breaths before she replied. Although the gods have perished, they are immortal, particularly those referred to as true gods. They left behind their divine blood for their followers, hoping to resurrect in future generations. These followers, known as God's servants, lurk throughout the world, mingling among the various races of humans, demons, and barbaric tribes, seeking suitable hosts for their deities. Hosts? What does that entail? Su Chang'an asked. The resurrection of a deity requires the soul and flesh of a living being as sustenance. They implant divine blood within a suitable host, which then lies dormant, gradually devouring the host's soul and assimilating their physical form. When the host dies, the deity revives within their body, Wudong elaborated. While Su Chang'an felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of a flesh-eating god residing within him. The host must possess exceptional talent, yet relatively low cultivation. Exceptional talent signifies that the host can provide superior nourishment for the deity, while lower cultivation implies diminished resistance to the divine blood. Tingyu was undoubtedly a prime host. Wu Tong struggled to suppress her emotions, but Su Chang'an could clearly sense the fury simmering in her gaze. No wonder when I encountered my master, he lay in the snow, appearing quite disheveled. It seems he had clashed with those god servants. Su Chang'an recalled the scene of finding Tingyu in the snow and recounted it to Wu Tong. This makes sense. They defeated Tingyu, intending to plant the divine blood. However, the god servants underestimated Tingyu's strength. Although he barely reached the earth spirit realm, he seldom met an equal beneath the starfall. Hence, they affixed the divine blood to the blade he always carried, hoping it would find an opportunity to infiltrate his body. Yet, unexpectedly, Tingyu soon perished in the northern lands while attempting to save me. Wu Tong's voice turned somber, no matter how much time passed. Tingyu's death remained an unhealed wound for her. Perhaps Tingyu was aware and left a restriction on the blade, preventing you from drawing it. Yet you managed to draw the blade, allowing the divine blood to enter your body. My intention in investigating this was to retrieve that blade, but alas, I arrived too late. Wu Tong sighed. Is there no way to extract the divine blood from my body? Su Chang'an earnestly asked, his eyes fixed on Wu Tong, revealing little else in his expression. The divine blood becomes one with the host upon entry. To extract it, one must kill the host. At least, I currently know of no method to remove the divine blood, Wu Tong replied. Su Chang'an's demeanor struck Wu Tong as painful to witness. His earnest inquiry left her devoid of the courage to utter comforting lies. Is that so? Su Chang'an lowered his head, seemingly pondering some critical matter. After a lengthy pause, he finally lifted his gaze, asking, then what will happen when that deity is resurrected using my body? This is my gravest concern, Wu Tong mused, contemplating how to articulate her thoughts to alleviate Su Chang'an's distress. Ultimately, she could not find the right words and simply stated, though the reasons remain unclear. The mural concludes by stating that the resurrected deity will seek vengeance against all beings in this world. Vengeance. Su Chang'an frowned, disliking the term. It seemed that those who sought revenge seldom met with favorable outcomes. If one can only revive by killing another, why not simply live well, instead of harboring thoughts of revenge? Su Chang'an queried further, perplexed. Is the deity truly powerful? How could one individual seek vengeance against all beings? There is not just one deity, but their numbers are likely limited. Including demigods and lesser deities, there should be no more than 100. Additionally, some deities may have already been resurrected, lurking somewhere in this world, waiting for the opportune moment. Yet they are indeed formidable, as stated in the mural. How formidable? Su Chang'an pressed, dissatisfied with the vague response. Capable of slaying starfalls as easily as slaughtering swine, Wu Tong assessed. Su Chang'an fell silent, lowering his head as he began to contemplate. Eventually, he looked back at Wu Tong, his eyes shimmering with a brilliance surpassing that of the stars. Then I implore you, my dear teacher, to end my life before the deity revives and extract the divine blood. Su Chang'an spoke with sincerity and earnestness, causing Wu Tong's heart to tremble inexplicably. Why? Wu Tong gazed intently into Su Chang'an's eyes, attempting to discern his thoughts from the luminous brilliance within them, yet all she saw was a radiant light. I do not wish to die. However, if the divine blood cannot be removed, then that deity will resurrect within me. Should he be a benevolent deity, then perhaps I could ask him to watch over my father. Yet you said he is a malevolent deity bent on destroying the world. This world has not treated me kindly, at least not before I met my master. Yet it is a world that holds things I cherish, such as Mo. My father, and you, my teacher. I wish for you all to continue existing in this world. If he intends to obliterate it, then I cannot allow him to resurrect. Su Chang'an felt his words were eloquent, filled with vigor, reminiscent of the heroic figures in tales who face imminent death. In such moments, friends would weep for him, and perhaps a girl or two would shed tears. However, regrettably, only his teacher was present, yet if she were to shed a few tears, it would indeed be a sight to behold, for she was exceptionally beautiful, surpassing even Mo. Yet Su Chang'an did not receive the tears he anticipated. Instead, Wu Tong delivered a sharp rap to his head. Are all the men of the Yaoguang lineage so lacking in ambition? Wu Tong appeared quite angered. Her voice raised slightly. The impulsive notion of sacrificing oneself for others often arises, be it your revered ancestor, your master, or even you, a mere child still reeking of milk. And yet, you aspire to protect the world. Should you perish, what will become of that cherished Mo? If she runs off with another, will your demise be worth the green hat you wear? Yet, it is clear that Mo never held affection for me. Her heart belongs to Gu Ning. Thus, it cannot be deemed a betrayal. Su Chang'an, cradling his head in distress, cast a pitiful glance at Wu Tong. He believed his heroic spirit would sway his master's wife, though he may not weep as copiously as when his master, Tingyu, passed away. He expected at least a few tears to fall. Instead, he was met with a torrent of harsh words from Wu Tong. She exclaimed, "If she does not like you, why not find a way to win her heart?" Wu Tong was increasingly vexed, pondering how she could have taken on such a dim-witted disciple. Yet, Su Chang'an lamented that he was at a loss as to how to make her like him. If he had the means to win Su Mo's affection, he would not suffer in silence while she and Gu Ning exchanged tender words. "You lack the means, but your master's wife possesses the solution," Wu Tong stated. "Is that so?" Su Chang'an's eyes brightened. "Will the master's wife deceive you?" Yet, a shadow of despair crossed his face as he continued. "But I am on the brink of death. Should Mo come to love me, my demise would only bring her sorrow." Wu Tong, exasperated, gave his head another light rap. "Thus, you must find a way to survive. Otherwise, your beloved will be snatched away. I wish to survive. But if even the master's wife cannot assist me, what can I do? My current inability does not signify a lack of future solutions. Extend your hand. Let me assess your condition." Wu Tong adopted a fierce demeanor, yet Su Chang'an recognized her genuine concern and complied. She placed her hand upon his pulse, closing her eyes to probe his internal state with her spiritual awareness. After a while, she withdrew her hand and opened her eyes, stating, "The situation is not as dire as one might presume. That demigod wished to consume the divine blood within you, but it expended considerable energy in self-preservation. It is now quite weakened. Moreover, you harbor the knife and tint star left by your master, which can aid you in resisting the divine blood's encroachment." "The knife and tint star left by my master?" Su Chang'an mused, recalling the teachings of the cultivation path, the 9 realms of Juling, Jiuxing, Fanshun, Tai, Diling, Tianting, Hunshou, Wendao, and Xingyun. The initial realm, Juling, involves forming spirit stars within one's body. Typically, a newly cultivated spirit star resembles a blank slate, its attributes requiring deliberate infusion according to the practitioner's cultivation path. The Xingyun, in its quest to pass on its understanding of the Tao, leaves behind spirit stars in the next generation, a method known as Xingcheng. A Xingyun can only achieve this once in its lifetime. The knife and tint star within you is vibrant and appears to be left by Tingyu. It is attached to the blade, and when you draw the knife, the inheritance will be activated. This is both a legacy from your master and a protective measure against the divine blood's consumption. However, this resistance is only temporary, merely delaying your erosion. Ultimately, it is a stopgap solution. Nevertheless, it affords me more time to seek ways to combat the divine blood. Su Chang'an discerned Wu Tong's intent to depart. Feeling a pang of reluctance, he hastily declared, "Master's wife, allow me to accompany you. Though I possess little skill, I can still offer some assistance. The place I am bound for is perilous. Your presence would not only be unhelpful, but would likely complicate matters for me. If you truly wish to assist, focus on your cultivation. Should I uncover a means to eradicate the divine blood, I would not want you to succumb to its wretched grasp," Wu Tong admonished. Su Chang'an pondered her words and recognized their validity, nodding solemnly. "Rest assured, master's wife, I shall not falter." At his words, Wu Tong finally broke into a radiant smile, a sight both enchanting and captivating. She then placed her hand gently upon the crown of Su Chang'an's head. A warmth surged from her touch, flowing into his dantian, enveloping him in an indescribable comfort. "Master's wife, what is this?" Su Chang'an queried, gazing at Wu Tong in confusion. "This is my Xingqing technique. As my disciple, my true fire spirit star is naturally yours to inherit. Shortly, I will impart some cultivation methods to you, with both my and your master's Xingcheng. You need not fear even the ordinary practitioners of the Jiuxing realm. Yet, these gifts are merely external. You must not grow complacent. Cultivate your own spirit star diligently to better withstand the divine blood within you." Su Chang'an was not entirely clear on the specifics of the Xingcheng technique, yet he understood it to be an exceedingly rare skill, a gift he cherished. Wu Tong's intention was to grant him extra time against the divine blood's corruption. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Chang'an struggled to articulate his feelings, his eyes brimming with unshed tears as he gazed at Wu Tong in silence. Noticing his distress, Wu Tong smiled softly, stroking his head. "Once your companions awaken, proceed to Chang'an with them. There resides your granduncle, Yu Hong. As the sole descendant of the Yu Guang lineage, he surely will not allow you to perish thus. Having lived for many years, he must possess some methods. Matters of cultivation can largely be consulted with him. In this world of Xingyun, few can rival his prowess." Wu Tong continued, as if recalling something. Remember, regardless of the circumstances, do not give up before I come to find you. Do not forget your promise to your master. You vowed to protect me. Should you perish, I shall haunt you from beyond the grave. With that, Wu Tong made a playful grimace at Su Chang'an. He had never envisioned his master's wife displaying such a side, and for a moment, he stood there in astonishment, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 1. Su Chang'an arrives in Chang'an. Su Chang'an stood before the courtyard gate, having at last arrived in Chang'an. 2 years prior, Tingyu set out from this very place, and now, 2 years later, Su Chang'an found himself here. One bore the weight of a legendary talent of the human race, while the other was an inconspicuous country lad. Yet, the spies within Chang'an City stirred to life, much like they had 2 years before. As Su Chang'an entered Chang'an City, news of his arrival reached certain individuals within the city. 2 years ago, Tingyu was of the Di-Ling realm, and with such strength, he had gained renown by vanquishing the long-celebrated saintess, Wu Tong. This posed a conundrum that had plagued many for some time. What was the source of Tingyu's prowess? Was it his connections, his swordsmanship, or the very blade he wielded? Some speculated that they might glean the answers they sought from this boy named Su Chang'an. The wolves of Chang'an City began to glimmer with predatory anticipation, while the boy at the eye of the storm remained blissfully unaware. Su Chang'an furrowed his brow as he surveyed the entrance of the courtyard. The premises appeared expansive, rivaling even the royal residence of the Gu family. Yet it was in a state of disrepair. Dust cloaked the door, obscuring its original hue, and the surface bore numerous blemishes, as if something had once been affixed there only to be pried away. Is this truly the Chang'an Academy? Su Chang'an rubbed his eyes, confirming he had not misread the dust-laden plaque. Gu Xianjun had gone to the residence the Gu family established in Chang'an, while Lu Dahong prepared to retire with his scant few companions. Su Mo, Gu Ning, and others had reported to their respective academies. Alone in this place, Su Chang'an's only destination was the Tianlan Academy. The academies in Chang'an City were as numerous as the stars in the sky, and he had passed many on his way here. Though they were not adorned with golden splendor, most were impressive and grand. At this time, the academy was bustling with students arriving for enrollment, with a continuous stream of people entering and exiting. In stark contrast, the so-called Chang'an First Academy was dilapidated and appeared to have been neglected for quite some time. Not a single soul had passed by in the quarter of an hour. Su Chang'an stood there, lost in thought. Su Chang'an's brow furrowed more deeply, as he perceived that this place did not resemble a vibrant academy, but rather a desolate grave. Nevertheless, having arrived, he resolved to take a look around. With this thought in mind, Su Chang'an ascended the steps before the entrance, raised his hand to tear away the cobwebs ensnaring the door ring, and gently rapped 3 times upon the door. The sound resonated like a ripple across a tranquil lake, echoing down the empty street. Inside the courtyard, no response emerged, and an inexplicable chill coursed through him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. "Are you Su Chang'an?" A clear voice sounded from behind him. Turning, he beheld a group of several youths of similar age, surrounding a young lady. She was strikingly beautiful, clad in a flowing white garment, her long black hair cascading down her back. She gazed at Su Chang'an, evidently the owner of the earlier voice. "That's me," Su Chang'an instinctively replied. The girl possessed a beauty surpassing that of Su Mo, rivaling even Gu Xianjun, prompting him to steal several glances. He then discreetly assessed the youths around her, all adorned in silks and brocades, suggesting they were the scions of affluent families from Chang'an City. The girl scrutinized him for a moment before speaking again. "You are the Su Chang'an that grandfather Yu Hong specifically recommended for Tianlan Academy? Yet you appear quite feeble." "Indeed, I have not yet gathered spiritual energy," Su Chang'an admitted. He did not perceive any fault in the girl's words. He was, after all, rather weak. The youths surrounding the girl erupted into light laughter, casting scornful glances at Su Chang'an. Furrowing his brow, he found nothing amusing about the situation and inquired, "Is there something you wish to say?" "You are far too weak to be worthy of entering Tianlan Academy," the girl stated, not appreciating the taunting laughter of her companions. Yet, she too doubted that someone like Su Chang'an could gain admission. "Why?" Su Chang'an asked earnestly, as if genuinely seeking understanding. Before the girl could respond, a robust youth clad in brocade pushed through the group and stepped forward. "Can you not comprehend human language? You are too weak. Thus, you are not deserving." After speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at the girl, seemingly eager to capture her attention. "It is precisely because I am weak that I require cultivation, is it not?" Su Chang'an expressed his confusion, convinced that his reasoning was sound. He sought a compelling justification from the youth. Perhaps Su Chang'an's response was too straightforward, for the robust youth found himself momentarily at a loss for words. his face reddening as he stammered, unable to articulate a single coherent thought. He glanced back at the girl, only to find her expression impassive, seemingly oblivious to his embarrassment. Feeling ignored, the robust youth's humiliation deepened. There are countless places for cultivation. Chang'an City boasts innumerable academies. Why must you come to Tianlan Academy? The girl queried, her gaze steadfastly fixed upon Su Chang'an, never once acknowledging the robust youth. She endeavored to discern what made Su Chang'an exceptional, yet this frail, low-ranked youth, who even spoke with a hint of foolishness, baffled her as to why he had garnered Grandmaster Yu Heng's favor. I did not particularly wish to come to Chang'an, however, my father insisted, believing it could lead to greater opportunities. Moreover, Grandmaster Yu Heng summoned me here, and with nowhere else to go in Chang'an, I thus arrived, Su Chang'an stated calmly, as if recounting a trivial family matter. The girl, however, was incensed by this statement. Her royal brother, endowed with remarkable talent, had been ardently sought after by their father to enter Tianlan Academy and study under Grandmaster Yu Heng, yet he was still rejected. Here was this boy, who spoke as though being admitted to Tianlan Academy was a burden. Your Highness, this rustic lacks reason. Let us not waste further words on him, but rather deal with him directly. A corpulent youth stepped forward, grinning menacingly at Su Chang'an, his flesh jiggling with every movement. The girl, referred to as Your Highness, furrowed her brow. She was not one to enjoy the bullying of others. Yet, her frustration at Su Chang'an's perceived unworthiness to receive Yu Heng's favor kept her from intervening. Seeing that the princess remained silent, the corpulent youth assumed he had her tacit approval. He smugly gestured toward the robust youth and swaggered up to Su Chang'an. Listen here. If you agree to abandon your foolish aspirations of entering Tianlan Academy, I promise I will only break one of your legs. Otherwise, haha. The flesh on the youth's face quivered more violently, akin to boiling dough. Suddenly, Su Chang'an's eyes brightened as if a realization dawned upon him. He looked up at the corpulent youth with an intense focus and said, You do not wish for me to enter Tianlan Academy. The group fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. Even the princess could not suppress a few light chuckles. So he is a fool. Only now grasping the situation, the corpulent youth jeered. Fool, listen well. We do not wish for you to enter Tianlan Academy. We prohibit you from doing so. But why? Su Chang'an scratched the back of his head, appearing genuinely perplexed. Even if I do not enter Tianlan Academy, you cannot either. His tone was earnest, as if sincerely lamenting the plight of the others. The laughter dissipated, replaced by grim expressions, as though Su Chang'an had struck a nerve. The corpulent youth's face quivered even more violently, and an aura of spiritual energy began to emanate from him, signifying his cultivation in the gathering spirit realm. You seek death, the corpulent youth bellowed, swinging his fist towards Su Chang'an. Startled, Su Chang'an instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his back, drawing it slightly. However, he soon furrowed his brow, sheathing the sword once more and stepping back just in time to evade the forceful punch that sliced through the air. Gasps arose from the crowd. Though the corpulent youth was not particularly formidable, he was at least in the gathering spirit realm. Such a blow, in terms of both strength and speed, was not something an ordinary person could easily dodge. Yet, despite his awkwardness, Su Chang'an had indeed evaded the strike. Quick reflexes. The corpulent youth, realizing he had lost face before the crowd, felt his anger surge. Approaching Su Chang'an, he unleashed his spiritual energy, exuding an intimidating presence. His previous punch had only used 60% of his strength, as he had been wary of Su Chang'an's identity, being a student personally selected by Yu Heng. If he were to truly injure him, even as the son of a marquis, he could not bear the consequences. However, now that Su Chang'an had dodged his attack, he felt humiliated before the crowd and the princess, driving him to disregard all caution and seek to thoroughly thrash Su Chang'an to relieve his anger. Su Chang'an sensed the shift in the corpulent youth's demeanor, his expression darkening. He possessed divine blood within him and had diligently practiced the teachings of Wudong on his journey to Chang'an, rendering his physique somewhat stronger than the average person. Nevertheless, he had yet to gather spiritual energy, and he knew he could not evade a full-force blow from the corpulent youth. Please, do not strike, Su Chang'an implored, his voice low, as if beseeching mercy. Laughter erupted once more from the crowd. This fellow is a coward, someone shouted. Even the princess cast a disdainful glance at Su Chang'an, pondering what Grandmaster Yu Heng could have been thinking, allowing someone like him into Tianlan Academy while her royal brother was denied. The corpulent youth reveled in the laughter, relishing his regained pride. Yet he was far from finished with Su Chang'an. It is too late to beg for mercy, he declared, raising his right hand once more, preparing to unleash a devastating blow upon Su Chang'an, this time utilizing all of his strength, for the power of the gathering spirit realm was not to be underestimated. If an ordinary person were struck by such a punch, those of frail constitution might perish on the spot, while those with a bit more resilience would certainly find themselves bedridden for months. Su Chang'an gazed at the fist looming larger in his vision and finally sighed. He then drew his blade, the edge slicing smoothly towards the right hand of the rotund man. The motion was fluid and seamless. In the blink of an eye, Su Chang'an's knife was less than 3 inches from the man's fist. What a swift blade! The princess, observing this, felt a surge of astonishment. She had never anticipated that an ordinary person who had yet to gather spiritual energy could wield such speed. The rotund man was in a frenzy, realizing the imminent danger of losing his right arm to the descending blade, yet he was already committed to his punch, unable to retract his fist in time. At that moment, Su Chang'an hesitated slightly, noticing the panic in the man's expression. Ultimately, his heart softened. He twisted the hilt of his knife, altering the strike to a slap instead. Humph! The rotund man let out a muffled grunt, clutching his bruised forearm as he retreated to the side. His gaze towards Su Chang'an was complex, tinged with both fear and gratitude. I told you, I do not wish to fight, Su Chang'an stated, his eyes clear and sincere. The rotund man paused, realizing that Su Chang'an's earlier inquiry was not born of cowardice, but rather a desire to avoid harm. Blushing at this revelation, he said, "Thank you. I am Sun Yinglong, son of Duke Xingde. I shall forever remember your kindness today, Su Xiong. Should you ever need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." Duke Xingde? A marquis? Su Xiong, have you heard of my father? No, I merely wish to inquire, which holds more prestige, a marquis or a baron? Chapter 2. Chu Shifeng Xiaoho Su Yu was decidedly displeased. Accompanied by a few sycophantic young nobles, she sought to teach a lesson to the youth who had taken the place of her royal brother. Yet Sun Yinglong, this fool, was unable to handle even a boy who had not gathered spiritual energy, and instead, he was fraternizing with him. Sun Yinglong, come back here, Xiaoho Su Yu commanded sharply. The young man, who had been laughing with Su Chang'an, shrank his neck, offering an apologetic smile to Su Chang'an before hurriedly retreating to Xiaoho Su Yu's side. Your Highness, look, he is a student personally appointed by Lord Yuang. If something were to happen, it would reflect poorly on us. Shall we let him off the hook today? Sun Yinglong said with a cheerful demeanor. Having spared him once, he naturally did not wish to see Su Chang'an harmed. Hence he quickly spoke in his defense to Xiaoho Su Yu. You are quite chivalrous, aren't you? Remarked a young man with thick brows, raising an eyebrow. You cannot even handle a country bumpkin who has yet to gather spiritual energy. Your father's reputation as Duke Xingde is in tatters. Another slender youth chimed in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You all. Sun Yinglong flushed, rendered speechless. Among the young nobles in the capital, he indeed possessed the lowest cultivation level, a fact that had subjected him to much ridicule from his peers. Su Yu, allow me to assist you in dealing with this insolent boy. The thick-browed youth smiled confidently, turning to face Su Chang'an. Sun Yinglong was alarmed. This young man was Su Dingyue, son of the celebrated Marquis of Wuqing, Su Nanqing, renowned for his prodigious talent, having already reached the 9-star realm at a tender age. He was nearly on par with the celebrated scions of the north, such as Gu Xianjun and Mu Guiyan. Although Su Chang'an exuded an enigmatic aura, he was certainly no match for Su Dingyue. Do you wish to fight me? Su Chang'an inquired, observing the approaching Su Dingyue. What? Do you wish to tell me that you do not wish to harm me? Su Dingyue's face bore a playful smile. He was brimming with confidence, convinced that no peer could surpass him except for a few exceptional talents. Not at all, Su Chang'an shook his head. I am not your opponent. You have already attained the 9-star realm while I have yet to gather spiritual energy. I cannot harm you. Indeed, although Wudong had imparted many techniques to him, and he had diligently practiced every moment during his arduous journey to Chang'an, he was still in the early stages of his cultivation. His ability to defeat Sun Yinglong stemmed from the latter's laziness despite being in the gathering realm, making him slightly weaker than typical practitioners. Additionally, Su Chang'an's blade techniques, enhanced by the influence of Mo Tingtian's sword intent and his rigorous training along the way, were comparable to those of many 9-star or even Fan Shun realm practitioners. However, facing Su Dingyue, a master of the 9-star realm, Su Chang'an held no hope of victory. Are you begging for mercy? Su Dingyue's smile deepened. But it was of no avail. You have displeased Su Yu, and thus you must pay the price. Su Yu? Su Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at the white-clad maiden. Do you have feelings for her? He queried further. Su Dingyue's face instantly flushed, the confidence that had once allowed him to toy with everything evaporating. Blushing, he stammered. What business is it of yours? Even Xiaoho Su Yu, who had remained silent until now, felt her cheeks warm. They were but 16 or 17-year-olds harboring youthful affections, often concealed within their hearts. Though she had never entertained any feelings for Su Dingyu, she had an inkling of his thoughts. With such matters laid bare, it was inevitable that she would feel embarrassed. This fool, I must teach him a lesson. Xiahou Suyu vowed silently. Regrettably, she does not like you, Su Chang'an remarked calmly, his eyes reflecting a sense of pity for Su Dingyue's plight. Do not utter nonsense. Su Dingyue's face was as red as a ripe fruit. He could scarcely bring himself to look at Xiahou Suyu. Embarrassed and enraged, he moved swiftly, his left hand reaching out with a fierce gust of wind aimed at Su Chang'an. How swift! Su Chang'an was taken aback. He barely had time to raise his blade to his chest, watching helplessly as Su Dingyue's palm approached with alarming speed. This was a strike from the nine-star realm. Even if Su Dingyue was not using his full strength, the force behind it could incapacitate Su Chang'an for a year and a half. Just then, a powerful gust of blade wind surged forth. Su Dingyue's heart raced. The knife wind carried a terrifying force that compelled him to push off the ground, halting midair before retreating sharply. As he regained his footing, the blade wind grazed past his face, slicing through his hair, splitting it into two. Both Su Chang'an and the others turned to see the source of the blade wind. A figure emerged. A man with disheveled long hair and a hint of stubble at the corner of his mouth, clad in a tattered gray robe, giving an impression of disarray. Yet, his eyes sparkled brightly, akin to the stars above. He brandished a concealed blade and approached slowly, the sound of his boots echoing against the stone path of Chang'an. Who is he? The young nobles beside Xiahou Suyu murmured, their expressions a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Chu Shifeng, Xiahou Suyu finally spoke, her gaze fixated on the man. Chu Shifeng. The youths gasped in unison, for it was a name that resonated deeply. Over a decade ago, the human race witnessed the emergence of an extraordinary talent, Su Chang'an's master, the heavenly blade, Tingyu. Like the sun, he illuminated the youth of the human race, overshadowing all other prodigies. The only one among the younger generation who could rival him, or who could withstand 10 exchanges with Tingyu, was the very man standing before them, Chu Shifeng. 10 years prior, Tingyu had retreated into seclusion after slaying Wudong. After several failed challenges against Tingyu, Chu Shifeng ventured to the western regions, vowing to return only upon vanquishing Tingyu. 2 years ago, Tingyu vanquished the holy maiden of the demon clan in the north, losing his own life in the process. Yet, Chu Shifeng has remained shrouded in mystery. Many claimed he perished in the western regions. However, at this moment, this man has returned. Are you Su Chang'an? Chu Shifeng approached Su Chang'an and inquired. Su Chang'an gazed at the man before him, acknowledging that his blade had saved him. Yet, there lingered a subtle sense of danger emanating from this man. Simultaneously, he found it curious that the question, "Are you Su Chang'an?" had been posed to him multiple times today. A sudden realization dawned upon him. He seemed to be quite renowned, as if many were aware of his existence. Yes, it is I, Su Chang'an replied with a nod. Tingyu was your master? Chu Shifeng asked. Indeed. Where is he now? He has passed away. Su Chang'an found it odd. The news of Tingyu's death had circulated throughout the realm 2 years prior. Why would this man still pose such a question? Passed away? Chu Shifeng exclaimed in disbelief. How could he possibly be dead? His tone escalated from a shout to a roar. A fierce wind surged, stirring up clouds of dust. As the edges of Su Chang'an's garments began to fray, he recognized that this was the manifestation of the man's blade intent, generating the tempest. Yet, it was true. He had died in the north. Su Chang'an sensed that his master held great significance for this man. He wished to offer solace, but was at a loss for words. When one genuinely mourns the loss of another, no matter the attempts to comfort them, it seems futile. For the sorrow is rooted in the death itself, and as long as the deceased cannot return to life, the bereaved will inevitably grieve. Impossible, Chu Shifeng bellowed, his long hair billowing in the wind, revealing the pulsing veins at his temples, his visage taking on an extraordinarily menacing aspect. The blade intent within him surged forth, swirling chaotically around him. Those present were compelled to retreat, even summoning their own spiritual energy to withstand the onslaught of his unleashed blade intent. Senior Chu, we too mourn the loss of Mo. Please accept our condolences, Xiahou Suyu interjected, drawing a long sword from an unknown place, positioning it before her to fend off the relentless winds and blade intent. She keenly sensed that Chu Shifeng was not quite himself at that moment and attempted to calm him down. Impossible, impossible. Chu Shifeng remained unyielding, fixated on his mantra. Su Chang'an, devoid of spiritual energy, bore within him the legacy of 2 fallen stars. Though he could not fully harness their power, The two star spirits instinctively released energy to protect their host, encircling Su Chang'an in a shield of true fire and blade intent, rendering him impervious to the chaos that swept around him, as though a mere ant could not shake a mighty tree. In the third chapter, Seniors and Juniors, Chu Shifeng's expression finally shifted as he regarded Su Chang'an, momentarily dazed. Why do you bear his aura? His aura? Su Chang'an echoed, perplexed by what Chu Shifeng meant. I just sensed it. You carry his blade intent. He is not dead. A fervor ignited in Chu Shifeng's eyes, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, finally glimpsing light amidst the darkness. My master has indeed perished, Su Chang'an clarified, a wave of sorrow washing over him, though he could not discern whether it was for the man before him or the deceased Tingyu. This blade intent is the remnant left by my master. At this revelation, the crowd was taken aback. Blade intent spirit, Xiahou Suyu murmured, her eyes suddenly sparkling with intrigue as she regarded Su Chang'an with renewed interest. Blade intent spirit? Nonsense. Tingyu was not a fallen star. How could there be a blade intent spirit? Chu Shifeng's voice dwindled to a whisper, the madness in his gaze slowly dissipating, replaced by a look of horror. Are you saying he has become a fallen star? He questioned Su Chang'an, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Yes, Su Chang'an affirmed. My master has become a fallen star. His soul returned to the sea of stars. Su Chang'an, though not entirely grasping the depth of Chu Shifeng's feelings for his master, sensed a genuine sorrow emanating from him. This news was nothing short of earth-shattering. The tales surrounding Tingyu's slaying of the demon clan's holy maiden had spawned countless theories. Yet none had ever considered that Tingyu could ascend to become a fallen star. At merely 29, he had defied all precedent throughout history. There had never been such a young fallen star. Even a century ago, during humanity's most glorious era, though hundreds had fallen, none had matched such prodigious talent. A fallen star. You have indeed attained the status of a fallen star. Chu Shifeng lifted his gaze to the heavens, as if he could perceive Tingyu's spirit among the stars. You are undoubtedly the most illustrious genius of the human race in a century. Su Rang, Luo Yuer. Ho Rui, Hua Feizhua, do you know? He has become a fallen star. Chu Shifeng erupted into wild laughter, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. To have existed in the same era as Tingyu was both a blessing and a curse. He loomed like a mountain over every contemporary cultivator. No matter how hard one strove, when they looked up, all they could see was his ever-diminishing silhouette. Now he had departed, leaving behind an astonishing legacy, forcing those who once sought to catch up to him to simply lament their inability. Eventually, Chu Shifeng calmed himself, the errant blade intent receding, restoring tranquility to the road outside Tianlan Academy. Yet, Xiahou Suyu and her companions remained tense, watching Chu Shifeng, uncertain of what reckless action he might take next. You possess his legacy spirit? After a prolonged silence, Chu Shifeng finally spoke. Yes, Su Chang'an nodded. Let us engage in a duel, Chu Shifeng stated earnestly, drawing his white blade, gleaming ominously. Excuse me? Su Chang'an was taken aback, unable to discern Chu Shifeng's cultivation level, but from the blade intent he had inadvertently released, it was evident that this man surpassed the 9th star realm by a considerable margin. I have yet to gather my spirit energy. Su Chang'an attempted to emphasize his own realm, hoping to divert his focus. You are Tingyu's disciple. He owes me a duel, and you must repay it. Chu Shifeng remained resolute, undeterred. Su Chang'an found himself at a loss for words. Chu Shifeng's reasoning was sound, yet he truly was not his match. But I cannot defeat you. You win. Chu Shifeng furrowed his brow. Is this the demeanor of Tingyu's disciple? How can you know you cannot defeat me without even trying? Su Chang'an was astonished. He had never anticipated encountering someone so adept at reasoning. For a moment, he found himself bereft of a retort. Very well, I shall seal my spirit energy, and we shall only compare techniques. Chu Shifeng, noticing Su Chang'an's prolonged silence, seemed to realize he was being overly domineering and spoke again. Compare techniques? Su Chang'an thought ruefully. The techniques he knew were merely the rudimentary moves he had learned from Lu Dahong on his way here. Sweeping, slashing, tapping, slicing, and thrusting. The sole technique Tingyu had imparted to him was merely a superficial understanding, and in the 2 years since, he had only managed to utilize it once by relying on the residual power left by Tingyu. As Su Chang'an was about to decline, a venerable yet robust voice echoed in his mind. Agree to him. The voice instructed. Su Chang'an was taken aback, glancing around him. Aside from Chu Shifeng and Xiahou Suyu's group, he saw no other figures. Stop looking. I am not here. The voice seemed to express impatience. You need only silently articulate your thoughts in your heart, and I shall hear them. Are you the Yuheng Shizu? Su Chang'an pondered internally. The only person he could conceive of possessing such miraculous abilities was the renowned Yuheng Darren, whom he had yet to meet. The lad is not particularly foolish, the voice remarked. However, I have yet to gather my spiritual essence. Su Chang'an furrowed his brow and silently mused. You agreed, so you must comply. How could I possibly harm you? The discontent within the voice grew increasingly palpable. Very well then, Su Chang'an acquiesced. Although he had not met Yuheng, the fact that Yuheng was the sure shoe of Mo Tingyu imbued Su Chang'an with an inexplicable sense of closeness and trust towards him. Wait a moment. I shall speak a phrase, and you will relay it to the young man of the Chu family, the voice instructed once more. Chu Shifeng, having awaited for an extended period without receiving Su Chang'an's response, lifted his blade and pointed it at Su Chang'an. Young man, will you agree or not? At this moment, Su Chang'an suddenly raised his head, offering a smile to Chu Shifeng that radiated unparalleled confidence. He proclaimed loudly, I accept your challenge. However, you must also agree to one condition. What condition? Chu Shifeng inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. You are a swordsman renowned alongside my master, my senior. Though you willingly lower your cultivation to spar with me, your years of practice far exceed my own. Should you win, it would be only natural. But if by mere luck I, the junior, were to triumph over you, what then? Su Chang'an calmly reiterated Yuheng's words. What do you propose? Chu Shifeng asked, somewhat displeased. He was well aware that even if he were to defeat Su Chang'an, it would not be a worthy victory. Nevertheless, Mo Tingyu had become a psychological barrier for him. And if he did not engage Su Chang'an, the heir of Mo Tingyu, in battle, it would likely hinder his future cultivation. Quite simply, should I fortuitously win against you, I hope you will join my Tianlan Academy and become my swordsmanship instructor. Upon hearing this, Chu Shifeng's brow furrowed even deeper. Although he was a martial enthusiast, he was not entirely naive. At present, the Great Way appeared tranquil and prosperous. Yet beneath the surface, currents of intrigue swirled in the bustling city of Chang'an, where the true pillars of the nation, Yuheng and the Holy Emperor, were nearing their twilight. Joining Tianlan Academy would align him with Yuheng's lineage, the implications of which were far too complex to articulate. However, he did not believe he would genuinely lose to Su Chang'an. So after a moment of hesitation, he replied, Fine, I agree. Xiahou Xia was taken aback. Numerous extraordinary events had transpired before Tianlan Academy that day. For instance, Mo Tingyu had unexpectedly become a fallen star. Su Chang'an harbored the inherited star spirit of Mo Tingyu, and the long-missing Chu Shifeng had suddenly returned to Chang'an. Each of these matters was significant enough to warrant the Holy Emperor's direct inquiry. Yet, compared to these events, Su Chang'an's audacity in accepting Chu Shifeng's challenge was truly astonishing. Who was Chu Shifeng? A prodigy of the previous generation, had it not been for Mo Tingyu's emergence. He would undoubtedly have been a figure akin to the current generation's Gu Xianjun or Mu Guiyang. Over a decade ago, when he ventured to the western regions, he had already attained the level of Fanshin. Now, after a decade of arduous training, his realm must be profoundly elevated. On the other hand, Su Chang'an, despite being the disciple of the heavenly blade Mo Tingyu and possessing his inherited star spirit, was ultimately just a rural lad without gathered spiritual essence. The fact that such a person dared to confront Chu Shifeng was something Xiahou Xia would have deemed preposterous had she not witnessed it with her own eyes. Xiahou Xia found herself momentarily lost in thought, only regaining her composure when Su Chang'an approached her. May I borrow your sword for a moment? Su Chang'an asked, his gaze as clear as a spring pool. Oh, Xiahou Xia's face inexplicably flushed, and she instinctively extended her hand, offering her sword. Thank you. Su Chang'an respectfully accepted the blade, turned, and nodded at Chu Shifeng, stating, it is ready. Su Chang'an positioned the sword across his chest, slightly angled his body, and rested the tips of his left index and middle fingers against the 7-inch mark on the blade. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Shifeng's eyes. While Su Chang'an's posture appeared casual, it was, in reality, a perfect blend of offense and defense, with both the sword's placement and his stance executed with flawless precision. This was not the level of swordsmanship one would expect from a mere 15 or 16-year-old youth. It resembled that of a master who had immersed themselves in the art for many years. Chu Shifeng sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint the source of his unease. As a swordsman, he typically resolved uncertainties with a decisive strike. Thus, he acted, propelling himself forward, his blade aimed at Su Chang'an from an exceedingly clever angle. The force behind this strike was immense, even without his spiritual power. His physical strength was formidable enough to conquer ordinary 9-star or even Fanshin cultivators through sheer might and his ferocious swordplay. He believed that with this strike, Su Chang'an would undoubtedly fall. Not only did he think so, but everyone present shared the same belief. The power of Chu Shifeng's strike was such that even Xiahou Suya, the most accomplished among them, felt she could not withstand it. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt a twinge of reluctance, despite her disdain for Su Chang'an. The thought of him potentially being shattered beneath the force of this blow left her feeling uneasy. Su Chang'an, however, stood his ground in the face of the oncoming blade, refusing to flinch or evade. He rotated his grip on the sword, reversing it, and lunged forward to meet the thunderous strike head-on. A hint of scorn appeared on Chu Shifeng's face. He believed this powerful blow could never be countered by a youth yet to gather spiritual essence. He could envision numerous ways to evade it, but Su Chang'an had chosen the most foolish approach. He was convinced that with this strike, Su Chang'an would surely perish. He attempted to temper his force slightly, as he did not wish to kill Su Chang'an, being the disciple of Tingyu. Although Chu Shifeng had always regarded Tingyu as a rival in his path of cultivation, he did not see him as an enemy, and in a way, he felt an implicit camaraderie with him. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as the sword met the blade. Chapter 4. Lian Pa is aged contrary to his expectations. Chu Shifeng's blade did not pierce Su Chang'an's sword. Instead, Su Chang'an's sword landed precisely at a particular point on the blade, a most peculiar point, where the force of Chu Shifeng's strike was at its weakest. Logically, even at the weakest point, Su Chang'an should not have been able to withstand it. However, the unfortunate twist was that he had deliberately reduced his force by 1/3 to spare Su Chang'an's life. Chu Shifeng's pupils dilated suddenly as he realized that Su Chang'an's strike was no mere coincidence. Su Chang'an had accurately identified his flaw and even calculated that he would lessen his force at the last moment. He felt a wave of shock. What kind of innate talent was this? Even after years of mastery in the art of swordsmanship, he could not claim to achieve such a feat as he contemplated this. He found himself momentarily dazed. Yet, in a contest between masters, victory or defeat often hinges on a fleeting moment. Su Chang'an had not been considered a master before, but in that instant he was. Seizing upon Chu Shifeng's momentary lapse, he swept his sword upward, deflecting Chu Shifeng's blade. Then swiftly turned his right hand to grasp the hilt, halting the sword's edge just half an inch from Chu Shifeng. "You have lost," Su Chang'an declared. His voice steady and composed, neither high nor low, his demeanor neither subservient nor arrogant, his gaze devoid of triumph or trepidation. Yet, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Xiahou Suya and her companions stared in astonishment, captivated by the unfolding scene. Their perspective lacked the insight to discern the intricacies at play. All they knew was that Su Chang'an had withstood Chu Shifeng's thunderous strike and then, with a single maneuver, had bested the established swordsmanship prodigy. This was an utterly maddening development. Xiahou Suya even pinched her own lovely cheek, attempting to convince herself that this was all merely a dream. Of course, the outcome was not as she wished. Chu Shifeng gazed at Su Chang'an's sword, his expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions: shock, resentment, confusion, and anger. But ultimately, he broke into a relieved smile. "Indeed, Yuheng Darren of Tianlan Academy is extraordinary. I, Chu, accept my defeat with full acknowledgement." Su Chang'an was taken aback, his face flushing slightly, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. You know, the swordplay just demonstrated was not truly the prowess of Su Chang'an. Rather, Yuheng had temporarily taken control of Su Chang'an's body, executing a series of seemingly straightforward, yet intricately profound sword moves. Haha, Tingyu has indeed found a remarkable disciple. However, Chu Shifeng did not respond, instead offering a knowing smile to Su Chang'an. He then composed himself, his expression turning solemn as he bowed to the dilapidated gate of Tianlan Academy, declaring, "Chu is willing to wager and accept defeat. From this day forth, I shall serve as the instructor of the Tao of Sabers at Tianlan Academy." With a creak, as soon as Chu Shifeng finished speaking, the gate of Tianlan Academy emitted a heavy sound and slowly opened. At that moment, Su Chang'an finally beheld the enigmatic scenery within Tianlan Academy. Contrary to his expectations of opulence and grandeur, he found only unremarkable structures, sparse and desolate. Confused, he stood on tiptoe for a better look, only to discover that the vast academy was utterly devoid of any presence. Since the departure of Lord Yaoguang's soul to the Starry Sea, Tianlan Academy had not enrolled any students. "You are the only one in the past 12 years. Sensing Su Chang'an's bewilderment, the portly son Yinglong approached to elucidate. "Oh." Su Chang'an found it strange. Why would a prestigious institution like Chang'an First Academy refrain from accepting students? Without students, what distinction remains for an academy? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a voice resonated from within the courtyard, ancient yet powerful. Su Chang'an recognized it as the very voice that had echoed in his mind moments before. Alas, the voice let out a soft sigh and continued, this time. It is I, Yu Hong, who has orchestrated matters for you. When you seek the Tao, your name shall be inscribed within the Tian Dao Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Su Chang'an was perplexed, but Xiaohou Siyue and the others gasped in astonishment. Chu Shifeng, however, remained unfazed, bowing once more and expressing gratitude to Lord Yu Hong. Indeed. The voice replied, Siyue. Grandfather Yu Hong, Siyue is here. Startled from her stupor, Xiaohou Siyue hurried to the entrance, respectfully responding. Years ago, the Holy Emperor intended to send the 7th prince to Tianlan, but by then, Tianlan had already closed its doors, thus unable to accept the 7th prince. This matter, I must admit, is a fault of mine, Yu Hong. As he spoke, the voice paused thoughtfully before continuing. Now that the 7th prince has become a disciple of the Starfall platform Tai by Daoist, our Tianlan Academy owes a debt of gratitude to your Xiaohou clan. Return and inform your father, the Emperor. If he wishes, he may allow you to enter our Tianlan Academy. The expression on Xiaohou Siyue's face shifted from shock to joy, her eyes gleaming with uncontainable delight as she hastily bowed, saying, Yes, thank you, Grandfather Yu Hong. I shall return to inform my father immediately. Indeed. Go. The voice commanded. Having received Yu Hang's approval, Xiaohou Siyue expressed her gratitude once more and then rushed off with a group of youths, likely to share this joyous news with the Holy Emperor. As she departed, Sun Yinglong did not forget to arrange a future gathering with Su Chang'an, who found the plump fellow rather amusing and smiled in agreement. I have some mundane matters to attend to. I shall return to the academy tomorrow. Hoping for Lord Yu Hang's permission. At this moment, Chu Shifeng also spoke up. You may go. I thank you, Lord Yu Hong, Chu Shifeng said, clasping his fists, before turning and walking away into the distance. The once lively Tianlan Academy fell silent once more, leaving only Su Chang'an standing there in a daze. After a while, the voice resonated again. Why are you standing there foolishly? Come in. Oh. Su Chang'an finally snapped back to reality, feeling a tinge of anxiety. It dawned on him that his Shirshu seemed to be a person of great significance, even eliciting reverence from a princess. Nonetheless, he found himself stepping through the academy's gates, compelled by nowhere else to go and the knowledge that his Shirmu had informed him that the divine blood within him might require Yu Hang's assistance. Proceed straight ahead. I await you at Yu Hong Pavilion, the voice instructed. Su Chang'an acknowledged with a yes and walked straight ahead. As he traversed through a row of plants whose names eluded him, he encountered 7 distinct pavilions named Tianji, Tianquan, Tianshu, Tianxian, Yaoguang, Yuhong, and Kaiyang. They appeared to be situated without rhyme or reason within Tianlan Academy, yet Su Chang'an sensed that their arrangement subtly mirrored the positions of the Big Dipper stars. He made his way toward the Yu Hong Pavilion. Upon arriving at the pavilion's entrance, his heart raced with trepidation. This was not out of fear, but rather akin to the anxiety one feels when meeting in-laws who may disapprove. Ultimately, he took a deep breath and pushed open the pavilion door, revealing a figure before him. It was an elderly man with hair like silver and a face lined with deep wrinkles, hunched over and sitting there, his sleepy eyes now fixed on Su Chang'an, as if scrutinizing an object. Su Chang'an examined him in turn, realizing just how aged Yu Hong had become, appearing as though he might pass at any moment. The two, one old and one young, locked gazes. After a prolonged silence, they simultaneously averted their eyes. Almost in unison, they spoke. I am nearing death. Chapter 5. The Fate of Tianlan. Another long silence ensued. Finally, Su Chang'an broke the stillness. Why? Are you ill? No. Yu Hong shook his head, responding, as one ages, death becomes inevitable. His voice was soft, lacking the robust resonance he had displayed outside the gate, leaving Su Chang'an with the impression that the two voices seemed to originate from different individuals. Does Starfall also succumb to age? Su Chang'an frowned. He had always believed that Starfall would not die, at least not from old age. Everyone must die. Did not your master also pass? A subtle smile curved Yu Hang's lips, as if he found amusement in the statement. Master is different. He did not die of old age. Su Chang'an abruptly halted his words, hesitating on whether to reveal the truth to Yu Hong. Although he felt a peculiar kinship with the old man, they had only known one another for a mere quarter of an hour. Yu Hong smirked, and this time Su Chang'an was certain he was indeed smiling, albeit his smile was not particularly pleasant to behold due to his advanced age. Yu Hong continued, he did not die of old age. He sacrificed himself to save that child, Wudong. Su Chang'an's pupils dilated in shock, the deepest secret he had harbored revealed in Yu Heng's calm narration. He stared blankly at Yu Heng, attempting to glean something from the old man's expression. Yet Yu Heng's face remained as tranquil as a still pond, as though what he had just said was a trivial matter. Su Chang'an began to feel anxious. His palms grew clammy, and he secretly plotted how to escape from this academy swiftly, but what Yu Heng said next quelled such thoughts. It has been over a decade since I last saw that child, Wudong. I miss her dearly, Yu Heng stated earnestly. Su Chang'an found it difficult to discern the truth from his tone. He hesitantly queried, do you not harbor resentment toward Shirmu? Why would I resent her? Yu Heng raised an eyebrow, gazing at Su Chang'an with intrigue. She killed your junior brother. Su Chang'an frowned. He sensed something amiss with Yu Heng's demeanor. Although Yao Guang was his master's ancestor, he had never met him and did not know him. Conversely, Wudong was his Shirmu, who had treated him kindly. Naturally, he would not despise his Shirmu for the sake of someone he had never encountered. Yet Yu Heng was different. He was the elder brother of his master, and his Shirmu had slain his junior brother. How could he appear so indifferent? Though such thoughts might seem overly sentimental, Su Chang'an could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. She also killed your master, Yu Heng remarked, his tone light, even tinged with jest. Su Chang'an's dissatisfaction surged, and he raised his voice slightly, saying, that is not the same. I do not know my master, and Shirmu has treated me well. Yet you should not take this so lightly, considering your master was your junior brother. So you may. As Su Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, he murmured with a voice as light as a feather, logically, it should be like this. Yu Heng chuckled softly, shaking his head as he remarked, that child Wudong is quite peculiar. How could she possibly teach you to be such a simpleton? Su Chang'an found himself at a loss for words. Wudong was a disciple of Yao Guang. Although Wudong had perished a century ago, her cultivation did not match that of Yao Guang. Yao Guang undoubtedly knew her identity, yet he still accepted Wudong as his apprentice. I suspect he had long been prepared for this matter, though the reasons remain a mystery to me. At this juncture, Yu Heng paused before continuing. Moreover, before Yao Guang passed away, he uttered a particular phrase to me. What was it? Su Chang'an inquired, realizing that this phrase might hold the key to Yu Heng's attitude. Wudong shall forever be a disciple of Tianlan Min, Yu Heng stated, although his tone remained languid. Su Chang'an keenly observed that as he spoke those words, the drowsiness in Yu Heng's eyes abruptly vanished, replaced by a fierce gleam, akin to a lion awakening from slumber. Yet, he soon retracted this imposing aura, reverting to his indifferent demeanor. But why is this so? After all, she is your master, and she harmed him. Su Chang'an voiced his confusion. How would I know? As a senior brother, my sole duty is to follow his instructions, Yu Heng replied with a yawn, his drowsiness intensifying, as if he were on the verge of falling asleep. Recalling old tales is futile. Why not share with me why you are also nearing death? Su Chang'an hesitated, sensing that Yu Heng appeared quite fatigued, and the matter regarding the divine blood was not pressing at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, however, you seem extremely weary. Perhaps Master Uncle should rest for a while, and I will. Before Su Chang'an could finish, he was interrupted by Yu Heng shaking his head. One cannot simply sleep at an old age. One never knows when they may awaken no more. But this matter is lengthy. Su Chang'an still felt uneasy about keeping an elderly man awake to listen to his tale. Then make it brief, Yu Heng responded nonchalantly. Brief? Su Chang'an tilted his head in thought. He then looked at Yu Heng and declared, there is divine blood within me. Yu Heng suddenly fell silent. His gaze fixated on Su Chang'an, and the expression on his face shifted between various emotions. Su Chang'an felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, wondering if he had said something amiss. Finally, Yu Heng spoke, his voice tinged with bitterness, as if it had been forced from his throat. What is the matter? It is from the blade of my master. From the blade? Su Chang'an rolled his eyes, ultimately recounting the entire incident to Yu Heng. The master's wife had instructed him to seek Yu Heng's assistance, clearly placing her trust in him, so Su Chang'an had no reason to withhold anything. Upon finishing his narration, Yu Heng fell into another prolonged silence. Eventually, he sighed and said to Su Chang'an, come here, let me have a look. Su Chang'an complied, stepping forward as Yu Heng extended his hand towards his left arm. A warm current surged from Su Chang'an's left arm into his body. He understood that Yu Heng was examining his condition. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Yu Heng withdrew his hand. It seems that the divine blood within you has expended considerable power during that incident at Yuyan Ridge, and is now in a state of dormancy. However, with the protection of the celestial spirits from Tingyu and Wudong's legacy, you should be safe for the time being. Yu Heng's brow furrowed, and the creases on his face deepened. Yet, it will inevitably awaken again. Master Uncle, is there any way? Su Chang'an asked anxiously. There is none. Yu Heng interjected, shaking his head and cutting off Su Chang'an's forthcoming questions. The color in Su Chang'an's eyes dimmed, and he lowered his head, his voice heavy with gloom as he asked, "Then how much longer can I live?" "I do not know. Perhaps a year, perhaps a month, or perhaps merely a day." Yu Heng's voice also grew somber. Once the divine being revives, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this point, he gazed at Su Chang'an, his expression becoming increasingly complex. "So, Master Uncle wishes to eliminate me now to prevent future calamities?" Su Chang'an seemed to grasp Yu Heng's implication, and his body began to tremble. Death was an unbearably weighty word for Su Chang'an, or indeed for any 16-year-old boy. Yu Heng shook his head once more, sighing, "I have grown too old. Old enough that many of those I once knew have perished. Thus, I can no longer bear to witness anyone else's demise. What I wish to convey is that few are aware of the matter of divine blood, but there are indeed some who do know. Among these individuals, some may wish to exploit you, while others may seek to eliminate you. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, do not divulge the matter of divine blood to others." Su Chang'an was taken aback, feeling perplexed. "But what if the divine being truly revives within me?" Yu Heng rolled his eyes, a gesture that did not suit someone of his advanced age and appeared somewhat odd. "What does that have to do with me? By then, I shall have long since passed. My only resolve is this. As long as I live, you shall live. When I die, whether you live or die is your concern." Though Yu Heng's words were not particularly pleasant to hear, Su Chang'an found them to hold a certain wisdom. "By the way, do you wish to learn the sword?" "Huh." Su Chang'an struggled to keep pace with Yu Heng's erratic conversational style, and after a moment of reflection, he responded, "My master left me a blade." The implication was clear. He desired to learn the art of the blade. This is not contradictory. One can learn both sword and blade. Yu Heng seemed not to grasp Su Chang'an's words and continued, "But I am too clumsy. I have yet to master a single move my master taught me after 2 years, Su Chang'an lamented. "No worries. Diligence can compensate for ineptitude." Yu Heng exaggeratedly yawned and declared, "This matter is thus decided. You may leave now. The old man wishes to rest for a while." With that, he closed his eyes, emitting a series of not-so-soft snores without granting Su Chang'an an opportunity to respond. Su Chang'an could hardly fathom that this renowned Yu Heng, celebrated for a century, possessed such a capricious side. He could only mutter a quiet farewell before exiting the room. However, unbeknownst to Su Chang'an, the moment he stepped out of the door, Yu Heng's tightly shut eyes abruptly opened. The drowsiness vanished from the corners of his eyes, replaced by a mix of helplessness and indignation. In a voice only he could hear, he sighed, "The Tianlong lineage ultimately cannot escape its destiny." Chapter 6. Once a youth bewildered, once an elder enlightened. Su Chang'an found a fairly decent room to reside in within the courtyard. Although Tianlong Academy had not had students for many years, the furnishings from yesteryears remained, and the room was relatively clean, needing only a slight tidying up. Su Chang'an did not sleep soundly that night. After all, the divine blood still resided within him, and with his life hanging by a thread, he was unable to disregard the threat of death. He tossed and turned until late into the night before finally succumbing to a deep slumber. Hey, time to wake up." A voice as melodious as a lark echoed in Su Chang'an's ears, and he reluctantly opened his eyes. His eyelids seemed to linger in reluctance, and he struggled to crack his eyes open slightly. What came into view was a beautiful face that seemed somewhat familiar. "Is it Mo? No, wait." Su Chang'an was still a bit dazed, rubbing his eyes until he finally recognized the owner of the face. It was none other than the young lady from yesterday, Princess Xiao Suyu of the Great Way. Instinctively, Su Chang'an retreated further into the bed, stammering, "What are you doing here?" A hint of shyness crept into his voice, and his face involuntarily flushed. "Why can't I be here?" Xiao Suyu found Su Chang'an's flustered demeanor amusing, leaning in closer. "Have you forgotten? Yesterday, Grandpa Yu Heng allowed me to practice at Tianlong Academy." A faint fragrance wafted to the tip of Su Chang'an's nose, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He could hardly comprehend what Xiao Suyu was saying, responding instinctively with, "Oh, is that so? Hurry up and get up. Senior Chu Shifeng asked me to wake you." Xiao Suyu urged. Upon hearing the name of Chu Shifeng, Su Chang'an's eyes brightened instantly, and his spirits lifted considerably. He had long harbored a desire to learn the art of the sword, but had struggled to find a worthy mentor. He immediately sat up, ready to throw off the covers and rise, only to pause. Turning his head, he glanced at Xiao Suyu with a hint of shyness and stammered, "Your Highness, could you perhaps step outside for a moment?" "Why?" Xiao Suyu inquired, her large, glistening eyes fixed upon Su Chang'an. Feeling somewhat awkward due to the societal norms between men and women, Su Chang'an found himself flustered. as he rarely had the opportunity to be alone with a girl of his age. Xiao Siyu quickly understood the situation, her face flushing red, and she hastily exclaimed, "Then hurry up," before dashing out of Su Chang'an's room. Once Su Chang'an had dressed and stepped outside, he discovered Xiao Siyu waiting at the door. She stood there, head bowed, nervously wringing the hem of her clothes, her face aglow with an enchanting beauty. Su Chang'an approached her and said, "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Your Highness." Xiao Siyu looked up, shot him a glare, and retorted, "Let us go. Chu Xianbei has been waiting for quite some time." Without waiting for a response, she strode off in a particular direction, prompting Su Chang'an to hastily follow her. In less than 15 minutes, the two arrived at a spacious stone-paved platform where Chu Shifeng stood with his arms crossed, holding a sword. They promptly approached and bowed respectfully to Chu Shifeng, who, as an instructor at Tianlan Academy, commanded their utmost respect. "From today onward, I shall be your instructor," Chu Shifeng acknowledged with a nod, indicating his return of the greeting. "As I have promised Lord Yuheng, I will exert every effort in your training. Should either of you encounter any difficulties in your practice, feel free to consult me." At this juncture, Chu Shifeng hesitated, casting a thoughtful glance at Xiao Siyu. He continued, "However, all that I have mastered lies within this sword, Your Highness. Since you practice the art of the sword, rest assured, Chu Xianbei, Lord Yuheng has entrusted me with a sword manual. If I encounter any confusion, I can seek his guidance, so there is no need to trouble you," Xiao Siyu replied with a smile. "Very well, then I can rest easy," Chu Shifeng said, shifting his focus to Su Chang'an with a serious expression. "Lord Yuheng has instructed that from today, you shall train with me in the morning and practice swordsmanship with Her Highness in the afternoon. I cannot speak for others, but my lessons in swordsmanship will require great diligence. If you doubt your perseverance, it is best to express it now to avoid wasting both our time. Rest assured, Chu Xianbei, I will do my utmost," Su Chang'an quickly affirmed, having long awaited this day and eager not to let it slip by. However, he suddenly wore a peculiar expression and hesitantly added, "It's just that. HM? What is it?" Chu Shifeng prompted, "Do not hesitate to speak." "It's just that I haven't had breakfast yet," Su Chang'an murmured. "Humph." Chu Shifeng waved his hand dismissively, coldly stating, "A day as planned begins with the morning. Your training starts now. If you wish to eat breakfast in the future, you must rise earlier." Su Chang'an could only respond with a rueful nod, which elicited a light chuckle from Xiao Siyu, standing nearby. Thus began Su Chang'an's journey of training in Chang'an. As a novice, everything felt refreshingly new to him. Though Chu Shifeng was strict, Su Chang'an, influenced by Ma Tingyu's passion for swords, did not find the experience overly arduous. Yet, his aptitude was not particularly remarkable. And given Chu Shifeng's status as a renowned genius, his expectations were high. Consequently, he became increasingly demanding. In swordsmanship, although it appeared that Su Chang'an practiced alongside Xiao Siyu, it was indeed she who instructed him. As the eldest princess of Dawei, she had been educated by esteemed masters since childhood and possessed considerable talent, making it effortless for her to guide a fledgling like Su Chang'an. Oddly enough, despite his initial disinterest in swordsmanship, Su Chang'an exhibited a remarkable aptitude for it, grasping concepts with surprising ease, which even astonished Xiao Siyu. Initially requiring her occasional guidance, they soon found themselves evenly matched in skill. Time passed swiftly, and nearly 2 months had elapsed. One day, after concluding his afternoon sword training, Su Chang'an, Yuheng, Chu Shifeng, and Xiao Siyu gathered around a table for dinner. Xiao Siyu had taken residence in Tianlan Academy, her quarters conveniently located next to Su Chang'an's. At that moment, Xiao Siyu angrily shoved some greens into her mouth, chewing vigorously as if trying to crush something. Her eyes blazed with intensity as they fixed on Su Chang'an. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Su Chang'an shifted awkwardly in his seat. "Xiaoyu, did you not have a match with Chang'an today? What was the outcome?" Yuheng inquired with a playful squint. "Humph." Xiao Siyu's expression darkened further at his question, and she sulkily stirred her chopsticks in her bowl, refusing to speak. Su Chang'an, sensing the tension, felt increasingly embarrassed. After scratching his head in distress, he finally said, "I was fortunate enough to win a move or two against my senior sister." As Xiao Siyu was a year older, she insisted that he refer to her as senior sister. Chang'an's talent in swordsmanship seems to surpass his skill in the art of the blade, Chu Shifeng remarked, breaking his usual silence. "Master's uncle, I have been practicing both sword and blade. Yet, I find no progress in the blade, while my swordsmanship advances by leaps and bounds. I prefer the blade and study it with greater seriousness. Why, then, do I struggle with it? Am I truly lacking in talent for the blade?" Su Chang'an asked. His spirits dampened. Having only ever seen Ma Tingyu, a true peerless warrior, He had long aspired to become a blade master like him. Yet, when faced with the reality of training, he found himself disillusioned, as if a dream had been abruptly shattered, leaving him deeply disappointed. Yuheng, however, seemed oblivious to his distress, half closing his eyes and stating, "In the realm of cultivation, talent may play a role. Yet, in my years of observation, I have witnessed too many geniuses fade into obscurity and too many so-called mediocrities achieving extraordinary feats." He paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he turned to Chang'an and asked, "Do you know why I insisted you pursue swordsmanship?" "I do not." Chang'an shook his head. "The sword and the blade are both instruments. Wielding a sword or a blade is to command the instrument. The average person learns the swordplay or blade techniques by using their body to dominate the instrument, which is a lower form of mastery. However, the techniques taught by Chu Shifeng and the swordsmanship I have imparted to Xiahou Suyu allow one to command the instrument with the heart. This is a higher form of mastery. Chu Shifeng's blade techniques emphasize ferocity, striking boldly, advancing as one retreats, and attacking as one defends. It is a domineering path that does not align with your nature." Chang'an pondered this, tilting his head as he queried, "Then what is my path? I seem to excel in swordsmanship. Could it be that my path lies within the art of the sword?" Yuheng shook his head again, replying, "Instruments are inanimate. Humans are alive. To take a single sword technique as your path is to be confined by form, which will prevent you from becoming a great master. Then, should I not pursue the sword path?" Chang'an felt enlightened, realizing that since he could not confine himself to a particular sword technique, he should instead embrace the essence of the sword, which embodies myriad principles, allowing him to transcend mere formality while aligning with his innate affinity for the sword. The sword path seemed to be the most suitable avenue for his cultivation. However, upon hearing this, Yuheng shook his head once more. "The sword technique you practice is known as Zhuanfengdu, a creation of mine from years past. Your ability to grasp it effortlessly arises from its seemingly gentle and smooth nature, which conceals an inner strength akin to your own. However, this is my path. It resembles you, but is not you. Your path is one you must discover for yourself. I cannot assist you." Chang'an felt disoriented, as the concept of a personal path still felt distant and elusive. He struggled to comprehend, "Should I continue learning the blade? I fear I may not be suited for it, as I often find myself inciting Chu Xianbei's ire." When Chang'an spoke, he unconsciously glanced at Chu Shifeng, only to find her calmly enjoying her meal, which eased his worries. "If you were to abandon the sword, would you not be as troubled as you are now?" Upon hearing this, Chang'an pondered seriously for a moment, but ultimately shook his head, stating, "I love the sword." "Then pursue your passion. As you practice, you may well discover your own path," Yuheng remarked meaningfully, although Chang'an did not fully comprehend. Receiving Yuheng's approval to continue his sword training was a source of great joy for him. "Chang'an, you have gathered spiritual energy, haven't you?" Yuheng inquired. "Yes." Chang'an nodded, having successfully gathered spiritual energy a few days prior. It took him approximately a month and a half, a remarkable speed. Gathering spiritual energy involves absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth and transforming it into star spirits within one's body. This process is typically long and varies greatly among practitioners, often requiring a year or even several years, depending on one's cultivation method and affinity for spiritual power. However, Chang'an's journey was not prolonged, as he possessed 2 legacy star spirits left by fallen stars within him. Unlike ordinary star spirits, if we liken star spirits to seeds, then legacy star spirits are akin to seeds destined to grow into towering trees given sufficient nourishment. With 2 such seeds, gathering spiritual energy was not an arduous task for Chang'an. He merely needed to refine the legacy star spirits into his own, and he would enter the realm of gathering spiritual energy. Although he had achieved this stage, he possessed 2 star spirits containing the primal power of fallen stars, making him formidable even against those with 9-star cultivation. This was one of the key reasons he could rely on such prowess to triumph over Xiahou Suyu. "Yesterday, I received an invitation from the Bahuang Academy. They are hosting the new session of the Jiangxing Conference. Our Tianlan Academy has not had any new students for the past decade, so this time, we cannot decline. You and Suyu should attend tomorrow," Yuheng announced. "Bahuang Academy? Jiangxing Conference?" Chang'an inquired. Bahuang Academy is the second-ranked institution in Chang'an, and the Jiangxing Conference is an event held by each academy to recruit new students. Each academy sends forth their most promising newcomers to compete, establishing a ranking and compiling a list, Xiahou Suyu interjected. "Originally, this conference was hosted by our Tianlan Academy, but due to the lack of new recruits in recent years, it has now been handed over to the second-ranked Bahuang Academy." They likely harbor ill intentions. Chu Shifeng suddenly spoke up. I have heard that for years, Bahuang Academy has been coveting the reputation of the first academy in Chang'an. Their invitation to us likely aims to undermine our academy's prestige in front of everyone. Such fame is trivial. There is no need to concern ourselves. Yu Hong waved dismissively. As long as I, Yu Hong, am alive, no one can seize the Tian Dao Pavilion from us. His eyes narrowed, suddenly gleaming with a fierce light. The following afternoon, Su Chang'an, somewhat breathless, sheathed his sword, while Xiahou Suyu glared at him with indignation. After losing to Su Chang'an in a sword duel the previous day, Suyu was unwilling to accept defeat. She was considered a swordsmanship prodigy in Chang'an, possessing a 9-star cultivation, even nearing the threshold of the Fanshan realm. Yet, she had been bested by Su Chang'an, a novice in sword training for less than 2 months. Naturally, she sought to regain her honor, challenging him to another duel that afternoon, but once again, she faced defeat. Sister, it is time for that Jiangxing conference. Su Chang'an calculated the time, realizing it was nearly the hour Yu Hong had mentioned. He felt a tinge of anticipation, not out of a desire to compete, but from simple curiosity. I know, Xiahou Suyu retorted, rolling her eyes at him. I'm going to change my clothes. You should too. After practicing for an afternoon. You're filthy. We can't go and be the laughingstock. All right, Su Chang'an agreed, acknowledging Suyu's point. Once they had donned their new attire, they set off together towards Bahuang Academy. Su Chang'an was unfamiliar with Chang'an. In the 2 months he had been there, he had hardly ventured beyond Tianlan Academy. As for Xiahou Suyu, being a princess, she usually traveled with attendants or in a carriage, so she too was not well acquainted with the vast city. After several twists and turns, they finally arrived at Bahuang Academy. Is this Bahuang Academy? Su Chang'an stood before the imposing entrance, marveling at the towering gate. Xiahou Suyu found it amusing. Despite Su Chang'an's exceptional talent and swordsmanship, he was still just a naive young man who had not seen much of the world. This realization lightened the gloom she felt from her earlier defeat. Impressive, isn't it? She asked with a smile, secretly imagining how dazzled he would be if he entered the imperial palace. Just thinking of Su Chang'an's expression made her chuckle. Indeed, Su Chang'an responded, gazing into the courtyard. Likely bustling due to the Jiangxing conference, where youths were coming and going. It's quite lively, he remarked. Just then, a middle-aged man resembling a guard approached them respectfully. Are you 2 students attending the Jiangxing conference? He inquired. Yes, Xiahou Suyu nodded. Do you have an invitation? The man asked again. Here. Xiahou Suyu produced the invitation from her pocket and handed it to him. After glancing at the Tianlan Academy insignia, the man regarded them with a peculiar expression before saying, The Jiangxing conference has already commenced. Please follow me inside. He returned the invitation to Suyu and led them into the academy. As they traversed the corridor leading through the entrance, passing a pavilion and rockery, they finally arrived at a grand hall. There a multitude of youths, of similar age to Su Chang'an, crowded around the hall, straining to peer inside. Who are those people? Su Chang'an asked the middle-aged man. Oh, those are students from various academies, he replied with a smile. Why aren't they going in? Su Chang'an wondered. Hee. Only students from higher-ranking academies or those who are well-known on the Jiangxing list can enter and take their seats. Lesser-known academies are not permitted, the man explained. I see. Su Chang'an frowned. It seemed rather inconsiderate that having extended an invitation, they would not allow guests to sit. He suddenly felt that the Jiangxing conference might not be as intriguing as he had imagined. Isn't the Jiangxing list determined after battles? How is there already a list? He inquired further. Students who make it onto the Jiangxing list usually already have some reputation. Bahuang Academy creates an initial list based on their deeds, and during the conference, those dissatisfied with their ranks can challenge others to alter their standings. This is one of the highlights of the Jiangxing conference, the middle-aged man patiently explained. As they spoke, the trio entered the hall amidst the envious gazes of the students outside. Inside, Su Chang'an finally observed the scene. Hundreds of youths were seated cross-legged around a 10-meter-wide clearing in the center of the hall, each with a table before them laden with fine food and drink. In the clearing, 2 young men were engaged in a fierce duel, one wielding a sword with one hand and the other brandishing a spear with both. Their exchanges were intense, eliciting cheers from the surrounding youths, which heightened the atmosphere within the hall. At the front of the hall, there was a raised platform with another table, yet it was unoccupied. Behind the table hung a large golden banner. The surface of the wall was densely inscribed with nearly 100 names, representing the Renbang, the human ranking. Xiahou Suyu whispered softly into Su Chang'an's ear. Her warm breath brushed against the nape of his neck, stirring an unusual feeling within him. He instinctively glanced at Xiahou Suyu. And perhaps due to the higher temperature within the grand hall compared to the outdoors, her cheeks were flushed, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Su Chang'an felt an inexplicable nervousness, subconsciously shifting slightly to create some distance between them, then pretended to be calm and asked, "Renbang? Are there many types of the jiangxingbang?" Indeed. Xiahou Suyu seemed oblivious to Su Chang'an's unease as she leaned closer and explained, "The jiangxingbang is divided into 3 categories, Tian, Di, and Ren. The Renbang is evaluated by Tianlan Academy, though currently, it is assessed by Bahuang Academy. The Renbang features students who have been admitted within a year. The Dibang is directly determined by the court, listing those who have completed a year of cultivation but have yet to graduate from the academy. Finally, the Tianbang is established by the Guanjing Pavilion, featuring those who have graduated from the academy." At this point, Xiahou Suyu paused and added, "For instance, Senior Chu Shifeng ranks prominently on the Tianbang." "I see," Su Chang'an nodded. "Then who holds the first position on the Tianbang?" "That was once your master, Tingyu," Xiahou Suyu replied. "And now?" Su Chang'an inquired with curiosity. "Currently, the first position on the Tianbang is vacant." "Vacant? Why is that?" "The top contenders on the Tianbang left Chang'an over a decade ago and have yet to return. Without their return, the first position cannot be filled. They all left Chang'an." "Who are they?" Xiahou Suyu cast a sidelong glance at Su Chang'an and recited a series of illustrious names that had once captivated the entire Great Way. Gui, Jianshou Su Rang, Shiyu Jian Luo Yuer, Bai Tadizi Ho Rui, Hongyi Ku Hua Feizhua, and just returned to Chang'an, your swordsmanship instructor, Dao Nu Chu Shifeng. Before Su Chang'an could ask further questions, a sinister voice echoed throughout the hall. "Oh, isn't this our Chang'an's Renbang first talent, Su Gongzi? Why have you arrived so late? We thought Su Gongzi considered himself too distinguished to associate with us common folk." The hall fell silent, and even the 2 dueling youths paused to turn their gaze towards Su Chang'an and Xiahou Suyu. Su Chang'an, having lived 16 years, had rarely encountered the sensation of being scrutinized by hundreds. The last time was during the ceremony in Changmen town when the Holy Emperor conferred upon him the title of Baron. This time, however, it was within the Grand Hall of Bahuang Academy, amidst a congregation of prodigious talents at the Jiangxing Conference. He felt a lingering discomfort, his hands clenching and releasing, uncertain where to place them. His head occasionally lifted and then lowered, unsure where his gaze should rest. In contrast, Xiahou Suyu, a princess of the Great Way, felt no discomfort from the crowd's attention. She was born to live under the spotlight. Yet, upon hearing the ominous voice, her expression soured as she glanced towards the high platform where the Renbang was displayed, only to find Su Chang'an's name gleaming in the top position. She recalled a story she had once read. Changli Ma Fei, the observer delighted, the writers rejoiced in his words, racing forth without cease, to their demise. She had once asked the Holy Emperor the meaning of this phrase, and he had imparted 2 words that remained etched in her memory. Pengsha. Indeed, Pengsha. When Su Chang'an arrived in Chang'an, he had yet to consolidate his spirit, and apart from a prior encounter where he had been cornered by a group at Tianlan Academy, he had only barely managed to defeat Sun Long, a notorious slacker. Though he later triumphed over Chu Shidao, it was evident that Yu Heng had intervened to assist him. Such matters were clear even to her. How could the people of Bahuang Academy be unaware? Moreover, while Su Chang'an had made progress in his cultivation at Tianlan Academy, enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with her, he had never ventured beyond its gates. How could outsiders know? Given the level he exhibited at the academy's entrance, being listed on the Renbang was already a stroke of fortune. How could he possibly deserve the honor of being its first? After much contemplation, Xiahou Suyu could only conclude one possibility. Bahuang Academy had deliberately placed the obscure Su Chang'an at the top of the Renbang to provoke the ire of the proud students, intending to use them to humiliate Tianlan Academy at the Jiangxing Conference. She had briefly considered taking Su Chang'an's hand and fleeing this treacherous banquet, but with everyone watching him, such an action would brand them as cowards, playing directly into Bahuang Academy's hands. Therefore, Xiahou Suyu could only muster her courage and remain by Su Chang'an's side, hoping for an opportunity to act. Given Su Chang'an's cultivation level, he could likely handle the average student on the Renbang, and should a prodigy like Tingyu arise, she could protect him with her identity as a princess of the Great Way. Surely, they would not dare to overstep their bounds. Meanwhile, Su Chang'an, oblivious to all these thoughts, eventually found the source of the sinister voice in the crowd. An elderly man, his hair completely white, yet standing tall and straight, bore a face with sharply defined features, and his piercing eyes were accentuated by a prominent, hooked nose. "Do you know me?" Su Chang'an finally asked, puzzled, as he did not recall having met the old man before. However, the elder clearly recognized him, which surprised Su Chang'an. "Su Gongzi is the first talent of the Chang'an Renbang. How could I not recognize you? The hooked-nosed elder replied, emphasizing the word first. The surrounding students displayed expressions of indignation, having quickly discerned that Su Chang'an's cultivation was merely at the gathering spirit stage. The young talents gathered at the Jiangxing conference were all meticulously chosen, and yet here was Su Chang'an, barely at the gathering spirit level, placed above them. How could they not feel resentment? Su Chang'an did not think the elder's words held merit, but he was not inclined to delve deeper. His focus shifted to another matter, and he looked at the elder with genuine curiosity, asking earnestly, "It is quite rare to see a newcomer of your age." Su Chang'an's tone was sincere, nearly faultless, as if he genuinely admired the elder's perseverance. In truth, he did admire the elder, but the surrounding students did not share this sentiment, nor did the elder himself. After a brief silence, laughter erupted from the crowd, though it quickly subsided, for the elder's expression darkened. Given his notorious reputation in Chang'an, even the most arrogant of students dared not offend him. Even Xiahou Suyu's expression shifted drastically at Su Chang'an's words. At times, she found it difficult to comprehend her junior. He appeared naive to the ways of the world, yet whenever in conflict, he managed to utter astonishing remarks, his earnest demeanor rendering his true thoughts elusive. Ha. A melodious laughter suddenly rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere in the hall. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, where a young woman clad in white silk gracefully approached Su Chang'an. She was tall and slender, her lips a vivid red, teeth as white as snow. Her eyes sparkled with the depth of autumn waters, and her long black hair was tied back into a ponytail, cascading down her back, adding an air of elegance. The moment she appeared, all attention in the hall was captivated by her presence. Yet, she seemed utterly unaware, still smiling warmly as she approached Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an's expression turned peculiar, while Xiahou Suyu's countenance darkened considerably. Finally, she stood less than a meter away from Su Chang'an, a delightful yet indescribable fragrance enveloping the air. "Young Master Su, it has been quite a while," the lady remarked. "Has it truly been so long since our last meeting?" Su Chang'an replied, his gaze averting, unable to meet the lady's eyes. This lady was none other than the esteemed princess of the northern region, Gu Jia Jing Tian Ho, Gu Xianjun. "Then it appears that I, a mere girl, have been pining away in unrequited longing." A hint of sorrow crossed Gu Xianjun's face, stirring a pang of sympathy in the onlookers. Unlike Su Chang'an, Gu Xianjun, though born in the northern region, was renowned for her beauty and talent, admired by countless noble youths of the Dawei dynasty. Recent news of her arrival in Chang'an had incited fervor among her admirers, with many noble young men visiting her residence, most returning empty-handed, while a fortunate few had the honor of meeting her, a matter of great pride among their peers. At this moment, however, Su Chang'an appeared to share a familiarity with Gu Xianjun, intensifying the discontent among the crowd towards him. Yet, Su Chang'an could not find joy in the situation. At 16, he was of an age where one typically experiences the stirrings of affection, and indeed, he harbored feelings for a girl, enjoying the company of beautiful maidens. For instance, his senior sister, Xiahou Suyu, was exceptionally lovely. Gu Xianjun was undeniably beautiful, surpassing both Mo and even his senior sister, yet Su Chang'an felt no inclination to be in her company. To conceal their whereabouts and to shield Su Chang'an from involvement, Wu Tong had erased the memories of the gathering from everyone. Su Chang'an spun a tale of a mysterious figure who had come to their aid, and the crowd readily accepted it, believing in his honesty due to their miraculous escape. However, it seemed that Wu Tong's memory-altering abilities had faltered, or perhaps Gu Xianjun was simply different. She harbored numerous doubts about that fateful night and persistently questioned Su Chang'an, who managed to deflect her inquiries with various excuses. Nevertheless, her attitude towards him subtly shifted, leaving Su Chang'an with the uneasy feeling that she had begun to discern the truth of that night. Thus, on his way here, he had been avoiding her under various pretenses, fearing that too many words might lead to his undoing. Yet, fate had reunited them at this star gathering. "Young Marquis Gu, I trust you are well," interjected Xiahou Suyu. "Is this not Princess Suyu? I have heard you entered Tianlan Academy. Congratulations are in order." It seemed that Gu Xianjun had only just noticed Xiahou Suyu, her expression revealing surprise. However, while her words conveyed congratulations, her tone bore an unmistakable hint of mockery. Xiahou Suyu's countenance darkened further. She harbored an aversion to Gu Xianjun, perhaps even loathing her. One was a princess of the Dawei dynasty, while the other was the daughter of the northern region's Jin Wang. It could be said without reservation that they were the two most esteemed young ladies in the entire Dawei dynasty. Due to their comparable standings and their both exquisite beauty, comparisons were inevitable. While Xiahou Suyu possessed considerable talent in her own right, She could not compete with the prodigious Gu Xianjun, who had reached the 9-star realm 2 years prior. And rumors suggested she had recently broken through to the Fanxun realm, a severe blow to Xiahou Suyu, who was still grappling with the 9-star realm. Throughout her life, Xiahou Suyu had always lived in Gu Xianjun's shadow. When her swordsmanship master praised her as a genius, Gu Xianjun was already gathering spiritual energy. Shortly after Xiahou Suyu began her own journey, Gu Xianjun had already reached the 9-star realm. Just as Xiahou Suyu finally ascended to the 9-star realm and entered Tianlan Academy's Yuheng sect, Gu Xianjun had become a master of the Fanxun realm, despite her belief that she was not one to covet superficial fame. Living perpetually in another's shadow proved a source of persistent discontent, making it impossible for her to harbor any affection for Gu Xianjun. Chapter 9. Fanxun, 300 million. Only One Star King. Part 2. Xiahou Suyu recognized the veiled competition inherent in Gu Xianjun's words. Their rivalry had persisted for some time, and such exchanges of cold barbs were unavoidable upon their meetings, with Xiahou Suyu often on the losing end. Just as she was preparing to retort, a sinister voice interrupted. Indeed, the first student of Tianlan Academy in a decade possesses a sharp tongue. Let us hope your skills match your words. Come, please. The elderly man with a hooked nose wore an expression of fury, clearly struggling to contain his anger. As it had been many years since a junior had dared to speak to him in such a manner, with his fingers splayed, he gestured toward the elevated platform at the front of the grand hall. Su Chang'an frowned, sensing malice in the elder's words. Uncertain of what he had done to provoke such animosity, he addressed the elder, asking, "Why must I sit there? Young Master Su is jesting. You hold the top position on the human ranking. If you do not sit, who will?" A handsome youth beside the elder stood, speaking to Su Chang'an. He was resplendent in fine attire, his features striking, yet Su Chang'an sensed an ominous aura emanating from him, which made him uncomfortable. "You cannot sit." Xiahou Suyu whispered urgently in Su Chang'an's ear. She was familiar with the rules of the Star Gathering. That position was known as the Star King's platform, reserved solely for the top of the human ranking. While ascending to the platform was straightforward, maintaining one's position was far more challenging. As the saying goes, among 300 million in Fanxun, there is but one Star King. This tradition, passed down since ancient times, dictated that the individual seated on the Star King's platform could be challenged by all the prodigious talents of the human ranking. The one seated there must withstand 9 consecutive challenges to secure their place as the Star King of that generation. Moreover, the title of Star King held significance beyond mere prestige. The one who attained it could make a request of the conveners of the Star Gathering, provided the request was within reason and did not conflict with ethical considerations. This custom had existed long before the Dalwei dynasty, even predating the Han dynasty, to a time so ancient that its origins were lost to history. Upon hearing Xiahou Suyu's explanation, Su Chang'an nodded. He had no desire for conflict. He attended the Star Gathering on the behest of his esteemed master, Yu Hong, and out of curiosity for this intriguing event. However, upon arrival, he found it exceedingly dull. Witnessing individuals fighting fiercely over ranks, a spectacle he found distasteful. Thus, he turned to the elder with the hooked nose and said, "I wish to leave this place." He paused, contemplating how to express that he found the atmosphere quite tedious, fearing that such honesty might further vex the already irritable elder. Su Chang'an had read that provoking displeasure was not a commendable act, even if he held no fondness for the elder. He sought a way to convey his sentiments while preserving the elder's dignity. Finally, he stated, "This place is too crowded. With a crowd comes the presence of those who harbor ill will towards you, as well as those you may not favor. Naturally, being among such individuals is rather uninteresting." This was the logic Su Chang'an employed. He felt satisfied with his words, as they conveyed his meaning while also considering the elder's feelings. Yet, the elder with the hooked nose was far from pleased. He perceived Su Chang'an's words as a sign of fear, which was one of the outcomes he desired, yet not the entirety of it. As one of the heads of Bahuang Academy, he had long harbored resentment towards Tianlan Academy, which loomed over them. Today presented an opportune moment to demonstrate to the world that they were not inferior to Tianlan Academy. Therefore, he had no intention of letting Su Chang'an escape so easily. Is this all Tianlan Academy has to offer? Mo Tingyu was once captivated by a demoness, leading to the demise of his master, and for 10 years, he hid in the Yaoguang Pavilion, afraid to meet anyone. He took on a disciple. Yet that disciple is as timid as a mouse. You seem to be following in the footsteps of your worthless master. Hiding away in Tianlan Academy and never daring to emerge, the handsome youth beside the elder remarked. Upon the utterance of those words, a cacophony of raucous laughter erupted within the grand hall. The majority of those present were youthful adolescents, merely 15 or 16 years of age, most of whom could scarcely recall events from over a decade ago. To them, Tingyu was but a name, a tale lacking in grandeur. Thus, they found amusement in the words of the handsome youth, and laughter followed the revelation of something entertaining. However, the elder with the hawkish nose could not summon a smile. His brow furrowed as he recalled Tingyu, a name that had once captivated the hearts of the entire realm. He had been fortunate enough to inhabit the same era, witnessing the youth's brilliance. The memory of that boy and the blade remained etched in his mind. Yet Tingyu was ultimately deceased, and now he required his apprentice to take action, to secure the coveted position at the esteemed Chang'an Academy. They were the first to strike, but assuredly not the last. Thus, he suppressed a surge of guilt that welled up within him, observing the scene before him with a cold gaze. Su Chang'an's foot faltered in midair. His head bowed in contemplative silence, seemingly lost in thoughts of great significance. The laughter within the hall gradually subsided in tandem with his silence, until it was extinguished entirely. All eyes turned towards the somewhat frail youth, plunging the grand hall of the Star Gathering into an eerie quietude. This brief interlude did not last long. Su Chang'an withdrew his foot, turning his gaze to sweep across the assembly, ultimately resting upon the handsome youth. Suddenly, an extraordinarily radiant smile blossomed upon Su Chang'an's face. His expression so sincere that it resembled the gentle spring breeze caressing the willow branches, akin to a barren tree sprouting new shoots upon encountering refreshing dew. Yet the handsome youth felt an inexplicable chill coursing through him. The more resplendent Su Chang'an's smile became, the more pronounced his own unease grew. "Do you disapprove of my ascendance to this esteemed position?" Su Chang'an inquired, his voice soft yet as clear as a tranquil pond. His tone was unassuming, reminiscent of the gentle autumn rain in September, neither biting nor harsh, yet unable to conceal the tempestuous snowstorm brewing behind it. The handsome youth instinctively recoiled. Introducing himself as Du Hongzhong, son of a renowned general of the Dawei and the appointed leader of this cohort at the Baohuang Academy. Proud and haughty, he regarded ordinary talents with disdain. Yet, in this moment, he felt fear under the gaze of Su Chang'an, a mere rustic youth who had just begun to harness spiritual energy. Upon realizing this, shame washed over him, soon to be submerged by an overwhelming tide of anger. Blood surged to his face, rendering it flushed, while the unwarranted fear began to dissipate. He fixed his gaze upon Su Chang'an. His eyes reddened due to the pressure of blood. He endeavored to maintain an air of composure, yet the grinding of his teeth betrayed his unstable emotions. "It is you who is unworthy of this position," he exclaimed, his voice hoarse as if forced from his throat. "Does no one among you wish for me to hold this esteemed title?" Su Chang'an once more surveyed the crowd, his voice rising. This time, he received no reply. Yet the silence in their eyes spoke volumes. Thus, he stepped forward, amidst the astonished gasps of Xiahou Siyux and Gu Xianjun, advancing towards the central Star King platform. Chapter 10. I am Su Chang'an. The blade is named Tingyu. The Star King platform bore no remarkable features, or at least that was Su Chang'an's impression. It resembled the table below, laden with the same delicacies and wines. The only distinguishing trait was the massive brocade banner standing at the back, possibly enchanted, displaying a myriad of names in dense script. Su Chang'an scrutinized the banner with care. His name, Su Chang'an, prominently occupied the top position, followed closely by Gu Xianjun. And a lengthy list of names he did not recognize trailed behind. Upon further inspection, he noted Xiahou Siyux placed at the 27th position. At this point, he lost interest. Turning his gaze towards the crowd, his eyes once again roamed over the assembly before he extended his hand, drawing forth the blade that had been slung across his back. The sword measured over 3 feet in length, its blade gleaming white with an icy sheen. "I am Su Chang'an, and this blade is named Tingyu." Though his voice was not loud, his words resonated in the hushed hall like the sound of a pin dropping. Finally, his gaze fell once more upon the handsome youth. "And you, what is your name?" "Du Hongzhong," the handsome youth replied, straightening his posture. Su Chang'an tilted his head in thought, recalling having seen this name in the 3rd position on the rankings. "Let us engage in a duel," he proposed. Du Hongzhong was taken aback. He had already reached the peak of the 9-star realm, just a step away from entering the realm of Fanshin. He had contemplated delivering a severe beating to this Su Chang'an at the Star Gathering, yet he never expected the rustic lad would issue such a challenge. He did not believe that the newly awakened Su Chang'an could possibly contend with him, just as he was about to accept. A robust figure suddenly emerged, a brawny youth wielding a broad blade, his features fierce. "Why use an ox knife to slaughter a chicken? It would hardly require Du Gongzi's effort to deal with you." Su Chang'an, despite being the top ranked in the Star Gathering, would gain notoriety for defeating Du Hongzhong. Many present were keenly observing this title. And who might you be? Su Chang'an inquired, furrowing his brow. I am Yuan Dongquan from Liyun City in Liangzhou. The stout youth declared with arrogance, twirling his large blade in a display of bravado, challenging Su Chang'an. Yuan Dongquan? Su Chang'an did not recall this name. Likely one that fell beyond the 27th position, prompting him to shake his head. You are not my opponent. His assertion bore such seriousness that it compelled others to believe in its veracity. Yuan Dongquan's face darkened considerably. As a 9-star practitioner, he was among the top contenders of his generation in Liangzhou. Yet, this mere rustic lad, who had just begun to awaken his spiritual energy, had the audacity to belittle him, igniting a surge of fury within him. He bellowed, unleashing his formidable 9-star spiritual power, directing his blade at Su Chang'an while proclaiming, "You will only know if I am your opponent after we have fought." Su Chang'an pondered this, conceding there was merit in Yuan Dongquan's words. He leaped from the platform, landing in the open space of the hall, sheathing his long blade. He called out to Xiaohou Suyux amidst the crowd, "Sister, may I borrow your sword for a moment?" Xiaohou Suyux was still processing the series of events, secretly chastising her reckless junior brother, yet the situation had progressed beyond her contemplation. She lifted her sword, presenting it to the space within the hall. Su Chang'an reached out to accept the sword, drawing it from its sheath. Xiaohou Suyux's sword was no ordinary weapon. Its blade was translucent, as if sculpted from jade. "Will you not use your blade?" Yuan Dongquan inquired. "I shall not," Su Chang'an replied, shaking his head. Having trained in swordsmanship for 2 months with Chu Shifeng, he found himself lacking in talent, and the intricate techniques were beyond his grasp. Thus, he intended to reserve the one stroke taught to him by Mo Tingyu for Du Hongzhang. Very well, Yuan Dongquan thought, his anger escalating. As a disciple of Mo Tingyu, renowned for his mastery of the blade, Su Chang'an's actions seemed to convey that he deemed Yuan unworthy of facing him. With this in mind, Yuan Dongquan could no longer restrain his fury. He propelled himself forward, his robust form surprisingly agile, and in a flash, he stood before Su Chang'an. With a fierce shout, his broad blade sliced through the air towards Su Chang'an's head. This was a lethal move. In typical duels, participants seldom targeted one another's vital areas. Gasps of shock rippled through the onlookers. Though fatalities had occurred at the Star Gathering, Su Chang'an was a student of Tianlan Academy, a disciple of the revered Yuheng. Should any harm befall him, the fury of Yuheng would be feared by all within the Dawei dynasty. Thus, the hawkish elder discreetly summoned his spiritual energy, preparing to intervene and save Su Chang'an. The defeat of a Tianlan Academy student by someone ranked beyond the 50th position would suffice for the Ba Huang Academy. However, Su Chang'an remained composed in the face of the thunderous strike. He positioned his sword horizontally in front of him. With a crisp sound, his blade deftly intercepted Yuan Dongquan's knife. Yuan Dongquan was taken aback. He had always been confident in his speed, and even among the typical 9-star realm experts, few could handle his swift strikes with such ease as Su Chang'an did. Although surprised, he understood that during battle, one must not be distracted. Thus, he focused his mind and unleashed the vigorous spiritual energy within him. Since he could not rely on speed, he would use his substantial 9-star realm power to overwhelm this country boy who had just begun to gather spiritual energy. At the same time, Su Chang'an furrowed his brow, sensing the immense force transmitted through his sword. Is this the power of the 9-star realm? He pondered. In recent days, while sparring with Xiaohou Suyue, he had also utilized spiritual energy, but the focus had been more on the variations of sword techniques. He had seldom encountered such a direct confrontation of spiritual energy, and thus he truly grasped the sheer dominance of the 9-star realm's power for the first time. Let me test the might of my star spirit. With a thought, Su Chang'an activated the blade intense star spirit within him. A torrent of formidable spiritual energy surged from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and erupting from his body to meet Yuan Dongquan's force. A thunderous sound reverberated through the hall. Amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd and Yuan Dongquan's incredulous gaze, his knife was sent flying high, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground with a clang. Yuan Dongquan's hand, which had gripped the knife, fell weakly, blood streaming down through his fingers. The overwhelming and fierce spiritual energy from Su Chang'an left him shaken. He cast a grateful glance at Su Chang'an, aware that had Su Chang'an not retracted his power at the last moment, his hand might have been rendered useless. For a swordsman, losing the use of one's hands meant losing everything. He endured the excruciating pain in his hand, bowed respectfully to Su Chang'an, and said, "Young Master Su, you are indeed profound and concealed. I, Yuan, underestimated the situation and humbly acknowledge my defeat." After speaking, He awkwardly turned to retrieve his knife from the ground and made his way into the crowd. The hall fell into an eerie silence once more. The young men present, possessing some discernment, naturally realized that Yuan Dongquan had been bested by Su Chang'an in a contest of spiritual energy. Yet, they could not fathom how a mere gathering spirit realm practitioner could emerge victorious against a 9-star realm expert. His star spirit is no ordinary one. It is the blade intent star spirit bestowed upon him by Mo Tingyu. The legacy of the starfall is not something common 9-star realm practitioners can contend with. The elder with the hooked nose remarked indifferently, casting a glance at the now pale-faced Du Hongchang beside him. He continued, Yuan Dongquan's star spirit barely numbers in the 20s, placing him at the initial stage of the 9-star realm. You have cultivated 78 star spirits, and no matter how formidable Mo Tingyu's blade intent star spirit may be, it cannot possibly rival yours. In the realm of cultivation, achieving 9-star spirits signifies entry into the 9-star realm. However, this is not its limit. Star spirits can continually be honed until reaching 81, which is the realm of Fanshin. There is a vast gap of 72 star spirits between them. So even if both are in the 9-star realm, their strengths can differ immensely. Du Hongchang, having cultivated 78 star spirits, is merely a step away from Fanshin realm, rendering him several times stronger than Yuan Dongquan. Upon the elder's advice, Du Hongchang's heart steadied, and his expression relaxed. No matter how strong Su Chang'an is, he only possesses 1 star spirit, and in terms of cultivation, Du Hongchang saw no reason to lose to him. Yet, the elder's demeanor darkened as he observed Su Chang'an, a gathering spirit realm practitioner, defeating Yuan Dongquan of the 9-star realm without a hint of arrogance, remaining composed and dignified throughout. In contrast, Du Hongchang, despite his overwhelming advantage in cultivation, was intimidated by Su Chang'an's presence. The comparison was stark and revealing. He could not help but admire the exceptional talent that Tianlan Academy had nurtured. Su Chang'an, having seen Yuan Dongquan disappear, turned around, ready to challenge Du Hongchang. However, 2 figures leapt from the crowd and landed before him. Do you also wish to fight me? Su Chang'an inquired, somewhat displeased, unable to comprehend why so many sought to spar with him. The 2 figures, a man wielding a sword and a woman with a whip, spoke. Brother Su, your skills are remarkable. We are eager to learn from you. But I do not wish to fight you, Su Chang'an replied. Young Master Su is jesting. Upon ascending the Star King platform, one must engage in 9 battles. Otherwise, how could any ordinary person claim the seat? The whip-wielding woman retorted mockingly. Su Chang'an could not discern her underlying meaning. He merely calculated and asked, so I must defeat 7 more before I can fight him? That is about right, the woman replied, cracking her whip in the air, producing a sharp sound. Then bring out 5 more to face me at once. I do not wish to wait any longer, Su Chang'an declared. At this proclamation, the entire hall erupted into a frenzy, voices of anger filling the air, many condemning Su Chang'an as arrogant and presumptuous, their words laced with venom and intolerable harshness. From the crowd, 5 figures emerged, armed with knives, swords, and spears, each distinct. Leading them was a man who stepped forward and bowed to Su Chang'an, saying, Young Master Su, your skills are extraordinary. We admire you. To be able to face 7 at once demonstrates remarkable courage. Yet we believe it would be dishonorable to engage in such a manner. Therefore, if you are willing to retract that statement and apologize before your fellow students here at the Star Gathering Conference, we shall withdraw. The man's demeanor was calm and collected. His words precise and reasonable, garnering nods of agreement from those present. Why should I apologize? Su Chang'an shook his head, sheathing his sword and tossing it back to Xiahou Siyue in the crowd. He then drew the long knife from his back, fixing his gaze on the 7 challengers. While the blade intent star spirit and true fire star spirit within him began to stir, exuding an aura that should not belong to a gathering spirit realm practitioner. With his actions, Su Chang'an conveyed to everyone present that this battle was inevitable. The crowd felt the waves of spiritual energy emanating from Su Chang'an and finally grew wary. They were all students ranked highly on the star ranking list, stronger than Yuan Dongquan. Initially, they thought that even if Su Chang'an was powerful, he stood no chance of victory. However, their thoughts shifted as they sensed the intensity of his spiritual energy. Though not overwhelmingly vast, Su Chang'an's energy was refined, imbued with a scorching and domineering force. This kind of power was beyond the reach of ordinary gathering spirit or even 9-star realm practitioners, let alone those of Fanshin realm. This gift from the starfall could not be measured by common standards. Moreover, Su Chang'an possessed 2 inherited star spirits from the starfall. Do not underestimate him, nor hold back, the man warned in a deep voice. Everyone nodded in agreement. Subsequently, as if they had coordinated in advance. The seven charged towards Su Chang'an almost simultaneously, their weapons swirling, creating a whirlwind of blades and spears, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Su Chang'an. Perhaps spurred by Yuan Dongquan's defeat or the man's admonition, they launched their attacks without mercy, employing their most formidable techniques. Among the new students of this cohort, only Gu Xianjun, who had already reached the Fanshan realm, might manage to escape unscathed. Yet, the gathering spirit realm Su Chang'an was utterly unanticipated to possess any means of countering them. Even Xiahou Siyue grew anxious. She was well aware of Su Chang'an's prowess. Having defeated her after only a few months of training, he was undoubtedly gifted. However, considering his relatively short cultivation time and facing what was arguably the strongest group of new students, she did not believe he had any chance of victory. Thus, she prepared to assist Su Chang'an, but was unexpectedly restrained by a delicate hand. Gu Xianjun, what is your intention? Xiahou Siyue turned, recognizing the owner of the hand, and could not help but ask sharply, "Are you so worried about your little junior brother?" Gu Xianjun expressed her anger towards Xiahou Siyue, yet chose to remain indifferent. She pressed her lips together, smiled, and said, "Rest assured, your junior brother is far more formidable than you can imagine." Xiahou Siyue felt a sense of confusion, pondering how Gu Xianjun seemed to know her junior brother so well. However, she recalled that although they often engaged in open and covert rivalry, neither had ever resorted to underhanded tactics against the other. Thus, she temporarily set aside her doubts and anxiously glanced into the grand hall. Chapter 11. Ruining his reputation is like endangering my life. After gathering his spirit, Su Chang'an unleashed his full power for the first time without hesitation. Waves of tangible sword intent began to swirl around him, accompanied by bursts of searing flames. As he faced the onslaught of numerous opponents, his expression remained stern. In the blink of an eye, they were within mere meters of him. Suddenly, Su Chang'an sprang into action, leaping high and raising his sword above his head. A brilliant radiance emanated from the blade. "Huh!" he shouted, and the overwhelming sword intent and flames converged, as though responding to some unseen call. Instinctively attaching themselves to Su Chang'an's sword, the brilliance of the blade intensified. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and everyone gazed up in awe at the young man wielding the sword. Though somewhat frail, with a hint of scholarly demeanor, he radiated brilliance like a star in the night sky. Then, the scene sprang back to life as Su Chang'an's figure plunged downward at astonishing speed, akin to a shooting star streaking across the heavens. Before the attacks from his adversaries could reach him, his sword had already struck fiercely against the floor before them. Indeed, his target was not any of the seven rushing at him. He aimed squarely at the ground. With a deafening crash, a tremendous shockwave rippled through the grand hall, causing the marble tiles to crack and splinter as serpentine fissures spread in all directions. Another explosive sound erupted, and the ground within 10 meters of Su Chang'an disintegrated into dust, enveloping the entire hall in a cloud of debris. Amidst the chaos, several figures were hurled into the air, landing in disarray among the crowd. Remarkably, these figures numbered exactly 7, those renowned talents who had just engaged Su Chang'an in battle. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How could one who had defeated Yuan Dongquan claim that Yuan was not worthy of his reputation? Yet, when the 7 skilled fighters joined forces, they were dispatched by Su Chang'an with a single strike. What explanation could there be for this? As the dust settled, the onlookers finally discerned the young man at the center of the hall. He stood amidst the wreckage, sword in hand, surrounded by intertwining sword intent and protective flames. He lifted his gaze, and the clarity in his eyes was striking. "It is your turn," he declared, pointing his sword at Du Hongzhang. Instinctively, Du Hongzhang took a step back. Previously confident of his victory, he now found himself intimidated by Su Chang'an's display of might against the 7 fighters. "Are you not going to fight me?" Su Chang'an asked, furrowing his brow at Du Hongzhang's demeanor, puzzled as to why he hesitated when all others seemed eager for combat. The gazes of everyone in attendance fell upon Du Hongzhang, deepening his sense of shame. He questioned his own chances against the 7 formidable opponents, realizing that Su Chang'an had dispatched them with a mere slice. Overwhelmed by fear, he found himself unable to respond. Indeed, he lacked the courage to engage in battle. Su Chang'an's inquiry pierced him like a sharp blade, robbing him of the courage to meet Su Chang'an's gaze. He lowered his head in silence, trembling like a defeated rooster. The eagle-nosed elder observed this and shook his head with a sigh. Du Hongzhang, as the head of the current cohort at their Ba Huang Academy, had always held himself in high regard among his peers. Yet now, confronted by a mere gathering spirit realm practitioner like Su Chang'an, he appeared utterly ineffectual. Setting aside cultivation and strength, Su Chang'an's audacity alone had rendered Du Hongzhang inferior. The elder began to doubt whether Ba Huang Academy could actually dethrone Tianlan Academy, which had held the top position for a century. With figures like Mo Tingyu and Su Chang'an, Tianlan Academy's reputation was indeed well-deserved, he mused. Approaching Su Chang'an, the eagle-nosed elder spoke. Young Master Su, your martial prowess is extraordinary. How could our unruly disciple dare contend with you? Despite his disappointment in Du Hongzhang's performance, he felt compelled to defend him as the head of Ba Huang Academy. Du Hongzhang lowered his head even further, acutely aware of the disdainful glances from those around him. As the son of a divine general, he had never encountered such humiliation. His fists clenched tightly, yet he still lacked the courage to accept Su Chang'an's challenge. I must fight him, Su Chang'an stated resolutely. He shook his head calmly, focusing solely on Du Hongzhang without acknowledging the elder. You, the eagle-nosed elder seethed, taken aback by Su Chang'an's audacity. What was his status to speak to a junior in such a manner? Having already set a precedent, he found Su Chang'an unyielding, refusing even to meet his gaze. Youngster, do not overstep your bounds, the elder warned, his tone growing colder. The expressions of those present shifted, fully aware of the elder's notorious reputation for protecting his own. As Su Chang'an turned to meet the elder's sharp gaze, the intensity in his eyes momentarily stunned the elder. My master has passed away, he stated, his voice resonating like pure snow in winter, clean yet chilling. Only their reputation remains. To tarnish their name is to threaten my life. His voice grew louder, resonating with conviction as he surveyed the crowd. Finally, he turned to the eagle-nosed elder, stating earnestly, therefore, I must engage him in battle. He raised his sword, its intent and spiritual flames entwining around the blade. This frail, youthful boy finally revealed his fangs to the world. The eagle-nosed elder's expression darkened further. He realized that Su Chang'an was not as weak as he appeared. This seemingly ordinary scholar possessed an underlying strength and defiance. He spoke again, his voice firm. The star battle has its own rules. Traditionally, only challengers may confront the champion. It has never been the case for the champion to challenge others. Furthermore, duels require mutual consent. How dare you act so recklessly? Each word was laden with emphasis, clearly indicating his effort to suppress his fury. Should Su Chang'an continue to disregard the situation, he would abandon his dignity and teach the lad a lesson. Junior brother. At that moment, Xiahou Suyu, sensing the tension, hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. This eagle-nosed elder was indeed beyond their current capabilities. Before she could speak, Su Chang'an interjected. You have a point, he murmured, appearing contemplative as he scratched the back of his head. It seems indeed against the rules. Xiahou Suyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She feared her junior brother might act impulsively and provoke the elder. The eagle-nosed elder's expression softened slightly upon hearing Su Chang'an's words. Then, it seems we have a new Star King this year? Suddenly, the colors on Su Chang'an's face revitalized, and he inquired. Indeed, no one dares to challenge. Which naturally makes you the Star King of this generation, the hawk-nosed elder instinctively replied. However, as soon as he uttered these words, a pang of alarm surged within him. Upon becoming the Star King, does the Ba Huang Academy not have to fulfill one of my requests? Chapter 12. I will take you home. Upon becoming the Star King, does the Ba Huang Academy not have to fulfill one of my requests? Su Chang'an stated. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present darkened once again. Nevertheless, the hawk-nosed elder could only brace himself and respond, yes. Very well. Su Chang'an suddenly smiled, once again pointing his dagger at Du Hongzhang, declaring, I want him to fight me. This request was exceedingly precious. One could demand numerous things from Ba Huang, including martial arts, weapons, and even elixirs that enhance cultivation. You must think carefully. The hawk-nosed elder's gaze fixated on Su Chang'an, his tone laden with veiled threats, which everyone present could clearly perceive. Am I not following the rules? Su Chang'an glanced at the elder and replied. He seemed oblivious to the underlying implications of the elder's words. Yet, Su Chang'an was precisely that type of person. If you wished to discuss principles, he would engage in that discussion. If you invoked rules, he would adhere to them. Hence, although he was not particularly eloquent, he often left others speechless. Youngster, you seek death. The hawk-nosed elder finally erupted in genuine fury. Today, for the sake of preserving the last shred of dignity for Ba Huang Academy, he had repeatedly yielded to Su Chang'an, only to find this youth ungrateful, relentlessly applying pressure with reason. He was not a gentle figure to begin with, and after being bested before his juniors, he could no longer suppress the rising anger within him. As his words fell, a surging aura erupted from his being, causing those around him to stagger back. Even the Grand Ba Huang Academy hall seemed to tremble at that moment. Positioned at the epicenter of this overwhelming aura, Su Chang'an was pressed down to half kneeling on the ground. He used his dagger to prop himself up, striving to rise. Yet the formidable spiritual energy radiating from the elder was terrifyingly powerful. Compared to the elder, Su Chang'an's own impressive spiritual energy seemed but a droplet in the vast ocean. He was utterly incapable of resistance. Merely sustaining his position nearly drained all his strength. Young man, if you submit now and acknowledge your mistake, I might let you off this time for the sake of your master's uncle. The hawk-nosed elder observed Su Chang'an's pallid face, and the malice in his heart diminished slightly. What have I done wrong? Su Chang'an raised his head, his voice trembling not from fear, but from the immense effort required to speak under the elder's spiritual pressure. Xiahou Siyue was thrust back several meters by the elder's spiritual pressure. Had she not swiftly summoned her own energy, she would have stumbled to the ground. However, when she attempted to approach Su Chang'an again, she found it impossible. The elder's spiritual force seemed to form an invisible barrier in the air, preventing her from getting within 5 meters of Su Chang'an no matter how hard she tried. Panic surged within her, and disregarding the elder's status, she shouted, "Inshan Zhua." Do not bully him too much. Inshan Zhua was the true name of the hawk-nosed elder. He was one of the directors of Ba Huang Academy. Although not a starfall, he had over 30 years of experience in the Soul Guardian realm and was regarded as a notable expert in the Dawei dynasty. Originating from humble beginnings, he was once a death row inmate exiled to the borders, later earning a pardon for his significant contributions in battles against the barbarian tribes. He was then taken in by the then director of Ba Huang Academy. Though time had passed, his inherent temperament remained unchanged, perhaps even intensifying. In recent years, he had not committed any heinous acts in Chang'an City, but often engaged in brawls over verbal disputes. Such a person would hardly relent due to a mere outburst from Xiahou Siyue. Bullying too much? Inshan Zhua cast a glance at Xiahou Siyue and coldly remarked, "I am merely enforcing discipline on behalf of the esteemed Yuhong. How could it be termed bullying?" He certainly recognized Xiahou Siyue. But while the Dawei dynasty appeared peaceful, the power struggles between the court and the academy were rife, with both the Holy Emperor and Yuheng aging. Several princes vied for power within the court, while many academies, like Ba Huang Academy, coveted the title of the foremost academy. Beneath the facade of the prosperous Chang'an City, currents of intrigue flowed. Inshan Zhua was simply unwilling to show deference to the Dawei princess. The preoccupied Holy Emperor would not blame Ba Huang Academy over such a matter. As for Yuheng, ultimately, Ba Huang Academy would inevitably clash with Tianlan Academy. So it was not amiss to teach Su Chang'an a lesson now and probe Yuheng's limits. With this thought, he cast aside his last shred of hesitation, transforming his left hand into a claw, aiming directly for the top of Su Chang'an's head. Su Chang'an distinctly sensed the chilling aura encapsulated within that claw. Realizing that if it struck him, although it would not result in death, it would undoubtedly inflict significant damage to his cultivation and potentially leave him with lasting ailments. In a worst-case scenario, the divine blood within him might seize an opening to gain control of his body. Despite the grave consequences looming, Su Chang'an found himself utterly unable to move, not even a single finger. Compared to Inshan Zhua, he was far too weak, and he could only watch helplessly as the claw loomed larger in his vision. Those present averted their gazes, initially resentful of Su Chang'an's ascent to the top of the star rankings, but later, he had proven his worthiness of that position through his strength. Their perceptions of him had shifted. Although they did not necessarily admire him, they no longer harbored the same disdain. Witnessing Inshan Zhua's bullying of the weaker Su Chang'an, their empathy inevitably shifted towards him, and they could not bear to see what was about to unfold. As Inshan Zhua's claw approached within mere inches of Su Chang'an, he could even smell the faint metallic scent of blood emanating from it. "Old scoundrel, how dare you!" A thunderous voice bellowed from outside the hall. Though the figure had yet to arrive, a blade transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the dense night and crashing through the ornate doors of the hall, accompanied by a howling wind, heading straight for Inshan Zhua's face. Startled, Inshan Zhua felt a jolt of fear at the overwhelming power contained within the blade. He dared not face its edge directly. With a moment's hesitation, he tapped the ground with his toes and retreated several steps. A thunderous crash resounded as the blade landed precisely before Su Chang'an, the spot where Inshan Zhua had just stood. The blade shimmered with purple lightning, embedded in the ground like a king surveying all. Inshan Zhua stared at the blade in silence, and the gloom on his brow indicated his displeasure. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the sudden turn of events, the blade emitted a resonant hum, as if responding to a call. It abruptly leaped from the ground, soaring towards the hall's entrance. Everyone followed the trajectory of the blade in the air. With a soft thud, The sound resonated distinctly in the now silent hall. A pair of black boots appeared at the entrance, followed by a hand that sheathed the blade. At this moment, a figure finally emerged before the crowd. It was a man with disheveled hair, dressed in a plain gray robe, his stubble indicating neglect, and his appearance exceedingly ordinary, offering no hint of the extraordinary. However, his eyes shone with a sharp brilliance akin to that of his blade. He approached step by step, the sound of his boots striking the wooden floor echoing throughout the expansive hall. "Is it you?" Upon recognizing the figure, Tingju's expression grew grave. The swordsman, who shared the same era as Ma Tingyu, had already established himself as a formidable force over a decade ago. Now, having returned from the western regions, one wonders just how much stronger he has become. Tingyu is uncertain, yet from that recent strike, he comprehends that this is an opponent who warrants his utmost effort. The man pays him no heed and approaches Chang'an, assisting him to rise from his half-kneeling position. Drenched in sweat, Chang'an feels a lightness in his body. The immense spiritual force that had pressed down upon him like a mountain dissipates entirely with the man's gentle support. Weakly, Chang'an raises his head to gaze at the man before him, managing a rather unsightly smile as he stammers, Chu Qianbei, you have arrived. Do not speak, rest well. Leave the rest to me, the man replies, handing Chang'an to the visibly anxious Xiahou Suyu, with a gentle admonition. Take good care of him. I will bring you both home shortly. He then unsheaths his blade, its surface crackling with purple lightning, swirling like a fierce dragon. Tingju's voice suddenly turns icy, akin to the eternal frost of the Tian Shan mountains. Let me see just how formidable the head of the Ba Huang Academy truly is. Chapter 13, A Fortuitous Connection. Dao Nu Chu Shifeng. Tingju intones gravely. Do you intend to join that young fool in his antics? Despite his respect for Chu Shifeng's strength, Tingju is not afraid to engage him. He has stood at the Soul Guardian realm for 30 years, rarely encountering worthy adversaries under the Starfall path. However, Chu Shifeng's status is different. He has reprimanded Chang'an, which can be deemed as disciplining a junior, while Chu Shifeng is an instructor at Tianlan Academy. Should a conflict arise between them, it would signify a complete severance of ties between Ba Huang and Tianlan. Currently, Tianlan Academy is barely supported by Yu Heng alone. If a confrontation truly ensues, Ba Huang Academy does not fear the challenge. Yet the prestigious position of Chang'an Academy is coveted not just by Ba Huang, but by countless others who watch with greedy eyes, anticipating a clash between Ba Huang and Tianlan to seize the opportunity for their own gain. Therefore, Tingju must once again suppress his anger and concede. To protect a junior disciple, how can this be deemed as mere folly? Chu Shifeng shakes his head in response. So, you mean to insist on a fight? Tingju's hands morph into claws, a chilling aura emanating from his being, 100-fold stronger than the force he exerted to restrain Chang'an. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine has its limits. Tingju has endured for the greater good of Ba Huang for too long. Since Chu Shifeng and Chang'an remain oblivious to their circumstances, he feels no need to utter more. It is time to let actions speak louder than words. To his surprise, Chu Shifeng shakes his head again, declaring, no fight. Tingju is taken aback, and a smile suddenly graces his face. If you wish to avoid conflict, then let your young charge offer an apology to Ba Huang Academy, and this matter will be settled. Before he can finish his sentence, a flash of cold light darts before him. He feels a numbness in his left arm as something is lifted high. Dazed, he looks up, his pupils widening in shock. Before him lies an arm he recognizes yet cannot recall where he has seen it before. The hall erupts with gasps of astonishment. Tingju glances at his left arm, only to find it empty, and he realizes with horror that the severed limb belongs to him. A sudden burst of blood erupts from his shoulder. His expression transforms into one of sheer terror. He attempts to utter something, but instead, he spews forth blood. His body crashes to the ground, and just before losing consciousness, he hears Chu Shifeng's icy voice. You may escape death, but one arm must be severed to assert the might of Tianlan. On Tianmen Mountain, within the hall of Xingchen Pavilion, a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man stands with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, countless stars shine brilliantly, illuminating the dim room as if it were day. Yet among them, 2 stars flicker dimly, their light inconsistent. Before him, a young maiden clad in white gauze kneels gracefully. Pavilion Master, you summon me. What is your command? Her voice is cool as mountain orchids, pure and untainted. The demise of Ziwei Yu Heng has occurred. You must descend the mountain and escort their spirits back. The man replies, his voice as unremarkable as his appearance, yet imbued with a peculiar rhythm, as if resonating with the profound truths of the universe. Understood, the maiden replies. Rising to depart. Wait. The man suddenly calls out again. Does the pavilion master have further instructions? She inquires, turning back to face him. These two fallen stars pertain to the rise and fall of humanity. Though they have perished, there remains some time. During this interval, the remnants from the last century have begun to stir in Chang'an. You must first conceal yourself there and uncover their intentions. When Ziwei Yuheng's spirits return, you may then return to the pavilion. The maiden hesitates, but ultimately agrees, vanishing from the pavilion in a flash. That night, the sky is shrouded in gloom. The stars obscured beneath the clouds, dimmer than even a fraction of the brilliance within the pavilion. A silhouette in azure moves swiftly through Tianmen Mountain, traversing several peaks in mere moments, heading towards Zhongzhou, where Chang'an resides. In an instant, she arrives at the official road. The night road sees few travelers. Most escort teams and pedestrians choose to journey by daylight for safety, given the open visibility and the presence of patrolling soldiers. Yet exceptions do exist. Before Chang'an stands a figure. A man, obscured in darkness, his features indistinct, but his attire suggests he has seen some years, clad in a dark overcoat, with a woolen shoulder patch, speckled with remnants of snow. It is now March in Zhongzhou, long past the snowy depths of winter, making it hard to fathom where this man acquired such debris. Who are you? Chang'an's eyes, revealed through her white veil, flash with wariness. Few can approach her unnoticed, and this man evidently belongs to that rare category. The man remains silent, yet his eyes suddenly gleam with brightness. At that moment, a beam of starlight breaks through the oppressive clouds. Illuminated by the starlight, Chang'an finally discerns the man's visage. He appears to be in his 50s, with a chiseled face and a hint of stubble, yet neatly groomed. His hair, interspersed with gray, is meticulously arranged. If one were to travel back 30 years, accompanied by a fan inscribed with poetry, this man could be considered a dashing young gentleman. Yet age cannot be concealed, and despite his tidy appearance, the wrinkles on his forehead tell a different story. Following the starlight, Chang'an gazes upwards, observing 7 stars twinkling in the darkened sky. They form a peculiar shape, reminiscent of a spoon. 5 of the stars have faded into obscurity, their outlines barely visible amidst the glow of their brighter counterparts. One flickers uncertainly, akin to a waning lamp, while another radiates brilliantly, casting a beam of light from countless miles away that illuminates the man. You are Kaiyang. Chang'an realizes the identity of the visitor, yet furrows her brow, unable to recall any connection with him. The man nods, but remains silent, scrutinizing Chang'an from head to toe. After a few moments, a satisfied smile breaks across his face as he declares, "Indeed, it is you." Chang'an continues to frown, disliking Kaiyang's penetrating gaze, even though she senses no malice behind it. Yet, her discomfort lingers. "Were you waiting for me?" she inquires. Kaiyang nods again, stating, "We are fated to meet." Chapter 14. Forgetting emotion is the ultimate truth. This statement was rather abrupt, yet Kaiyang delivered it with remarkable calmness, as if declaring that the sun would rise tomorrow and that all rivers inevitably flow into the sea. Chang'an's brow furrowed even deeper. At their level of comprehension, their understanding of the world's laws had reached an extraordinarily subtle realm. Many expressions carried meanings that were far more intricate, profound, and elusive than their superficial appearances. The concept of yuan was one such example. It encompassed both blessings and grievances. It represented causes as well as effects. It signified reunions as well as partings. Logically, as a star that had fallen, Kaiyang should not speak so lightly. However, having cultivated the treasured Taishang Wanqing Lu of the Star Pavilion, her heart was devoid of dust and impurities, and her body remained untouched by cause and effect. Thus, she shook her head and said, "I have no ties to this realm anymore." She recalled the northern lands 2 years prior, where she resolved her final ties amidst the snow. Hence, her cultivation had advanced significantly over these 2 years. Upon hearing this, Kaiyang merely smiled, stating, "Your existence is a cause birthed by the heavens. As long as you live, you have yet to repay the heavens' effects. How can you claim to be free from cause and effect?" Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, a sense of inexplicable annoyance welling up within her. "Even if I still have ties to the heavens, what does it matter to you? You and I, Tianlan, share a connection too." Kaiyang's eyes suddenly narrowed, as if she had stumbled upon something exceedingly intriguing. Such folly. Chang'an's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of anger, born from her irritation. "The birth of the Demon King was a cause. You sacrificed yourself to ensure the continuation of your clan, thus fulfilling your effect. Your blood ties to Wutong were a cause. Sparing her life 2 years ago in the northern lands was your effect." Kaiyang spoke with measured cadence, Yet her words sent shockwaves through Chang'an's heart. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The fact that she was the daughter of the Demon King was a closely guarded secret, known to very few even among her kin. How could Caiyang, a fallen star of the human race, possibly be aware of this? As for Wutong, she had kept that matter even from the pavilion master. Besides the individuals involved, she had believed no one else was privy to the truth. Still, she suppressed her shock and feigned calmness, replying, "What of it? You have stated that my ties with them are resolved. As for any connection with your Tianlan Academy, it is entirely irrelevant. Your ties with them may be resolved, but what of the swordsman who helped you save Wutong? Do you not owe him?" Caiyang pressed. "He is already dead," Chang'an replied coldly. "But his disciple still lives," Caiyang countered. Chang'an fell silent. The moment she sensed a faint thread emanating from her being, stretching infinitely into the distance, she realized that if Caiyang spoke true, the other end of that thread belonged to the boy from that fateful snowy night. It was a thread of cause and effect, too fragile to detect even with her profound understanding of the world's ties. But now, awakened by Caiyang, she suddenly recognized it. "You are to go to the capital to resolve this matter," Caiyang remarked once more. Chang'an's expression grew complex. Finally, she gritted her teeth and bowed her hands in respect towards Caiyang, saying, "I am grateful for your guidance, senior." The Taishang Wanqing Lu she practiced emphasized that a cultivator's heart should be free of dust and impurities, and their body should remain untainted by cause and effect. The process of cultivation involved stripping away the 7 emotions and 6 desires, severing all ties. As one ascended to higher realms, the demands on one's heart and understanding of cause and effect became increasingly stringent. For instance, Wutong had been a prime example. Although she had fallen, her emotional entanglements caused her to suffer backlash from the Taishang Wanqing Lu. Had Caiyang not pointed this out, she might have discovered it too late in her cultivation journey. "No matter," Caiyang waved her hand. "Now let us discuss the matters concerning you and I." "You and I?" Chang'an was taken aback, puzzled. "I have mentioned that we are fated to meet." This was a statement Caiyang had initially proclaimed, and at first, Chang'an believed it pertained to her ties with the child of Tianlan. However, upon hearing Caiyang reiterate it, she realized it referred to something else entirely. "What fate?" she inquired. "The bond of master and disciple." After Caiyang's previous enlightenment, Chang'an had taken her words seriously, but upon hearing this, she still found it absurd. "I already have a master," she asserted. The pavilion master of the Star Pavilion had imparted the Taishang Wanqing Lu to her, teaching her the art of cultivation, thus serving as her master. A true master imparts wisdom, knowledge, and resolves doubts. What wisdom has he imparted to you? What knowledge has he shared? What doubts has he resolved? Caiyang's voice suddenly crescendoed like thunder, each word striking at the very core of Chang'an's being. Her complexion turned pale, and after a long pause, she finally stammered. "My master taught me the Taishang Wanqing Lu." "Humph." Before she could finish, Caiyang interrupted her. "Just a deviation. My master possesses unparalleled cultivation. How can you speak of it as a deviation?" Chang'an retorted angrily. Even if Caiyang had done her a favor, she would not allow anyone to casually malign her master. "Whether it is a deviation or not, you will come to know in time." Caiyang seemed disinterested in debating, pausing before continuing. "But you and I do share a master-disciple bond. It is simply that this thread of cause and effect has been severed." "Severed?" Chang'an was aghast, instinctively wanting to refute that such ties could be severed. Yet, recalling the decisive strike of that man 2 years ago, she fell silent. "Regardless of your belief, this cause and effect once existed," Caiyang stated. "Today, I have come to elucidate this bond." "Why must it be today?" "Because after today, Caiyang shall no longer exist in this world." Chang'an raised her head in confusion. Caiyang's star shone with unparalleled brilliance. Just as she was about to speak, a radiant white light suddenly erupted from within Caiyang, a white star spirit surging forth from his being. That star spirit was translucent, with dragon and serpent-like forms swirling within. Caiyang felt a stir in his heart, and that star spirit transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly entering Chang'an's body. The entire process was exceedingly rapid, leaving her no time to react. By the time she regained her senses, that star spirit had already sunk into her body, and even with her vast divine awareness, she could not locate a trace of it. "I have long since fallen as a star. Passing down the star spirit is of no use to me," Chang'an lamented, her faith in Caiyang's assertion of a master-disciple bond wavering. Yet the precious star spirit had been so easily bestowed upon her. "In the days to come, it may save your life," Caiyang replied. He then turned, the starlight cascading around him. In that moment, Chang'an suddenly perceived his presence as both monumental and solitary. "Where are you going?" she couldn't help but ask. "To kill," Caiyang replied. His aura began to ascend, attracting the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. In the dim sky, an unknown star abruptly emerged, followed by another, and soon, countless stars adorned the night sky. Upon closer inspection, one would find these stars encircling Chang'an like subjects surrounding their sovereign. The radiance of Chang'an's star intensified to an unprecedented brilliance, illuminating the official road outside Chang'an as if it were broad daylight. Beneath her veil, Chang'an's expression remained inscrutable, yet her eyes betrayed her astonishment. This was a realm beyond the fall of stars, a level not reached by anyone in thousands of years, save for the successive masters of the Star Pavilion. Beyond the fall of stars lies the Taishang, yet the Taishang forgets emotions. She suddenly recalled the opening lines of the Taishang Wanqing Lu. After today, Chang'an shall no longer exist in this world. She stood in a daze, transfixed by the spectacle before her, murmuring softly, Chang'an, Tianlan Academy, Yuhing Pavilion. An elderly man lay on an utterly ordinary bed. He appeared weary, his eyes narrowed to a slit, the heaviness of sleep thick upon him like the impenetrable night. Yet he never fully closed his eyes, as if fearing that should he shut them, he might never awaken again. Suddenly, the starry sky outside brightened, a glaring light streaming through his gauzy window. The simple furnishings of the room became vividly clear as if illuminated by daylight. The old man seemed to sense something. His pair of hazy, sleepy eyes suddenly opened, and a flicker of golden light seemed to flash within his murky pupils. He sat up, anxiously pushing open the window. He then raised his head to gaze at the starry sky, his expression profound and wistful, as if reminiscing about something or mourning a lost memory. The sky was a sea of stars, yet two stars stood out remarkably, one dimming to extinction, the other shining like the sun. The old man continued to stare for a long time, and gradually, tears of murkiness flowed down his cheeks. You have finally chosen this path, he sighed softly, speaking to himself. At last, I am the only one left in this world. But I cannot die yet. Indeed, how could I perish in such a manner? The seeds of Tianlan have yet to sprout. The heroic spirits of the past still slumber among those starry seas. The evil gods have once again extended their claws towards the world. Although this world is not beautiful, those beautiful souls once lived here and then perished. Before those who could watch over this world arrived, how can I peacefully fall asleep? Chapter 15. The arrival of old friends when Su Chang'an opened his eyes again. The sight before him was the smoke curling from the ceiling. He then caught a faint scent of sandalwood wafting through the air. Supporting himself with his hands on the bed, he sat up. Upon glancing around, he noticed a familiar table with an incense burner on it, where a stick of sandalwood incense was burning, sending up a wisp of blue smoke. This was his residence in Tianlan, and his memories of the events from the previous night had become somewhat blurred. He only vaguely recalled that Inshanju's claw was about to strike down, but was intercepted by the suddenly arriving Chu Shifeng. He shook his head, calming his thoughts, and sensed that his internal spiritual power felt somewhat depleted, likely due to excessive consumption the previous day. Feeling a bit hungry, he threw off the covers, put on his boots, and got out of bed. Creak. Just then, his door was pushed open. An elderly man, his eyes still heavy with sleep, walked in. Shu, you have come? Su Chang'an hurriedly approached. Yuheng nodded, squinting as he looked Su Chang'an up and down, seemingly checking whether Su Chang'an had lost an arm or had a leg severed in the battle yesterday. Finally, he withdrew his gaze with satisfaction and said, Did you enjoy the fight yesterday? Yuheng's tone was flat, revealing no hint of joy or anger. Su Chang'an was taken aback, momentarily uncertain of Yuheng's meaning, so he pondered for a moment before replying honestly, Not enough excitement. Su Chang'an's response seemed to surprise Yuheng, his eyes widening slightly, though they still appeared as narrow slits. After speaking, he casually walked to the table, pulled out a wooden stool, and sat down naturally. He then scrutinized the burning sandalwood incense on the table. Suddenly, he turned his head with a teasing smile and remarked, Not bad. The dragon's saliva incense from Lulan has a calming effect. It is said that the royal family can only acquire less than 100 sticks each year. It seems that Su Yu has been quite good to you. Perhaps it was Yuheng's teasing gaze or his peculiar tone, but Su Chang'an's face suddenly flushed crimson. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he awkwardly rubbed his nose, unsure how to continue the conversation. Having long been accustomed to his somewhat dull disciple, Yuheng changed the subject and asked, Tell me, why did you feel yesterday's fight was insufficiently exhilarating? I haven't fought him yet, Su Chang'an replied without hesitation. At the end of his statement, seemingly worried that Yuheng might not know who he was referring to, he tilted his head and attempted to recall the name. I think he is called Du Hanchang. Then why do you wish to fight him so much? Yuheng inquired further. He insulted my master. So you want to fight him? Yes. Then why didn't you fight? He hesitated at this point, lowering his head as he cautiously asked, Sure Shu. Should I not have fought with them? At this moment, Su Chang'an did not actually feel he had done anything wrong, but from Yu Heng's expression, he was indeed unable to discern his master's emotions. However, he did not want to provoke Yu Heng's anger, especially considering his age. Yet Yu Heng did not answer this question, instead continuing, he did not fight you because he knows he cannot defeat you. And you cannot defeat Yin Shanzhui either. Why should you fight him? It was he who wanted to fight me, Su Chang'an corrected. But you also did not fight him. Yu Heng shot a sidelong glance at Su Chang'an. He wanted me to apologize, but I feel I did nothing wrong. But you just wanted to apologize. And you did nothing wrong. Su Chang'an fell silent, gazing at Yu Heng in confusion, unsure of the deeper meaning behind his words. Yet sensing that Yu Heng wished to impart something to him, Su Chang'an disliked such verbal sparring, as he did not possess the cleverness to unravel the intricacies of these exchanges. Thus, he asked, Sure Shu, what exactly do you wish to convey? Yu Heng stood up, running his wrinkled hand through Su Chang'an's unkempt hair, saying, What I mean is, this is your path. My path. Su Chang'an repeated, pondering deeply but still failing to grasp the meaning. He raised his head to articulate his thoughts, only to find that Yu Heng had already vanished without a trace. Su Chang'an scratched the back of his head, marveling at how elusive his master was. After leaving his room and having a light breakfast, he was preparing to head to the training grounds to find Chu Shifeng and begin his practice for the day when he heard a series of knocks at the courtyard door. Su Chang'an found it strange. He had been in Tianlan for 2 months and had never had any visitors. Could it be that the people from Bahuang courtyard had come looking for trouble? He speculated quietly. Despite his thoughts, his feet did not stop as he approached the courtyard door, hesitating slightly before finally opening it. To his surprise, 4 familiar faces greeted him. Momo, Su Chang'an exclaimed. But upon uttering the words, he felt it was inappropriate and quickly added, Gu Xiong, Ji Xiong, Lin Xiong, what brings you here? The visitors were none other than his classmates from Changmin, Gu Ning, Momo, and the others. What's the matter? Have you entered the top academy in Chang'an and forgotten to let your old friends visit? Momo smiled at him, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. Su Chang'an's face inexplicably grew warm. He was about to say something when he saw Ji Dao striding over, giving him a hearty slap on the shoulder, saying, You're impressive. I heard you took on 7 at the Xinghui with just 1, and that guy Du Hongchang was too scared to lay a finger on you. After the incident at Yuyan Ridge, everyone's relationships had improved significantly, especially Ji Dao, who had reconciled with Su Chang'an, and the two had become much closer. Thus, Ji Dao's affectionate gesture did not surprise Su Chang'an. However, the praise made him feel a bit bashful, though he couldn't help but feel a small thrill of joy inside. Although Su Chang'an's original intention was merely to teach a lesson to the one who had insulted his master, he was still just a 16-year-old boy, and naturally, he felt a sense of happiness at the compliments. Su Xiong, are you not going to invite us in for a seat? Just then, Gu Ning, who had been smiling quietly, suddenly spoke up. He remained the same courteous and warm Gu Ning that Su Chang'an remembered. Su Chang'an was taken aback, quickly realizing his oversight, and hurriedly ushered them into the academy. So this is the top academy in Chang'an? It looks quite ordinary, not even comparable to Brother Gu's Kunlun Academy. Su Momo remarked curiously as she surveyed her surroundings. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she realized it was inappropriate and quickly covered her mouth with her hand, revealing only her big, innocent eyes as she looked at everyone. Gu Ning shot a glance at Su Momo that seemed reproachful yet was filled with affection. Quickly explaining to Su Chang'an, Do not take offense, Su Xiong. Momo has always been this way. Please do not let it bother you. Su Chang'an shook his head and said, Mo speaks the truth. When I first arrived here, I also found this place rather shabby. After gaining recognition the previous day, Su Chang'an had alleviated the concerns of those around him with his magnanimity. Moreover, being fellow townsfolk now situated in a foreign land fostered a sense of intimacy among them. In no time, everyone began to chat and laugh. Even the usually reticent Lin Ru occasionally interjected with a comment or two. As they conversed, a girl in red suddenly dashed towards them, breathless. She approached Su Chang'an and exclaimed, Hey, where have you been? Senior Chu has been looking for you. After sustaining such serious injuries yesterday, why are you running around? Although her words seemed somewhat harsh, the concern in her tone was unmistakable. Sister, my friend has arrived. Su Chang'an said, scratching his head awkwardly. It was then that Xiaoho Suyu noticed a few peers of similar age accompanying him. Her face flushed. As a princess of the Great Way, she was accustomed to maintaining decorum in front of others. Now, however, she revealed a side of herself that she deemed unbecoming, which ignited her anger. She shot Su Chang'an a fierce glare, instinctively blaming him for the situation. Is this the esteemed Long Princess? Gu Ning, recovering from his surprise, hurriedly bowed to Xiahou Suyu. It was common knowledge that Tianlan Academy had enrolled 2 students, Su Chang'an and the Great Wei's Long Princess, Xiahou Suyu. Thus, Gu Ning had quickly deduced her identity. The others followed suit, promptly bowing to her. Still flustered from the earlier incident, Xiahou Suyu's face remained flushed. She returned the bows, resembling a refined young lady that Su Chang'an had read about in books. He was taken aback, having never imagined that his senior sister possessed such a side. What are you staring at? Xiahou Suyu asked, noticing Su Chang'an's incredulity, her dissatisfaction growing. She rolled her eyes at him and added, what are you still standing there for? Senior Chu has been waiting for you at the training grounds for quite some time. Hurry up. Upon hearing this, Su Chang'an's expression changed. He held great respect for Chu Shifeng, and had it not been for Chu Shifeng's timely intervention yesterday, the consequences could have been dire. However, the severity of Chu Shifeng's demeanor left Su Chang'an apprehensive, having delayed for so long. He feared he would face a harsh reprimand. With a grimace, he addressed Gu Ning and the others. Please wait for me a moment. I need to meet with Senior Chu. We'll accompany you, Gu Ning suggested. Su Chang'an hesitated, for Chu Shifeng's temperament was peculiar, having already incurred his wrath. He worried that bringing Gu Ning and the others along would only invite their ire. Just then, Mo chimed in. Chang'an, take us with you. We would love to witness Senior Chu's prowess. With Mo's encouragement, Su Chang'an found it hard to refuse. He considered that despite Chu Shifeng's eccentricity, he was not unreasonable, and thus agreed. The group proceeded to the training ground, where they found Chu Shifeng already standing there with a sword in hand. Su Chang'an felt a surge of anxiety and quickly approached him, saying, Senior Chu, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Before he could elaborate, Chu Shifeng interrupted. Lord Yuheng has informed me that you were injured yesterday. You may take today to rest, but you must make up for the missed lessons tomorrow. With that, he turned and left, disregarding Su Chang'an's reaction. Surprised, Su Chang'an had intended to request a few hours off to accompany his fellow townsfolk. But he had not anticipated Chu Shifeng's unexpected understanding, leaving him momentarily disconcerted. Wow, is this the Senior Chu who severed an arm from a demon at Yin Mountain? So impressive, Mo suddenly exclaimed, shaking Gu Ning's arm in excitement. Upon witnessing their camaraderie, Su Chang'an felt a pang of disappointment but suppressed his emotions, smiling at everyone. Unbeknownst to him, Xiahou Suyu observed this array of expressions closely. Just then, a knock echoed from the courtyard door. What is happening today? Su Chang'an muttered. Don't worry about us, Su. Go ahead and attend to your matters. We'll just stroll around until you return, Gu Ning said with a smile. All right. Su Chang'an nodded and quickly made his way to the door, unaware that Xiahou Suyu had followed closely behind. Sister? Su Chang'an looked back, puzzled by Xiahou Suyu's unusual behavior. Xiahou Suyu leaned in with a mischievous smile in her eyes and asked, What is this? Do you have a fondness for that girl named Su Mo? Su Chang'an's face instantly turned crimson, and he quickened his pace, lowering his head as he continued towards the door, clearly unwilling to answer the question. However, Xiahou Suyu was not one to relent. She activated her spiritual energy, creating a gust of wind that allowed her to swiftly position herself in front of Su Chang'an, blocking his path. Don't be shy. Come, share your thoughts with your sister, she teased, delighting in his flustered demeanor, which was a stark contrast to the aloof and somewhat domineering youth from the previous day. I don't. Su Chang'an stammered, making several attempts to evade Xiahou Suyu, but she consistently intercepted him. In terms of genuine strength, Xiahou Suyu could not match Su Chang'an, but following yesterday's exhausting battle, his energy had been significantly depleted. Although he had rested overnight, he had yet to fully recover, leaving him unable to contend with Xiahou Suyu at that moment. Their playful banter had led them to the entrance without them realizing it. Su Chang'an coughed, straightening his somewhat wrinkled attire, while Xiahou Suyu stood demurely to the side, maintaining her royal decorum. Su Chang'an could still sense the lingering fragrance of Xiahou Suyu as he stole a glance at her transformed demeanor, only to receive a disapproving glare in return. He chuckled helplessly before opening the academy's door. A middle-aged man stood before them. The fabric of his clothing appeared luxurious, yet the style was quite ordinary. Upon seeing Su Chang'an open the door, he hurried forward, bowing slightly, and began to speak. However, upon noticing Xiahou Suyu nearby, he hesitated momentarily before plastering a fawning smile on his face and saying, You must be the esteemed Su Gongzi, the top contender of the Star Gathering Conference. Su Chang'an regarded him with curiosity before turning his gaze to Xiahou Suyu, his eyes silently asking if she recognized this person. Yet, Xiahou Suyu returned his look with an expression mirroring his own confusion. Su Chang'an racked his brain, ultimately concluding that he had no recollection of this individual. Do you know me? Su Chang'an inquired. Uh-huh. The man's smile widened. Su Gongzi, you jest. You are the esteemed disciple of Lord Yu Hong and the successor of the legendary Mo Tingyu. Who in the world does not know you? The man seemed to have triggered a verbal floodgate, speaking incessantly. Su Chang'an felt a headache coming on and quickly interjected. What business do you have with me? Uh-huh. The man, unfazed by the interruption, continued with a beaming smile. I am but a humble servant of the Crown Prince's residence. I apologize for the intrusion. It is merely that His Highness has long admired your talents and wishes to cultivate a friendship with you. He would like to invite you to his residence tomorrow evening for a heartfelt discussion. As he spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at Xiahou Suyu. Noticing his family's name and purpose, Xiahou Suyu's expression shifted, becoming somewhat uneasy, particularly when he invited Su Chang'an to the Taizi's residence. He watched him with an anxious gaze. Su Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. He did not recognize the Taizi and could not fathom why a stranger would extend such a warm invitation to dine at his estate. Feeling uncertain, he turned to Xiahou Suyu for guidance, only to find her looking at him with a face full of tension. The man, witnessing this scene, felt a chill in his heart, realizing something was amiss. Su Chang'an wanted to inquire about Xiahou Suyu's thoughts, as the Taizi should be her brother, after all. Yet, the atmosphere had inexplicably turned peculiar, causing the words that hovered on his lips to be swallowed back. After a brief silence, Su Chang'an finally broke the awkward tension. I think I shall decline the invitation, he stammered, not out of fear of rejecting the Taizi, but rather out of a sense of guilt for dismissing a kind offer. He felt it was impolite to refuse such goodwill, which made it challenging to express his thoughts. The man's expression shifted, and he glanced between the two before saying, Young Master Su ought to consider carefully. The Taizi does not hold such regard for everyone. Su Chang'an frowned, disliking the man's tone, one he had heard the previous day from an elder named Yin Shanjua. Are you threatening me? Su Chang'an inquired. Not at all, the man replied, his expression transforming into something strange and perhaps sinister. I merely wish to remind you that few are granted the Taizi's attention, and those who dare to refuse him are even rarer. Do you truly wish to be the first? Su Chang'an thought for a moment, finding some merit in being first. For instance, at Chang'an, Guning always topped his studies, earning everyone's admiration. Similarly, last night, he had ranked first on the star ranking list. Even if he was not well liked, everyone coveted that position. Thus, he boldly declared, Then I shall be the first. He spoke lightly, as if it were an amusing endeavor. His response left both the man and Xiahou Suyu momentarily speechless. The man, waving his sleeve with a meaningful glance at the two, turned and stormed away. Su Chang'an politely watched the man's figure fade from view before turning to Xiahou Suyu with a smile. All right, Shiji, he has departed, let us return. However, Xiahou Suyu stood there, her large eyes blinking in surprise, staring intently at Su Chang'an. Feeling a bit flustered under her gaze, he could not help but ask, Shiji, what is the matter? Why did you refuse the Taizi's invitation? She stepped closer, her breath fragrant as she inquired softly. Su Chang'an felt his heart race as her rosy lips were so near. He only needed to lean forward slightly to touch them. He swallowed hard and, stammering, replied, I merely sensed that you did not wish for me to go. So you chose not to attend? You would offend the Taizi for my sake? Am I truly that significant to you? Her voice dwindled until it was barely audible, yet the depth of emotion in her gaze intensified, as if it were about to overflow. Su Chang'an instinctively recoiled, not out of dislike for her proximity, but each time he drew near to Xiahou Suyu, he felt oddly peculiar. His heart raced, his head grew warm, and even the flow of his internal energy seemed to quicken. This strange sensation was neither good nor bad, yet he did not despise it. This lack of aversion made him feel slightly anxious, leading him to subconsciously withdraw. He scratched his head, striving to clear his mind from the dizzying scent that enveloped him. It is not that you are particularly important, but certainly you hold more significance than the Taizi. He spoke the truth. Though Xiahou Suyu occasionally teased him, she treated him exceptionally well. Yet, considering they had only known each other for 2 months, she could not surpass his father or his master in importance. In Su Chang'an's understanding, particularly important meant the utmost significance. While Xiahou Suyu was important, she did not yet reach the pinnacle. Chapter 17, Escape. As soon as his words fell, the tenderness in Xiahou Suyu's eyes vanished in an instant. She cast him a helpless glance and muttered under her breath, You foolish boy. Su Chang'an did not catch her words clearly. He closed the courtyard door once more and remarked, Shiji, let us return. Are you in such a hurry to see your mama? Xiahou Suyu retorted, though her feet still moved towards the courtyard. Just as Su Chang'an was about to follow, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard once more. He exchanged puzzled glances with Xiahou Suyu, both sensing the unusual bustle at Tianlan Academy that day. Nevertheless, Su Chang'an opened the door, revealing a man who appeared to be over 50. Upon seeing Su Chang'an, the man's face immediately brightened with a smile. Before he could speak, Su Chang'an interrupted. "What brings you here?" From the man's demeanor and the curve of his lips, Su Chang'an surmised that he would likely deliver a similar opening line as the previous servant from the Taizi's residence, though he did not mind compliments. The previous encounter had left him rather pained, and he was not in the mood for further flattery. Thus, he opted for a direct conversation. The man hesitated. Then, with an ever-changing expression, clasped his hands and said, "Young Master Su, your straightforwardness is indeed remarkable." After pausing to gauge Su Chang'an's reaction, he noticed no sign of pleasure or acknowledgement on his face, which made him feel somewhat awkward. Clearing his throat, he continued, "I am a servant from the Taiwei's residence. Tomorrow evening, my master will host a banquet for the young talents of this star-ranking meeting, and I have come at the Taiwei's behest to invite young Master Su to join us." Su Chang'an's countenance shifted. He found it peculiar that he was receiving consecutive invitations to dine at such residences. He was not well acquainted with them, and their sudden invitations felt rather abrupt. "I think I shall decline," he responded almost without hesitation, perhaps due to the unfavorable impression left by the previous Taizi's servant. Thus, he instinctively resisted this invitation. The man's response seemed to catch him off guard. He cast a significant glance at Su Chang'an before bowing slightly, saying, "I apologize for the intrusion," and then turned to leave slowly. "Am I quite famous, Shiji?" Once the man had walked away, Su Chang'an turned to Xiahou Suyu. She regarded him with a sidelong glance and replied, "What do you think? Star King of the Star Ranking Meeting, disciple of Ma Tingyu, and a student of Yuang. If you are not famous, who else is? Is that so?" Su Chang'an appeared somewhat troubled, scratching his head before asking, "But why do they all want to invite me to dinner?" "Naturally, they seek to win you over," Xiahou Suyu explained. "Win me over?" Su Chang'an was taken aback. "What is there about me that warrants such attention?" Xiahou Suyu seemed accustomed to Su Chang'an's social naivety, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "You possess the legacy of Elder Moss' star spirit. Your future accomplishments will undoubtedly be remarkable. Yesterday, you demonstrated this well. Your current instructor, Elder Chu, can sever the renowned soul guardian In Shanjua with a single stroke. Your Shizu is the esteemed Yuheng Darren, who has protected humanity for a century." As she spoke, Xiahou Suyu playfully winked and remarked, "Of course, the most important thing is that your senior sister, me, is the esteemed Princess Chang of the Dowei. Tell me, how could they possibly resist trying to win you over?" Su Chang'an found Xiahou Suyu's reasoning quite compelling. However, he seemed to recall something and asked again, "Then why does it appear that you, senior sister, do not particularly favor them? It seems you also do not wish for me to interact with them." Xiahou Suyu's smile abruptly froze, her countenance shifting into silence as she lowered her head, remaining quiet for a considerable time, realizing he might have broached an uncomfortable subject. Though unaware of the exact nature of the discomfort, Su Chang'an hastily added, "Senior sister, please do not be upset. As long as you disapprove of my going, I shall certainly refrain from doing so." Upon hearing this, Xiahou Suyu lifted her gaze to regard the boy before her. He appeared quite ordinary, lacking the charm of many suitors who had been overly attentive to her. He seemed somewhat naive and even dull-witted, far from the eloquent poets she was accustomed to. Yet, the genuine concern etched on his face and the anxiety in his words felt strikingly authentic. For the first time, Xiahou Suyu sensed her heart racing, perceiving her junior brother as somewhat more agreeable. Unconsciously, her cheeks flushed, and amid her worries, a flicker of guilt arose, prompting her to hesitate, as if about to speak. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed at the recently closed courtyard door. Su Chang'an's expression shifted dramatically. Reluctantly, he opened the door once more, and as expected, a man in his 40s stood there, his attire and smile mirroring those of the previous visitors. For the next 2 hours, Su Chang'an found himself preoccupied with an unending stream of guests at the door. Nobles from all corners of Chang'an City, from the prince's residence to the noble houses of the capital, all of notable standing had converged upon the previously desolate Tianlan Academy, which had been quiet for 12 years. Some servants even resorted to fighting to secure an early audience with Su Chang'an. In the end, even Gu Ning and others had to step in to assist with the overwhelming influx of visitors. After finally bidding farewell to a visitor claiming to be the divine general Hu Xingshan, Su Chang'an exhaled deeply, muttering, "No wonder Senior Chu so readily granted me a break today. It seems he foresaw this scenario. How long will this continue?" Meanwhile, Su Mo peered through the door crack and noticed a group approaching, laden with gifts, hastening towards them. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, Suemo was inherently a spirited young girl, and facing these seasoned individuals who spoke in circles while sporting constant smiles was indeed a daunting task. Su Chang'an, wearing a pained expression, surveyed the crowd, noting that even the typically composed Gu Ning appeared troubled. The most affected, however, was Lin Ru, the usually taciturn giant. Just moments ago, while attending to a guest from a certain noble house, the visitor had mistakenly addressed him as Su Chang'an. This individual was exceptionally skilled at flattery, and for a quarter of an hour, Lin Ru was left dumbfounded as the guest extolled Su Chang'an's virtues as if he could easily subdue the demon king of the north or the barbarian king of the west. Ultimately, it was Ji Dao who intervened decisively to dismiss that particular servant. The guests had come to reminisce, but faced with such circumstances, Su Chang'an felt a pang of guilt. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Shall we escape? Escape? The others were initially taken aback, but soon their faces brightened with interest. They exchanged glances, reading each other's thoughts. Ignoring the persistent knocking at the door, they followed Su Chang'an to a side wall. Each of them, at the very least, was a practitioner of the gathering spirit realm, rendering the wall, barely taller than a person, inconsequential. Xiahou Suyu, as the princess, took the lead, effortlessly leaping onto the wall. She crouched, surveyed the area, and noticed a crowd surrounding the Tianlan Academy's entrance, oblivious to their actions. Gesturing to the others with a knowing glance, she gracefully leapt down, landing soundlessly on the other side. After ensuring their escape went unnoticed, she whispered to those inside, urging them to hurry. At that moment, Suemo cautiously poked her head out, smiled at Xiahou Suyu, and skillfully vaulted over, landing beside her. The remaining individuals followed suit, successfully making their way over the wall. Finally, it was Ji Dao's turn. He was robust, but also somewhat clumsy, being a scholar. Although he had reached the gathering spirit realm, the essence of a scholar differed from that of a warrior. While both cultivated spiritual power, warriors honed their bodies, whereas scholars refined their minds. In the gathering spirit realm, the physical prowess of a warrior often surpassed that of most scholars. Many scholars, at this stage, were limited to minor tricks, and only a few could wield weapons effectively. This was why the Star Gathering Conference was predominantly attended by warriors. Gu Ning and Suemo, though also scholars, had practiced martial arts, enabling them to navigate obstacles with relative ease. Ji Dao, however, was burdened by his size, making the ascent to the wall a considerable challenge. Hurry up, Ji Dao. We'll be in trouble if they find us, Suemo urged, glancing at the slow-moving Ji Dao. The visitors had been knocking for nearly 15 minutes, and with no response, they would soon be discovered. I'm coming, he replied, surveying the wall for a suitable spot to jump down. However, upon inspecting the height, he hesitated, leaning forward, yet pulling back, only to lose his footing and tumble outward. His voice rose in pitch as he flailed his arms, desperately trying to regain control, but it was futile. The others, who had been watching him, instinctively ducked aside as if a mountain were crashing down upon them. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled momentarily. The world fell silent, and even the persistent knocking ceased as the visitors paused, glancing in the direction of the noise. They spotted a group of youths assisting a tall, hefty boy to his feet. Realizing they were being watched, the youths were momentarily taken aback, their actions halting. Time seemed to freeze as the two groups exchanged bewildered glances. That's Su Chang'an. Someone in the crowd recognized him, before the words fully escaped their lips. The throng of servants surged forward. Run! Su Chang'an felt a jolt of fear at the sight of the aggressive mob, seizing Ji Dao, who was still dazed, and turning to flee. The other youths quickly snapped back to reality and followed suit, sprinting away. This was indeed a rare spectacle in Chang'an City, a group of exceedingly youthful individuals sprinting away, among them a prominent princess of Dawei, a rising young talent, and a student from humble origins in the north. At this moment, they were indistinguishable from one another, devoid of any sense of hierarchy. The boy grasped the girl's hand. The warrior held on to the scholar, and, of course, the slender one clung to the stout. Together, they raced through the capital of Dawei, sprinting along the broad avenues of Chang'an. Behind them, a throng of pursuers, panting heavily, carried various items, silks and brocades, gold and silver, a veritable assortment. As they chased the youths, they announced their identities. If one were to listen closely, they would be astonished to discover that each of these individuals belonged to the elite circle of Chang'an, even the most powerful in Dawei. Uncertain of how long they had run, the group arrived at a bustling marketplace. The reason for the throng was unclear, perhaps a festival or gathering was underway, yet the area was alive with a cacophony of noise that seemed to echo cheers and applause. The crowd paused momentarily, but the pursuers were closing in with relentless determination. They exchanged glances, unsure of who led the charge. But they all plunged into the sea of people. Relying on her prowess at the 9th star level, Xiahou Suyu summoned her spiritual power, parting the masses to create a narrow passage for them to traverse. However, with so many people around, Xiahou Suyu could scarcely discern the situation ahead and pressed on, head down, urging everyone forward. At last, they reached the forefront of the crowd, only to find themselves at the entrance of a tavern. The surrounding people were clamoring, eager to enter, yet a few attendants blocked the entrance, speaking indistinctly amidst the din. When they turned to look back, they noticed that some of the attendants possessed formidable spiritual abilities, pushing through the crowd toward them. Alarmed, they were at a loss for how to proceed. "Let us go in," Xiahou Suyu declared, seizing Su Chang'an's arm and heading toward the tavern. Though the others knew the entrance might be difficult to navigate, they had no choice but to follow Xiahou Suyu's lead. As they approached, a seemingly ordinary young attendant stepped forward, flanked by 2 girls. He hesitated, thinking it absurd, and instinctively raised his hand to block their passage. Yet the girl in front produced an item from her bosom and placed it into his hand. He reflexively accepted it, feeling its weight. Upon closer inspection, he found it to be an ancient bronze token inscribed with the characters Xiao. His heart sank, and he almost faltered to his knees. At that moment, he dared not obstruct their way any longer, lowering his head and trembling as he offered the token back. Xiahou Suyu appeared to have anticipated this outcome, not pausing her stride even slightly as she casually took the bronze token and tucked it away. With her head held high, she confidently led the group into the tavern. In their haste, they barely had time to notice the name of the establishment. Within minutes of their entrance, the attendants from various noble families arrived, jostling to enter, but were promptly stopped by a group of younger servants. These attendants, accustomed to their status in their respective households, would not have been assigned such important tasks if they held no standing. Outside, they certainly wielded their master's reputation to assert their influence. Now, confronted by a group of seemingly ordinary attendants, they felt a surge of indignation. "Do you know who we are? How dare you block us?" One of the leading attendants exclaimed. The head attendant surveyed the group with a smirk, thinking to himself that he found it hard to believe they could present an imperial token. "I don't care who you are. Our Mudangu is not a place for just anyone to enter," he replied defiantly. Initially, the attendants were brimming with bravado, but upon hearing the name of the tavern, they were taken aback, glancing up at the sign. They quickly deflated, their previous confidence evaporating as they stepped aside, losing their earlier bravado. This tavern was peculiar, at least in the eyes of the young visitors. Unlike typical establishments, its decor was dominated by shades of pink, adorned with motifs of mandarin ducks and peonies, exuding an unmistakably feminine charm. In the bustling hall below, patrons were seated in small groups, each accompanied by a strikingly dressed woman who attended to them. The patrons, in turn, were often seen playfully engaging with their companions, who responded with laughter rather than annoyance, creating a lively atmosphere. A strange ambience enveloped the tavern, causing Su Chang'an and his companions to feel a flush of embarrassment. "Ah, esteemed guests, what took you so long to arrive? The ladies have been eagerly awaiting you." A woman in her 30s approached, clad in sheer garments that revealed her fair shoulders, exuding a strong fragrance that was both enticing and overwhelming. "You've been waiting for us." Su Chang'an was taken aback, feeling ill-suited to have any prior acquaintance with the ladies here. He turned to his companions, silently questioning if any of them recognized someone in the tavern. However, his inquiry was met with a sharp pinch from Xiahou Suyu at his waist, eliciting a startled yelp from him as he rubbed the sore spot. The woman noticed the presence of 2 more young ladies among the group, both strikingly beautiful, even more so than many of the courtesans in her establishment. Her mind raced. She had never encountered individuals like them before, but she chose not to probe further. They were there to conduct business, and as long as the guests had the means to pay, she cared little for the details of their intentions. "It seems you have come to see our esteemed Miss Fan Ryua. Please, take a seat over there. I will have the ladies serve you some food and drinks. And in half an hour, Miss Fan will make her appearance," she said. "That sounds great," Su Chang'an replied eagerly. Having been busy fending off the constant stream of visitors and running for quite a while, he was famished. However, when he turned to his companions, he noticed their faces were slightly flushed and their demeanor somewhat awkward. He thought little of it, attributing it to their tiring journey. He led the way to a nearby table, cheerfully beckoning the others to join him. The group hesitated before sitting down, their movements stiff and awkward. "What is wrong with you all?" Su Chang'an inquired, sensing that something was amiss since they entered the tavern. Even Gu Ning, who usually conducted himself with poise, seemed flustered, as if he were shy or anxious about something. Are you worried about those attendants who were bringing gifts? Su Chang'an attempted to reassure them. It's fine. I just saw that the servants stopped them. Let us eat first. After we fill our bellies, I suspect they will leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Siyu shot him an exasperated glance. Chang'an, do you truly not know where you are? Su Mo whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. As if afraid of being overheard, Su Chang'an blinked, responding with a hint of disbelief. What else could this place be but a tavern? Gu Ning regarded Su Chang'an with an odd expression, as if there were unspoken words lingering on his lips. Confused, Su Chang'an looked at Gu Ning, whose anxious demeanor prompted him to press further. Gu, why don't you say something? What kind of place is this? Xiao Suyu, utterly defeated by her oblivious disciple's reaction, pinched Su Chang'an's waist again, frowning as she feigned ferocity. This is a brothel. A brothel? Su Chang'an was taken aback, glancing around to take in the scene of flirtation and merriment. The attendants, dressed provocatively and adorned like flowers, laughed and played with the patrons. He swallowed hard, stammering this. This is truly a brothel. As the words fell, several women with partially revealed bosoms approached, bearing trays of food and drink. Their faces were adorned with rouge, and they emanated an intoxicating fragrance. After setting the dishes on the table, they gleefully nestled beside the young men. Su Chang'an cast a glance at the woman next to him. She appeared to be in her 30s, her features were somewhat charming. Yet she paled in comparison to Su Mo, and was nowhere near the ethereal beauty of Xiao Suyu. However, she exuded a certain allure, a sophistication that only years of experience could impart, prompting Su Chang'an to steal a few more glances. Ru Yin had been purchased into the Peony Pavilion at the tender age of 14, and now, after a decade, she had grown into a strikingly clever and beautiful woman, adept at winning her matroness favor. By the time she turned 16, she had been trained by the establishment's masters and had even served as a courtesan for a period. Although she had aged somewhat, her beauty remained, allowing her to be considered one of the more presentable women in the Peony Pavilion. Unlike those who shared cramped quarters and could only entertain guests sporadically, Ru Yin had a room of her own, a fact for which she felt quite content. There had been a few suitors who expressed intentions to redeem her, yet she had declined their offers. Many of her former companions, who had found their freedom, often chided her, reminding her that for women in their line of work, youthful beauty brought a flurry of suitors willing to lavish riches upon them. But as time wore on and their beauty faded, the grim reality of their profession loomed. Without allure, clients would dwindle, and the brothel would no longer sustain those without patrons, leading to a dismal fate that was all too clear. For most women of the pleasure quarters, being chosen by a client and redeemed, even to become a mere concubine, was considered an extraordinarily fortunate turn of events. One could even argue that this was the long-cherished dream of many. Now at 31, Ru Yin found herself in a profession that was arduous and often led to ailments that aged them prematurely compared to ordinary women. Without her thick layer of rouge, she might easily be mistaken for a woman nearing her 40s. Meanwhile, those who once sought to redeem her gradually lost interest. Many women of her age and appearance had been redeemed over the years, while she remained, struggling to hold on. Even her mother, who had watched her grow, had urged her to reconsider, yet Ru Yin remained unmoved. In her possession lay a simple handkerchief, one that concealed a line of poetry, penned by the person she had long awaited. This wait had extended for a decade, during which she transformed from a celebrated courtesan into a wilted flower, from a once bustling establishment to an empty one. The corners of her eyes bore the marks of time, her once dark hair now flecked with white, and her once smooth skin beginning to show signs of age. She had contemplated surrendering to the passage of time, yet she harbored a fear that just as she committed to another, he would appear before her, grasping her arm and demanding to know why she had not waited for him. The mere thought of such a scenario caused her to suppress any notions of redemption. Although she was merely a courtesan, literate yet uneducated, capable of singing a few tunes but lacking a deep understanding of music, she clung to a promise that served as a beacon in her darkest nights, warming her as she endured the long, cold hours. When her resolve waned, she would retrieve that handkerchief, reading the cherished lines, and somehow find a spark of courage to continue enduring the long years. Over the past decade, she had encountered a myriad of men, from dignitaries to common folk, from rough soldiers to dashing young lords. However, men like Su Chang'an and his companions were unlike any she had seen before. While they should have been reveling in the pleasures of youth, they seemed rather uncomfortable. While they should have been lavishing attention on the women, they had instead brought along two exceptionally beautiful girls. Ru Yin found the situation amusing and felt a playful urge to tease them. "I gather this is your first visit to our Peony Pavilion?" she remarked, playfully caressing the cheek of the boy beside her. Startled, He recoiled as if electrocuted, shifting away slightly. The beautiful girl next to him glared at both her and the boy, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Noticing the scene, Ruyan couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Leaning closer with a supple grace. Since you are here to enjoy yourselves, why not indulge? There is no need for such formality. Su Chang'an, overwhelmed by the scent that enveloped him, attempted to retreat, yet the woman seemed to cling to him, leaving him no choice but to remain seated, rigid with discomfort. At that moment, several women leaning against Gu Ning and his companions began to stir, causing a flurry of activity at the table. Only Su Mo and Xiahou Suyu remained, one glaring at Gu Ning and the other at Su Chang'an, their eyes brimming with fierce intent. Young master, you haven't yet shared your name with me, Ruyan said, seemingly oblivious to Xiahou Suyu's glare as she leaned in closer to Su Chang'an, blowing a gentle breath against his earlobe. A tingling sensation coursed through him, leaving him unable to discern whether it was pleasurable or uncomfortable as he instinctively replied, Su Chang'an, Su Chang'an. She mused internally, recalling having heard that name earlier in the day, though she couldn't quite place it. Just as she was about to tease him further, the girl next to another young man suddenly leapt to her feet. Startled gasps filled the air as Su Mo stood atop her chair, her eyes ablaze with indignation as she pointed at the woman entangled with Gu Ning, shouting, You shameless harlot! Leave my brother alone. With her hands on her hips, her face flushed from her outburst, she resembled a protective lioness. The attendant froze, clearly taken aback by such an unprecedented situation, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, other patrons turned their attention towards Su Mo's explosive outcry, whispering among themselves and pointing at Su Chang'an and his companions. Ruyan, however, swiftly exchanged a knowing glance with the attendant, who, understanding the cue, pouted but reluctantly retreated. Young master, your companion is quite the spirited one. Allow me to toast to you, Ruyan said with a smile. Rising to her feet and lifting a cup towards Gu Ning. Grateful for her intervention, Gu Ning quickly raised his own cup and replied, I apologize for the misunderstanding. We were merely passing through and did not realize this was a place of such distinction. Please forgive our ignorance. He cast a sidelong glance at Ji Dao Lin and the others, who were still being pulled by the attendant, sharing a wry smile. There's no need for such formality, Ruyan assured them, downing her drink in one gulp and signaling to the other two attendants. Though reluctant, they too understood Ruyan's close ties to the matron and begrudgingly stepped back. Gu Ning, seeing the situation resolved, quickly drank his own cup dry and said, Thank you, Miss. Chapter 20. Fan Ruyan smiled and nodded to Gu Ning, yet she did not withdraw. Instead, she gracefully settled back beside Su Chang'an. With the attendants gone, Su Mo's earlier surge of jealousy began to subside, and she quietly took her place beside Gu Ning, appearing more subdued and docile. However, Xiahou Suyu remained displeased, glaring at Ruyan as she sat next to Su Chang'an, unable to restrain herself. Why do you not leave? She demanded. Why should I depart? Ruyan replied, casting a flirtatious glance at Xiahou Suyu before filling the cups for herself and Su Chang'an, leisurely continuing. Look around. Is there a table without a companion? Upon arriving at this establishment renowned for its indulgence in floral libations, one must adhere to its unwritten rules. I may depart, but naturally, others will follow, perhaps more than just myself. Xiahou Suyu found herself momentarily speechless, yet she remained troubled by the reason that it was she who had been left behind. Su Chang'an listened and found that Ruyan's words held considerable weight. Moreover, her earlier suggestion to dismiss the three women had already endeared her to him. He mused that as long as she refrained from being as clingy as before, her presence would not pose a significant issue. He then addressed Xiahou Suyu, stating, Sister, this elder sister has a point. Let us enjoy some food and drink until those people leave, and then we shall take our leave. Xiahou Suyu understood the reasoning, but was disinclined to see Ruyan. Now, with Su Chang'an supporting Ruyan's argument, her dissatisfaction deepened. With a cold snort, she turned away, choosing to ignore Su Chang'an. He, feeling a tad awkward, scratched his head. Though he was accustomed to Xiahou Shuyu's temperament and did not think much of it. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Ruyan, who was sipping her drink, and inquired. Elder sister, when we arrived, the entrance was bustling with people. Do you know the reason behind this? Su Gongzi is quite polite. Simply call me Ruyan. She replied with a smile. Today marks the day the new flower queen, Miss Fan Ryue, takes her leave from the Bougainvillea Pavilion. Fan Ryue, the flower queen? Su Chang'an pondered and realized he did not recognize the name. He then asked, Who is she? Is she very famous? The surrounding young men and women perked up their ears, curious to hear more from Ruyan. They vividly recalled the throngs at the entrance and were secretly eager to learn what made Fan Ryue so captivating that she drew such a crowd. Seeing their reaction, Ruyin felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, wondering how these young men had managed to enter the Bougainvillea pavilion amidst today's strict security. Those of high status outside had eagerly paid exorbitant sums for a mere glimpse of Fan Ryue's beauty. Yet these young men had stumbled in without even knowing who she was. After collecting her thoughts, she continued. Fan Ryue is the granddaughter of the former divine General Fan Huangling. Several years ago, she and her father were captured in Yunzhou. Her father was executed, and she was purchased by the pavilion's master, who educated her in music and poetry. With her remarkable talent and beauty, her renown has spread far and wide over the years. Ruyin spoke slowly, her tone tinged with an indefinable mix of joy and regret. Yet Su Chang'an detected a somber undertone. He couldn't help but ask, elder sister Ruyin, with such excellence, it should be a cause for celebration. Why do you seem? Su Xiong, today is the day Miss Fan Ryue takes her leave, Gu Ning interjected, cutting off Su Chang'an's inquiry. Take her leave? What does that mean? Su Chang'an's confusion only deepened despite Gu Ning's explanation. The others around the table flushed, unsure of how to clarify, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. Su Chang'an looked around, bewildered by the sudden quietude. Eventually, Ruyin cleared her throat and explained, Su Gongzi, taking her leave refers to matters between men and women. Although she was a courtesan, speaking such unseemly words in public still felt uncomfortable. Su Chang'an was taken aback, his expression freezing in surprise, rendered speechless for a time. At that moment, a commotion arose from the entrance, drawing the attention of all present. The patrons turned to see a group of elegantly dressed young men approaching, likely in their 20s and accompanied by 2 or 3 servants each. A few observant attendants hurried forward, bowing and greeting, Young Master Wang, Young Master Lu, Young Master Zhou. You have arrived. The finest private rooms have already been prepared for you. Please, come this way. The leading young master, bearing the surname Wang, snapped his fan shut and arrogantly declared, Did you not say today is Miss Fan Ryue's day? Why have I not seen her yet? It appeared these young masters were frequent patrons of the Bougainvillea pavilion and held considerable status, causing the attendants to tread carefully. Young Master Wang, please rest in the private room. There is still a quarter of an hour before Miss Fan Ryue will meet you, one attendant hastily replied. Humph. Young Master Wang was not appeased, retorting, I've told you before, this Miss Fan is mine. Why must you host this Flower Queen's farewell ceremony? Do you think I cannot afford her? The attendant forced a smile, unwilling to offend, and explained, Young Master Wang, I assure you, tonight she will surely be yours. However, the farewell ceremony is a rule set by the pavilion's master, and we are helpless to change it. Please, do not make it difficult for us. Seemingly wary of the pavilion master's authority, the young master's haughty demeanor softened slightly. They begrudgingly agreed, since it is the master's rule, let us proceed accordingly. Oh, young Master Wang is indeed reasonable. This way, please, and take a moment to rest. The farewell ceremony will commence shortly, the attendant said, showering them with compliments and calling upon several beautiful women to serve them. In the ensuing moments, such guests arrived in droves, and within a short span, dozens of young masters had gathered. The surrounding patrons began to speculate on Miss Fan Ryue's beauty and unmatched talent, confirming her popularity. Xiahou Shiyu turned and remarked, Indeed, it seems she is quite beloved. Naturally, it is said that the 5th prince once beheld Miss Fan Ryue and was utterly captivated. I wonder if he will come today. Ruyin added with a knowing smile, unaware that her words had darkened Xiahou Shiyu's expression. The others also glanced at Xiahou Shiyu with concern, while the oblivious Su Chang'an continued to inquire, Does the 5th prince also fancy Miss Fan Ryue? She must be extraordinarily beautiful. Indeed. Has any flower queen from the Bougainvillea pavilion not been beautiful? Ruyin replied, downing another cup of wine, her cheeks flushed as she spoke with a hint of melancholy. Yet, she is ultimately still a courtesan, she silently added to herself. Su Chang'an detected the peculiar tone in her voice and regarded Ruyin curiously, sensing a change in her demeanor that he could not quite articulate. However, he felt compelled to ask, Elder Sister Ruyin, are you all right? Realizing her slip, Ruyin shook her head, dismissing the unwarranted sorrow that had surfaced, and returned to her charming self. She smiled and said, I'm fine, just reflecting on that child. Fan Ryue, and can't help but feel a twinge of regret. Didn't you say the 5th prince liked her? Surely he could redeem her, Su Chang'an mused, puzzled as to why, if the 5th prince was so fond of her, he wouldn't simply take her away from this life of hardship. It is not that simple, Ruyin replied, recognizing that Su Chang'an was an inexperienced youth, and the intricacies of the situation could not be easily conveyed in a few words. Thus, She took another sip of her wine and fell silent. Fifth brother, the fifth prince, many matters are beyond his control. Xiao Shiyu interjected with a hint of melancholy. Su Chang'an was not fond of their cryptic banter. Just as he was about to inquire further, cheers erupted from the patrons in the hall. Standing on tiptoe, he glanced towards the upper floor, where the central private rooms slowly opened. Amidst a throng of enchanting women, a lady clad in yellow emerged, cradling a pipa. At last, the renowned flower queen of the Bougainvillea Pavilion was set to grace the eyes of the assembled crowd. Chapter 21. The Gathering of Beasts in Fine Attire, Part 1. With her head bowed, she took delicate steps forward, and at that moment, the patrons fell into an unspoken silence. The entire Bougainvillea Pavilion was suddenly enveloped in stillness. They held their breath, fixated on the approaching young maiden, fearful that a mere blink might cause them to miss something significant. At last, she arrived at the platform nestled between two levels. Suddenly, a distant sound of a pipa resonated through the air. The several enchanting maids that surrounded her withdrew at an unseen command, leaving only a girl in yellow, gracefully standing alone on the platform. With her head slightly bowed, she cradled a pipa in her arms. Though her visage was obscured, the patrons felt an overwhelming beauty emanating from her in that moment. They stared at the girl on stage, their gazes revealing unabashed desire and avarice. A soft gulp broke the silence within the Mu Dan-gu, though it was unclear who had made the sound. Perhaps it was a reaction to the unwelcome noise, or for another reason altogether. The girl in yellow suddenly extended her delicate fingers and gently plucked the strings of the pipa. With a resonant zheng, another haunting melody filled the air. She lifted her head abruptly. What kind of face lay beneath? With delicate brows and pearly teeth, a jade-like nose and skin as smooth as ice, it was said that she embodied the essence of beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall. Yet, those words seemed insufficient to encapsulate her allure. Perhaps no term existed in this world that could truly convey her beauty. She resembled a sprite lost in the mortal realm or a celestial being fallen to earth, exquisite beyond comprehension. Just as the audience was poised to marvel, her fingers danced across the pipa strings, producing a series of crisp notes imbued with rhythm. The sounds flowed like a distant soldier gazing at the bright moon or a spring bride awaiting her husband's return. This piece had been composed by a woman from a bygone era, during a time of chaos when her beloved husband was conscripted to the front lines. After waiting for over a decade, she was met only with his garments. In her sorrow and lamentation, she composed this melody to mourn her lost spouse. The piece was titled Nian Qing Mei, and the woman was none other than the grandmother of Fan Riyue, the esteemed Tingyu foreign. Fan Riyue played the piece beautifully. Even the musically untrained Su Chang'an could not resist being captivated by the melody, which stirred a wave of melancholy in his heart. Yet the patrons remained oblivious, their eyes fixed hungrily on the girl, as if a raging fire burned within them. They seemed ready to pounce, eager to strip her of her garments and assert their dominance. Such is the nature of many things in this world, no matter how well one performs. To a pack of beasts cloaked in human skin, all they perceive are the glimmering treasures within a chest and the delicate flesh of women beneath their attire. Fan Riyue appeared to comprehend the nature of her audience, a shadow of dread clouding her gaze. She cast a furtive glance around, yet ultimately failed to see the figure she longed for. Her heart grew tumultuous, her fingers faltering on the pipa, producing a few discordant notes. Su Chang'an furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with the melody, yet could not articulate what the issue was. He glanced at the surrounding patrons, who remained transfixed on the girl, seemingly oblivious to any dissonance. Whether they were enraptured by the tune or by the girl herself remained unclear. At last, the piece concluded, and Fan Riyue set aside the pipa, bowing her head on the stage. Her figure appeared slight and somewhat pitiable, like fish on a chopping board awaiting appraisal. Yet, rather than eliciting any sympathy from the audience, her demeanor only stirred the primal instincts hidden beneath their ostentatious exteriors. At that moment, a middle-aged woman resembling a seasoned courtesan stepped forward, casting a flirtatious smile at the men below before addressing them in a raspy voice. "Gentlemen, this is our esteemed flower of the Mu Dan-gu, Miss Fan Riyue." She paused, seemingly awaiting a response from the crowd. However, no reaction came. As the men remained entranced by the girl, their eyes betraying no room for anything else. The courtesan, undeterred, continued with a coy smile. "You gentlemen appear ready to devour our Miss Fan Riyue whole, but she is quite timid. If you continue to gaze upon her thus, you may frighten her away." This woman was clearly well-versed in the ways of the world, and with just a few words, she struck a chord with the men, who reluctantly withdrew their stares as if they were glued to Fan Riyue. Some of the more brazen patrons even chimed in. "How could we bear to harm Miss Riyue? We only wish to cherish her in our embrace. Laughter erupted in the hall, crude remarks spilling forth in abundance, while the girl at the center of it all lowered her head further, resembling a frightened rabbit. However, Su Chang'an and his companions exchanged glances, their displeasure unmistakable. These naive youth felt an indescribable aversion to the spectacle before them. Meanwhile, the courtesan reveled in the audience's reaction, cheerfully suggesting, "If you all are so eager, why not let our young lady perform another piece for you?" Just as her words fell, a cup flew through the air and struck her head with great force, leaving a deep crimson mark. "What do you mean by performing? Do we need to pay to hear music from your mudango? Start already. I cannot wait." The voice belonged to a young lord who had just emerged from a private room, brandishing a folding fan and radiating anger. As if his words voiced the sentiments of all, the surrounding patrons began to urge her on. Despite the cup's impact, the courtesan remained unfazed, her face contorting into a repugnant grin as she declared, "Since you all are so interested, I shall not dally any longer. Let the auction for our flower commence." As her words echoed, a throng of uniformly dressed maids surged forth, each holding a jade token, distributing them to every patron present, including Su Chang'an and his friends. He received his token, which bore the number 56. Confused, he turned to ask the nearby Ryue, "Sister Ryue, what is this thing?" The surrounding youth were equally perplexed and turned to Ryue for answers. She shot them a displeased look, pondering their ignorance of the Mu Danji's purpose. Nevertheless, she replied, "This is an identity token. When the flower is auctioned, it will be used to identify your status." Auction? Su Chang'an remained perplexed. Yet he quickly grasped the situation as the young lord raised his token, which was slightly larger than Su Chang'an's, adorned with golden edges. 1,000 taels, the young lord declared. His bid ignited the fervor among the men, prompting a flurry of raised tokens as the bidding began. 1,001, 1,002, 3,008. The price surged rapidly, reaching unprecedented heights in mere moments. It was rare for the Mu Danji's first night to fetch over 3,000 taels. Yet in less than 15 minutes, Miss Fan Ryue had surpassed that figure. The courtesan's face beamed with delight, resembling a wilting chrysanthemum, as she reveled in the unexpected turn of events. It had been many years since such a phenomenon occurred. The last time was over a decade ago when a girl named Ryue fetched a similar price, brought forth by another courtesan. Little did she know, today held the promise of fortune for her as well, and thoughts of the considerable sum she would earn filled her heart with joy. The prices continued to surge, and the men, seemingly possessed, repeatedly raised their jade tokens, their gazes toward Rian growing ever more fervent. However, at that moment, Su Chang'an's expression darkens considerably. He comprehends the true meaning of the bidding the instant the Wang family scion calls out the first price. Although he is not oblivious to the nature of establishments like Mudangu, witnessing a throng of individuals treating a person as mere chattel, engaging in a bidding war, ignites a profound anger within him. He surveys the surroundings, observing the distorted and even grotesque faces of the men, twisted by unspeakable desires. He feels a sense of alienation, as if he is surrounded by a pack of wild beasts. He despises such occurrences, detests this place, and harbors contempt for these individuals. While he has never held an overly optimistic view of the world, the sordidness of it laid bare before him in such a repulsive manner still makes him feel nauseated and unable to bear the sight. His fists clench tightly, and perhaps from exertion, the veins on his hands bulge. Meanwhile, the men continue to bid, their eyes bloodshot with excitement, glistening with fervor. They speak, saliva flying as they become animated. These individuals, who usually present themselves impeccably in Chang'an City, now appear utterly grotesque. 8,000 taels. The Wang scion, seemingly exhausted by the endless escalation of bids, raises his token and declares a staggering figure. The previously vibrant atmosphere in Mudangu abruptly cools. 8,000 taels is no trifling sum, even for the affluent nobles present. While Fan Ryue is indeed beautiful, the extravagant expenditure for a single night is still too lavish for most attendees. After all, if this night does not yield results, there is always tomorrow, a sentiment shared by the majority of those present. The Wang scion takes in the reaction of the crowd, a smug smile creeping onto his lips as he revels in the sensation of absolute dominance, instilling fear in others while rendering them powerless. Fan Ryue seems to sense the fate awaiting her. She casts one last glance around Mudangu, still failing to spot the figure with whom she once exchanged vows. A profound despair akin to death sets in her heart. She feels like a lamb awaiting slaughter, encircled by ravenous wolves, while the shepherd she has longed for remains elusive. Lowering her head, the last flicker of vitality in her beautiful eyes fades, leaving them dull and lifeless. The aged matron appears almost faint with joy, the enormity of the 8,000 taels causing her to feel as though she is ensnared in a dream. Yet, she strives to maintain her composure, scanning the crowd, and, with her years of experience in discerning emotions, realizes that no one seems inclined to continue bidding. Just as she prepares to announce the outcome of the courtesan selection, a jade token suddenly rises high. This token is quite ordinary, devoid of silver or gold embellishments. Nonetheless, its owner raises it confidently, as if fearing being overlooked. Even shaking it deliberately. Is 8,000 not the final price? A jolt of excitement courses through the matron. While the individual lacks a jade token that signifies identity, it is not uncommon for discreet wealthy merchants or nobles wishing to keep their identities concealed to participate using unassuming tokens. Such occurrences are not without precedent in the history of Tingyu. Furthermore, she instinctively believes that in the Dawei, no one would dare to disrupt the proceedings in Tingyu. Thus, she gazes expectantly at the youth holding the jade token. A boy appearing no older than 15 or 16, dressed plainly and seemingly incapable of offering more than 8,000 taels. However, the matron, now blinded by desire, regards him with encouragement, hoping for a figure that will leave her astounded. Yet, not everyone shares her enthusiasm. The Wang Sion's countenance darkens the moment the token is raised, loathing the interruption caused by this unexpectedly bold youth. He had prepared to announce a price far exceeding that of the boy, intending to mock him before retiring with the stunning Fan Riyue for the night. However, disappointment awaits both the matron and the Wang Sion, for the youth does not express any intent to bid. Instead, he furrows his brow, surveying the assembled crowd, and states, "This is not right." His voice is clear, akin to untainted white snow, yet powerful, like thunder erupting on a summer night. The matron is rendered speechless, the Wang Sion stands dumbfounded, and the companions of Su Chang'an, including Gu Ningxia and Ho Su Yu, are equally astonished. Even Fan Riyue, who had been staring at the ground, devoid of color, suddenly lifts her head to gaze at this somewhat frail youth. Rian experiences a moment of disorientation, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, as memories of over a decade ago resurface, when she was still a courtesan. On a night like this, within the same seemingly glamorous yet deeply corrupt Tingyu, she stood on the high platform, her mother shouting for patrons, while guests lewdly critiqued her as if she were merchandise, initiating bids. During her own panic, a boy emerged from the crowd, offering her a smile that she has never forgotten. It was for that smile that she waited a decade, enduring the passage of time from youthful beauty to aging, yet still cherishing the memory. The matron, still struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events, tentatively inquires of Su Chang'an, "Young master, what do you mean by this?" "You all are in the wrong," Su Chang'an asserts as he steps forward, his gaze fixed seriously upon the matron. Her expression darkens abruptly. She is nearly certain this youth is here to cause trouble. Although it has been years since anyone dared to create a scene in Tingyu, such an occurrence is now vividly unfolding before her. And on the crucial night of the courtesan selection, no less. Enraged, she casts a glance at several men resembling old toads, who promptly understand her signal and lunge towards Su Chang'an. With a slight raise of his brow, Su Chang'an channels his internal energy, swiftly incapacitating the group with ease. He is the top contender on the Xing Hui rankings, the reigning Star King, and even seasoned warriors of the Nine Stars realm are no match for him. These men, who lack the ability to gather spiritual energy, are mere ordinary folk, unable to contend with him. He lightly leaps beside Fan Riyue, and the matron, seemingly awed by his display of skill, instinctively retreats. Unfazed, Su Chang'an surveys the astonished patrons and nobles below, earnestly declaring, "I intend to take her away." Fan Riyue is taken aback, gazing at the boy standing before her, who appears to be of a similar age, perhaps even younger. His slender figure, though frail, somehow presents an imposing stature, akin to a mountain. "On what grounds do you believe you can take her away?" the Wang Sion retorts, both infuriated and amused by this brazen youth's interruption. Yet, Su Chang'an ignores him, turning instead to Fan Riyue, his eyes softening with warmth as he gently asks, "Do you wish to remain here?" Fan Riyue, still in a daze, feels a mix of trepidation and uncertainty. However, perhaps it was the tenderness in Su Chang'an's eyes that bestowed upon her an inexplicable courage, leading her to shake her head in response. "Then, would you be willing to come with me?" he inquired once more. "Yes." This time, Fan Riyue's response was swift and resolute. Only then did Su Chang'an turn his gaze towards the young Master Wang and assert, "Did you hear that? She does not wish to remain here. So I shall take her away." The young Master Wang was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words when faced with this bold youth. However, His blood soon boiled with anger. He felt that reasoning with Su Chang'an was akin to playing music to a cow, and with a mere glance, several guards by his side sprang into action. These guards were all formidable fighters, each at least of the 9-star realm. He had long discerned that Su Chang'an was merely at the gathering spirit realm, capable of bullying those who had not trained, but within this Mu Dan Go. Even if one of the earth spirit or heavenly hearing realms were to arrive, it would be futile. Su Chang'an's expression darkened as he recognized that the approaching men were all high-tier 9-star experts, some even at the brink of breaking through. A sense of vigilance arose within him, and his spiritual energy surged. With a ferocious roar, he unleashed a lion-like growl. At that moment, Fan Ryue realized that instead of the shepherd she awaited, she had encountered a young lion ready to devour. Chapter 23. The best age, the best of them. Though they were all of the 9-star realm, their strengths were worlds apart. These guards were superior to those he had encountered at the Star Gathering Conference, each having cultivated over 60 star spirits. More importantly, these guards were seasoned soldiers, their practical combat experience far exceeding that of the so-called geniuses at the conference. In contrast, Su Chang'an, having fought just the day before, had yet to recover his spiritual energy. Even more critically, he was unarmed. A swordsman without a sword was akin to a wolf without fangs, able to leap, run, and roar, yet incapable of inflicting harm. The balance of power had shifted, and this battle would not be easy. Su Chang'an calmed himself, counting the 5 guards rushing at him. He understood that this would be a fierce confrontation. Not daring to be careless, he activated his blade intent and true fire star spirits within him. Instantly, the air around him was filled with the intertwining of blade intent and flickering spiritual flames. The 5 guards were not simple foes. They quickly discerned that Su Chang'an's spiritual energy was somewhat peculiar. Thus, they did not underestimate him, each letting out a ferocious shout as waves of spiritual energy surged from their bodies. Perhaps due to the location of Mu Dan Go, these guards exhibited caution and did not draw their weapons, directing their strikes towards Su Chang'an's limbs rather than aiming for vital points. However, this did not imply that Su Chang'an's predicament had become any less dire. The 5 guards coordinated seamlessly, attacking from different angles, effectively sealing off all of Su Chang'an's escape routes. If he did not act swiftly, a mere encounter would likely lead to his capture. But what could Su Chang'an do? His spiritual energy was depleted, and he was without a weapon. His brow furrowed, yet he did not regret his situation. He enjoyed reading. And although it was not always serious literature, it was still reading. The books spoke of heroes who fought for their country and people. They spoke of chivalrous figures who punished evil and brought peace to the world. He aspired to be like those heroes, for regardless of where they roamed, people always adored them, and they were often accompanied by beautiful companions like Momo. He had contemplated emulating their righteous deeds. But the concepts of punishing evil and bringing peace felt like grand, empty ideals to him. Ultimately, he merely wished that the world were not so unkind to him, and that he could harbor less disdain for it. Yet, many things in life invariably diverged from human expectations. At the Star Gathering Conference, those whom he had never met spoke harshly against him. Within Mu Dan Go, these so-called noble elites behaved like wolves, eager to devour a young maiden in her prime. Why must the world be this way? Suddenly, he longed for his sword, wishing to wield it and sever ties with this world. Just as this thought arose, he was startled, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, sensing a stir within his dantian where his dormant divine blood had suddenly surged. He felt a pang of fear, but at that moment, the 5 guards' palm winds were already upon him. Su Chang'an's protective spiritual flames and blade intent weakened at the instant his divine blood surged, leaving him defenseless before the ferocious guards. As the 5 palm winds were about to strike Su Chang'an, he, preoccupied with his previous lapse in focus, appeared unable to react in time. A sharp flash of sword light erupted, followed by several streams of spiritual light that surged toward the guards, targeting their unguarded positions with ruthless intent. The guards were momentarily taken aback, compelled to adjust their speed to evade the sudden onslaught. In that fleeting moment when their movement slowed, a tall figure suddenly appeared beside Su Chang'an, pulling him back several steps and narrowly avoiding the guards' fierce palm strikes. Su Chang'an then recognized that the figure was none other than the usually taciturn and robust youth, Lin Ru. He turned his gaze toward the source of the sword and spiritual light, seeing Xiahou Su Yu standing firm with a sword in hand, while Gu Ning and Ji Dao also bore glimmering remnants of spiritual energy. Before he could utter a word, the group hastily approached him. "You, why are you always so impulsive?" Xiahou Su Yu admonished, pinching Su Chang'an's waist sharply, her tone laced with irritation. "Indeed, Chang'an, why did you rush in alone? Don't think that just because you have a Star King, You're invincible, Su Mo added, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Exactly, you little rascal. You didn't even call your brother Ji Dao to join the fight. Have you forgotten how I dealt with you at Chang'an? Ji Dao naturally chimed in. While Gu Ning and Lin Ru remained silent, their smiles clearly conveyed their stance as they regarded Su Chang'an. At that moment, Su Chang'an found himself at a loss for words, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Yet, a warm sensation began to rise within him. This warmth seemed to possess a certain magic, calming the restive divine blood within him. However, he had yet to fully grasp the essence of this phenomenon when the guards, their expressions grim, closed in once more. These were seasoned warriors, veterans of countless battles, and having fallen prey to the schemes of a few youngsters, they harbored no joy in their hearts. They circulated their spiritual energy, intent on taking down the group of youths. The expressions of the group darkened. Among them, Xiahou Su Yu had the highest cultivation, barely reaching the 9-star realm, and with Su Chang'an's unique combat prowess at the Gathering Spirit realm. There were only 2 who could contend with the 9 stars. The other 4 were at the Gathering Spirit realm, with Gu Ning, Su Mo, and Ji Dao merely scholars. At this level, 3 of them might not even match a single martial artist of the same realm. In contrast, the guards were all formidable experts at the late 9-star realm, or even on the verge of breaking through. This confrontation, though yet to begin, seemed to already favor the guards. Su Chang'an surveyed the encroaching guards with a sullen expression. If only his spiritual energy were abundant, and if he had his long knife at hand, the outcome of this battle would remain uncertain. He could not help but feel a sense of frustration akin to a tiger cornered in the plains, bullied by dogs. Sister, why don't you take Gu and the others along with Fan Ryuet to safety? I will hold them off, Su Chang'an suggested quietly, his brow furrowed. Still thinking about your Fan Ryuet? Xiahou Su Yu glanced back at the courtesan, who was now huddled with a pipa, anxiously hiding to the side. She couldn't help but curl her lip. She had previously heard that her 5th brother had quarreled with their father over a courtesan, and now he was confined to the palace by their father. She was initially perplexed by the extraordinary beauty that could captivate her reckless 5th brother so completely. Today, by a stroke of fate, she finally met this enchanting figure. Despite her inner resentment, Xiahou Su Yu had to concede that the woman's beauty surpassed even her own. Otherwise, her somewhat naive junior brother would not have drawn his sword to aid her. However, the mere thought of this made Xiahou Su Yu inexplicably unhappy. With a hint of annoyance, she continued, "Don't you realize the current situation? Can we really escape?" Su Chang'an paused, quickly grasping the gravity of the moment. After all, the mutant Ge was someone else's territory, and it was likely fortified. The idea of escaping with the courtesan so easily was utterly impossible. A sigh escaped him as he felt a wave of self-reproach, ready to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted by Gu Ning. "Brother Su, there's no need for self-reproach." Gu Ning seemed to see straight through Su Chang'an's mind. "Do you remember the book titled Dong Yao Xiaka that you mentioned on our way to Chang'an? The swordsman in that book is just like us, boldly drawing his sword when faced with injustice. Isn't we study and practice martial arts for such reasons. If you do not take a stand, we will certainly not stand idly by, and at that moment, you would undoubtedly assist us just as we would assist you." "Exactly. Suergu, don't think you're the only hero here. We all hail from Chang'an, and none of us lack courage." Ji Dao chimed in loudly. Su Chang'an was taken aback once more, the knots in his heart suddenly loosening, and his eyes brightened as all his concerns became clear. Even the flow of spiritual power within him felt more fluid. "All right, let us embody the swordsman from Dong Yao Xiaka," he bellowed. As the essence of the sword converged around his right hand, transforming within moments into a shimmering long blade, he lifted his head, pushing off the ground like a fierce tiger, and in that instant, the blade in his hand became tangible. Channeling his spiritual energy, he became a streak of light, enveloped by protective flames that swirled around him. Witnessing this, the others also shouted in unison, unleashing their strongest moves as they charged fearlessly toward the black-clad guards who were far superior in strength. The Hall of Mutant Ge fell silent as patrons set down their cups and young masters closed their fans, while Fan Ryue widened her eyes, covering her lips with her hand. They were all transfixed by the scene before them, gazing at the resolute youths. They appeared so small yet so radiant, akin to fireflies drawn to a flame or lions pouncing on their prey. This fervent display of courage from the youths, born of ignorance and fearlessness, evoked a sense of absurdity and awe. It was a paradox, yet within this prime of youth, it was also the most beautiful spectacle. This was their finest hour. Chapter 24. Fists and Reason. The guards were momentarily stunned. In their view, these youths could only yield to capture, and any resistance would be a sign of courage. Yet, They could not fathom the audacity of these youths to take the initiative. Perhaps it truly was a case of the saying, a newborn calf fears not the tiger. Exchanging glances, they understood the unspoken message. They must teach these youths what it means to face overwhelming odds. With a roar, the 5 guards unleashed their spiritual energy without restraint. Chang'an, Xiahou Siyu called out. Understood, Su Chang'an replied solemnly, recognizing her intent. To suffer a loss of 10 fingers is better than to lose a single one. In an instant, the clash began. Su Chang'an confronted the 2 guards on his left, sweeping his blade with fierce intent. Xiahou Siyu engaged the 2 on her right, her voice ringing out as her sword light enveloped them in an instant. This was the second form of the sword technique Chuanfeng Du passed down from Ewing. The morning breeze sweeping the willow bank. Meanwhile, Lin Ru charged directly at the central guard, his speed escalating like an enraged rhinoceros. Gu Ning and Ji Dao positioned themselves at a distance, conjuring multiple spiritual projectiles aimed at the central guard, effectively sealing his escape routes. The guards exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise in their eyes at the clever tactical arrangement. The strongest 2 were to hold back the majority of their power, while the others would concentrate their numbers to eliminate a key opponent. The ability to devise such a brilliant strategy in such a short time was commendable. However, sometimes, in the face of absolute strength, even the finest tactics and plans are rendered futile. With a cold laugh, the central guard roared, and in that moment, he seemed to swell with power. He raised his hand, bracing himself to take Lin Ru's charge head-on without flinching. The projectiles launched by Gu Ning and the others struck the guard as ineffectually as ants trying to shake a tree, failing to even breach his protective aura. Lin Ru, despite his fierce approach, met with a guard who stood firm as a mountain, only taking 2 steps back before regaining his stance. On the flanks, the guards evaded Su Chang'an and Xiahou Siyu's relentless assaults, turning their gazes toward the central guard. Seeing this, they displayed disdainful smiles. Yet their satisfaction was short-lived. For as soon as Su Chang'an and Xiahou Siyu began to retreat, their blades and points shifted, targeting the central guard. In that moment, they realized that everything prior had been a feint. Now was the time when their true intentions would be revealed. They hastily leaped to provide support. But it was too late. Though Xiahou Siyu was at the 9-star realm, her cultivation slightly inferior to the guards, the sword in her hand, bestowed by the Holy Emperor, was a treasure named Yoyu, and her technique Chuanfeng Du was of remarkable pedigree. These 2 elements more than compensated for her slight disadvantage. Su Chang'an's swordplay, though lacking finesse and cultivation, was fueled by the power of a fallen star, its mysteries and might incomparable. In a single exchange, the central guard was sent flying several meters, collapsing beside a young master, his head tilting to the side as he lost consciousness. With a decisive strike, they withdrew without hesitation, reuniting as they warily observed the remaining 4 guards. This strategy was devised by Lin Ru, the unassuming giant, who had displayed exceptional tactical acumen back in the northern territories. The 4 guards, their faces ashen, glared at the 4 youths in the arena, their master's scolding still ringing in their ears. They finally set aside their last vestiges of arrogance and prepared to charge. Su Chang'an and his companions did not feel any sense of relief from having taken down a guard. They understood that their success relied on Lin Ru's cunning and their opponent's underestimation. Now, with those advantages gone, facing 4 late-stage or even peak 9-star guards, their situation was dire. The guards, clearly infuriated, surged forward in silence, unleashing a flurry of fierce attacks. Su Chang'an and Xiahou Siyu deliberately shielded Gu Ling and the others behind them. Though Xiahou Siyu was buoyed by her abundant spiritual energy and the divine sword Yu, Su Chang'an was left vulnerable, wielding only a blade of condensed intent, navigating a perilous path. After several rounds of offense and defense, he bore several wounds on his shoulder and hands, a testament to the guard's restraint. For those who could enter Mutenga were individuals of status. Had they not shown mercy, Su Chang'an might have already succumbed to his injuries, losing his combat ability. Yet, even under such circumstances, their situation remained dire. If this continued, it would not be long before they were captured. The young lord of the Wang family possessed remarkable courage, daring to confront the Great Wei Princess and disciples of the Heavenly Blade. Just then, a languid voice unexpectedly emanated from the loft, startling everyone present, who instinctively looked up. They beheld a woman dressed as a maid leading a man who approached slowly. The man's complexion was as pale as snow, and his appearance was rather effeminate, holding a folding fan that he waved with a delicate grace. However, none of the young gentlemen present dared to criticize his demeanor at the moment he appeared. Their expressions shifted from surprise to one of feigned reverence. The surrounding courtesans and attendants even knelt in unison, proclaiming, We welcome the pavilion master. Rise, the man said lazily, waving his hand as he passed by Su Chang'an and the others, moving toward the young lord of the Wang family. It was only then that Su Chang'an recognized the maid who had escorted this man was none other than the recent companion, Ru Yan. He pondered for a moment, realizing she must have discerned that he and his companions were no match for those guards. Hence, she summoned this man. Gratefulness swelled within him towards Ru Yan. Seemingly constrained by this man's presence, or perhaps mindful of Su Chang'an and Xiahou Su Yu's status, the young lord of Wang waved his hand, recalling several guards, and with a grim expression inquired, "Is what the pavilion master said true?" "Ha ha, young Master Wang is jesting. The jade in the princess's hand and the blade and tint of Tian Dao are unmistakable. How could I possibly be mistaken?" The man chuckled lightly, his lips appearing as if painted with rouge. The young lord's countenance darkened, his eyes darting as though contemplating something. Finally, he gritted his teeth and, with a bow, addressed Su Chang'an and his company. "Wang has failed to recognize the mighty, disturbing the princess and inconveniencing young Master Su. I sincerely apologize and hope for your forgiveness." This statement left Su Chang'an and the others momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the sudden turn of events. "Is that how it will be settled?" Su Chang'an asked. "Thank you, young Master Su," the young lord of Wang replied, now lowering his pride, bowing once more before departing with his companions and guards, not looking back. "Truly admirable. The son of the Marquis of Wuhan. I am impressed by your demeanor," the effeminate man remarked, applauding as he watched the young lord disappear. Just as his words faded, he turned his gaze back to Su Chang'an and his companions, his expression darkening. "Now, princess and young Master Su, it is time to settle accounts with my Mu Dan Go." The relief that had just washed over Su Chang'an and his companions was abruptly replaced by anxiety. From the young lord's demeanor towards this man, it was clear that he was far more formidable than those guards. Su Chang'an frowned, scrutinizing the man before him, and asked, "What accounts?" The man smiled alluringly, a smile that would have been captivating on any woman present, yet appeared oddly unsettling on a man. "The accounts of my Mu Dan Ji's courtesan competition," he replied, casting a sidelong glance at the seemingly dazed Fan Ruyu. "What do you mean?" Su Chang'an asked, perplexed. "Young Master Su, what do you intend to do about my Fan Ruyu?" the man inquired. "Naturally, she will be taken away," Su Chang'an stated casually, as if it were a matter of course. "To take away someone from my Mu Dan Go, one must abide by our rules," the man said, narrowing his eyes. Those familiar with him understood that when the pavilion master's eyes narrowed, it signified his displeasure, and those who had displeased him were bound to encounter misfortune. Ru Yan, anxious, cast a worried glance at Su Chang'an, perhaps because the moment he had just stood up bore an uncanny resemblance to a memory buried deep within her heart, and she could not bear to see him suffer. Yet, Su Chang'an seemed oblivious to her warning. Tilting his head, he pondered aloud, "But your rules are unjust." The man burst into laughter. "Young Master Su, you are indeed a most entertaining individual. Should I find the time, I would love to have a long conversation with you." However, his light-hearted tone quickly dissipated, replaced by a somber tone. "But I believe young Master Su has yet to understand a fundamental truth. Rules are not set by the righteous. They are established by the strong. The weak need only to obey." As he finished speaking, an overwhelming and cold aura suddenly emanated from him. The temperature within Mu Dan Go seemed to drop several degrees in that instant, and Su Chang'an and his companions felt as if they were fragile boats adrift in a stormy sea, teetering on the brink of a boundless abyss with a single misstep. Su Chang'an acutely sensed the oppressive aura radiating from the man, which was several times more formidable than the malevolent aura he had encountered the previous day. He wondered if he would be as fortunate today as he had been yesterday, when Xu Shifeng had appeared at a critical moment to rescue him once more. Yet, he dared not gamble, for behind him stood his senior sister and fellow townsfolk. At that moment, Su Chang'an regretted his impulsiveness for the first time, realizing that in this world, many matters were dictated not by reason, but by sheer force. "And what are your rules?" he inquired, channeling the last remnants of his spiritual energy to protect Gu Ning and the others behind him. While this could not entirely counteract the chilling aura emanating from the man, it would alleviate some of the pressure on his companions. "My rules?" The man replied, "I am a businessman, thus my rules are rather simple. The highest bidder wins. However, young Master Su, you have disrupted my business today, so I must recoup some losses. You are the disciple of Lord Yu Hong, thus untouchable. The Princess Xiahou is the Emperor's cherished jewel, so she too is untouchable." Therefore the man's brow arched as his gaze swept past Su Chang'an, landing on Gu Ning and finally resting on Su Mo. "This little girl is quite nice. I shall keep her to be the next courtesan of Mu Dan Go." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Su Chang'an and his companions darkened, while Su Mo's face turned pale, her breath becoming erratic. Had it not been for Gu Ning's timely intervention, shielding her with his own spiritual energy, she might have fainted from the oppressive aura. As time slipped away, the situation for Gu Ning and the others grew increasingly precarious. Their bodies began to sway, and the weakest among them, Ji Dao, required Ling Ru's support to remain upright. Su Chang'an was acutely aware of the plight of his companions. He too was nearing his limits. Depleted of spiritual energy after a fierce battle, he now had to allocate what little remained to protect Gu Ning and the others, leaving him in a state of utter despair. Yet he persevered. He had few friends in this world, and this predicament arose from his impulsive actions. The memories of what transpired on Yuyun Ridge were still vivid in his mind. He could not bear to see them harmed again. But what could he do? He too was precariously balanced on the edge. Even the formidable Xiahou Suyu appeared to be struggling, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Su Chang'an began to desperately ponder any potential strategy to overcome their adversary. Yet, the disparity in their cultivation levels compared to the man was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. He had to concede that this time. It seemed they were truly cornered. What say you, young Master Su? Will you agree to this transaction? The man inquired leisurely, his eyes glinting with mockery. Could it be young Master Su still believes that someone will come to your rescue, as they did yesterday at Bahuanyuan? Bahuanyuan. Su Chang'an blinked, as if grasping something significant, his eyes flickering with realization. I agree. I will abide by your rules. The man's narrowed gaze suddenly widened, and his previously cheerful demeanor returned. Everyone felt as if the heavy weight pressing down upon them had suddenly lifted, yet their faces grew even more grim. Chang'an, you! Ji Dao exclaimed. He could not comprehend why Su Chang'an would acquiesce to the man's demands. Gu Ning and Lin Ru, with stern expressions, shielded Suma behind them, vigilantly observing the man. It was evident that they did not endorse his terms and would not permit Suma to remain there. Even Xiahou Suyu cast a glance at Su Chang'an, for she understood that he was not the kind of person to yield so easily. After all, he had stood alone against the assembly at the Jiangxinghui for a mere insult to Ma Tingyu, never flinching even when confronted by a formidable soul guardian like Inshan Zhua. How could Su Chang'an possibly abandon Sumo? Xiahou Suyu was acutely aware of his affections for her. I have heard that Su Gongzi is a man of principle and decorum. Today's encounter indeed affirms that. The man remarked. Then, let this young lady remain, and you may all depart. The expressions of the group darkened considerably, and Suma, in despair, lowered her head. They could never have anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. They would rather continue fighting than accept such an outcome. Gu Ning and Ji Dao, agitated, were about to rush forward but were restrained by Xiahou Suyu and Lin Ru, who exchanged glances indicating a desire to observe the situation unfold. At this, Su Chang'an abruptly lifted his head, gazing at the man. He shook his head calmly and stated, Mama will not remain. I shall take her with me. The man's eyes narrowed once more, and with a chilling tone, he inquired, Is Su Gongzi jesting with Long Ma? Most certainly not, Su Chang'an replied, shaking his head again. I am merely adhering to your terms. My terms? The man paused, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. Su Gongzi, do you intend to make a payment? Who knows? Su Chang'an countered, shaking his head again. I possess no funds. 8,000 taels is no trifling amount, in the context of Dawe's economy. Such a sum could sustain a family and affluence for generations. Su Chang'an had never encountered such wealth. Even with Xiahou Suyu's status as a princess, she could hardly produce such a sum in a short time. Moreover, 8,000 taels merely represented the price for Fan Ryu's betrothal. The cost to redeem her was another matter entirely. Then, are you indeed toying with Long Ma? The man's patience seemed to have worn thin as he closed his folding fan, his narrowed eyes gleaming with menace. However, there is still support from Bahuanyuan. Su Chang'an interjected. Upon hearing this, Gu Ning and Xiahou Suyu were left bewildered, and the numerous onlookers were equally mystified by Su Chang'an's seemingly nonsensical statement. Yet the man suddenly erupted in laughter, his mirth radiating warmth. Excellent. Su Gongzi is indeed forthright. Su Chang'an was taken aback, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. You had plotted this from the very beginning? It is merely business, the man replied. If Su Gongzi finds no loss, then Long Ma perceives a profit. How can this be considered a scheme? Yet Su Chang'an felt no joy. The safety of Gu Ning and the others outweighed everything else. But the sensation of being manipulated left him feeling suffocated. He fell silent, staring at the man for a prolonged moment before retracting his gaze and affirming, You are correct. I shall proceed with this transaction. In Tianlan Yuan, within Yuhinga, Chu Shifeng could no longer restrain her curiosity regarding the half-closed eyes of the elderly director. Director, why do you not allow me to rescue him? Yu Heng stifled a yawn, disinterestedly responding. Did you not express disdain for that foolish Su Chang'an? Chu Shifeng hesitated, then clarified. Chang'an merely diverges from my path of swordsmanship. I cannot label him foolish, for he applies himself diligently. Furthermore, regardless of his shortcomings, I am his instructor. And he is akin to a half-disciple. How can I stand by while he is in peril? In peril? He bears the banner of Tianlan. Who in Dawei would dare to truly harm him? Yu encountered, shaking his head. Yet Long Xiangjuan of Mudenge is no ordinary individual. Even if he dares not injure Chang'an, he will undoubtedly face some hardships. Chu Shifeng replied, furrowing her brow. Time is merciless. I cannot protect him forever. The world is vast, and you too cannot shield him for a lifetime. Enduring some hardships is essential to comprehend the dangers of the martial world. Ultimately, he must confront this world alone. Yu Heng sighed, his tone tinged with uncommon bitterness. Chu Shifeng seemed to sense something and widened her eyes at Yu Heng, uncertainly asking, Director, you. Yu Heng shook his head, interrupting her impending words. Human effort has its limits. Among the myriad beings in the world, from nobles to commoners, all must face this day. I can only endeavor to extend my support for a little longer. If I can protect him for a day, then I shall. Chu Shifeng fell silent, her head bowed in contemplation. By the way, has Gu Xinjuan settled in? Yu Heng suddenly inquired, maintaining an appearance of drowsiness as if the previous conversation bore no relevance to him. Chu Shifeng struggled to appear composed, yet the tremor in her lips betrayed her inner turmoil. Yes, I have arranged for him to stay in the adjacent room next to Chang'an. A different expression flickered across Yu Heng's face, and with a teasing tone, he remarked, this lad may lack in many aspects, but he certainly attracts plenty of romantic attention. However, Chu Shifeng appeared hesitant, as if caught between words. Shifeng, feel free to speak your mind, Yu Heng encouraged. Shifeng was merely concerned that Gu Xinjuan belonged to the Gu family, and her presence within Tianlan Yuan might displease the Holy Emperor. Xinjuan is not as you imagine. Yu Heng paused, seemingly deliberating, before finally stating, she holds significant importance for Chang'an. Significant importance? Chu Shifeng questioned, puzzled. Indeed, very important, Yu Heng affirmed with a nod. After uttering this, he fell silent, his eyes narrowing to mere slits. Chu Shifeng recognized that Yu Heng would divulge no further information. She softly excused herself and exited his chamber. Stepping onto the open space outside the pavilion, night had already fallen. The small trees, standing a foot or two high, swayed gently in the March breeze of Tianlan, rustling under the sparse starlight. Perhaps due to the current desolation of Tianlan Yuan, the sound, though faint, was distinctly audible. The walls surrounding the pavilion bore signs of neglect, appearing weathered as if unattended for some time. He found himself lost in thought, recalling the first time he laid eyes on Ma Tingyu in this very place. Back then, Tianlan was illuminated by the 7 stars, revered by all as a sacred ground, where scholars and martial artists alike took pride in being part of Tianlan. Who could have foreseen that within a mere decade, it would descend into such disarray? He sighed, raising his gaze to the starry expanse. To the 7 stars that once illuminated Tianlan and the entire human realm, Tianshu, Tianshuan, Tianji, Tianshuan, Yuheng, Yaoguang, and Kaiyang. He silently recited their names. Recalling memories that brought a smile to his lips, he seemed to envision that glorious era once more, when the 7 stars shone bright, illuminating the night as if it were day. Tianshu stood guard with soldiers. Tianshuan wielded his sword. The southern barbarians did not invade, and the northern demons did not disturb. The Grand Dawei stood tall, truly magnificent. Chapter 26. Schemes upon exiting Mudenge. The hour had reached the time of the dog. The bustling market on either side, once teeming with vendors and crowds in front of Mudenge, had dispersed without notice. Only a few solitary pedestrians occasionally passed by. The scattered starlight cast long shadows on the stone-paved path as Su Chang'an and his companions walked in silence. Su Chang'an had grown taciturn. Since leaving Mudenge, he had become enveloped in silence. His demeanor cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere among the group. Fan Ruyu, who had accompanied them, felt increasingly tense under this oppressive ambience. Clutching her pipa, which had been her sole companion for years, she lowered her head, trailing behind the others, stealing cautious glances at Su Chang'an. Chang'an, what troubles you? Ji Dao, unable to contain his concern, stepped forward to inquire. His gaze flickered as he regarded Su Chang'an. Did we misunderstand you in the pavilion, causing you to feel angered? We do not harbor disbelief. Rather, at that moment, the yin-yang man spoke of keeping Su Mo as a courtesan, and in a surge of indignation, I had to pause. Reflecting on my earlier doubts regarding Su Chang'an, I felt a twinge of guilt. Both Su Mo and Gu Ning cast uneasy glances at Su Chang'an, and contrasting their reactions with the trust bestowed upon him by Xiahou Su Yu and Lin Ru in the pavilion made it abundantly clear. Upon hearing Ji Dao's words, Su Chang'an raised his head to meet the concerned gazes of those around him. Awakening from a dreamlike state, he hastily waved his hands and declared, "No. You were merely too worried about Mo. How could I possibly be angry with you? I was merely contemplating some matters." "Contemplating? What matters? Speak up, and let us assist you," Ji Dao exclaimed, ever the straightforward character, oblivious to how such a person could gain admission to the prestigious Chang'an Academy through his studies. Upon hearing that Su Chang'an bore no ill will towards them, he relaxed, reverting to his usual carefree demeanor, grinning as he inquired further. Su Chang'an halted, a troubled expression crossing his face. It was not that he was unwilling to share, rather, he was at a loss for words, which left him in a predicament. The others also paused, their eyes fixed on Su Chang'an, seemingly awaiting his next words. Even Fan Ruyu widened her sparkling eyes, staring at him in rapt attention. This only added to Su Chang'an's discomfort as he struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly. The Star Gathering Conference. Just then, Lin Ru suddenly interjected. The group was momentarily taken aback, as was Su Chang'an. Although Lin Ru was also tall and a martial artist, her keen perception and calm demeanor often allowed her to propose simple yet effective solutions in critical moments, a stark contrast to Ji Dao's scholarly approach. Su Chang'an nodded and finally stated, "Indeed, the Star Gathering Conference. I have become the Star King, and per the rules, I can present a request to the Bahuang Academy. I originally intended to challenge Du Hongzhang to a duel, but he declined. Therefore, the Bahuang Academy still owes me one request." "So, Su Xiong used a request to redeem Miss Fan Ruyu and ensure our safety," Gu Ning remarked, finally grasping the situation. Even though they had only been in Chang'an for 2 months, they understood the immense influence of the Bahuang Academy, and the value of a request it could grant was immeasurable. It dawned on everyone the price Su Chang'an had paid. And even Fan Ruyu looked at him with a newfound gaze. She was unfamiliar with this young man who had suddenly emerged to protect her, yet in that moment, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance that compelled her to trust and draw closer to him. Though she was merely a courtesan of the Mudan Pavilion, she had lived in Chang'an since being purchased by the pavilion's owner and understood the rarity of a request from the Bahuang Academy. Confused, she pondered what merit she possessed that warranted such sacrifice from Su Chang'an. The fifth prince, whom she had longed for, would likely not have made such a sacrifice for her. Moreover, he had not even appeared today. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a wave of disappointment washed over Fan Ruyu, causing her to lower her head once more, staring blankly at her toes peeking out from beneath her floral skirt. Lost in thought, "Yes," Su Chang'an nodded, affirming Gu Ning's statement, and continued, "But what truly concerns me is not this matter." "What then?" Gu Ning asked, taken aback. "It is his scheming. From the onset, he had intended to act against us, using Mo as leverage to coerce my compliance. What troubles me is when his plot began. Was it when I intervened to save Miss Fan, when we entered the Mudan Pavilion, or at the moment we escaped from the Tianlan Academy?" Su Chang'an spoke slowly, his expression darkening, a shadow he had never displayed before. This darkness had never crossed Su Chang'an's visage, at least not in Ji Dao's or Gu Ning's experience, nor had Xiahou Su Yu ever witnessed such a demeanor. It resembled an ancient, unyielding ice, stubborn, resolute, and repelling. Thus, Xiahou Su Yu's expression shifted, suppressing her own emotions as she feigned nonchalance and remarked, "It cannot be as exaggerated as you portray. He is not the Tai-Bai Taoist of the Star Observatory. Could he truly predict whether we would visit him today? Perhaps." Su Chang'an replied, shaking his head, attempting to cast aside his worries, yet he felt an undercurrent of apprehension, as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the shadows. This was not a pleasant sensation. "By the way, senior sister, how did you manage to bring us into the Mudan Pavilion today? I noticed those pursuing us seemed to be obstructed. Why could they not enter?" Su Chang'an suddenly inquired. His demeanor brightened, reverting to the familiar, earnest boy known to Xiahou Su Yu. A pang of unexplainable pain surged within Xiahou Su Yu as she forced a smile, retrieving a bronze token from her pocket and handing it to Su Chang'an. "This is a token bestowed upon me by our emperor, a royal insignia of the Wei dynasty. With it, there are few places, aside from areas like the Tianlan Academy, that we cannot access." As if regaining her composure, Xiahou Su Yu spoke with pride, raising her chin like a haughty swan. The others, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of understanding, with Ji Dao and Su Mo even vying to hold the token and scrutinize it closely, exclaiming in awe, which elicited laughter from the group. At that moment, the atmosphere among the company became lively again, and even Su Chang'an momentarily set aside his gloom, engaging in jovial banter with everyone. Yet, none noticed that upon hearing the name of the Wei royal family, Fan Ruyu abruptly lifted her head, gazing intently at Xiahou Suyu, seemingly on the verge of asking something. However, as the others began to frolic, she hesitated, ultimately retreating into her shyness and lowering her gaze once more. The group continued their light-hearted antics, unaware of their surroundings, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Tianlan Academy. The entrance remained as desolate as ever, with only a solitary lantern flickering feebly at the cliff's base, casting a dim glow. Su Xiong, it is getting late. We shall not impose any longer. Let us reconvene another day. I shall remember today's events, Gu Ning said, clasping his hands in farewell. Indeed, until we meet again, Su Chang'an responded, bowing to everyone, though his eyes inadvertently lingered on Su Mo, filled with a hint of reluctance. After some pleasantries, Gu Ning and the others eventually took their leave, and Su Chang'an could only stare blankly at their retreating figures until they vanished from sight. What are you still looking at? They've already left. Xiahou Suyu's voice broke through his reverie. Su Chang'an snapped back to reality, scratching his head awkwardly as he said, Senior sister, shall we go inside? Go where? Xiahou Suyu shot him a glare, pointing toward Fan Ruyu, who stood nervously to the side, clutching her pipa, and asked what about her. Sensing their gaze upon her, Fan Ruyu lowered her head even further, anxiously clutching her instrument, as if it were her only source of comfort. What do you mean, what about her? Of course, she will stay here, Su Chang'an replied matter-of-factly. At this, Fan Ruyu's grip on her pipa trembled, instinctively retreating, her complexion paling. Xiahou Suyu's face flushed crimson, and she reached out, placing her hand against Su Chang'an's ear. As Su Chang'an felt the exquisite sensation on his ear, his face flushed with warmth, and he was about to inquire when a sudden, excruciating pain surged through him. Ah! A cry of anguish echoed in the stillness before the Tianlan Academy, lingering in the air. How dare you behave so improperly? You are still so young, yet your thoughts are filled with such sordid matters. Xiahou Suyu was evidently furious, her grip tightening around Su Chang'an's ear as she forcefully lifted it, seemingly trying to elevate him off the ground. At this moment, Su Chang'an comprehended that Xiahou Suyu had misinterpreted his intentions. He hastily attempted to clarify, but his words came out in a stutter due to her hold on his ear. Sister, what I meant was for Miss Fan Riyue to find a room here to stay for now. Xiahou Suyu paused, releasing her grip on his ear, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto her face as she awkwardly remarked, Oh, I see. Who told you not to express yourself clearly? After saying this, perhaps feeling guilty, she intentionally turned her head away, avoiding the sight of Su Chang'an who was rubbing his now reddened ear. I clearly articulated my point. It is you who indulged in wild imaginings, Su Chang'an muttered discontentedly, causing both Xiahou Suyu and Fan Riyue to blush profusely. Chapter 27, Young Master Su. See you tomorrow, you. Xiahou Suyu, flustered and incensed, pretended to reach for Su Chang'an's ear again. Just then, a raspy sound emerged from the gate of Tianlan Courtyard, and the large door slowly creaked open, revealing a white-clad figure stepping forth. Su Chang'an's expression instantly soured, and Xiahou Suyu froze in disbelief, staring at the suddenly appeared silhouette. Young Master Su, it has been a while. The figure greeted Su Chang'an with a graceful bow, speaking softly. Su Chang'an's brows twitched involuntarily. Had they not just met yesterday? He pondered. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and approached, asking, Lord Gu, what brings you here? Gu Xianjun replied. Yesterday, young Master Su suffered severe injuries, and I was worried. Naturally coming to check on you. However, I did not expect to find you out enjoying yourself with Princess Xiahou, leaving me waiting in vain. After saying this, she cast a lingering glance at Su Chang'an, her expression reminiscent of a woman waiting for her man who had strayed. Her beauty, combined with this demeanor, inexplicably quickened Su Chang'an's heartbeat, leaving him astounded. Thank you for your concern, Lord Gu. I am quite well now, Su Chang'an hurriedly replied, as he genuinely feared interacting with Gu Xianjun. This ethereal girl possessed an enigmatic heart that left Su Chang'an feeling uneasy. Moreover, he sensed that, intentionally or not, Gu Xianjun had been probing for the truth of that night at Yuyun Ridge, compelling him to maintain a respectful distance from her. In contrast, his sister, Xiahou Suyu, while often unreasonable and occasionally bullying him, struck Su Chang'an as genuine. Her affections and dislikes were straightforward, unlike Gu Xianjun, whose intentions were elusive. Thus far, Su Chang'an believed this to be the case. Indeed, I am quite well, and it appears I have recovered nicely, Gu Xianjun remarked, casting a sideways glance at Su Chang'an. Otherwise, how would you have had the strength to bring back the courtesan from Mutant Pavilion? At this point, her gaze intentionally shifted to the somewhat flustered Fan Ryue. Perhaps due to her overly melancholic tone or the pitiful expression on her face, Su Chang'an felt an inexplicable guilt wash over him, as if he had wronged her somehow. Yet he quickly realized this sentiment was misplaced. Lord Gu, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by Gu Xianjun, who playfully blinked at him and said, "Young Master Su, why do you always refer to me as Lord Gu? It sounds so formal. Are you looking down on me?" Su Chang'an was taken aback, asking woodenly, "Then how should I address you?" "Just call me Xianjun," Gu Xianjun replied. "Xianjun?" Su Chang'an hesitated. Although the customs of the Great Way were relatively liberal, there remained a distinction between genders. Outside of familial contexts, it was rare for someone to address a woman by her name unless they shared a close relationship. Thus, he hesitated, wanting to suggest to Gu Xianjun that this form of address might be inappropriate, but before he could voice it, she readily accepted. "Okay." Gu Xianjun lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her garment, a slight blush blooming on her cheeks, reminiscent of a shy maiden yearning for her beloved's embrace. Su Chang'an swallowed hard, acknowledging that this version of Gu Xianjun was indeed enchanting. Observing the flirtation between the two, Xiahou Suyu felt an unnameable irritation rise within her, especially when Su Chang'an uttered the name Xianjun, which only deepened her vexation. Fueled by this agitation, she stepped forward protectively, shielding Su Chang'an behind her like a hen guarding her chicks. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Gu. But my junior brother is quite exhausted today and still recovering from his injuries. It would be best for you to visit another time." "We shall certainly give you a warm welcome," Xiahou Suyu said with a forced smile at Gu Xianjun. With that, she pulled Su Chang'an and the bewildered Fan Ryue toward the courtyard door. To her surprise, Gu Xianjun showed no intention of resisting. Instead, she leisurely followed them in and even helped Fan Ryue close the door behind them. "What are you doing? Why aren't you going home at this late hour?" Xiahou Suyu asked, perplexed. "Yes, Xianjun, you should head back. It is late, and I will definitely visit you another day," Su Chang'an agreed. Though he was not one to speak insincerely, although he feigned concern, his darting eyes revealed his true desire for Gu Xianjun to cease her pursuit. But Gu Xianjun seemed persuaded by their words, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it is late. I should return to rest." After saying this, she covered her mouth and let out a yawn, as if genuinely tired. "Yes, you should go home quickly. We will gather again another day," Su Chang'an urged. Seizing the opportunity, "Then I shall take my leave, Xianjun, and young Master Su, you should also rest early," Gu Xianjun replied sweetly, nodding like a dutiful young woman. Both Su Chang'an and Xiahou Suyu, despite being long acquainted with Gu Xianjun, sensed something peculiar about her demeanor at that moment. They had never seen her so agreeable. However, their priority was to rid themselves of this enchanting distraction, so they both nodded fervently, donning what they believed to be their most sincere smiles as they watched Gu Xianjun leave. Gu Xianjun complied, stepping away with grace, her intentions seemingly genuine in her claim of needing rest. At that moment, Su Chang'an and Xiahou Suyu finally exhaled, relieved, though puzzled by Gu Xianjun's sudden change in demeanor. They were thankful, nonetheless, and decided not to delve further into the matter. However, just as they released a sigh of relief, they suddenly realized something was amiss. Exchanging glances and quickly turning to follow Gu Xianjun, who was gradually distancing herself. "Young Master Su, why are you chasing after me? Are you reluctant to part with me?" Gu Xianjun turned, her face lighting up with surprise as she observed the two hastening towards her. Before Su Chang'an could articulate a response, Xiahou Suyu interjected, "Gu Xianjun, you are going the wrong way." "Huh?" Gu Xianjun paused, glancing in the direction Xiahou Suyu indicated, then back to where she had been heading. She seemed to genuinely contemplate Xiahou Suyu's words, yet ultimately looked at her with confusion, saying, "No, this is the right way." Xiahou Suyu could no longer contain herself, feeling that Gu Xianjun's recent behavior was all a jest at her expense. This realization only fueled her displeasure. Her voice involuntarily rose a few decibels, and the demeanor befitting the grand princess of the Dawei dynasty was momentarily cast aside. "Gu Xianjun, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? This is Tianlan Courtyard, and your residence is outside." At that moment, Xiahou Suyu resembled a mother cat, claws bared and tail flicking, enraged at having her fish snatched away. Just then, a mischievous smile finally graced Gu Xianjun's face. Like a student receiving praise from a teacher, she tilted her head and declared, "Did no one inform you? Today, Lord Yuheng has agreed to accept me as a student of Tianlan Courtyard." As Su Chang'an and Xiahou Suyu exchanged incredulous glances, she took a light step forward. buoyantly heading toward their quarters. At last, as if recalling something, she turned her head, her beautiful ponytail describing a captivating arc before Su Chang'an's eyes. With a playful glint and an air of expectation, she said, "Young Master Su, we shall meet again tomorrow." Chapter 1. A sigh in the spring light. As the hour reached the high time, sparse starlight filtered through the sandpaper-like window, illuminating the modest room. Su Chang'an lay on his bed, resting his head on his arms. Although the darkness obscured his features, his eyes shone brightly. He was contemplating matters of great significance. The impression Gu Xianjun left on him was persistently peculiar. Gu Ning and the others refrained from mentioning the events of that night at Yuyun Ridge, clearly indicating that Wu Tong's memory-erasing technique had taken effect. Yet, it seemed less effective with Gu Xianjun. Su Chang'an harbored a vague sense that Gu Xianjun must have some awareness of that night's occurrences. What troubled Su Chang'an most was the demigod Tian Zhao, who appeared to have come for Gu Xianjun. This remarkable descendant of the Gu family certainly harbored secrets, though Su Chang'an could not discern the nature of these secrets. He was certain they were connected to the divine lineage. These thoughts were clear to him. He could not fathom why his master, the elder, would be oblivious to them. Nevertheless, the elder had still permitted Gu Xianjuan's admission to Tianlan courtyard, a mystery he could not unravel. Instinctively, he touched his abdomen, acutely aware of the divine blood within him. During his time at Mutant Pavilion, the divine blood had nearly spiraled out of control due to the surge of anger he felt. This realization filled him with dread. A monster resided within him, one capable of devouring the world. Because of this monster, he shunned all things related to it. And Gu Xianjun now stood as the most likely connection to the divine lineage. As his thoughts meandered, a wave of fatigue washed over him. The day had not been easy. His already scant spiritual energy was depleted after the confrontation with the Mutant Pavilion's master. Now, unable to resist the encroaching drowsiness, his eyes gradually closed, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, Su Chang'an awoke. After completing his morning routine, he opened the door. It was March, and the Tianlan courtyard was alive with the sights and sounds of spring. The grass was lush, and orioles flitted about, a breathtaking scene that Su Chang'an, having lived in Changmen for 16 years, had never encountered before. His spirits lifted, he tidied his attire, preparing to seek out breakfast. He had already owed Chu Shifeng a lesson from the previous day, and he wished to avoid any further complications that might displease her. Thus, he arose a tad earlier than usual. However, as he rounded the corner of the hall and made his way toward the courtyard entrance, his good mood dissipated in an instant, for he beheld a figure clad in a white gauze dress, holding some breakfast items, her already lovely face adorned with a light layer of blush. She stood there, seemingly having waited for some time, looking at Su Chang'an with bright eyes. It suddenly dawned on Su Chang'an that Gu Xianjun had indeed settled into Tianlan courtyard. Instinctively, he considered fleeing but felt it would be inappropriate. Thus, he awkwardly touched his nose and greeted her. "Gu Howie, good morning. Why do you keep calling me Howard?" Gu Xianjun pouted, feigning annoyance. Surprised, Su Chang'an stammered, Xianjun. "Good morning. Now that sounds better." Gu Xianjun appeared satisfied with his address, flashing a sweet smile as she extended the items in her hand. "Here." Her voice was crisp, reminiscent of the gentle March breeze. Su Chang'an, momentarily perplexed, pointed at himself and asked, "For me?" "Indeed. I thought you must be exhausted after your visit to Mutant Pavilion yesterday and your encounter with the beautiful fawn girl, so I bought you some breakfast." At this, Gu Xianjun shyly cast a glance at Su Chang'an before lowering her head. As Su Chang'an accepted the breakfast items, he was about to express his gratitude when he felt a sudden unease. His face flushed as he quickly explained, No, it's not what you think. We merely found ourselves at Mutant Pavilion by accident and had some food. Nothing else happened. I brought back Fawn Girl only because I felt sorry for her, nothing more." Throughout his explanation, Gu Xianjun gazed at him with her large, sparkling eyes, making him feel oddly nervous and a bit stammering. "Really?" Gu Xianjun seemed skeptical, seeking reassurance. "Of course, it's true," Su Chang'an affirmed with a nod. "But Fang Riyue is so beautiful. If you truly wanted to do something, she would likely not refuse." Gu Xianjun probed further. "Do you really not wish to pursue anything?" "Absolutely not. I just found her pitiable and wanted to help," he replied. This time, Gu Xianjun appeared satisfied with his answer. She smiled and said, "I knew young Master Su wasn't he that kind of person." Su Chang'an, momentarily taken aback, suddenly realized he had no need to explain himself so thoroughly to her. With this thought, his face reddened even more. "Why is your face so flushed, young Master Su? Are you unwell? Should I check your temperature?" Gu Xianjun teased, raising her hand to touch his forehead. A captivating fragrance wafted from Gu Xianjun, and Su Chang'an found himself mesmerized, standing there, unsure as her delicate hand drew nearer. Chang'an, Chang'an. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through. Su Chang'an snapped back to reality and instinctively evaded Gu Xianjuan's hand, not wanting Xiahou Suyu to witness their closeness. What are you doing here? Moments later, Xiahou Suyu approached, her eyes narrowing as she noticed Gu Xianjun standing nearby. What else would I be doing? Naturally. I'm delivering some breakfast to the esteemed young master, Gu Xianjun replied with a smile, her demeanor unchanged despite Xiahou Suyu's sudden presence. Only then did Xiahou Suyu notice the breakfast items in Su Chang'an's hands. Her brow furrowed slightly. Yet she chose not to engage Gu Xianjun further and turned her attention to Su Chang'an. Lord Yuheng is looking for you. What are you still doing here? He just summoned Feng Riyue. I suspect he intends to hold you accountable for yesterday's events. As Su Chang'an contemplated how to extricate himself from Gu Xianjun, he quickly agreed and bid her farewell before hastily departing. The two women watched as Su Chang'an's figure vanished. And once they were certain he could no longer hear their conversation, they exchanged knowing glances, the expressions on their faces growing cold. What is your true intention in getting close to Chang'an? Xiahou Suyu initiated the inquiry. And what is your objective? Gu Xianjun retorted. What purpose do I have in my training at Tianlan Academy? Chang'an is my junior disciple. He treats me exceptionally well, and naturally, I reciprocate his kindness genuinely. Thus, the notion of purpose is rather unfounded. Young Master Su possesses a pure and benevolent nature, extending kindness to all, yet how others treat him remains uncertain. I believe it would be wise for Her Highness the Princess to tread carefully, although Gu Xianjun harbors other intentions. His objectives are not as despicable as those of Her Highness. Rather than pondering how to test my motives, it would be more prudent for you to consider how you shall conduct yourself once young Master Su learns the truth. Gu Xianjun uttered these words in a measured tone, each one striking directly at Xiahou Shuyu's innermost thoughts. Xiahou Shuyu stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to muster a single rebuttal. Gu Xianjun appeared satisfied with the outcome, gliding past Xiahou Shuyu with a countenance as cold as ice. At that moment, a gust of western wind swept through, despite it being the warm spring of March. Xiahou Shuyu inexplicably sensed a chill in the air. She brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair, turning her gaze towards the vibrant scenery of Tianlan Academy, and let out a long sigh. In the second chapter, discerning right from wrong in a humble chamber, when Su Chang'an pushed open the door to Yuheng's room, Fan Riyue had already vanished, likely having departed. Yuheng sat in a chair near the window, squinting, as if indulging in a light slumber, or perhaps observing the spring scenery beyond. He was quite aged, appearing somewhat disheveled. His grizzled hair sprouted haphazardly, both unruly and sparse. The wrinkles on his face were numerous and formidable, resembling the treacherous terrain of Yuyun Ridge. In Su Chang'an's memory, the elders at Changmen were also somewhat advanced in years. Yet they would occasionally venture out, especially on sunny spring days, for such gentle sunlight was a rare gift in the northern lands. However, Yuheng was different. He preferred to remain in his chamber, rarely stepping outside except for meals. Su Chang'an had urged him to venture out, but Yuheng would always smile and respond that, in his old age, rest was essential for longevity. Su Chang'an hesitated as he approached Yuheng, worried that he might have acted too rashly. Having just stirred up considerable trouble at Bahuang Academy and made a blunder at Mutant Pavilion the previous day, he was not apprehensive about being reprimanded by Yuheng. Rather, he feared provoking the elder's ire, which could adversely affect his already fragile health. You have arrived? After a quiet 15 minutes beside Yuheng, the elder finally noticed him. He adjusted his half-reclined posture and turned his gaze towards Su Chang'an. His eyes seemed to open a little wider, yet still resembled nothing more than a narrow slit. Su Chang'an replied softly, as if fearing to awaken something fragile. How did it go yesterday? Yuheng inquired, his spirit not quite robust, his voice barely above a whisper. Su Chang'an had to listen intently to decipher the syllables he spoke. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over Su Chang'an, as if something lodged in his throat. It had only been 2 months since he first met Yuheng, yet in that brief span, the elder appeared to age significantly. His voice, once resonant outside Tianlan Academy, had now diminished to a barely audible whisper. It seemed that since Su Chang'an's arrival at Tianlan, this guardian of humanity for a century had been visibly withering day by day. However, Su Chang'an did not wish to reveal his emotions. He took a few moments to compose himself and spoke in a casual tone. Nothing significant. I merely felt pity for Miss Fan Riyue and helped her redeem herself. You possess a valiant spirit, Yuheng remarked, his squinting eyes appearing somewhat wider. This bears resemblance to another of your granduncles. Who? Su Chang'an asked, intrigued. Kaiyong, Yuheng replied leisurely. Kaiyong. Su Chang'an pondered, recognizing the name, but feeling a tinge of confusion. I have heard that Granduncle Kaiyong is still alive. Yet he has not returned to Chang'an for many years. Do you know where he has gone, or what he is doing? At that moment, Yuheng's demeanor shifted subtly, becoming somewhat disordered before quickly regaining its composure. The change was so swift that Su Chang'an hardly noticed. Nonetheless, Yuheng fell silent for a brief moment before uttering 5 words. He went to kill. His tone was remarkably flat, as if he were simply stating that he had gone to the western market of Chang'an to conduct some business. Su Chang'an had heard similar words before. 2 years ago in the northern lands, Tingyu had spoken with the same tone about the same subject. A pang of unease gripped Su Chang'an's heart, sensing the peculiarity in this revelation. However, he was unsure how to approach the matter or whether he should inquire further. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, he opted for silence. Yuheng, too, seemed reluctant to dwell on the topic, forcing a rather unappealing smile before asking, "Do you not have any questions regarding yesterday's events?" Yesterday's events? Su Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, appearing not to comprehend Yuheng's reference. For instance, why I did not summon Chu Shifeng to rescue you. Realization dawned on Su Chang'an, and he responded, "When I departed with my senior sister and the others yesterday, I did not inform Granduncle, so he was unaware of our whereabouts and naturally did not know we were in danger. Chang'an City, although vast, is merely 100 miles wide. If I wish to know something, no one can keep it from me." Su Chang'an's words were abruptly interrupted by Yuheng's sudden outburst. The elder's expression shifted due to this statement. He had always placed unwavering trust in Yuheng, a trust that was complete and unreserved. He instinctively assumed that Yuheng would reciprocate this faith, just as a phoenix would come to his aid even from distant lands in times of trouble. Of course, Su Chang'an did not believe such expectations were a given, yet he could not help but feel a sense of disappointment. His heart, which had always been incapable of concealing its feelings, prompted him to ask, "Why?" Yuheng suddenly extended his hand, seemingly intending to pat Su Chang'an's head. However, as a 16-year-old boy, Su Chang'an was hardly short. Thus, even with great effort, Yuheng could not reach him while seated. Fortunately, Su Chang'an seemed to perceive Yuheng's intention. He promptly lowered his head and leaned forward, allowing Yuheng's hand to touch him easily. After completing this gesture, Yuheng withdrew his hand with satisfaction and slowly remarked, "Because we cannot always shield you. I will eventually perish, and Chu Shifeng will leave in due time. Yet you are still young, and one day you must face this world alone. This world may be 100 times more sordid than what you have witnessed." Su Chang'an felt a profound sorrow, fully aware of Yuheng's mortality. The wrinkles on his face, the white hair adorning his head, and even the weariness in his voice all spoke of a man nearing the end of his days. Yet, he was reluctant to confront this reality, attempting to deceive himself into believing Yuheng was an eternal star, invulnerable to death. However, when such words escaped Yuheng's lips, the dream he had constructed for himself collapsed in an instant. His eyes turned red, and it seemed something was swirling within them. Yet he stubbornly suppressed his emotions and stated, "Chang'an acknowledges his mistake and will not act so rashly in the future." Yuheng shook his head, replying, "Do not hastily engage in endeavors for which you lack confidence, but if you do not easily admit your faults. Moreover, I do not believe you have done anything wrong, for many people and events in this world are devoid of right or wrong." Su Chang'an felt perplexed. He had heard similar sentiments from Wutong in Yuyun Ridge. At that time, he had disagreed, but now he found himself understanding. "Granduncle, then tell me, is the master of Muden Pavilion good or evil? What do you think?" Yuheng, however, did not respond. Instead, he posed a question. Su Chang'an blurted out, "He is forcing Miss Fan Ruyu, who has no desire to engage in such vile trades, into that filthy profession. Naturally, he is wicked. Are you aware that Fan Ruyu is the granddaughter of Fan Huangling? According to the laws of Dawei, she was to be executed upon capture. Had it not been for Long Xiangjun purchasing her, she would have perished years ago. How could you have waited to rescue her then?" Su Chang'an was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, he still felt an incongruity in his heart, and as he furrowed his brow to express his thoughts, he was interrupted by Yuheng. "Then, tell me, is Yin Shanzhua good or bad?" This time, Su Chang'an did not hasten to reply. He pondered seriously before stating, "His disciple insulted his master, and I challenged his disciple according to his own rules. Yet, he is overly protective, even bullying the weak, thus he cannot be deemed a good person. What if one day, Du Hongchang surpasses you in skill and technique, and he seeks to kill you, but Chu Shifeng protects you and kills him in your stead? Is Chu Shifeng good or bad?" A peculiar glimmer flickered in Yuheng's narrowed eyes. Su Chang'an found himself momentarily speechless, his mind racing with images of such a scenario. He felt that Chu Shifeng might not be at fault. Yet the actions of Yin Shanzhua seemed scarcely different from those of Chu Shifeng, although he perceived them as wrong. This left him in a state of confusion. For the first time, he began to doubt the veracity of certain beliefs he had held steadfastly. Perhaps they were not as correct as he had imagined. What then? Was the implication of his uncle's words? Was I mistaken? Su Chang'an resolved to cease pondering those matters which eluded his understanding. I have mentioned before that many things in this world are devoid of right or wrong. You are not at fault, nor is Yin Shanzhua. And even Long Xiangjun may not necessarily be in the wrong. What you must do is quite simple, merely 4 words. What 4 words? To question one's conscience and find no shame. Chapter 3. In innocence, I inquired of you. To question one's conscience and find no shame. Su Chang'an muttered these 4 words, furrowing his brow, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the training ground. Having dallied with Yuheng for some time, Chu Shifeng was already there, waiting with his sword. The March wind tousled his hair, revealing his own furrowed brow, and it was clear to Su Chang'an that he had grown somewhat impatient. Realizing this, Su Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, and he hurried over. Have you arrived? Before Su Chang'an could explain anything, Chu Shifeng spoke. Yes. Su Chang'an lowered his head and replied softly. Although he held great respect for Chu Shifeng, he could not help but feel a twinge of fear towards this cold and stern man. Let us begin the sword practice. Surprisingly, Chu Shifeng did not chastise him this time. Instead, he assumed a stance, ready to commence the day's lessons. This left Su Chang'an somewhat perplexed. But it was ultimately a good thing not to face punishment, and he was not foolish enough to inquire about the reason. Practicing with the sword was, for Su Chang'an, a matter of grave seriousness. Thus, he set aside all other thoughts and wiped the extraneous expressions from his face. He drew the sword from his back, his demeanor turning solemn. Not bad. It seems your efforts in the past few days have not been in vain. This is rather interesting. The corners of Chu Shifeng's mouth lifted in a slight smile. Yet Su Chang'an remained oblivious, letting out a fierce shout as he leapt high into the air, his sword intent and spiritual flames surging forth, enveloping him completely. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Shifeng's eyes. He could discern that in just 2 days, Su Chang'an's cultivation and swordsmanship had improved. However, this was not enough to instill fear in him. For even though he had suppressed his own cultivation to the 9-star realm, his vast experience in combat and understanding of the way of the sword far surpassed that of Su Chang'an. Thus, after a moment of mild astonishment, he swiftly evaded Su Chang'an's seemingly sharp strike. A loud crash resounded as the stone slabs of the training ground cracked beneath the impact. If you can only execute this one move, even if you reach the Fanshan realm, you will not be able to harm me, remarked Chu Shifeng nonchalantly. Such occurrences had become routine since Su Chang'an began learning the sword. He could only perform this one strike. Not a single technique that Chu Shifeng had taught him had been mastered. This was not particularly surprising, as Chu Shifeng's swordsmanship was profoundly intricate, involving the manipulation of spiritual energy, the speed of the strike, and the force applied, all of which required the practitioner to execute within a brief span of time. Far from the simplicity it appeared. Of course, this does not imply that Tingyu's single strike is inferior to Chu Shifeng's techniques. However, Su Chang'an had practiced that strike for 2 full years, and only at Yunling. Relying on the sword intent left by Tingyu combined with his inherited Xingling, could Su Chang'an manage to execute it, and even then, it was merely a fraction of what Tingyu could achieve. Chu Shifeng's words ignited Su Chang'an's competitive spirit. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed another shout. Veins bulged on his hands as the sword, now resting on the ground, hissed as it slid along the surface before being swung horizontally towards Chu Shifeng. Chu Shifeng raised an eyebrow, seemingly approving, yet mercilessly mocked. Too slow. He swiftly lifted his left foot, his toes dancing with agility. First strike. His toe struck Su Chang'an's sword, causing it to halt momentarily. Second strike. His foot landed on Su Chang'an's hand gripping the sword, inducing a sharp pain and a twitch at the corner of Su Chang'an's mouth. Third strike. He quickly withdrew his foot and then kicked upward, sending Su Chang'an's sword flying from his grasp. A sharp clang echoed as Su Chang'an's sword clattered to the ground behind him. Su Chang'an was stunned. Chu Shifeng had suppressed his cultivation to the 9-star realm. In the past 2 days, Su Chang'an had defeated countless martial students of the same rank. Yet before Chu Shifeng, he remained utterly powerless. The pride he had felt dissipated with the sound of his sword hitting the ground. He stood up, somewhat dejected, rubbing his reddened right hand where he had been struck. Looking at Chu Shifeng, he murmured, "I apologize, Senior Chu. I still cannot learn." Yet this time, to Su Chang'an's surprise, Chu Shifeng did not reproach him. Instead, he extended a large hand and ruffled Su Chang'an's hair, saying, "If you cannot learn, then keep learning." Su Chang'an looked up in astonishment, sensing that today, Chu Shifeng was somewhat different. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "You are not angry with me?" Chu Shifeng merely shot him a glance, replying, "Angry with you? Your inability to master your skills is of no concern to me. Why should I be angry with you?" Though Chu Shifeng's words were not particularly comforting, Su Chang'an could sense the care within them. He chuckled foolishly a couple of times, picked up the sword from the ground, and stood beside Chu Shifeng. As the spring breeze fluttered their garments, Su Chang'an gazed at the verdant surroundings of Tianlan Courtyard, appearing vibrant yet inherently cold. He then asked, "Senior Chu, why do I always struggle to learn the sword techniques you teach me?" This question he had previously posed to Yuheng, who had provided an answer. However, Yuheng's explanation was too profound for his understanding, so he sought to hear Chu Shifeng's perspective. Chu Shifeng paused for a moment, as if recalling something he was reluctant to remember. After a brief silence, he replied, "Do you know who created my sword techniques?" "Who?" "My grandfather, Xing Yun Tianshang." Chu Duanyu. Su Chang'an counted carefully. Among the 7 living beings of the human race, there were the Holy Emperor of Dawei, Yuheng and Kai Yang of Tianlan Courtyard, Tai Bai Dao Ren of the Stargazing Platform, the elder Gu Qingfeng of the ancient family of Beidi, Yin Guiqiu of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, and Wu Wang Fu Sanqian of Liangzhou in the western regions. However, there was no mention of Tianshang Chu Duanyu. He suddenly comprehended something, bowing his head in silence. Chu Shifeng noticed Su Chang'an's series of reactions, and a bittersweet smile surfaced on his cold face. Then he said, "He has already passed. He died when I was 8. Yet he bequeathed his sword techniques and Xing Ling inheritance to me. Thus, like you, I too am a descendant of Xing Yun. The art of Xing Yun is inherently challenging to master, and I do not possess remarkable intelligence. As a result, I often faced reprimands from my grandfather during that time." At this point, Chu Shifeng turned to glance at Su Chang'an before continuing. "However, when my grandfather passed away, he entrusted the inheritance of Xingling to me. It was through his Xingling that I was able to comprehend his swordsmanship and his path, which has led to my modest achievements today, just like Tingyu. Without his inherited Xingling, even if you trained for 4 or 5 more years, you might not grasp even the slightest essence of his sword technique." Su Chang'an discerned that Chu Shifeng was attempting to console him, but such comfort did little to uplift his spirits. He now realized that his ability to learn Tingyu's sword technique was entirely due to the inheritance he received, rendering his own efforts almost negligible. Consequently, he lowered his head and fell silent once more. Chu Shifeng recognized that his attempt at consolation seemed to have backfired. He was not naturally eloquent, and to console someone in such a manner was unprecedented for him. Thus, he could not have anticipated this outcome. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Yet, you possess commendable talent in swordsmanship. Lord Yuheng's Chuanfeng Du is considered a pinnacle of martial arts in this era. Apart from the Yin Guiqiu of Shushan, few can rival it. You have grasped it with remarkable ease, even surpassing that child Su Yu in your proficiency. Do not be misled by her playful demeanor. She is indeed a rare talent among the younger generation in swordsmanship. Though I am far away in the western regions, I have heard tales of her prowess. If she were to dedicate more effort to her swordsmanship, her future accomplishments would surely be significant. The fact that you can measure your skills against her indicates just how exceptional your talent in swordsmanship truly is. This could be considered a significant compliment," Chu Shifeng mused. Though strict, he harbored genuine affection for Su Chang'an. The boy, despite his naivete and inexperience, occasionally acting without foresight, was reminiscent of youth itself, undaunted, charging forward with a fierce determination. Chu Shifeng was no longer the young man he once was, yet this did not diminish his fondness for Su Chang'an, who bore a striking resemblance to his younger self. To his surprise, however, Su Chang'an still did not appear pleased. "But I love the sword," Su Chang'an stated, slowly lifting his head to meet Chu Shifeng's gaze. His voice was soft yet resolute as he continued, "I admire my master, and you both. You wield swords, and thus, I wish to wield a sword as well, aspiring to become a swordsman like you." This was a simple reason, almost childish in its simplicity. Yet, Chu Shifeng found himself momentarily speechless, staring blankly at the somewhat frail youth before him. After a pause, the frost on his countenance melted away, and he inquired, "Chang'an, do you know where the Xingyun go after death?" Su Chang'an did not comprehend why Chu Zifeng posed such a question, but he answered honestly, "I have heard that after dying, the corporeal form is buried in the earth, while the heroic soul returns to the sea of stars. But I cannot reach that sea of stars." Chu Shifeng turned away, gazing at the sky. It was daytime, and while some clouds obscured the sunlight, the brilliance of the sun was not blinding. Even if I become Xingyun, I still cannot go to that sea of stars. Su Chang'an instinctively looked up, realizing that apart from the azure sky, there was nothingness above. He asked in confusion, why? Because I walk the path of my grandfather, not my own. The star that my life ignites will inevitably be the one left to me by my grandfather. But that is his star, not mine. Chu Shifeng spoke with a hint of bitterness. Without one's own path, there can be no personal star. And without a star, how can one traverse to that sea of stars? It was the first time Su Chang'an had heard such things. He paused for a moment before asking, then why do you not walk your own path, and why not ignite a star of your own? Chu Shifeng shook his head and replied, because the Chu family cannot afford to wait. They need a Xingyun, and I am the one who must become that Xingyun. Su Chang'an did not understand why the Chu family so desperately required a Xingyun, but he felt that this was unjust, and thus he said, that seems wrong, doesn't it? Chu Shifeng shot him a sidelong glance and seized upon the conversation. Su Chang'an suddenly recalled the words Yu Heng had spoken to him earlier in the room, causing his face to flush. Yet, he nodded and said, yes, I believe this is wrong. Chu Shifeng smiled, but was unwilling to dwell on this topic further. He continued, 12 years ago, after your ancestor Yao Guang passed away, the Yao Guang star has never shone again. And since Mo Tingyu became Xingyun, the star he ignited was not Yao Guang, indicating that he has indeed forged his own path. In terms of light, I am still far from him. At this point, he paused and looked at Su Chang'an, asking, Chang'an, do you wish to see him again? Su Chang'an was taken aback, but he understood who Chu Shifeng was referring to. He stared blankly at Chu Shifeng, observing the stubble on his chin and the tousled hair blown by the spring breeze. Finally, he nodded earnestly, saying, I do. If you cannot learn another's sword, then do not bother. Since you love the sword, create a technique that belongs to you. The day your swordsmanship reaches its pinnacle will be the day you become a Xingyun. Remember, Chang'an, Chu Shifeng said with utmost seriousness, walk your own path. A Xingyun who possesses their own path is the true Xingyun. Chapter 4. 9 stars. There is a saying, in the mountains, time does not pass. Winter ends without the knowledge of years. Though Su Chang'an was not in the mountains, he was in the courtyard. Each morning, he practiced his sword. In the afternoons, he honed his skills with the sword, and in the evenings, he cultivated spiritual energy through breathing techniques. As time flowed by, spring turned to autumn, and September arrived. These past 5 or 6 months appeared uneventful, yet they were transformative. After conversing with Chu Shifeng, he finally set aside his impatience. Practicing his sword daily without the prior frustration of not mastering one of Chu Shifeng's techniques after a long duration, he began to savor the intricacies of Chu Shifeng's swordsmanship. Naturally, given his limited perspective, he could not grasp profoundly intricate concepts. However, he perceived that each of Chu Shifeng's moves, though seemingly simplistic, was imbued with a certain momentum. Yes, it was momentum. This momentum was both force and connection. Momentum is born from intention, and intention arises from the heart. When momentum reaches its zenith, it transforms into a realm. When the realm reaches its peak, it gives birth to a path. When the path is formed, the Xingyun is born. These insights were not derived from Su Chang'an's own understanding. They were imparted to him by Gu Xianjun. He recognized that to forge his own path, he first needed to possess his own intention. In truth, he did not lack this so-called intention. Mo Tingyu's Xingling bestowed upon him such intention, the intention of the sword. Yet, that was Mo Tingyu's intention, not Su Chang'an's. To walk his own path and cultivate his own sword, he needed to uncover his own intention. This process was exceedingly arduous. Many martial artists could not comprehend such concepts even upon reaching the Tai realm. Although Su Chang'an had possessed the combat capability to defeat 7 adept practitioners at the Jiuxing realm 6 months prior, he remained merely at the Gathering Spirit realm. In such a state, grasping the so-called intention was no simple feat. Fortunately, he had within him the Xingling legacy of Mo Tingyu and Wudong, as well as the guidance of eminent figures like Yu Heng and Chu Shifeng. Throughout these days, he finally began to uncover some insights. On one particular night, he sat in the practice yard, the crisp autumn breeze ruffling his hair and causing his garments to flutter. He wore light clothing, which was not a prudent choice for this somewhat chilly autumn night. Nevertheless, a faint, warm red glow surrounded him. This was his true fire Xingling. Over the past few months, Su Chang'an had also taken time to study the Xingling left to him by Wudong, discovering some methods, such as using spiritual flames for warmth. At times, Su Chang'an pondered whether Wudong would fly across thousands of miles to reprimand him for employing her legacy in such a manner. However, at present, he had no mind to worry about such matters, for he had encountered some issues. He has successfully refined 8 star spirits, comprising 4 true fire star spirits and 4 blade intense star spirits. The next step would lead him to the 9-star realm. However, a complication has arisen with the final spirit. The situation within him is rather intricate. While it is not unheard of for a person to harbor 2 completely different Tao essences within them, most of those individuals have perished as a result, with only a select few surviving, typically the exceptionally powerful who can suppress one essence with their formidable spiritual energy. Yet, Su Chang'an evidently lacks such strength. The reason he possesses 2-star spirits of such potent Tao essences lies within the presence of an overwhelmingly dominant force, the blood of the true God. This blood acts as Su Chang'an's life-saving elixir, yet in its quest to protect its host and facilitate the resurrection of the true God, it autonomously safeguards him. For instance, during the event at Yuyun Ridge, the divine blood granted Su Chang'an the strength to slay a demigod, Tianzhao, with a single strike. Under typical circumstances, 2-star spirits of differing Tao essences would turn a cultivator's dantian into a battlefield, engaging in a fierce struggle until one is completely exhausted, inevitably resulting in a dantian riddled with wounds. A cultivator, whether a martial or scholarly practitioner, whose dantian is destroyed, naturally loses any chance of survival. However, Su Chang'an is different. The divine blood within him instinctively separates the 2-star spirits, placing them in distinct locations within his dantian, maintaining a delicate balance between them. Su Chang'an is acutely aware of this precarious situation, which compels him to exercise caution during his cultivation, ensuring that he simultaneously cultivates both star spirits to preserve this fragile equilibrium. Yet now, he finds himself at an impasse. His dantian is too small to accommodate a 10th-star spirit. He must cultivate another star spirit to break through to the 9-star realm and expand his dantian to host more spirits. However, he is at a loss regarding how to proceed with this final spirit, as any attempt to cultivate either essence could disrupt this delicate balance and lead to his demise. This is a perilous endeavor, prompting Su Chang'an to tread carefully. Nevertheless, if he wishes to avoid being forever trapped in the gathering spirit realm, he must refine this last spirit. Su Chang'an is not one to complacently accept his current situation, especially with the monstrous divine blood lying dormant within him. Thus, a breakthrough to the 9-star realm is imperative. Young Master Su has already sat here for an entire day and night. Will nothing come of this? From a distance, a young woman clad in yellow, her face etched with concern, inquired of the 2 equally beautiful companions beside her. Surely, nothing will happen, replied one of the young women in red, furrowing her brow as she gazed at the youth seated in the autumn breeze. Indeed, the other young woman in white concurred. Regardless of the circumstances, with Senior Chu and Lord Yuhing present, I believe there should be no significant issues. Although the 3 young women spoke of reassurance, they remained rooted under the eaves, gazing at the boy enveloped in the night, reluctant to depart. These 3 were naturally Fan Ryue, Xiahou Suyin, and Gu Xianjun. Despite having spent 6 months together, their interactions have not been particularly harmonious, especially between Xiahou Suyin and Gu Xianjun, who often engage in verbal disputes and occasional sparring. Fortunately, both understand the limits, as their matches are always moderated. However, Gu Xianjun's formidable strength, having secured 2nd place in the Star Conference and reached the Fanshan realm half a year prior, raises questions about Su Chang'an's ability to maintain his position if she were to intervene. Xiahou Suyin has often found herself at a disadvantage in their encounters, prompting her to set aside her previous playful demeanor and engage in rigorous training, now nearing the pinnacle of the 9-star realm, just a step away from the Fanshan realm. As for Fan Ryue, she has been permitted to stay by Yuhing's consent. Her talent is commendable, and with some prior cultivation, she has recently reached the peak of the gathering spirit realm, only a step away from the 9-star realm. However, perhaps due to the 5th prince's influence, Xiahou Suyin harbors no fondness for her, while Gu Xianjun remains aloof toward others aside from Su Chang'an. Fan Ryue's inherently gentle nature leads her to rarely interact with anyone aside from assisting Su Chang'an with his daily needs. Yet, despite their strained relationships, the 3 have gathered at this moment, setting aside past grievances to silently worry for Su Chang'an. Chapter 5. To hear the Tao in the morning. One would not mind dying in the evening. Su Chang'an's mood is exceedingly bleak. He has been seated here for a day and night, yet still cannot conceive any method to break through. He has been stuck in this state for almost a month, having tried numerous approaches, even forcibly attempting to cram 2-star spirits of differing Tao essences into his dantian, which nearly led to his self-detonation. Were it not for Chu Shifeng's timely intervention, he would likely have already completed his 7th day of mourning. Yet, he refuses to remain stagnant. He yearns to grow stronger and cannot allow the divine blood within him to awaken. He had promised Wudong to wait for her, and until then, he cannot succumb to the monster residing within his body. A few months prior, within the mutant pavilion, that monster exhibited a strange movement, leading Su Chang'an to realize that it was growing stronger in ways unbeknownst to him. Thus, he must not relent. He too must become stronger. To this end, he has sat in this training ground for an entire day and night, yet he remains at an impasse. The ninth star spirit. Neither blade intent nor true fire will suffice, Su Chang'an thought, furrowing his brows. What should I do? He cannot help but feel a twinge of impatience. He has asked himself this very question countless times over the past month. A gust of autumn wind blows, carrying a hint of chill. Su Chang'an's restless heart settles for a moment as he realizes that such impatience is futile. He decides to retract his spiritual flames and allows the cold wind to caress his cheeks. At last, he finds his composure again. In that moment, a thought suddenly springs to mind. Since neither blade intent nor true fire star spirits can be cultivated, why not refine a spirit that is entirely different from both? Su Chang'an has grasped the crux of the matter, keenly realizing that this presents the best opportunity for his breakthrough. A smile flickers across his face, though it quickly fades. If he does not cultivate blade intent or true fire, what then can he refine? He finds himself ensnared in another quandary. After another quarter of an hour, his expression fluctuates between dark and bright, as if grappling with some inner conflict, but ultimately, his brow lifts, indicating a resolve. In that moment, a flash of spiritual light envelopes him, and waves of spiritual flames and blade intent surge forth, as he channels all his energy into his dantian. This sudden change astonishes the young women nearby, their previously anxious expressions now tinged with heightened tension. For they know Su Chang'an is once again attempting to break through to the nine-star realm. Within the Yuheng pavilion, Yuheng opens his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he murmurs to himself, "Is it about to begin again?" Beside him, Chu Shifeng adopts a solemn demeanor, his own spiritual energy swirling, accompanied by arcs of purple lightning, indicating his readiness to intervene should anything go awry. Indeed, Su Chang'an is making yet another attempt to break through to the nine-star realm. He fervently channels his spiritual energy, continually releasing the blade intent and spiritual flames within him, seeking to deplete the spiritual energy of his existing star spirits. This strategy aims to mitigate the potential disturbances that might arise when the ninth star spirit is successfully cultivated. It takes him nearly a quarter of an hour to achieve this. Then, with a grim expression, he releases a soft shout, causing the surrounding spiritual energy within a radius of several dozen meters to surge toward him as if responding to a command, akin to a roaring tide. The spiritual energy flows through his limbs and circulates through his meridians before converging in his dantian. With a focused thought, Su Chang'an directs the influx of spiritual energy toward a singular point, gradually forming the embryonic shape of a star spirit. This process, though seemingly simple, consumed nearly an hour of Su Chang'an's time. Naturally, compared to the speed required to cultivate a star spirit, this pace could be deemed astonishingly swift. However, having repeated this process dozens of times, and possessing sufficient spiritual energy within him to form a star spirit, it appeared remarkably effortless to him. He had traversed this initial step numerous times, growing increasingly adept with each attempt, yet the subsequent step became progressively perilous. He forced himself to calm his mind, fully aware that the final and most critical step was upon him. He needed to infuse his star spirit with the essence of Tao. He had experimented with various methods, infusing the intent of the blade, true fire, or even attempting both simultaneously, as well as refraining from infusing anything at all. Yet, all his endeavors had ended in failure. This time, however, he aimed to infuse his own will, his own unique intent. This was not the intent of Tingyu or Wudong. It belonged solely to him, Su Chang'an. It was the culmination of his insights over the past 6 months of cultivation. He recognized that this so-called intent was still immature, yet he was willing to attempt it, hoping to refine his understanding through this trial. Intent is an enigmatic concept, difficult to articulate, yet undeniably real. Su Chang'an endeavored to infuse it into the star spirit, but he faltered, his body trembling as a result, leaving his complexion pallid. Observing this, Xiahou Siyue and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. They watched Su Chang'an anxiously, ready to rush to his side at the slightest indication of distress. Most individuals might have sensed something amiss at this juncture and chosen to abandon their efforts. Yet Su Chang'an was different. Despite his seemingly frail exterior, he possessed an indomitable spirit. He summoned his will once more, attempting to merge it with the nascent star spirit. His body quaked again, and his intent was repelled, rendering his complexion even more ashen. Chang'an, young Master Su, Xiaohou Siyue, and the others exclaimed in alarm, rushing towards him, their concern evident on their faces. Yet perhaps due to his two failures, which had left him somewhat weakened, or perhaps due to his obsession with breaking through, Su Chang'an paid no heed to their cries and concern. He sat up straight once more, a surge of blood rushing to his head. Gritting his teeth, he mobilized all his strength to once again infuse his will into the star spirit. This time, a violent tremor coursed through him, and with a soft splatter, a jet of blood erupted from his mouth, causing his complexion to grow even more haggard. The girls were instantly horrified, instinctively rushing to assess his injuries. At that moment, a figure streaked in with a flash of purple lightning. By the time they reacted, Chu Shifeng had already positioned himself before Su Chang'an. Frowning, he raised his hand towards Su Chang'an's crown, intending to heal him. The girls felt a slight relief. After all, with Chu Shifeng's formidable prowess, they believed Su Chang'an would not suffer any grave consequences. However, to their astonishment, just as Chu Shifeng's hand was about to touch Su Chang'an's crown, Su Chang'an unexpectedly extended his hand to stop him. Chu Shifeng was taken aback. He could tell that Su Chang'an was gravely injured. Yet he could not comprehend why Su Chang'an would prevent him from healing him. Elder Chu, let me try again. Su Chang'an spoke with some difficulty due to the internal injury, but when he lifted his gaze to meet Chu Shifeng's, the latter was struck by the determination in his eyes. There was a glimmer of joy in those bright orbs. Indeed, Su Chang'an suddenly smiled. A smile filled with genuine happiness, even as blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Let me try again. I think I understand. Chu Shifeng was momentarily stunned, beginning to grasp the significance of Su Chang'an's assertion of understanding. This was a remarkable revelation, the ability to comprehend intent at the gathering spirit realm. Logically, this should be an extraordinary opportunity, yet Chu Shifeng hesitated, sensing the chaotic condition within Su Chang'an. If left untreated, the consequences could be dire. Rationality urged him to intervene immediately, but the radiance of aspiration in Su Chang'an's eyes caused him to waver. Just as he was in doubt, an aged voice resonated from within the Yuhing pavilion. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. Shifeng, let him go. Chu Shifeng was taken aback, contemplating the words before finally exhaling a long sigh and stepping aside. The three girls, however, were evidently dissatisfied with this decision. They attempted to rush forward to stop Su Chang'an, only to be obstructed by a gleaming white blade. Lord Yuhing, how can you allow Chang'an to act recklessly? He is your disciple. Xiaohou Siyue cried out, recognizing the blade's significance and understanding Chu Shifeng's stance. At that moment, Gu Xianjun and Fan Riyue furrowed their brows, their expressions solemn as they regarded Su Chang'an. A radiant aura shimmered around them, indicating their readiness to forcibly prevent Su Chang'an's perilous actions. Chu Shifeng cast a glance at them, and a surge of purple light enveloped the three girls, binding them with an invisible force, rendering them immobile. Forced to stand in place. Let him be. His path is more arduous than yours. Even if he escapes this trial, he cannot evade the next. The lament of Yuhing echoed in the night, both aged and heroic, reminiscent of a warrior's elegy and the melancholic melody of a border flute, lingering in the ears of all present. Upon hearing these words, Xiaohou Siyue and Gu Xianjuan's expressions shifted, gradually relinquishing their struggles, their heads bowed in contemplation. Only Fan Riyue seemed unwilling to accept this fate, attempting to take action, but her cultivation level was simply too low, rendering her efforts insignificant before Chu Shifeng. Regardless of her attempts, she could not move an inch. With great difficulty, Su Chang'an propped himself upright once more, blood spilling from his mouth and staining his garments, rendering him a pitiful sight. He managed to smile at the others, then resolutely closed his eyes again. This time, he sank his energy into his dantian, shutting down his six senses, immersing himself completely within. The surrounding events faded from his perception, becoming irrelevant to him. This was a profound state known as self-forgetfulness, a technique imparted to him by Wudong. He had once struggled with it, but after months of cultivation, he had gradually mastered it. He began to contemplate the essence of intent. The reason his intent could not be accepted by the star spirit was that it was not yet truly his own. His understanding of intent stemmed from observing Chu Shifeng over the past months. He had grasped only its form, but not its essence. In that moment, as he gathered all his strength to infuse his intent into the star spirit, he suddenly realized what was missing from his understanding. It was himself. Intent derived from mimicking others ultimately belonged to them. Su Chang'an's path was to forge his own. In the absence of self and intent, there is no self in the Tao. The path of selflessness is the path of others. It is the path of deviation. Among the myriad paths of the Tao, one's own is paramount. Suddenly, Su Chang'an's aura surged magnificently, and the spiritual energy of the cosmos began to converge upon him once more. The onlooker's expressions transformed with shock. This overwhelming presence was beyond what a mere gathering spirit cultivator could possess. He had attained enlightenment. Chu Shifeng murmured in awe as he gazed at the blood-soaked youth. Indeed, Su Chang'an had grasped it. The Tao is birthed from the domain. The domain generates momentum. Momentum arises from intent, and intent is born from the heart. With his intent fully formed, he had laid the foundation for his path to enlightenment. A broad, resplendent road unfolded before him. With a determined shout, he thrust his complete intent forcefully into the star spirit. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. His hair lifted by the autumn breeze, revealing his youthful visage beneath. A sudden clap of thunder shattered the stillness, and amidst the murky starry sky, a celestial body broke through layers of mist, casting a brilliant radiance upon this world, this city, Tianlan Yuan, and the young boy within it. A few girls stood frozen, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word in response to the extraordinary phenomenon. Only Chu Shifeng, upon the emergence of that light, swiftly turned his gaze towards the horizon, his eyes narrowing into slits, his grip on his blade tightening. He sensed a familiar aura. An elder within Yuheng Pavilion abruptly rose, his eyes wide open, shimmering with a fierce light, akin to a lion awakened, surveying his domain with a cold glare. He hastened to the window and gazed up at the starry expanse. Fixated on the radiant star, it was a star that had long since perished, a celestial body that had fallen in the northern lands 2 years prior. She bore a beautiful name, Inghua, Tingyu. The elder murmured, his lips trembling irregularly, as if fearing to awaken something. Remarkably, that star seemed to respond to his whisper. Flickering abruptly, the elder's heart trembled, as if something swirled within his gaze. Tianlan has wronged you indeed, he murmured, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. Unable to be contained any longer, it was hard to fathom what could evoke such sorrow from a star that had safeguarded humanity for a century. Perhaps sensing the elder's emotions, the star flickered once more, sending a beam of starlight through the window, illuminating the elder's form. The elder appeared to discern the message conveyed by the star through that beam of light. He awkwardly wiped away his tears and, trembling, said, "Wait a little longer. Shu will arrive soon. At that time, I will plead for your forgiveness alongside your master." The star flickered again, seemingly in rejection of something. Another beam of starlight fell. Yuheng turned his gaze, and the light fell upon Su Chang'an, who was seated on the martial arts platform. Understanding the implication, he nodded and declared, "Rest assured. As long as Shu draws breath, he shall protect him. Even if the head of the Star Pavilion himself intervenes, no one shall harm him in the slightest." The star appeared satisfied with the response, retracting the starlight cast upon Yuheng before sending down another series of beams, culminating in a total of 9 beams directed towards Su Chang'an. Then the star flickered again, as if searching for something within this realm, yet ultimately failing to find the individual it sought. Its starlight gradually dimmed, as if an inexplicable yet formidable willpower obstructed its communication with this world. In the end, it reluctantly emitted a faint glimmer before vanishing entirely amidst the starry expanse. Unbeknownst to Su Chang'an, a series of events transpired outside. He had shut off his 6 senses, and even if someone screamed in his ear, he remained oblivious. However, he could feel a tremendous force surging from the outside the moment he successfully penetrated the star spirit. This power was overwhelming, so potent that even if he summoned all his spiritual energy, it would be akin to a single leaf adrift in a vast ocean, utterly defenseless against it. What astonished Su Chang'an was the apparent lack of malice in this force, as it coursed through his limbs and meridians, mending the internal injuries he had sustained from forcibly cultivating the star spirit. This energy seemed to possess a sentience, gathering in his dantian, where his divine blood instinctively recoiled in fear. As the energy entered his dantian, the divine blood shrank into a corner, akin to a startled rabbit hiding away, refusing to emerge. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The energy suddenly divided into 9 portions, enveloping the 9 star spirits, while visible tendrils extended from all directions. Penetrating the star spirits, Su Chang'an was taken aback, uncertain of what would transpire next, but instinctively sensed that this energy harbored no intent to harm him. Moreover, in the face of such vast power, he could do nothing, prompting him to remain calm and observe the unfolding events. Within mere moments, all 9 of his star spirits were filled by the tendrils of that energy. A peculiar sound resonated within him, a syllable unlike any produced by earthly instruments. It was brief, yet seemed to embody profound truths of the universe, carrying an unusual rhythm. Su Chang'an felt a strange familiarity with this sound, yet could not recall where he had heard it before. As the sound echoed, his nine-star spirits began to dissipate. What had once been tangible spiritual energy gradually vaporized, intertwining with the true fire, sword intent, and his essence into a thick gas. Once all the star spirits had fully vaporized, the nine energies merged together, entwined with the gaseous spiritual energy and the essence of the Tao. Enveloped by this energy, Su Chang'an could not discern the situation within. Yet he sensed the intertwining of spiritual energies and the slow amalgamation of the Tao. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the energy abruptly contracted inward. And at that moment, control of his body was finally reclaimed by Su Chang'an. As he focused his gaze, he found a single star spirit quietly revolving within his dantian, radiating dazzling brilliance, with flashes of spiritual flames and sword intent dancing upon its surface. At its core lay a resplendent point of light, which Su Chang'an recognized as his essence. With his eyes suddenly opening, he looked towards those who were watching him with concern and declared, "I have attained enlightenment." Chapter 7. A chance encounter with Meng Pai. Though Su Chang'an ultimately did not break through, after the convergence of the 9 stars, only a single star spirit remained within him, yet it contained the spiritual energy and essence of the 9 spirits combined. The power encompassed within this singular star spirit was equivalent to the totality of the 9 spirits. Remarkably, 6 months prior, he had been able to face 7 opponents using only 1 sword intent star spirit and 1 true fire star spirit. Thus, although Su Chang'an now appeared as merely a martial artist at the initial stage of gathering spirits, his actual combat prowess was sufficient to contend with even those at the ordinary Fanshan realm. Most importantly, the conflict concerning the Tao essence among the star spirits that had long plagued him was finally resolved. He simply needed to methodically cultivate 8 more star spirits to break through to the 9-star realm. This was undoubtedly fortuitous for Su Chang'an. Logically, this should have been a cause for celebration, yet he found himself unable to rejoice in the past 2 days. Ever since that fateful night, he had been bettered in for 2 days. He attempted to explain to the 3 girls that the internal injuries he had sustained had been completely healed by the sudden surge of miraculous energy. But their resentment towards his reckless decision to forcibly break through made them unwilling to listen. For the first time, the 3 girls, typically at odds, united in their determination to confine Su Chang'an to his room, insisting he rest and recover from his imagined injuries. At that moment, Su Chang'an sat idly on the edge of his bed, leaning against the wall, staring blankly ahead. He pondered the nature of the power that had surged into him that night. Initially, he suspected that Yuheng or Chu Shifeng had secretly assisted him, but both had subsequently denied it. He had also heard the 3 girls mention the extraordinary phenomenon that had occurred that night, which led him to surmise that the source of that power was indeed connected to the celestial event. However, what puzzled him was why such an event had transpired, and who might have been aiding him from the shadows. Su Chang'an carefully recalled everyone he knew who might possess such abilities, and aside from Chu Shifeng and Yuheng, only Wudong remained. Ku Wudong is currently thousands of miles away, and Su Chang'an pondered for a moment, uncertain of Wudong's whereabouts. Yet, these uncertainties seemed to herald good fortune, and thus he chose to dismiss them from his mind. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a young girl clad in yellow entered cautiously, cradling something in her hands. "Ruyu," Su Chang'an exclaimed, hurriedly rising from his bed. As he focused on the object she held, his expression soured. It was a bowl of soup, concocted from unknown ingredients. According to Xiahou Suyu, these were rare medicinal herbs brought from the palace, treasures that held value, yet remained unrecognized by the outside world. However, the 3 girls had no understanding of pharmacology, nor did they possess culinary skills. They merely tossed the precious ingredients into a pot, resulting in the peculiar brew now in Ruyu's hands. Having tasted it several times, Su Chang'an found it challenging to express his opinion on the flavor. Yet, each time he encountered the concerned and hopeful gazes of the girls, he gritted his teeth and drank it all. "Young master, you are awake?" Ruyu blinked her beautiful eyes and addressed Su Chang'an. "I have never truly slept." Su Chang'an replied helplessly. He glanced behind Ruyu, seemingly searching for something. "Why haven't I seen Xianjun and my senior sister?" Typically at this hour, Xiahou Suyu and Gu Xianjun would accompany Ruyu, but today she was alone, which puzzled Su Chang'an. Ruyu cast a reproachful glance at him and said, "You've been so engrossed in your cultivation lately that you have little time for other matters." Su Chang'an was taken aback, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Has something happened in the past few days? First, drink the medicine. And I will tell you, Ruyu teased, playfully blinking her eyes as she presented the bowl of soup to Su Chang'an with a bright smile. Her beauty was fully illuminated by her playful demeanor, and had they not known each other for months, Su Chang'an might have lost his senses at that smile. Gazing at the odd-colored concoction before him, and then at the eager expression on Ruyu's face, Su Chang'an clenched his teeth, pinched his nose, and fought against the horrid taste that assaulted his palate, finally downing the entire bowl. Sweating profusely, he set the bowl aside and gasped for air. Sometimes, he mused, he would rather face Long Xiangjun or In Shanzhuo in battle than drink this dreadful brew. You young master, Ruyu exclaimed, observing his drenched forehead, and playfully scolded him. Yet, she pulled out a white handkerchief from somewhere and gently wiped away the sweat from his brow. As Su Chang'an inhaled the fragrance, uncertain if it stemmed from Ruyu or her handkerchief, his heart raced, and an unnatural blush crept onto his face. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he instinctively moved back and asked, You still haven't told me what has transpired in Chang'an recently? Ruyu seemed accustomed to his bashfulness. She chuckled as she withdrew her handkerchief and replied, I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. I only overheard the princess and Miss Gu discussing it at the dining table. It seems that in the western regions, a new tribe has risen in Liangzhou, and its leader has gained the favor of the barbarian king. They have defeated more than 10 of our generals at the western border and have used a clever strategy to breach the Xiaohu Pass, currently besieging Liyan City. The princess hurried back to the palace, likely concerning this matter. And what of Xianjun? Has she gone as well? Su Chang'an inquired. Ruyu shook her head. Miss Gu has left Chang'an to attend to another matter. What matter? Su Chang'an was taken aback. He recalled the lengths to which the Gu family had gone to send her to Chang'an, for its strategic location near the imperial city, protected by several starfall figures. What could be so urgent as to compel her to leave her safety behind? Recently, there was a small town near Chang'an called Lanling Town, which seems to have provoked bandits or something. A few days ago, the town was slaughtered and thousands of people, both adults and children, were killed. There is a prominent family in town, also surnamed Gu, who appears to be a distant relative of Miss Gu. The Holy Emperor was furious about this incident and dispatched the thief Chao Guosanyun to investigate, and Miss Gu accompanied him. I see, Su Chang'an nodded in acknowledgement, though his brow furrowed. From his understanding of Gu Xianjun, the urgency prompting her departure could not merely be due to a distant relative. Furthermore, Ruyu suddenly added, her voice dropping as she unconsciously lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment, resembling a child who had erred. Amused by her demeanor, Su Chang'an inquired, What else is there? I'm unsure if I should speak of it, Ruyu murmured softly. What is there to hold back? Speak freely. Su Chang'an encouraged with a smile. Ruyu hesitated, her head bowed in contemplation for some time before she finally confessed, half a month ago. Long Xiangjun visited Ba Huangyuan. Su Chang'an was momentarily stunned, then responded, Is that all? He could not comprehend why Ruyu seemed hesitant to disclose this information. Yes, Ruyu confirmed, still looking down. He took your request and left with the Nai from Ba Huangyuan. Nai? Su Chang'an's brow furrowed once more. He was no longer the naive lad who had just entered Tianlan. He possessed a certain understanding of affairs in Chang'an. Nai was a divine artifact of Ba Huangyuan, a sword left by one of its founders. Legend had it that this sword was forged from the bones of the deceased from the Yuming realm, immersed in the volcanic lava of the western regions for 49 days to become a fearsome blade. It was said that one who beheld Nai would drink Meng Po's potion, highlighting its lethal reputation. Such a miraculous treasure left Su Chang'an puzzled as to why Ba Huangyuan would part with it merely for a request at the star meeting. Noticing Su Chang'an's prolonged silence and furrowed brow, Ruyu felt a wave of anxiety rise within her, fearing he was troubled by the news. She timidly asked, Young master, are you upset with me? Snapping back to reality, Su Chang'an looked at Ruyu with confusion. Upset? Why would I be upset with you? Ruyu, still looking down, murmured, If it weren't for me, that sword might have belonged to you. Su Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he patted the sword beside him. What use do I have for a sword? I prefer knives. Perhaps Su Chang'an's casual tone or the inherent contradiction in his statement prompted Ruyu to lift her gaze, searching for something in his eyes. Yet, she found herself unsuccessful, for Su Chang'an's eyes were as clear as an autumn pond, transparent and untainted. She could not decipher his thoughts. What was Nai to him? It bore no relation to his preference for knives, even if he had no intention of wielding it. Presenting it to the Holy Emperor would surely secure a marquis title without issue. Just as she was about to express her thoughts, she suddenly recalled that night when the young man stepped forward, boldly stating, This is not right, in front of those noble gentlemen. His eyes had mirrored the same clarity they held now. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and the words she intended to say were swallowed back. She realized that regardless of Su Chang'an's awareness of the sword's value, his response would undoubtedly remain unchanged. Suddenly, she broke into a radiant smile, gazing at Su Chang'an, her beautiful eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Chapter 8. The goddess's intent. Su Chang'an felt increasingly uneasy under Ru Yu's suddenly peculiar gaze. He lowered his head slightly, avoiding the gaze of Fan Riyue. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he raised his head once more to look at her. By the way, Riyue, there is a matter I have long wished to inquire about, yet it slipped my mind. And Fan Riyue came back to herself, perhaps realizing that her previous behavior had been somewhat reckless, causing her complexion to deepen in hue. I recall hearing someone mention that your senior sister's brother, the fifth prince, seems to hold a particular fondness for you, Su Chang'an casually inquired. However, Fan Riyue reacted as if a rabbit had been stepped on, springing to her feet and standing nervously to the side, stammering and unable to utter a single word. What is it? Su Chang'an found himself puzzled, inwardly speculating whether he had inadvertently said something wrong. Just as he was about to apologize, Fan Riyue spoke in a barely audible voice. Yes, she spoke softly, casting a cautious glance at Su Chang'an. Upon seeing his expressionless face, she felt a slight sense of relief and continued. I have indeed met the fifth prince a few times. He has expressed some affection towards me. Oh, Su Chang'an's eyes brightened, seemingly intrigued, and he curiously asked, do you fancy him? I have heard that the fifth prince is talented and exceptionally handsome. Many young women secretly admire him. He intended to tease Fan Riyue, but to his surprise, his words caused her to panic. She raised her head, repeatedly waved her hands, and anxiously declared, No, I have never liked the fifth prince. At that time, I was on the verge of being married off, and the fifth prince had promised to help me buy my freedom. So I thought that if someone could indeed rescue me from my plight, following him would not be so bad. At this point, Fan Riyue glanced at Su Chang'an again, noticing that he still appeared expressionless. Feeling a flicker of irritation, she bit her lip, raising her voice a notch as she said, However, it was you, Su Gongzi, who ultimately saved me. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell into silence. Fan Riyue waited for a response from Su Chang'an, but when she looked at him, she found him staring blankly at her, as if hesitating over something. Her heart began to race. She shyly lowered her head again, fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Su Chang'an's expression turned somewhat peculiar, sensing that Fan Riyue seemed to be upset with him. He thought that it should have been the fifth prince who came to her rescue, thus allowing them to be together openly. However, he was uncertain if his assumptions were correct, so he tentatively asked, Riyue, do you wish to return to the fifth prince? And Fan Riyue was taken aback, looking at Su Chang'an in confusion, not understanding why he would say such a thing. Feeling a bit anxious himself, Su Chang'an watched as Fan Riyue remained silent for a long moment, convinced that he had discerned her thoughts. He believed that a girl would often choose to remain silent on matters related to her affections, further affirming his suspicions. Yet, this realization did not bring him joy. He had grown accustomed to having this beautiful girl take care of him, and the thought of her potentially returning to someone else left him feeling disheartened. Nevertheless, he did not wish to force Fan Riyue into anything against her will. At that moment, Fan Riyue seemed to have realized that Su Chang'an misunderstood her words, and she hastily opened her mouth to explain. However, Su Chang'an preemptively spoke, if you truly miss him, I can ask my senior sister to convey a message to the fifth prince. Su Chang'an said this, but the expression on his face betrayed his innermost thoughts. Fan Riyue was momentarily stunned. She looked at the boy before her, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, her heart inexplicably warmed. Finally, she stamped her foot, blushing as she glanced at Su Chang'an and exclaimed, You are truly a blockhead, Su Gongzi. Then, under Su Chang'an's astonished gaze, she fled his room in haste, leaving him staring blankly at her retreating figure. In the following 2 days, the Tianlan courtyard had grown remarkably quiet. Without Guxianjuan and Xiahou Suyu, the Tianlan courtyard lacked much of the usual commotion and joy. Su Chang'an had to admit that having become accustomed to the lively company of the spirited Xiahou Suyu and the whimsical Guxianjuan, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to their absence. Meanwhile, Fan Riyue seemed to still harbor some resentment towards him. Although Su Chang'an was uncertain about what he had done wrong, he felt that upsetting a girl was ultimately undesirable. Thus, he attempted to find opportunities to apologize. Unfortunately, some things backfired, and after he rehearsed a heartfelt apology, the usually gentle and obedient girl became even more upset, leading to 2 days of silence between them. On the 4th day at dawn, Su Chang'an was awakened by urgent knocking at the door. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced outside and noticed that the sky was still dim, with only a faint outline of the moon visible. It was not yet the hour. Su Chang'an stood up, somewhat displeased, wondering who could possibly be knocking so early. When he opened the door, he found Fan Ryue looking at him with great urgency. Puzzled, he thought, wasn't she still angry with him? Why was she here so early? Before he could say anything, Fan Ryue exclaimed, "Something's wrong, Su Gongzi." Still in a daze, Su Chang'an rubbed his eyes again and asked, "What's wrong?" Miss Gu is in trouble." Fan Ryue's urgency escalated, and the last part of her sentence nearly came out as a shout. Su Chang'an jolted awake, realizing that the matter must be serious, given the distressed look on Fan Ryue's face. He felt a weight in his heart and asked, "What exactly happened?" Fan Ryue seemed flustered, her words tumbling out in a rush. "A few days ago, Miss Gu went to Lanling Town with the thief Cao Guosanyan. According to protocol, she was supposed to send a message via a raven to the Prime Minister's residence every 3 hours. However, since yesterday afternoon, we have not received any news. It has now been 8 hours without a word. The court has dispatched the divine General Du Wei with 300 elite soldiers to investigate." As Fan Ryue spoke, Su Chang'an quickly donned his usual attire, a simple blue robe, light-colored trousers, and a pair of black boots. "What did Master Yuing say?" Su Chang'an asked, adjusting his clothing and reaching for a concealed dagger that flew into his hand from within its sheath. This act of summoning an object from a distance was something a scholar could achieve at the gathering spirit level, while martial artists typically attained it at the Tai level. Su Chang'an's sudden display startled Fan Ryue, yet she knew this was not the time to marvel at such feats. She continued, "Master Yuing has sent Elder Chu to accompany the mission, and they are preparing to leave from the front courtyard." Su Chang'an nodded solemnly and was about to head towards the front courtyard when he suddenly paused mid-step. He turned to Fan Ryue, saying, "Ryue, you should stay here. I will go with Elder Chu." But Fan Ryue insisted, "Gongzi, I am nearly at the Jiuxing level. If you allow me to accompany you, I can certainly be of assistance." "Not possible." Su Chang'an shook his head, asserting, "I do not know what realm Cao Guosanyan is at. But Xianjuan is indeed a formidable figure at the Fanchen level. Her fate remains uncertain. Your presence would only complicate matters. Moreover, those thieves dare to slaughter in the vicinity of Chang'an, under the Emperor's nose, which suggests they possess some form of support." But Fan Ryue attempted to argue further, but was gently silenced by a hand covering her mouth. She looked at Su Chang'an, who had leaned closer, gazing into his eyes for the first time from such a proximity, and suddenly fell silent. "Rest assured, I shall certainly rescue Xianjun." The voice was somewhat juvenile, yet possessed an enchanting allure that compelled one to believe. At that moment, Fan Ryue's heart, which had been in turmoil, suddenly found solace. After uttering these words, Su Chang'an sheathed his sword upon his back and strode purposefully towards the Tianlan courtyard, shrouded in the morning mist. Chapter 9. The Cautious Divine General. "Are you going?" Chu Shifeng cast a sidelong glance at the approaching Su Chang'an. Indeed, Su Chang'an nodded, standing shoulder to shoulder with him at the entrance of the Tianlan courtyard. In September, the air in Chang'an was thick with dew, cloaking the old and the young in the dim light of dawn. Their silhouettes were indistinct, yet the glimmer of the exposed blade on their backs shone brightly. Suddenly, a gust of autumn wind swept through, stirring the fallen leaves that lay undisturbed in the courtyard. Clop, clop, clop. A sudden flurry of hoofbeats echoed from afar. "Hey!" Moments later, a man's coarse shout rang out. A robust chestnut stallion reared up, almost toppling its rider. Yet the man atop it let out a sharp command, his body seemingly affixed to the saddle. A surge of yellow spiritual light erupted from below his navel, arresting the horse's backward momentum. The stallion's hooves struck the ground with such force that they shattered the finely laid bluestone path in front of Tianlan courtyard, creating 2 deep craters. "Are you Chu Shifeng?" inquired the rider, as a battalion of soldiers clad in dark armor marched in unison behind him. Su Chang'an frowned. Even from several dozen meters away, he could still detect the faint scent of blood emanating from those soldiers. "Yes," Chu Shifeng replied, lifting his gaze to meet that of the rider. At this moment, Su Chang'an scrutinized the man before him, a figure in his 40s, donned in brass armor, wielding a colossal blade that towered over him. His shoulders bore the insignia of 2 tiger head pauldrons, while a crimson cape billowed behind him in the autumn breeze. His face was adorned with a thick beard, nearly concealing his lips, and his bulging eyes were fixed intently on Su Chang'an and his companion. It was evident that he was Du Wei, the divine general dispatched by the Holy Emperor to Lanling Town. "Will you also accompany us?" Du Wei's gaze flickered to Su Chang'an beside Chu Shifeng. quickly discerning that Su Chang'an was merely a martial artist on the cusp of gathering spiritual energy. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, perplexed by how such an individual could have instilled enough courage in his beloved son to engage in the star-gathering conference. Yes, we shall go together, Chu Shifeng replied, glancing at Su Chang'an and nodding at Du Wei. His tone was so matter-of-fact that it left no room for doubt. Du Wei felt a momentary surge of irritation at Chu Shifeng's demeanor. Do you not have horses? Do they not lack them as well? Su Chang'an interjected, gesturing towards the ranks of soldiers behind the man. Du Wei paused, his expression darkening. Very well, I hope that the esteemed Su Gongzi, the Star King of the Star-Gathering Conference, will not lose his way. With that, he struck the horse's hindquarters with the back of his blade, causing the stallion to whinny in pain and bolt forward, covering nearly 100 meters in mere moments. The soldiers, as if receiving a signal, shimmered with spiritual light and marched forward in sync, following Du Wei's figure. At this juncture, Chu Shifeng turned to Su Chang'an and asked, "Can you keep up?" Su Chang'an tilted his head, contemplating earnestly before nodding, "I can." Hearing Su Chang'an's affirmative response, Chu Shifeng felt relieved. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of purple light, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, soaring into the distance. It was Su Chang'an's first encounter with Chu Shifeng's true prowess, leaving him in awe. Nevertheless, he too sprang into action, pushing off the ground with his heels and becoming a fleeting shadow as he pursued the direction in which Chu Shifeng had vanished. Yet, he soon realized that he could not match the speed of such a long-established prodigy. It was a challenge just to keep pace with the soldiers. Strangely enough, while the soldiers appeared to walk leisurely, their speed was astonishing. Even with all his effort, the distance between them only widened. This approach is evidently insufficient, he muttered to himself. A thought flickered through his mind, and the star spirit within him began to circulate. Waves of true fire were summoned, forming fiery trails beneath his feet. With the flames igniting, a surge of wind followed. His body suddenly felt lighter, a smile gracing his face as he pushed off once more, now moving 30% faster than before. Although he still could not catch up to Chu Shifeng, he managed to match the soldiers' pace, no longer fearing to be left behind. Lanling town lay nestled in a valley, not far from Chang'an, merely 500 li away. Though small, it thrived due to its proximity to Chang'an, attracting merchants and caravan guards alike for rest. Yet, who could have imagined that this town, situated beneath the emperor's gaze, had recently fallen victim to a massacre perpetrated by unknown assailants? Thousands of lives had been extinguished, their corpses lying in the streets, and even after several days, the stench of blood lingered heavily in the air. Du Wei could perceive it even from miles away. He had reached the valley adjacent to Lanling town. With the town just ahead, the season had turned to late autumn, and the once verdant grassland in the valley had succumbed to desolation, now withered and yellowed. The occasional gust of autumn wind sent shivers through the grass, resembling decaying corpses devoid of flesh, snapping apart with the slightest disturbance. Du Wei struck his horse with the blade once more, glancing back to find nothing but the desolate valley before him, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. At this hour, just past dawn, the thick autumn fog had yet to dissipate, but the outline of Lanling town gradually materialized before him. He was about to urge his weary steed onward when he suddenly noticed a figure standing not far away, facing away from him, seemingly gazing in the direction of Lanling town. Yet due to the fog, he could not discern the figure's features. Instinctively, Du Wei tightened the reins, slowing his advance. On this early autumn morning, a solitary figure stood in the distance, gazing at a town that had been ravaged by slaughter. Years of battlefield experience told him that this scene was anything but ordinary. He gripped the hilt of his trusty blade, a companion through countless battles, while his steed seemed to sense his unease, stepping cautiously through the parched earth, inching closer to the figure. After about 15 minutes, he was within 10 meters of the figure, yet it remained turned away from him. Logically, this should have been advantageous, at such a distance. With his prowess as a divine general of Du Wei, he could easily seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. Yet Du Wei found no joy in this. Having survived numerous dangers throughout his years, he had witnessed many more powerful than himself perish, and the single reason for his survival was his unwavering caution. In that moment, his mind raced with possibilities. If this figure were connected to the massacre, then the disappearance of the bandit Chao and the young lord of the Gu family must also be intertwined with him. Although Chao Guiyun was a scholar, he had attained the earth spirit level and was accompanied by the young lord and several martial artists of formidable cultivation. If a conflict were to arise, even the slightest delay could grant this old scholar the chance to unleash destruction at the heaven-listening level. Thus, The true strength of this man before him must surely exceed the heaven-listening realm, and someone of such caliber would undoubtedly notice if anyone approached within 10 meters of him. However, this figure showed no intention of turning around from beginning to end. If Du Wei had not overestimated his own strength, then the only plausible explanation was that the person before him possessed sufficient confidence to withstand a sudden attack from Du Wei, even at such a short distance. This conjecture caused beads of cold sweat to form on Du Wei's forehead as he cautiously moved forward. Before long, the distance between him and that figure had shrunk to less than 5 meters. This time, he vaguely discerned that the figure appeared to be carrying a familiar-looking blade on its back, although he could not quite recall where he had seen it before. Suppressing his inner questions, he understood that in a duel between masters, victory or defeat often hinged on a fleeting moment. Thus, he forced himself to clear his mind of superfluous thoughts and adjusted his state to its optimal condition. At this moment, the distance between him and the figure was less than 2 meters, his weapon raised high, and his steed beneath him was panting heavily. Time seemed to slow down at this instant, and the scene appeared frozen in place. A gust of autumn wind swept through, causing the withered grass beneath their feet to sway. Du Wei felt a surge of determination, recognizing that this was the perfect opportunity. With a guttural shout, he swung his large blade downward. Du Xinjiang, how slow you are. I have been waiting for quite some time. Chew. At that moment, the figure suddenly turned its head, and a chilling voice reached Du Wei's ears. Chapter 10. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Du Wei's hand, raised in the act of striking, froze abruptly. The instant he recognized the figure's face, his expression transformed markedly, for this was a face he had seen just an hour prior. What does Du Xinjiang mean by raising his blade? Has Chu offended you in some way? The figure's demeanor remained cold, and his tone was equally flat. Yet, whether it was an illusion or not, Du Wei sensed a fleeting hint of amusement at the corners of the man's mouth as he spoke. In that moment, Du Wei shook off his initial astonishment and was soon enveloped by a wave of profound embarrassment. The steed beneath him was a renowned beast of the Du Wei, granted to him by the Holy Emperor after he achieved great merit in his early years. Named Fanyu, it was one of the 8 steeds. With its speed, Du Wei believed it could easily leave Chu Shifeng far behind. Thus, when he first glimpsed that figure, he instinctively dismissed the possibility of it being Chu Shifeng, leading to his earlier comical display of alarm. This was undoubtedly a source of great shame, whether it was the rider failing to outrun a footman, or mistaking an ally for an enemy. Either incident would surely provide ample fodder for gossip among his colleagues. Du Wei, being both cautious and proud, forced a composed laugh, attempting to act as though the earlier incident had never transpired. Yet, he unconsciously retracted his initial dismissiveness, having held the position of Du Wei's divine general for decades. If he were truly just an arrogant fool, he would have likely perished on some battlefield in the western regions or northern lands long ago. But he had survived. Neither the snowstorms of the north nor the sands of the west had buried him. Even within the turbulent city of Chang'an, he thrived as if in water. All these experiences indicated that he was not merely the coarse individual he appeared to be. Being dispatched to investigate the massacre in Lanling was hardly a favorable task. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could surmise that those bold enough to commit such acts beneath the emperor's gaze were surely not of virtuous character. The earlier disappearance of the thief Chao Guisanyun and the young lord of the Gu family served as prime evidence. Despite his caution, Du Wei, as a divine general of Du Wei, could not help but harbor some condescension towards the younger Chu Shifeng. However, he was also rational enough to realize, upon witnessing Chu Shifeng's prowess, that his earlier disdain dissipated entirely. He placed Chu Shifeng on an equal footing, which was evident when he dismounted and no longer looked down upon him. Of course, this equality was merely a matter of attitude during their dialogue. It did not imply that they would genuinely collaborate. In fact, from a certain perspective, cooperation between them was nearly impossible, for what seemed to be a straightforward investigation was, in reality, entangled with extremely complex matters, such as the future ruler of Du Wei and the fate of humanity a century hence. The Holy Emperor had designated the eldest prince as the crown prince many years ago, a perfectly normal decision. The principle of favoring the eldest over the youngest had been passed down from previous dynasties, and among the civil and military officials, from the highest ranks to the local magistrates, there was no dissent, for they viewed it as entirely reasonable. Yet in recent years, the Holy Emperor had aged considerably. Though he still appeared as a middle-aged man, anyone with discernment could see that he was growing older. Even his attempts to mask this truth could not conceal the dimming light of his life, which betrayed him. The Holy Emperor was both extraordinarily powerful and exceedingly old. He had occupied his position for nearly a century, and the eldest prince had waited in the role of crown prince for nearly 50 years. During these 50 years, he had been diligent and respectful, satisfying both the people and the holy emperor. Yet now, as the moment he had longed for approached, he became impatient, eager to voice his opinions on state affairs. Most intolerable to the holy emperor was the closeness he shared with the chancellor, Sima Su. The alliance between the crown prince and the powerful ministers of Dawei made many matters self-evident. The holy emperor could not tolerate such insolence and began to entertain the thought of replacing the eldest prince with a worthier candidate. Due to the holy emperor's contemplation, those who did not align with the crown prince began to seek individuals they could support. After years of intrigue and rivalry, only two factions remained among the competitors, the crown prince and the fifth prince. Unluckily, today, Chu Shifeng and Du Wei represented these two factions respectively. Du Wei was aligned with Sima Su of the crown prince's faction, while Chu Shifeng was associated with the fifth prince's faction, the eldest princess. This task, rather than being a simple investigation into the massacre at Lanling, was more accurately a bargaining chip in the power struggle between the crown prince and the fifth prince. The holy emperor's days were numbered, and in the limited time remaining, every event, regardless of its scale, could potentially become the final straw that tipped the balance of his heart. Du Wei was uncertain whether Chu Shifeng understood the significance of the underlying matters, but he was acutely aware. Therefore, no matter how talented Chu Shifeng might be, collaboration was impossible. As Du Wei's mind swirled with these peculiar thoughts, the figures of 300 black-armored soldiers gradually emerged into view. These soldiers marched steadily, their breaths synchronized, each step, gesture, and even breath seemingly commencing and concluding in unison. Though numerous, they moved as one, executing commands with precision. A smile crept across Du Wei's face. Although Chu Shifeng was formidable, he commanded only the meager Su Chang'an, barely gathering spirit. While it was said that months prior, he had single-handedly defeated 7 individuals of the Nine-Star realm, Du Wei's experience led him to dismiss such hearsay, even if it came from his own son, Du Hongzhang. Upon meeting him today, it was evident that he had only just begun to condense a single-star spirit within himself. If the earlier rumors were true, it would only suggest that this stellar figure had made no progress in cultivation over the past half-year, and his earlier stunning performance at the Stellar Assembly was merely a result of Mo Tingyu's bestowal. Initially, he harbored concerns that Su Chang'an might become obsessed with martial pursuits. But upon witnessing the young man today, all his doubts dissipated. He understood better than anyone that an opponent incapable of improvement, no matter how formidable, was hardly a source of fear. Du Wei deliberately glanced behind the ranks of the He Bin army before turning to face Chu Shifeng. A look of regret crossing his features as he remarked, "It seems that young Master Su is missing. Perhaps he lost his way on the journey here." He was not a petty individual, nor was he so frivolous as to seek to regain his dignity by belittling Su Chang'an. Rather, years of battlefield leadership had taught him that the psychological assault was paramount, while the siege was secondary. Having recently suffered a defeat in his exchange with Chu Shifeng, although his body remained unscathed, his momentum had inevitably waned. Thus, he sought to regain his standing by undermining Su Chang'an. This time, he felt utterly confident. He could clearly discern Su Chang'an's realm, despite possessing the inherited star spirit of Mo Tingyu. Each of the 300 Hu Bin warriors was at the level of Fan Chun, wielding the secret techniques of the Dawei. Though their movements appeared ordinary, their speed rivaled that of the average Tai E realm cultivator. Therefore, he firmly believed that he would not falter this time. Yet many times, circumstances evolve in ways one could scarcely anticipate. For instance, Du Wei found himself acutely aware of the truth that plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. The moment his words fell silent, a hand suddenly emerged from among the ranks of the 300 Hu Bin. In that instant, a commotion erupted within the orderly ranks, as if something was forcefully navigating through them. Finally, after a brief span of several breaths, a head emerged between two adjacent Hu Bin in the front row. The owner of the head struggled to extricate himself from the throng of soldiers, adjusting his somewhat wrinkled attire. Eventually, he stood upright, and, meeting Du Wei's astonished gaze, flashed a smile, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Lord Du. Chang'an has not failed in his duty." Chapter 11. Divergence. Perhaps Su Chang'an's demeanor was excessively earnest when he spoke, for Du Wei's expression quickly soured. He waved his hand in irritation, falling silent at last. Once more, he mounted his horse, accompanied by his 300 Hu Bin, and set forth towards Lanling town at the foot of the mountain. Su Chang'an regarded the sullen-faced Du Wei with curiosity, unable to comprehend how someone who had seemed genuinely concerned for his whereabouts could suddenly turn indifferent upon his arrival. However, since coming to Chang'an, he had encountered too many perplexing matters and inscrutable individuals. He had grown accustomed to refraining from probing into the incomprehensible. Moreover, he had more pressing matters to attend to. "Let us go," Chu Shifeng said, approaching and patting Su Chang'an on the shoulder. He then proceeded at a leisurely pace alongside the He Jia who bent towards Lanling town. Su Chang'an responded affirmatively, preparing to follow, when, for reasons unknown, he felt a faint tremor emanating from his dantian. His keen senses detected something amiss. He halted, attempting to discern the cause of the peculiar sensation. But when he focused his mind, the anomaly vanished without a trace. Doubts crept in, leading him to question whether the fleeting tremor had been a mere illusion. At that moment, he glanced up and noted that Chu Shifeng and Du Wei had already traversed several hundred meters. He shook his head, dismissing the odd thoughts from his mind, and quickened his pace to catch up with Chu Shifeng. Meanwhile, a chilling wind swept through the very spot Su Chang'an had occupied moments earlier, and from amidst the scattered dry grass, a dark figure slowly emerged. Cloaked in an oversized black robe, only a pair of blood-red eyes devoid of sclera were visible. The figure was indistinguishable in gender and features. Fixated on the group making their way to Lanling town, its body undulating as if it were silently laughing. The morning fog, which had begun to dissipate, thickened once more. As Su Chang'an approached Chu Shifeng, he sensed something amiss and turned his head to glance at the mountain hollow. The shadow in the black robe jolted, its crimson eyes widening in alarm, and with another gust of wind, its form vanished in an instant. Su Chang'an, gazing at the empty hollow, shook his head, chiding himself for being paranoid. He quelled his unease and followed the others toward Lanling town. The entrance to Lanling town was grand, measuring 5 meters in width and 4 meters in height, rivaling the gates of some small border towns. Being in proximity to the imperial city of Chang'an, such matters could not be assessed by common standards. Yet, this also hinted at the former prosperity and affluence of Lanling town. As the group approached the town's entrance, they found the gate ajar, with a flag inscribed with ancient characters fluttering in the autumn breeze atop the city wall. Everything appeared rather ordinary, as if it were merely a typical small town. Pushing open the door, one would encounter a collection of ordinary households living their lives in commonplace fashion. Yet, the acrid stench of mingled blood and decaying corpses wafting from within served as a constant reminder that behind the half-open gate lay the bodies of thousands of residents. Once a sanctuary of peace and prosperity, Lanling town had now become a graveyard where they could find no rest in death. Standing at the forefront, Du Wei hesitated at the entrance for a moment. When he met the puzzled gaze of Chu Shifeng, he gritted his teeth and stepped inside first. The scene within was even more harrowing than Du Wei had anticipated. The massacre of the town had occurred several days prior, yet due to its horrific nature, the court had not dispatched troops immediately to collect the corpses. Instead, they had sent the rogue Chao Guisanyun and the voluntarily arrived Gu Xianjun to investigate the matter. Perhaps the court prioritized swiftly identifying the perpetrator to quell public outrage. The subsequent mysterious disappearance of Chao Guisanyun and Gu Xianjun only added to the terror surrounding this already unfathomable incident. Ordinary soldiers trembled at the mere mention of this place, and the collection of corpses was indefinitely postponed. To thoroughly investigate the matter, the court had even dispatched a divine general along with the already scarce Huben warriors to Lanling town, highlighting the gravity with which they regarded this situation. Not to mention the simmering public outrage over the massacre, the disappearance of Gu Xianjun, the beloved grandson of the Gu family patriarch, provided ample reason for the court's heightened concern. The Jinwang Gu Qingfeng, one of the last 7-star falls of the Dawei, wielded significant military power and had long governed the northern territories. His wrath was not something ordinary people could bear. Due to these factors, the corpses remained unburied for days, left to rot. As a divine general of the Dawei, Du Wei was no stranger to scenes of death. He had even excavated mass graves containing tens of thousands of bodies. However, those had all been soldiers, regardless of whether they belonged to the enemy or his own side. Human, demon, or barbarian. They were soldiers first and foremost, having prepared themselves for the inevitability of killing or being killed before stepping onto the battlefield. Yet the scene before him was entirely different. The bodies sprawled haphazardly across the streets were predominantly defenseless civilians. Du Wei could not fathom what heinous act could compel such malefactors to take such perilous risks and commit such unspeakable atrocities. The expression on his face darkened at the sight of the decomposing corpses, and even the He Jia Huben warriors who had accompanied him, maintaining their stoic demeanor throughout the journey, visibly faltered at the hellish scene unfolding before them. Du Wei turned his gaze briefly towards Chu Shifeng and Su Chang'an. only to find Chu Shifeng maintaining an expression of indifference, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding scenery. Although Su Chang'an's countenance appeared somewhat grim, it was not markedly different. Du Wei could not help but regard this young man with increased admiration, for it was evident that even seasoned soldiers, familiar with the trials of battle, would find their stomachs churn at such a sight. Even the steadfast warriors of Du Wei's Hubin would show some alteration in their demeanor when confronted with such a scene. Yet, here was Su Chang'an, still so young, managing to retain his composure amidst such horror. Du Wei felt compelled to reassess the boy who had embarrassed his son at the star gathering. After witnessing all that had transpired, if Du Wei failed to recognize the extraordinary qualities of the duo before him, then his reputation as a divine general of Du Wei would be nothing but hollow. He had entirely shed any disdain he previously harbored for Su Chang'an and Chu Shifeng, dismissing any reflections prompted by the gruesome scene. He understood that his mission was not solely to rescue the missing young lord of the Gu family and uncover the truth behind the massacre in Lanling Town. More critically, he needed to secure a significant advantage for the crown prince in the ongoing struggle for the throne. Thus, he respectfully clasped his hands towards Chu Shifeng and stated earnestly, "Brother Chu, Lanling Town is vast, and if we search for clues together, we may waste considerable time. However, with the young Lord Gu and Guosanyun's lives hanging in the balance, we cannot afford such delays. Perhaps we should part ways and seek clues separately." His words rang with righteousness and appeared reasonable, yet his true intent was to distance himself from Chu Shifeng and Su Chang'an. Relying solely on his 300 elite soldiers to accomplish the task, he had anticipated that Chu Shifeng might wish to take some men along, and he had already prepared a rebuttal. However, to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Shifeng simply nodded and replied, "Very well." His response was swift, his tone concise and resolute, as if he had been awaiting this opportunity to cast off certain burdens. This caused Du Wei's already unflattering expression to darken further. Silently, he clasped his hands towards Chu Shifeng and, pulling the reins, led his 300 black-armored who bend deeper into the town. Chapter 12. The face of the swordsman Chu Shifeng and Su Chang'an watched as Du Wei and his 300 black-armored who been receded into the distance. Chu Shifeng's demeanor remained as cold as ever, while Su Chang'an's previously somber expression grew increasingly troubled with the passage of time, his brow knitting tightly as if he were striving to endure some torment. Just as Su Chang'an's face shifted from red to pale, and then to an unsettling shade of purple, Du Wei's party finally vanished from their sight. With a sigh of relief, Chu Shifeng lightly tapped Su Chang'an's back, as if to release him from some invisible restraint. Su Chang'an's head drooped suddenly, his hands bracing against his knees, and he was soon overtaken by violent retching as the acidic contents of his stomach erupted. Having rushed out that morning without any sustenance, his stomach contained nothing but bile. He continued to heave, expelling whatever remained, his stomach now empty, yet the convulsions persisted, as if he sought to expel his very innards. Chu Shifeng, seemingly anticipating this outcome, stood by without surprise, offering neither assistance nor words, simply waiting silently for Su Chang'an. After a prolonged period, Su Chang'an's retching gradually subsided. He stood, his face ashen, yet still reluctant to gaze upon the grotesque corpses strewn about. Fear gripped him, an emotion he felt should not belong to one of the star gatherings chosen. But he was indeed afraid. After all, he was merely a boy on the cusp of his 17th birthday. Throughout his nearly 17 years of life, he had never encountered such a multitude of corpses. Even during that fateful night at Yuyun Ridge, the dead he had seen barely numbered in the dozens. Now, he was confronted with a scene of carnage, a visceral shock that overwhelmed him. His heart trembled inexplicably, and his stomach churned violently. As Su Chang'an gradually regained his composure, he turned to Chu Shifeng, his eyes filled with confusion. Before he could voice his thoughts, Chu Shifeng's voice reached his ears. Confronting slaughter is vital for a swordsman. Chu Shifeng gazed ahead as he spoke. Su Chang'an was taken aback. He could not help but agree with Chu Shifeng's assertion. Just as he was about to express his gratitude for the insight, he suddenly felt something amiss. He looked at Chu Shifeng and asked, "Why did you seal my pulse earlier?" The pulse, a conduit for a cultivator's spiritual energy, when sealed, rendered the practitioner unable to wield any power or make any movements. Upon entering Lanling Town, Su Chang'an had felt a wave of nausea rising within him, on the verge of expulsion, only to be saved by Chu Shifeng's quick intervention, which sealed his pulse, leaving him to endure the turmoil within. It was only after Du Wei had departed that Chu Shifeng had released the seal. Su Chang'an's inquiry did not elicit any change in Chu Shifeng's expression. He merely cast a brief glance at Su Chang'an and replied coldly, "Face is equally important for a swordsman. Su Chang'an was left speechless. Lanling town was not extensive, and they soon arrived at a wide horse path. Observing the architecture around them, it was evident this had once been the marketplace of Lanling town, likely a lively hub. Yet now, it lay littered with decaying corpses. Su Chang'an's pallor had improved somewhat, yet he remained vigilant, gripping his blade as he surveyed the surroundings, while Chu Shifeng crouched beside a corpse, inspecting its features. Now unrecognizable due to decay, he had repeated this action numerous times, and with each examination, his expression grew increasingly grim. This instance proved no different, as Chu Shifeng rose. His brows knit tightly together. Su Chang'an, perplexed by the darkening countenance of Chu Shifeng, inquired, "Senior Chu, what is the matter?" Chu Shifeng regarded him briefly before responding. "It is quite peculiar." "Peculiar?" Su Chang'an echoed, intrigued. "Indeed, very peculiar. Observe these bodies. While their wounds vary in location, they all succumb to a single, lethal strike from some sharp weapon. Furthermore, take note of their scattered positions. Do you understand what this implies?" Su Chang'an, pondering the arrangement of the corpses, ultimately shook his head in uncertainty. Chu Shifeng seemed to have anticipated this response, explaining without turning his gaze, "These bodies fell where they stood before dying. This location is a marketplace, and the scattered positions of the corpses indicate that these individuals were likely perusing the market before their demise." Su Chang'an listened with confusion, struggling to grasp Chu Shifeng's implication. It was natural for people to be at a marketplace before perishing. Why emphasize this fact? He initially intended to voice his thoughts on this point, but then recalled Chu Shifeng's earlier remark about the importance of face for a swordsman. Thus, he pondered carefully before feigning enlightenment. At that moment, Chu Shifeng glanced back at Su Chang'an and, observing his pretense of realization, silently mused to himself, "Chang'an is indeed a fine boy, possessing a pure heart and a strong work ethic, yet, regrettably, somewhat lacking in intellect." The deceased had naturally visited the market prior to their demise, which he assumed would be common knowledge even for Su Chang'an, despite his perceived simplicity. He believed that such insights were merely a means to draw out the subsequent events. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Su Chang'an required his guidance to grasp even this rudimentary concept. He intended to articulate something further, but then recalled the significance of his earlier comments, which held equal weight for the swordsman. Although Su Chang'an's martial prowess was modest, he was still a wielder of the blade, and in Chu Shifeng's eyes, that distinction was synonymous with being a swordsman. Thus, he resolved to preserve Su Chang'an's dignity, managing to muster a semblance of a teachable expression upon his otherwise frigid visage. The elder and younger swordsmen continued their dialogue, mutually respecting each other's dignity in an unspoken understanding, though the atmosphere felt abnormal. Chu Shifeng resumed speaking, his countenance reverting to its previous indifference. "Is something amiss?" Su Chang'an inquired, puzzled. "Imagine you were in the market when suddenly someone burst in, injuring or even killing several people. What would you do?" Chu Shifeng posed the question. Su Chang'an hesitated, then tightened his grip on his blade, stating, "Naturally, I would strike him down." Such a response left Chu Shifeng momentarily taken aback. After studying Su Chang'an for a moment, he clarified, "What I mean is, if you were like these townsfolk, devoid of spiritual power, utterly defenseless against such ruffians." "Oh, I see." Su Chang'an, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose and replied, "In that case, I would flee." Indeed, fleeing would be the only option. In such circumstances, the ordinary populace would instinctively seek refuge in more populated areas. However, as we traverse this town, observe the multitude of corpses scattered about. They appear to have been hastily arranged. Moreover, their expressions and positions reveal no signs of panic or flight. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Su Chang'an pondered earnestly, as if beginning to grasp Chu Shifeng's intended meaning, yet struggled to articulate it clearly. He opened his mouth, words lingering on his lips, but no sound emerged for an extended moment. "This indicates," Chu Shifeng interjected, seemingly lacking the patience to wait for Su Chang'an to organize his thoughts. "This entire town, with its thousands of inhabitants, was slaughtered almost simultaneously by a malevolent force." Chapter 13. The belongings of Mo Tingyu. Perhaps it was the gravity of Chu Shifeng's tone or the sudden chill of the autumn wind, but Su Chang'an inexplicably felt an eerie coldness envelop him. The morning mist, which should have dissipated, grew increasingly dense. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the fog, rendering the early morning in Lanling town eerily dark, as if dusk had descended prematurely, obscuring the surroundings in a shroud of uncertainty. Su Chang'an glanced at the decaying corpses scattered across the ground and felt a sense of foreboding. This unsettling atmosphere felt hauntingly familiar, as though he had encountered a similar eeriness before. Yoyunling. A vivid memory surged into his mind. recalling a night when a man clad in black robes muttered nightmarish incantations amidst an atmosphere as sinister and surreal as the one enveloping them now. His pupils dilated in alarm, and instinctively, his internal star spirit surged, manifesting his blade intent, enveloped in spiritual flames. "Be cautious," he exclaimed, retreating swiftly to Chu Shifeng's side. In that fleeting moment, Chu Shifeng sensed the extraordinary nature of the unfolding situation. The blade in his hand crackled with purple lightning as he drew closer to Su Chang'an. The elder and younger swordsmen stood back to back, blades at the ready, vigilant against their surroundings. As if in response to their poised stance, the darkness deepened, casting Lanling town into a night-like obscurity. The thick fog seemed to possess a will of its own, encircling them tightly. Their visibility diminished significantly, forcing them to concentrate fully to discern anything within arm's reach. Sweat began to bead upon their foreheads, and their gripping hands turned taut from exertion. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed in the air, grating and discordant, as if emanating from a dilapidated wind instrument. It sliced through the mist from all directions, and both Chu Shifeng and Su Chang'an's expressions darkened, sweat accumulating on their brows, forming distinct beads. Shadows began to flicker within the fog, multiplying rapidly, within moments. They were surrounded by these phantoms, their true forms obscured by the haze. Thud! The sound of a droplet from one of their foreheads hitting the cobblestones resonated clearly amidst the oppressive silence of Lanling town, akin to a signal. As the sound echoed, both swordsmen sprang into action. Chu Shifeng moved with astonishing speed, akin to the lightning on his blade. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the nearest shadow, his blade striking from the side with lethal intent, poised to cleave the figure in half. The lightning on his blade blazed brilliantly, illuminating his cold visage beneath disheveled hair, as well as revealing the shadow's true form. In that moment, his pupils widened in shock, for the figure before him bore a visage that could no longer be deemed human. Just moments prior, while examining the corpses, he had glimpsed a face ravaged beyond recognition. Not upon by some beast. This was a person, or at least had been one, but now he was a corpse, an animated, clawed abomination. As the corpse raised its hand, revealing claws that defied human nature, Chu Shifeng's understanding crystallized. This entity was now a puppet, controlled by malevolent forces. His gaze sharpened, and the blade's momentum returned as he swiftly severed the creature. With a swift slice, the blade cleaved through the corpse's midsection, yielding no gory splatter as anticipated. Instead, it parted like freshly baked tofu, and the upper half crumpled before him like a severed kite. However, the ordeal was far from over. The corpse did not succumb easily. Its upper body writhed on the ground, inching closer to Chu Shifeng, extending a hand in a futile attempt to reach him. Furrowing his brow, Chu Shifeng unleashed a flash of purple light, severing the outstretched hand from the body. Yet the creature seemed undeterred, or perhaps indifferent to its diminishing form. It reached out again, but as soon as its hand lifted, it was once more cleaved off. Undeterred, the limbless body writhed and crawled forward, opening its grotesque mouth to lunge at Chu Shifeng's feet. With a deepening frown, Chu Shifeng lifted his foot and brought it down forcefully. Thud! The creature's head exploded under the impact, splattering the ground with a grotesque mixture of desiccated bone, flesh, and brain matter, resembling a ghastly blossom upon the cobblestones. Its remaining body finally ceased its struggle, oozing a foul liquid that was indistinguishable between blood and decay, accompanied by a revolting stench. "Chang'an, that head," Chu Shifeng remarked, pinching his nose in distaste. At that moment, Su Chang'an, having just emerged from the shock of recognizing the true nature of the shadows, sliced through the claw of another approaching corpse. Upon hearing Chu Shifeng's words, he nodded grimly in response. He suddenly leaped up, delivering a diagonal slash that severed the head of the rotting corpse before him. The once menacing figure, now headless, collapsed to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut. Having discovered the method to vanquish their foes, the two swiftly maneuvered through the throngs of corpses. And with each pause, another grotesque head tumbled to the ground. When they finally regrouped, dozens of corpses lay sprawled around them. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. A hideous cackle echoed through the mists, as if mocking Su Chang'an and his companion, and several more corpses rose from the fog. Su Chang'an's brow furrowed. He sensed that this tactic bore a striking resemblance to that of the self-proclaimed deity, Tian Zhao, from Yunling. However, there was no time for contemplation as the figures lunged at them once more. Exchanging a glance with Chu Shifeng, they moved in unison, and within a mere 10 breaths, the corpses met their demise, one after another. After this had transpired multiple times, It seemed the hidden figure in the mist realized that such power posed no threat to Su Chang'an and his companion. Thus, the pointless summoning ceased, granting the two a fleeting moment to breathe. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant, acutely aware that whatever emerged next would likely not be as simplistic as before. A sound akin to flesh scraping against the stone path suddenly erupted, initially faint but growing increasingly distinct. Something was approaching. Su Chang'an's heart raced. At that moment, a silhouette materialized from the fog, advancing slowly, and the scraping sound intensified with each step he took. He halted a few meters away from the two, cloaked in black. Su Chang'an could not discern his features, but the crimson eyes devoid of whites sent a jolt of fear through him. He instinctively understood that this figure would be a formidable adversary, likely connected to the disappearance of Gu Xianjun. Before Su Chang'an could demand answers about Gu Xianjun, the figure in black spoke first. Tianzhao, you are the one who killed him, are you not? The voice was hoarse, reminiscent of the sinister laughter that had echoed through the mist, dry, decayed, and nauseating. Su Chang'an was taken aback, beads of sweat suddenly appearing on his forehead, and his hand gripping the blade trembled uncontrollably. He lowered his gaze, rendered speechless, as if even meeting the gaze of the figure in black was too daunting. Noticing Su Chang'an's unusual demeanor, Chu Shifeng felt a twinge of confusion. This figure, while eerie, should not instill fear in Su Chang'an, who had never bowed to any foe. Even in the face of the sinister Ensure, you possess something that does not belong to you, the figure in black continued. That item rightfully belongs to Mo Tingyu. Chapter 14, where the blade falls. The black-clad figure's voice was soft, yet his words struck Su Chang'an like thunder. At that moment, a chill coursed through Su Chang'an's body, fear rendering his grip on the knife shaky, making it difficult to hold steady. He had to use both hands to steady the blade, halting its tremors. Who are you? Su Chang'an asked, his voice betraying neither joy nor sorrow, but quivered slightly, as if his fear made him somewhat incoherent. The figure in black narrowed his crimson eyes, their blood-red light growing sharper. I am the one forgotten by the world. I have come bearing the will of the gods to punish those treacherous usurpers who dare to tread here. Su Chang'an did not fully comprehend the implications of the figure's words, but he grasped enough to take a step back, instinctively creating a safer distance between himself and the figure. Nevertheless, he pressed on with his inquiries. Are you a divine envoy? The figure seemed to relish Su Chang'an's current demeanor, a cruel smile curling upon his lips beneath the shroud of his cloak. Divine envoy? Indeed. That is how the world once referred to me. Chu Shifeng furrowed his brow, perplexed by Su Chang'an's reaction. Why would this boy, who had never yielded even to the ominous Ensure, suddenly display such strangeness in the presence of this mysterious figure? Moreover, he could not decipher the connection between their dialogue and Mo Tingyu. The violet lightning flickering upon his blade surged once more, for a swordsman. The best way to resolve an incomprehensible matter was to sever it with a single stroke, thereby eliminating further contemplation. This was Chu Shifeng's usual approach, and this time was no exception. He bent his body, his eyes gleaming with predatory intensity, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce. Yet, Su Chang'an abruptly halted his retreat, posing another question. You claimed that certain things within me were meant for him? This time, his voice was steady, devoid of tremors, flowing smoothly, obscuring the emotions coursing within him. Chu Shifeng sensed a shift in the atmosphere, prompting him to quell the electric energy on his blade and relax his stance. Opting to wait and observe, the figure in black appeared to notice the unusual tone in Su Chang'an's voice, about to respond when Su Chang'an interrupted, raising his head. His clear eyes were now imbued with an intensity that concealed something profound. That essence was fierce as the wind and blazing as fire. In the gazes of those he had deemed deserving of death, he had encountered that essence more than once. Yet, inexplicably, this time, it sent tremors through his heart. This essence, which the world referred to as rage, surged within him. Then it was you who attacked him in the northern lands 2 years ago. Su Chang'an's voice crescendoed into a near roar. The figure in black was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why this boy would express such fury over someone he deemed unrelated. However, instinctively sensing danger, a dark red barrier enveloped him. As it turned out, his instincts were correct. Su Chang'an charged forward, dragging his blade, then leaped high into the air, raising his knife above his head. Reminiscent of that fateful snowy night 2 years ago, his eyes, filled with rage, reddened and swelled, the blood within them swirling, rivaling even the gaze of the figure in black. The celestial energy within him began to stir, and the essence of the blade manifested, accompanied by ethereal flames trailing behind him. Chu Shifeng stood transfixed, not only by Su Chang'an's sudden outburst, but also by the blade he wielded. This strike had been taught to him by Tingyu. While he had witnessed Su Chang'an employ it countless times, this occasion felt different. Though lacking in strength, it bore a semblance of mastery. The figure in black also registered a flicker of surprise, but quickly regained composure. He could discern that though Su Chang'an's strike embodied intention, his power fell drastically short. A mocking smile crept across his lips as he observed the approaching youth, the mockery in his eyes growing more pronounced. Bang! A deafening sound erupted. As he had anticipated, Su Chang'an's blade met the dark red barrier before him. Yet it was as ineffective as an ant attempting to shake a tree. He leaned closer, his face nearly brushing against Su Chang'an's blade, separated only by a barrier that Su Chang'an could not breach. This strike, I have seen before, he remarked, and even with only his eyes visible, Su Chang'an could sense the derision etched across his face. Yet he is far superior to you. I was never his match. However, he is foolish enough not to dare draw his blade. A knife hidden within its sheath cannot harm me. This statement pierced through Su Chang'an's heart like a thorn, causing his pupils to widen suddenly, the blood vessels within swirling as if they were about to burst. He let out a series of hoarse, desperate roars, reminiscent of a cornered lion striving to roar its throat raw. The spiritual light surrounding him grew even more radiant as the intent of the blade surged forth, obscuring the heavens and blocking out the sun, while the spiritual flames descended like a deluge. Yet, this was still insufficient. The barrier before the figure in black merely trembled without showing any signs of damage. Su Chang'an's grip on the hilt of his sword was so intense that blood began to seep from his hands, yet he felt no desire to cease. Break for me! He bellowed once more, and within him, the star spirit seemed to sense its master's will. A flicker of Su Chang'an's essence deep within its core radiating a brilliant light. This luminescence enveloped his entire being, and at that moment, the myriad of blade intent and spiritual flames converged. They intertwined along the light emanating from Su Chang'an's body, entangling with one another until they ultimately coalesced into a singular form. The spiritual flames and blade intent, previously akin to two generals at odds with each other, now merged harmoniously as if they were subjects rallying to their sovereign. Su Chang'an felt an inexplicable surge of strength, channeling this newfound vigor into his sword. Though his hands could no longer bear such immense power, veins began to rupture, blood saturating his hands. Nevertheless, he did not entertain the thought of stopping. Gazing into those eyes, so close yet so distant, he recalled the man from the northern lands 2 years prior, who had once faced a similar gaze. A surge of wrath swelled within him, dulling the pain he felt. With a heavy heart, he poured all his strength into the blade. A resounding crash echoed, akin to the shattering of a crystal goblet upon the ground. In the astonished eyes of the figure in black, the dark crimson barrier before him shattered into glimmering fragments, scattering into the murky mist until it vanished completely. The barrier he summoned was destroyed. Su Chang'an's blade, relentless, surged directly toward the figure's face. The mockery on his face transformed into astonishment, terror swiftly creeping into his scarlet gaze. Chapter 15. The Principle of Chu Shifeng. This was an unavoidable strike. Even the figure in black, despite his formidable realm, was merely a puppet here. Yet, this puppet was not to be discarded lightly. It was a creation wrought from secret arts, demanding immense energy, and more crucially, it bore his consciousness. Should the puppet be destroyed, his true form would undoubtedly suffer significant harm, requiring a lengthy time to recuperate. And what he lacked most at this moment was time. However, he was neither a martial artist nor a scholar. Under such circumstances, this puppet struggled to exhibit its inherent power. Faced with Su Chang'an, whom he deemed insignificant, he found himself rendered helpless, compelled to watch the blade approach ever closer. A breath of death quietly descended upon him. After all these years, he encountered that scent once more. He had brought this aroma to countless others, believing he had grown fond of it. Yet at this moment, as he truly inhaled it, he found it still nauseating. A smile finally surfaced on Su Chang'an's fierce face. He could finally do something for Tingyu. He felt genuine joy. He loathed the divine blood, detested the monster within his body. Thus, it was only natural for him to despise those who attempted to implant this essence into Tingyu and inadvertently into himself. Just as his blade was about to sever the eyes he loathed, a cold light shot forth, causing his heart to tremor. Yet, he showed no inclination to retreat. His ferocity intensified, resembling a cornered villain willing to sacrifice flesh to drag the emperor down. The owner of the cold light seemed to sense Su Chang'an's intent. Though she was unaware of the terrifying killing intent he harbored, she swiftly redirected the cold light in her hand, aiming not at Su Chang'an, but at his blade. A sharp clang resonated. The cold light appeared unremarkable, yet its force was tremendous, sending Su Chang'an's body reeling sideways along with his sword. However, the owner of the cold light was not satisfied with this outcome. Another beam of cold light surged forth, aimed straight at Su Chang'an's face. His expression darkened, not only due to the near miss, but also because of this sudden attack. He understood that the force contained within this cold light, if it struck him, would almost certainly spell his demise. At that moment, a flash of purple lightning streaked across the air, and a figure suddenly appeared behind Su Chang'an, gently catching his body as it flew away, then drawing a sword that glimmered with a purple hue. With a resonant clang, the whistling cold light was forcefully halted, struck down to the ground by Chu Shifeng's blade. Chu Shifeng focused on the object in question, revealing a peculiar dagger connected by strange transparent threads. Bon Daoist, your ability to stumble in the gutter truly deserves my admiration, a delicate voice suddenly chimed in. Chu Shifeng, supporting the somewhat fatigued Su Chang'an, quickly retreated to the side, finally able to direct his attention toward the source of the voice. It was a woman clad in a dark purple fitted outfit, perfectly showcasing her alluring figure. Though her face bore the marks of age, she was not unattractive. Rather, it exuded a unique charm of a mature woman. Most strikingly, her lips were adorned with an alluring shade of rouge, and a captivating beauty mark graced the corner of her mouth. However, none of this evoked any surprise from Chu Shifeng. His heart had always belonged to the path of the sword. His life had been devoted to the blade in his hand. Thus far, no beauty had ever stirred his heart, and this woman was no exception. What truly astonished the swordsman, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Tingyu, was the object in the woman's hand. At this moment, the black-cloaked figure, having regained his composure, dusted off the imaginary dirt from his attire and turned to the woman, rasping, "Huanyi, you are quite slow." The woman referred to as Huanyi shot him a disdainful glance, casually tossing the item in her hand at Chu Shifeng's feet, retorting, "No matter how slow. It cannot compare to you, a dignified second deity, nearly falling to a mere gathering spirit realm brat." The mockery in her tone was unmistakable, indicating that her relationship with the black-cloaked figure was not as harmonious as one might presume. Yet, Chu Shifeng and the weary Su Chang'an had little time to concern themselves with their exchange. They merely stared at the object rolling toward their feet, their hearts sinking. The object was a severed head, a man's head, the head of a divine general from the Dawei Empire. This severed head belonged to Du Wei, the formidable general of the Dawei Empire, who had been decapitated by a mysteriously appearing woman while they were separated for but a brief moment, right beside Chang'an City, beneath the emperor's feet. What a preposterous affair, so absurd that even Chu Shifeng, with his discerning eye, was taken aback. As they were both struck by the sight of the severed head, the conversation between the two continued. After all, it was merely a puppet, and moreover, that shield the figure clad in black robes remained unfazed by the woman's provocative words. He turned to cast a fleeting glance at Su Chang'an, a glimmer of desire flickering in his eyes. To my astonishment, the child and the divine blood seemed to resonate perfectly. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the gathering spirit realm, how could he possibly inflict harm upon me? The woman paused upon hearing this. Although she harbored animosity towards the black-robed man, she was well aware of his strength. There was no way he could be cornered by a cultivator at the gathering spirit realm. As she swept her consciousness over Su Chang'an, a sense of understanding settled within her. If that were the case, the divine blood within Tingyu must reside within him, and that fool Tian Zhao was likely killed by him as well. The black-robed man nodded grimly, his internal spiritual power suddenly surging forth. Waves of terrifying energy rippled outward from him like concentric circles. His crimson pupils widened, and his body, concealed beneath the black robe, began to writhe as if something were about to emerge. With a hoarse roar, a hand shot out from his gaping mouth, accompanied by a mass of viscous liquid. Another hand followed, stretching forth until his mouth was nearly torn asunder. The sound was akin to that of torn fabric. His body, hidden beneath the black robe, ruptured as a robust monstrosity emerged from his decayed form. Towering nearly 10 feet, it bared its teeth, its blood-red eyes gleaming menacingly. Its massive arms nearly brushed the ground, and a serpent-like tail adorned with scales undulated behind it. This sudden transformation left Su Chang'an and Chu Shifeng dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such a bizarre occurrence. What was even more alarming was the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from the creature, which was magnitudes stronger than before. Had you revealed your grotesque visage sooner, we might not have arrived at this juncture. The woman known as Huanyi mocked, seemingly unperturbed by the change. It would have been detrimental to the dignity of my divine being. The creature remained unperturbed, responding in a guttural voice. It then turned its gaze back to Chu Shifeng and Su Chang'an, a palpable intent to kill radiating from its eyes. Eliminate the elder, and I shall take the youth. The resurrection of the first true deity likely hinges upon this lad, it declared. Understood, the woman replied. Her previously languid demeanor replaced by an air of solemnity as she stepped forward, unleashing a wave of overwhelming spiritual pressure. Chu Shifeng's expression darkened, nearly dripping with tension. He was oblivious to the nature of the divine being they spoke of or its connection to Su Chang'an. As merely a swordsman, he had always favored severing the threads of uncertainty with a decisive strike, a principle he adhered to unwaveringly. This time would be no exception. Thus, Chu Shifeng turned to glance at Su Chang'an beside him. Su Chang'an quickly grasped his intent, nodding to indicate his readiness to continue the fight. However, Chu Shifeng remained unconvinced. A fleeting glance at Su Chang'an's hand, gripping the sword, revealed it to be bloodied and trembling from exertion. A swordsman unable to maintain a steady grip on his weapon could not hope to continue the battle. Chu Shifeng's intentions were clear. He wished for Su Chang'an to find a moment's respite. Yet, Su Chang'an shook his head, grasped the hem of his garment, and tore off a strip of cloth. Biting one end, he tightly bound his injured hand to the hilt of his sword. Once finished, he raised his hand, seeking approval from Chu Shifeng. Chu Shifeng fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. He recognized that Su Chang'an's current state would only serve as an unnecessary burden in such a high-stakes confrontation. However, he respected the choice of a true swordsman and was willing to bear the weight of that respect. With Chu Shifeng's consent, a smile blossomed on Su Chang'an's face, and he turned to face the approaching duo, his expression equally serious. I shall take the offensive, Chu Shifeng stated. Su Chang'an nodded in agreement, understanding that the strength of their opponents far surpassed his own. His previous ability to threaten the black-robed man was merely a result of the latter's underestimation, compounded by the fact that the black-robed figure in that state was significantly weaker than this monstrous entity. With his current prowess, any reckless attack would likely complicate matters for Chu Shifeng. Thus, he resolved to wait for the opportune moment to strike when they were least prepared. Having received Su Chang'an's affirmative response, Chu Shifeng finally felt reassured. A surge of purple light erupted from within him as he brandished his sword, advancing slowly. The sound of his boots striking the cobblestones echoed in the air. Huan Yi raised an eyebrow, sensing the spiritual energy radiating from Chu Zhaifeng. With a flicker of her consciousness, several daggers materialized around her, hurtling toward Chu Shifeng with lethal intent. The speed of these icy blades was astonishing, targeting him with pinpoint precision and nearly sealing off any escape routes. This was a strike she deemed unavoidable, a smirk gracing her lips as she envisioned Chu Shifeng being utterly vanquished. Yet, Chu Shifeng seemed indifferent to the incoming onslaught. His speed escalated, transforming into a near sprint as he charged forward to meet the two assailants and their formidable barrage. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, mere moments away from being pierced by the daggers from all directions. However, Chu Shifeng's countenance remained as cold as ice. He swiftly pivoted his sword, tracing arcs of purple light in the air so rapid they were nearly imperceptible. Several sharp sounds echoed as the daggers clattered to the ground. Huan Ye's expression shifted, realizing that this man before her was vastly superior to that so-called Great Way God General. Bon Daoist, she exclaimed, her brow furrowing as she spoke. The monstrous figure let out a raspy, discordant roar, its massive frame propelling itself off the ground with surprising agility. Fists clenched as it aimed a devastating blow at Chu Shifeng's head. Huan Ye's eyes narrowed, and she unleashed hundreds of daggers, channeling them to their utmost potential as they surged forward with a devastating force. Having discerned Chu Shifeng's capabilities from his prior strikes, they understood this man was no ordinary foe, and thus they held nothing back, launching lethal attacks. In the face of such a frenzied onslaught, Chu Zhaifeng abruptly halted his advance, angling his sword as arcs of purple lightning danced along its blade. His gaze turned icy, a glimmer of determination flashing within. Thunder, he uttered, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of all present. A colossal beam of light descended from the heavens, dispelling the murky fog. Su Chang'an glanced upward, realizing that the sky above Lanling town had become shrouded in ominous dark clouds. The radiant light was none other than a serpent of lightning weaving through the clouds. Roar! Chu Zhaifeng proclaimed once more, and a tremendous explosion erupted in response to his command. The sound was thunderous, yet strangely, Su Chang'an found it not at all jarring, feeling no adverse effects on his body. However, the creature that had transformed into a colossal monster and Huan Yi were not so fortunate. They felt a deafening roar reverberate in their ears, disrupting their internal flow of spiritual energy and momentarily clouding their minds. In the world of skilled combatants, victory often hinges upon such fleeting moments. Thunder, Chu Shifeng reiterated, and another bolt of lightning coursed across the sky. At this moment, due to the recent confrontation, both individuals had momentarily slowed their offensive. A chill ran through their hearts as they sensed the impending danger. Yet, the momentum of their attacks had already been set in motion, leaving no room for retreat. Thus, they gritted their teeth, channeling their inner spiritual energy with fervor, accelerating their assault once more. Particularly, the woman's dagger approached Chu Shifeng with astonishing swiftness. Watching from the side, Su Chang'an felt a pang of alarm. Without a second thought, he propelled himself forward, becoming a streak of light alongside his blade, aimed directly at the woman. He discerned that although her attacks were peculiar, they relied entirely on the hundreds of daggers surrounding her. With all her daggers targeting Chu Shifeng, her defenses were left vulnerable, presenting Su Chang'an with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Having been lingering nearby, he was fortuitously close to Huan Yi. In an instant, his strike reached the woman. Huan Yi was taken aback. She had never anticipated that this already gravely injured youth would muster the courage to assault her. A mocking smile curled at her lips. She was not like the foolish Gu Daoran, who had overestimated himself. In a flash, she summoned several daggers connected by threads from within her, launching them just as Su Chang'an's blade was about to make contact. The speed of her daggers was so swift that Su Chang'an could barely register their movement. Just then, Chu Shifeng uttered a single word. The electric python in the sky seemed to respond to a command, and a bolt of lightning descended from the vast heavens, coursing into Chu Shifeng's body. In that instant, his form surged with renewed vigor. His speed became astonishing. So much so that not only Su Chang'an, but even Huan Yi and Gu Daoran could only catch fleeting glimpses of his shadow. A flash of purple light erupted, forcing Gu Daoran back. Chu Shifeng pressed forward, charging towards Huan Yi, with the first obstacle being the multitude of daggers transformed into lethal blades. At that moment, he glanced at Su Chang'an, noticing the chilling blades were mere inches away from him. His expression turned even colder, reminiscent of the unyielding ice atop Tianshan Mountain. His blade shimmered, surrounded by violet lightning, as the chilling daggers collided with his blade's aura, producing crisp sounds of impact, yet all were thwarted and sent flying backward. The sky darkened further, and rain seemed imminent. The electric python danced across the heavens, illuminating the town of Lanling with blinding flashes. The shockwaves from the clashes of blades ruffled the disheveled hair on Chu Shifeng's forehead. Though his beard was disheveled, the glint in his eyes shone with a terrifying light against the backdrop of the lightning. He cast another glance at Su Chang'an, who was now mere inches from the cold blades. He understood the potency of those daggers. Even he would find it excruciating to endure such an attack, let alone Su Chang'an, who had just barely reached the gathering spirit realm. His feet quickened, and the speed of his blade escalated. For the first time, a flicker of rage appeared on his face, as cold as ancient ice. Finally, he struck down the last dagger, and without hesitation, he surged towards Su Chang'an. Behind him lay a scattered array of daggers thrust into the stone path. Just as Huan Ye's dagger was about to graze Su Chang'an's cheek, it sliced through his skin, drawing forth blood. However, his blade remained distant from Huan Yi. At least before the dagger could tear his face or sever his throat, his blade would not reach her. A flash of unwillingness crossed Su Chang'an's face, yet he felt powerless. Just as he was about to resign himself and close his eyes, a figure suddenly appeared. Without a moment's thought, Chu Shifeng instinctively positioned himself before Su Chang'an. A warm liquid splattered across Su Chang'an's face, and as he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of gruesome bloodstains on the man's chest. He could almost envision the daggers embedded in Chu Shifeng's back. "Chu, Senior," he cried out. But his voice was drowned beneath the sudden roar of thunder. Tears streamed down his face. Yet, a rough hand reached out, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. The man, blood pooling in his mouth, spoke with a muffled voice, "Do not worry. I will bring you home." Though his voice was barely audible amidst the storm, it resonated with an unwavering conviction as solid as the mountains. Chapter 17. The guests of the Chu family in Jiangdong. The blade unreturned, a thunderclap erupted in the distant sky. A drop of rain suddenly struck the stone path of Lanling town, serving as a signal. The rain, concealed within the dark clouds, poured down in a torrent. Su Chang'an's face became drenched, or perhaps it was already soaked with tears upon witnessing Chu Shifeng's body riddled with wounds. He gazed at the disheveled figure before him, watching as the man swayed slightly, and instinctively reached out to support him. However, the man suddenly raised a hand, pushing aside Su Chang'an's outstretched arm through the dense curtain of rain. "Run," He shouted decisively before turning resolutely away. In that moment, his blade and body emitted a blinding flash of purple light. Su Chang'an finally discerned the daggers piercing the man's back like a hedgehog, and his heart quaked. He realized that those daggers were meant for him. He wished to speak, but his voice was swallowed by the cacophony of rain and thunder. All he felt was an overwhelming familiarity with that retreating figure, as if he had encountered him before. Almost instinctively, he murmured, "Master." The whisper was faint, nearly inaudible amidst the storm. Yet, Chu Shifeng seemed to sense something, pausing momentarily, tilting his head, but ultimately not turning back to look at Su Chang'an. His gaze, however, grew increasingly resolute as he advanced towards Huan Yi and Gu Daoren. Step by step, his speed escalated, astonishingly swift, as if he were a bolt of lightning. His blade was lifted, reflecting a menacing brilliance under the lightning's glow. The rain drummed upon it, resonating like a symphony. That melody was both grand and tragic, akin to a heroic ode, yet also reminiscent of a warrior's elegy. Su Chang'an stood transfixed, watching the man's retreating silhouette and the blood he shed along the way. The blood mingled with the rain, forming a stream that flowed towards him. Even through his boots, he could feel the warmth of that blood. He forgot to flee. How could he escape? Huan Yi was equally stunned. She was acutely aware of the power of her daggers, aside from the fallen stars. She had never witnessed anyone endure after being struck by more than 10 of her daggers. Yet this man before her had done just that. He not only stood, but he also raised his blade, charging towards her with an unfathomable speed. Her brow furrowed, a surge of anger igniting within her. Had she not just been reborn, she would not feel so feeble. She despised the scene before her, loathed such a person, and abhorred the fiery determination in his gaze. With a cold snort, a dark, somber wave of spiritual energy emanated from her, flowing towards the daggers embedded in Chu Shifeng's back. That energy was her inherent power as a descendant of the dark god, capable of devouring the spiritual energy, flesh, and even souls of any living being. Chu Shifeng's body suddenly slowed, his face contorted in agony, as if enduring immense suffering. The pain drained the color from his face, and he felt his spiritual energy dissipating at an incomprehensible rate. He knew all too well that this was the work of that woman, and he understood that the best way to resolve this predicament was to strike her down with his blade. He endeavored to hasten his pace, yet his feet suddenly felt as if they were encumbered by lead, and his mind became befuddled. Consequently, his speed diminished further, ultimately halting within less than a zhang from the woman. His eyes were wide with astonishment, yet brimming with reluctance. Thus, he attempted to thrust the blade in his hand towards her. However, his movements were so sluggish that even a 3-year-old child could easily evade them. With a sharp clang, a dagger swiftly struck, sending his weapon hurtling away. He turned, stunned, watching as his blade rolled upon the rain-soaked bluestone path, finally clattering to a stop in the distance. His heart sank, as if something exceedingly precious had departed from him in that moment. His expression grew dazed, and he seemed to be transported back to that year. He beheld a scene, on a similarly torrential day, where a child no older than 5 or 6 was brandishing a dagger. The blade was enormous, larger than the child himself, making his efforts to wield it arduous yet resolute. Rain lashed against his youthful face, soaking his diminutive long robe, yet the child remained oblivious, fervently swinging the weapon. At that moment, from behind the curtain of rain, an elderly man clad in dark brocade approached, blade in hand. The child's eyes brightened, and he set down his weapon, scampering towards the elder with a beaming face, eager to demonstrate his newfound skill. "Grandfather, I learned today." His words were abruptly silenced by a resounding slap, delivered with force, leaving a trickle of blood on his tender cheek. Confused, he gazed at the elder, who lowered his head, obscuring his features and expression. Yet, the elder's voice resonated in his ears, delivering a chilling admonition that would forever haunt him. The Chu family cannot afford to lose their lives, but the blade must not be forsaken. A thunderclap echoed. Chu Shifeng was abruptly returned to Lanling town, staring at the blade lying quietly amidst the rain. It was a famous weapon, 3 feet long, its blade gleaming white. Dripping water and stained with blood, it was a relic of his ancestors, a blade that had tasted the blood of countless foes. Yet, it was renowned due to the fact that his forebear had used it to slay a man, one surnamed Xiaohu, a kinsman of the current holy emperor of the Dawei. Its name was unassuming, yet enough to instill fear throughout the realm, Xiaohu Shui. It had been passed down from the once great lord of Jiangdong, Chu Shaohan, to Tianshang Chu Duanyue, and then to Chu Shifeng. Now, he had lost it, abandoned in the torrential rain of September, left upon the damp bluestone of Lanling town. The Chu family cannot afford to lose their lives, but the blade must not be forsaken, Chu Shifeng murmured. Losing the blade was akin to losing one's life. Gradually, he knelt, the light in his eyes dimming. At last, a tremendous crash resounded. Chu Shifeng collapsed to the ground, falling so suddenly that Su Chang'an could scarcely believe it. The man, who had seemed like a deity, the one who had always shielded him, had fallen in this obscure Lanling town. Su Chang'an felt it was amiss. How could a swordsman like Chu Shifeng fall so easily? Yet, he had indeed fallen, and a torrent of indescribable emotions surged within Su Chang'an. As if something were lodged in his chest, a mighty force pounding against his mind. He felt profoundly pained, yet remained at a loss for how to express it. He merely stared blankly at the man lying on the ground, tears mingling with the rain, cascading down. Huan Yi observed the man from above, akin to a sovereign surveying his subjects. The rain soaked her lustrous black hair, and her stern expression showed no signs of relief at Chu Shifeng's downfall. This man stirred memories she wished to forget. A flicker of emotion passed through her as the daggers embedded in Chu Shifeng's back were yanked free, blooming like crimson lotuses in the rain-soaked night. Another dagger was drawn, poised like a venomous serpent against Chu Shifeng's throat. She knew that with a single thrust, he would succumb to eternal slumber, much like the man from a century past. Yet, in that instant, she hesitated. The rain continued to fall. Her countenance shifted under the overcast sky, mirroring the unpredictable clouds above. After a moment, she finally retracted her dagger, and with a swift motion, a silken thread shot forth, ensnaring the bewildered Su Chang'an. "Kill him," she commanded the creature manifested from the ancient Taoist. Then, she leapt lightly, taking Su Chang'an with her into the void. At that moment, a black portal opened, swiftly enveloping them. It seemed she could not forget him. A playful smile emerged on the creature's face, formed from the bones of the Taoist, as he mused on the troublesome nature of women. He cast a glance at the fallen Chu Shifeng, a cruel smile curling his lips. "In the end, all the dirty work falls to me." He extended his tongue, slick with a foul, viscous substance, licking his lips. His tail shot upwards, the flesh within writhing, as it began to elongate, the green-tipped stinger inching closer to Chu Shifeng. A fine vessel indeed. It would serve well as my puppet. Alas, I lack the time. He sighed regretfully. Suddenly, his crimson eyes narrowed, a palpable aura of malice enveloping him. His tail lunged forward, aimed at piercing the crown of Chu Shifeng's head. Clang! In that instant, a sharp, melodious sound of a blade echoed. The creature's heart raced with alarm, but it was too late. A flash of purple light sliced through the air, severing his tail at a distance of 3 feet. A perfectly straight cut marred his appendage. Dazed, he retreated, instinctively turning toward the source of the purple light. There, a blade crackled with purple lightning hovered in midair. His expression darkened. "A blade spirit?" he murmured. As if to confirm his words, the blade emitted another clear, resonant cry. A thunderous serpent, concealed within the storm clouds, emerged, weaving through the sky with a series of ominous roars. At last, to the creature's horror, it lunged forth, crashing into Chu Shifeng's body. In that moment, as the serpent surged within him, Chu Shifeng abruptly rose, yet his eyes remained tightly shut, serene, like a slumbering child. The blade known as Xiahou Shui seemed to awaken, darting towards Chu Shifeng's grasp as if it had found its long-lost mother. The man stood still, unyielding against the onslaught of rain, as if he were a meditating monk. This series of inexplicable events left the creature aghast, nearly speechless. Boom! Another thunderclap reverberated. Chu Shifeng's tightly shut eyes flew open, locking onto the creature with an unwavering gaze, silent yet piercing. The creature instinctively retreated, aware that this vessel was merely one of many puppets at his disposal. Even if this one were to be vanquished, it would only inflict a slight wound upon his spirit. Logically, he should not be so alarmed. However, the spiritual energy emanating from Chu Shifeng instilled a profound sense of dread within him. His scalp prickled, and a chill surged from his core, compelling him to speak. Yet, a voice reminiscent of whispers from the depths of the underworld echoed in his ears. Chu Shifeng parted his lips, uttering the words, "Jiangdong Chu family guest. Once the knife is drawn, the man shall not return." Chapter 18. The Fall of Stars. The countenance of the Bone Taoist grew increasingly grim. Having lived for many years, longer than most in this world, it was not an arduous feat, at least in his perspective. As long as one possessed sufficient resolve to forsake their humanity and lurk in the filth of this world like a malevolent spirit, shunning the light of day, it was achievable. In his former life as a human, he had heard such tales. He had witnessed a group of swordsmen clad in dark brocade, wielding 3-foot-long blades. Their movements were swift as thunder, and their strikes were deadly. They traversed the river from Lishui, journeying to Chang'an to slay a single target. Thus, they claimed many lives, yet ultimately succeeded in their quest. Consequently, a blade became renowned across the realm, and a tale spread far and wide. That story was lengthy and complex. But if one were to distill its essence, it would be, Jiangdong Chu family guest, once the knife is drawn, the man shall not return. The Bone Taoist suddenly comprehended the identity of the man before him and recognized the name of the blade. A descendant of the Chu family? He croaked, bitterness lacing his words. Yet, Chu Zifeng offered no response. He merely regarded him, as silent and still as a statue. Dark clouds amassed ominously, pressing down as if to crush the desolate town. The rain showed no sign of relenting, intensifying to the point where the distance of 5 or 6 zhang between the Bone Taoist and Chu Shifeng felt as insurmountable as a chasm. At that moment, Chu Shifeng's body suddenly radiated a glow, not blinding, yet strikingly conspicuous. Even through the heavy curtain of rain, the Bone Taoist could see it clearly. His heart raced as he instinctively looked up, beholding a scene of sheer astonishment. If memory served him correctly, it should be the hour of Qin. Though rain fell and the ominous clouds obscured the sun, it was undeniably the hour of Qin. At this time, there should be no starlight, especially not light potent enough to overshadow the sun's feeble rays. Yet, a beam of starlight emerged from the distant starry sea, piercing through the dense clouds and eclipsing the sun's already dim glow. It descended straight down, illuminating Chu Shifeng. In that moment, the vitality in Chu Shifeng's gaze flickered, as if he had awakened from a profound dream. The wounds on his body rapidly healed under the starlight's embrace. His aura surged, spiraling upward with insatiable ferocity until it reached a critical point. The escalation of his aura ceased, yet the spiritual energy of the world continued to surge into him. In an instant, he devoured the spiritual essence of the entire Lanling town. However, even greater forces from the distant heavens poured forth. Is this the moment of breaking through? The Bone Taoist's heart raced. Chu Shifeng had already attained the Soul Guardian realm, and the next step was the Tao-seeking stage, the mightiest realm beneath the fall of stars. To confront him with the strength of his puppet would require considerable effort, especially since Chu Shifeng possessed the formidable protection of Xiahou Xue. The outcome of their confrontation was uncertain. Yet, he was no passive observer. Thus, he let out a hoarse roar, leaping forth like a fierce tiger. He extended his right hand, its claws gleaming with a sinister light. Chu Shifeng remained motionless. Perhaps he could not move at all. Yet, the blade in his hand, Xiahou Xue, emitted a resonant cry, awakening the distant stars. Another violet beam of light cascaded down, prompting a chilling shriek from the Bone Taoist, as if seared by an intense heat, producing a series of hissing sounds. He hastily ceased his assault and retreated, barely escaping calamity. Nevertheless, his arm, shoulder, and even some flesh atop his head turned charred, releasing a nauseating aroma. Finally, Chu Shifeng ceased his absorption of spiritual energy from the world. A glint of brilliance sparked in his eyes as he unleashed a thunderous shout. The momentum he had just halted surged forward once more. Tao-seeking, he had transcended. The entire process was swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. The barrier that had ensnared countless heroes shattered into dust at his declaration. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. The distant starlight intensified, illuminating the shadowy Lanling town as if it were day. Although Chu Shifeng's aura ceased to rise, within him pulsed a small yet radiant entity. Its brilliance intertwined with the starlight, akin to long-lost friends exchanging greetings through their luminescence. It was a breathtaking sight. However, the Bone Taoist had no time to admire it. The astonishment on his face evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. He recognized that entity and understood the impending occurrence, his scalp nearly bursting with anxiety. He finally grasped why the phenomenon of daylight mingled with starlight had transpired. It was the fall of stars, an omen heralding the birth of a starfall. Within you lies the spirit of starfall? He questioned, though he already knew the answer. Who but a practitioner with a legacy spirit could so swiftly gain celestial recognition after attaining the Tao? Such a formidable realm could not be achieved without decades of contemplation. Only those fortunate enough to possess the spirit of a star could bypass the lengthy path of enlightenment, receiving celestial acknowledgement from the outset. The luminous essence of the inherited star spirit within Chu Shifeng began to entwine with the starlight, their connection reminiscent of lovers entangled in an embrace. Ultimately, they became indistinguishable, giving rise to a faint, nearly imperceptible thread that extended in both directions, one end connecting to Chu Zifeng's life star, the other to the violet star in the firmament. The process unfolded swiftly, traversing the vast expanse in an instant. At the end, The thread suddenly shimmered with a silvery brilliance, vanishing from sight. In that moment, a profound light erupted from Chu Shifeng's eyes, a radiance that, though emanating from him, resembled the very stars. An indescribable force surged forth from within him, transforming him into something altogether different. He stood there, yet felt as if he were beyond the vast cosmos, like a deity deserving of reverence. Suddenly, the rain ceased. The dark clouds, as if commanded by an unseen force, dissipated in that instant, though the sky did not brighten. To honor the emergence of a starfall, the sun concealed itself, rendering the day sunless. Stars flickered and sparkled in the sky, their brilliance seemingly celebrating the resurgence of this newly radiant star. Such a spectacle encompassed the entire world, from the 9 provinces of the human realm to the wilderness of the west and the demon domains of the north. The world erupted in fervor, countless gazes piercing the vast distances to witness the birth of the 8th starfall among humankind. Regardless of being friend or foe, all paid homage to this formidable being. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for several breaths. Then, all stars faded, and the sun re-emerged, casting its light upon the earth. With a gentle step forward, Chu Shifeng's foot broke the surface of the water below, sending a splash into the air. The terror in the eyes of Gu Daoren deepened as he turned to flee towards the dark door in the void. However, a purple light, seemingly emerging from nowhere, effortlessly pierced through his skull and exited from his rear. His steps abruptly halted, as if time itself had frozen around him. A sudden sound echoed, followed by his body splitting in half from the head down. Dark green blood poured forth from his form, and his eyes reflected an incredulous astonishment. Yet, he was not entirely dead. His mouth opened slightly, as if attempting to utter something, though no sound escaped. With a resolute step, Chu Shifeng advanced forward, slowly and steadfastly passing by him. Each step of his black boots splashed water onto the slate road. He walked past the corpse of Gu Daoren, who had not yet closed his eyes, without casting a glance. A sigh suddenly drifted from afar. Chu Shifeng recognized that the voice hailed from the imperial capital of Dawei, Chang'an. "You have no path of your own," the voice declared. "What does it matter to you?" But Chu Shifeng's expression remained icy as he replied, "You must return. Once Chang'an becomes a starless void, you will not be able to remain." "But I must save someone," Chu Shifeng asserted, his expression still devoid of emotion, yet his tone was undeniably resolute. The voice fell silent, as if weighing something. Finally, it spoke again. "You have only a quarter of an hour." "Very well," Chu Shifeng responded, succinct and decisive. He turned and strode towards the dark door in the void, his gaze cold and determined. Chapter 19. Su Chang'an's second blade. Su Chang'an felt his body lighten as he was unceremoniously thrown out. After rolling several times on the dark ground, he finally collided with a withered tree trunk behind him, coming to a halt. Dizziness and pain coursed through him. He could distinctly feel several of his ribs had fractured, and his left wrist seemed to be broken, rendering him powerless. Yet, his right hand remained firmly grasping his knife. He understood that he was a swordsman, and a swordsman cannot abandon his blade. Moreover, he needed this knife to sever the head of a certain woman. They had harmed Tingyu and killed Chu Shifeng. Such deeds were unforgivable. Therefore, Su Chang'an felt compelled to kill her. If he could not achieve that, then he would allow her to kill him. Thus, he leaned on his knife, struggling to stand. However, the scene before him left him momentarily stunned. It was a peculiar realm. The darkened sky bore neither sun nor stars. Only a sharply serrated crimson moon hung in the heavens. Surrounding him was a dense forest, with trees growing oddly, their branches stretching haphazardly, sparsely adorned with withered leaves. The place he occupied was a small clearing enveloped by this forest. Yet, what chilled him most was the group of unfamiliar creatures before him. They had limbs akin to humans, but were far more robust. Their spines rose prominently from their backs, some already breaking through their dark gray skin, revealing rows of glimmering spines. At that moment, they were hunched over, voraciously licking something from the ground, which seemed particularly delectable to them, as they consumed it with fervor, producing a sizzling sound. Su Chang'an's arrival elicited no notice from them. His gaze traversed over the monsters, continuing forward, where a stream of vivid red flowed gently from nearby towards the creatures, as if this was the source of their feast. At the forefront, where the crimson stream originated, lay a stone platform upon which a white-clad woman lay, her life uncertain. She was extraordinarily beautiful, yet her complexion was pale. Her right hand hung limply, a gash on her wrist allowing blood to flow profusely. The red stream the creatures eagerly licked was, in fact, the blood emanating from her wrist. Xianjun. Upon recognizing the woman's features, Su Chang'an gasped in shock and called out. Yet, The woman on the high platform seemed to be in a deep slumber. Unresponsive to his cries, Su Chang'an's heart tightened. He brandished his knife and attempted to approach, even though doing so aggravated his already grave injuries, causing excruciating pain to ripple through him. Nevertheless, he pressed on, gritting his teeth, moving forward with urgency. Just then, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a dagger landed barely half an inch from him. "What? You wish to save her?" A mocking female voice suddenly rang out. Su Chang'an looked up in the direction of the voice and saw a woman clad in dark purple attire. Her eyes turned blood red momentarily. Yet he suppressed his anger and asked, "Where is this place?" He recalled being seized by her and leaping into a pitch-black door. His world had blurred, and he found himself here. This was an incomprehensible event to Su Chang'an, prompting him to inquire. Meanwhile, he extended his left hand, somewhat clumsy due to his fracture, and slowly began to untie the fabric binding his right hand to the knife's hilt. The woman seemed oblivious to his obvious movements, instead patiently explaining, "This is fengdu." Fengdu? Su Chang'an nodded. He was unaware of what fengdu truly was, nor did he care. As a man on the brink of death, his sole concern was how to sever the head of the woman before his demise. Logically, this was an impossible feat, yet Su Chang'an was determined to attempt it. "What are they?" he inquired again. Having finally untangled the fabric, he bit down on one end, his words slightly muffled. "They?" The woman glanced at the oblivious monsters, saying, "They are God-born beings consumed by divine blood." Su Chang'an nodded slightly, rewrapping the fabric around his knife hand. This time, he tightened it considerably, but still fearing it insufficient. He decided to tie a final knot. This required a moment, prompting him to inquire once more, "Why are you slaughtering the citizens of Lanling Town?" "There is a man named Gu Huaji. By killing him, we can draw her out from the fortress in Chang'an," the woman replied, seemingly confident in her ability to keep Su Chang'an there, thus answering nearly every question. Finally, Su Chang'an secured what he believed to be a robust knot. A satisfied smile graced his face, though it quickly vanished. He positioned the knife across his chest, its white blade gleaming with an eerie red light beneath the crimson moon. He raised his gaze towards the woman, a fierce aura radiating from him. "Do you wish to kill me?" she asked. "Yes," Su Chang'an nodded, determination belied by his youthful face. "But you are only at the gathering spirit level. You cannot kill me. You will only end up dead," she countered. He found her reasoning sound, leaving him momentarily stunned. He then nodded, saying, "You are right." A hint of sorrow washed over him. After all, death was not a pleasant prospect. The woman's brow arched, as if she had discovered something intriguing. A smile curled at her lips as she appraised Su Chang'an with great interest, then asked, "Since you know you will die, why do you still wish to kill me?" Su Chang'an was taken aback once more, feeling the question was eerily familiar. He strained to recall, suddenly remembering a similar inquiry he had posed to Mo Tingyu 2 years prior in the northern lands. The vivid expression on Mo Tingyu's face from that time remains etched in his memory. "But I wish to give it a try," he declared. In that moment, he felt an uncanny resemblance to Mo Tingyu, akin to the swordsman depicted in literature, aware of death yet choosing to advance, valuing life yet seeking demise. "Very well," replied Huanyi. Intrigued by this young man before her, she resolved to accompany him in revelry until the divine blood within him awakened. "Then I shall allow you to try," she said. At that instant, the aura surrounding Su Chang'an surged dramatically, the star spirit within him whirled with fervor. Under the guidance of his will, the sword intent and spiritual flames intertwined, perhaps due to the excessive murderous intent surging within him. A wave of hostility erupted from his dantian, enveloping the spiritual power formed by his sword intent and spiritual flames. Consequently, his aura climbed higher, and in that moment, his will thickened, subtly transforming into momentum. Feeling an immense power surging from an unknown source within him, Su Chang'an gained a measure of confidence. He leapt forth like a fierce tiger, raising his long knife high. The crimson moonlight cascaded down, casting a somewhat sinister glow upon his youthful visage. In that moment, his intent underwent a qualitative transformation. The amalgamation of sword intent, spiritual flames, and that surge of hostility coalesced into a force that entwined around his blade like a dragon. That decisive and tragic slash came forth, an all-out killing move that offered no chance to his adversary, leaving no margin for his own retreat. Huanye's expression shifted. She finally comprehended why the Bone Taoist had nearly faltered at the hands of this young man, who was barely at the gathering spirit realm. Despite his terrifyingly low cultivation level, his comprehension of the Tao was astonishing. What was most alarming was that this strike bore a hint of the essence of true divine power. She could not fathom why a host of divine blood would possess the ability to manipulate it. Could it be that the true divine blood within him had already been subdued? However, she quickly dismissed such speculation. The true divine was an existence of immense grandeur. Even those mythologized stars that had fallen could not achieve such feats, let alone a mere practitioner at the gathering spirit realm. During her moment of distraction, Su Chang'an's blade had reached her before she could react. A chill ran through her heart as she had to acknowledge that this strike had the potential to injure her. She set aside her earlier disdain, and hundreds of daggers connected by fine threads surged forth from her being, crashing towards Su Chang'an like a tidal wave. Su Chang'an's heart raced, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. A deafening explosion resounded. In that instant, Su Chang'an was sent hurtling nearly 10 zhang away, crashing violently to the ground with a thunderous impact, raising a cloud of dust. Huan Yi hesitated for a moment. Although she had emerged victorious from that clash, her internal energy was somewhat disordered. She was astonished by the combat prowess Su Chang'an had displayed, which starkly contrasted with his realm. Yet, with an air of nonchalance, she remarked, "Is that all you can do? Such a move cannot kill me." With that, she lost interest. She could distinctly sense that Su Chang'an was now hanging by a thread, with no possibility of rising again. Thus, she turned to walk toward the stone platform, with rituals awaiting her completion, leaving little time to linger. "That move was taught to me by Mo Tingyu." A faint voice suddenly emerged, halting her steps mid-stride. She looked incredulously towards the cloud of dust, where a frail figure was slowly rising. "But he did not have time to tell me its name. So I shall call this blade Mo Tingyu. Just moments ago, I learned another move, but my instructor similarly did not have the chance to disclose its name. So, I shall name this blade Chu Shifeng." The voice emerging from the dust was weak and deliberate, yet for reasons unknown, Huan Yi found herself momentarily stunned. Unable to believe that a practitioner at the gathering spirit realm could stand after enduring such tremendous force. But what truly astonished her occurred next. From within the dust, a figure suddenly sprang forth. It was a boy appearing no older than 16 or 17, clad in tattered garments, drenched in blood, exuding an aura of disarray. Yet his eyes burned with a fierce flame. He thrust his knife forward, his black boots pounding the ground, his speed accelerating to the point of resembling a fleeting shadow. Charging toward Huan Yi with the force of a thunderclap. He was resolute, akin to a lion at the end of its tether. Huan Yi's brow furrowed. She despised the scene before her, loathed the boy, and detested the fiery gaze in his eyes. Yet, she harbored no fear. Su Chang'an had expended much of his strength. His spiritual energy depleted, and his wounds severe. She simply abhorred such circumstances. However, she could not kill Su Chang'an. Within him lay true divine blood. A beacon of hope for their resurrection of divine power, an unexpected gain from this endeavor. Suppressing the rising intent to kill, several icy beams surged forth from her being. Su Chang'an felt a sudden lightness in his body, blood bursting forth from his hands and feet, causing him to stumble and collapse once more to the ground. He lay there like a lifeless dog, blood streaming from his wrists and ankles. He attempted to grip his knife and rise again, but as he did, the wound on his ankle tore open anew, forcing him back down. The flow of blood intensified, staining the earth a deep crimson. His body felt as though it no longer belonged to him. Despite his efforts, all he experienced was an increasingly excruciating pain. "I do not know how you managed to suppress the divine blood within you, but your spiritual energy is spent. Your body will weaken further as your blood flows out. And before you perish, the true divine will surely awaken within you," Huan Yi stated. Then, she turned her gaze away from Su Chang'an, stepping into the void and landing atop the stone platform. On the platform, Gu Xianjun remained in slumber, yet her complexion had grown increasingly pale from excessive blood loss. Huan Yi slowly extended her hand towards her, a dagger gleaming with an ethereal light appearing in her grasp, the sharp tip resting against Gu Xianjun's neck. Su Chang'an witnessed everything, yearning to intervene, yet his body had long since lost its autonomy. He could only shout at Huan Yi, "What are you planning to do?" Huan Yi turned her gaze to the boy in the pool of blood and said, "Beneath here lies a city, the palace of a true divine, known as Fengdu. Within Fengdu, there is a path called Huangquan. At the end of that path lies a stone named Sanxing. I intend to retrieve it. However, Fengdu has been concealed beneath the earth since the fall of that true divine. Only by sacrificing the blood of his descendants can it be summoned. And I am a descendant of that true divine." As she spoke, a smile crept across Huan Yi's lips, and with keen interest, she looked at Su Chang'an, asking, "So, what do you think I should do now?" Su Chang'an had no knowledge of what Fengdu, Huangquan, or Sanxing entailed, yet he understood that should that dagger fall, the already weakened Gu Xianjun would surely not survive. Of course, he was also aware that his own time was limited, the more blood he lost. The more his head grew heavy. But he did not wish for Gu Xianjun to die, at least not before his own demise, so he resolved to take action. "You are mistaken," he said, attempting to reason with the woman. This was not an act of particular glory, at least in Su Chang'an's view. Having just cried out to kill her, he swiftly shifted to reasoning after being overpowered. Su Chang'an believed that individuals like Tingyu or Chu Shifeng, skilled swordsmen, would never engage in such a disgraceful act. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of regret. Even at the brink of death, he had not become a swordsman like them. However, since death was imminent, what value was there in maintaining appearances? Su Chang'an consoled himself with this thought, finding solace in the notion that preserving Gu Xianjuan's life was sufficient. Ultimately, regardless of the circumstances, living was always preferable. Huan Yi gazed at the boy, her beautiful eyes blinking as if anticipating his next words. At a loss for words, Su Chang'an took a moment before finally uttering, "Your actions will lead to her demise." Huan Yi paused, then burst into laughter, her serious demeanor momentarily uplifted as she appraised his statement. After a prolonged silence, she remarked, "You are indeed an amusing child." She then lifted her gaze to the sky, where the dark night had transformed the once crimson crescent moon into a full moon. Huan Yi continued, "Conversing with you brings me joy, but alas, my time is limited." With that, she shook her head, genuinely expressing her regret. Suddenly, her smile vanished as she turned her focus back to Gu Xianjun on the stone platform, directing her dagger toward her alabaster neck. Su Chang'an was taken aback by the abruptness of the situation and opened his mouth to protest. But this time, Huan Yi disregarded his words. He watched helplessly as the dagger inched toward Gu Xianjuan's throat. "You dare!" A voice resonated from all directions, imbued with an almost magical force that made Huan Ye's heart tremble, causing her to hesitate. In the void of the night sky, devoid of anything but the blood moon, a violet light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. A star had appeared, casting a brilliant glow upon the earth. A falling star? Huan Ye's expression shifted. Although her powers had not fully returned, the overwhelming pressure made her acutely aware of the formidable presence approaching. Just as she finished her thought, a violet lightning serpent shot from the void toward her. The serpent emitted a piercing roar, arriving at her side in an instant. Realizing the imminent danger, she quickly conjured a multitude of daggers to shield herself. A resounding explosion echoed as Huan Yi was propelled several paces back, barely managing to regain her footing. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, indicating she had sustained significant internal injuries. Aware of her disadvantage, she quickly attempted to harness her inner energy to escape. However, a blade and a figure suddenly emerged from the void, closing the distance to her in an instant. Upon recognizing the newcomer, her pupils widened in shock. She attempted to utter a word, but found her throat constricted, rendering her voiceless. Her head began to spin, a sensation of disorientation overwhelming her. Struggling to regain focus, she opened her eyes wide, only to see a headless body collapsing before her. The realization struck her, she had lost her own head. With a soft thud, Huan Ye's head fell to the ground, rolling until it came to rest before a group of grotesque creatures still indulging in Gu Xianjuan's blood. The monsters, momentarily distracted by their feast, turned their gaze toward the man standing with his back to them, then at the head that had yet to close its eyes. Terror gripped them, and they scrambled on all fours, fleeing into the depths of the forest. This sequence of events transpired with lightning speed. It was not until the sounds of the creatures rustling through the underbrush reached his ears that Su Chang'an regained his senses. He stared numbly at the man carrying something and facing away from him, feeling something stir within his eyes. However, he dared not call out, overwhelmed by an inexplicable fear of what might meet his gaze should the man turn around. The man shook the blade in his hand, causing the blood to drip away, rendering the weapon clear and shimmering ominously under the moonlight. With a clang, he sheathed the long knife upon his back and placed a hand over Gu Xianjuan's still bleeding wound. A flash of purple light enveloped her, and the injury gradually began to heal. He then cradled her in his arms, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before Su Chang'an. In that moment, the emotions Su Chang'an had been struggling to contain poured forth. He gazed at the man's disheveled hair and unkempt beard, unable to hold back a whisper, "Chu Xianbei." A rare smile graced the man's icy countenance as he laid the unconscious Gu Xianjun down, allowing her to rest against his shoulder, then extended a hand to help Su Chang'an rise. "I will take you home." Chapter 21. Blood Vendetta. As Chu Shifeng's words faded, a flash of lightning erupted, cleaving the void before them and revealing a rift. Supporting the two, Chu Shifeng strode confidently through. A beam of sunlight pierced through, momentarily blinding Su Chang'an. Instinctively, He raised his arm to shield his eyes, only to be met with excruciating pain in his shoulder. He squinted to survey his surroundings, a marketplace, corpses, and pools of stagnant water. This was Longling Town. Realization dawned upon Su Chang'an. Despite having departed for only a brief moment, a profound sense of dislocation washed over him. Suddenly, he spotted a figure standing nearby, a stooped old man facing them, seemingly having waited for some time. The glare of the sun obscured Su Chang'an's view of the old man's expression, yet he sensed a smile. Chu Shifeng guided them to the elderly figure, bowing respectfully. Lord Yuheng. Su Chang'an then recognized the visitor's features and echoed, Shi Shuzu. The old man nodded, and a gentle white light emanated from his hand, merging into Su Chang'an's body. A warm sensation flooded his dantian, coursing through his limbs and meridians, healing his injuries at an astonishing rate. Elated, Su Chang'an withdrew his hand from Chu Shifeng's shoulder, managing to stand, albeit still weak. Thank you, Shi Shuzu, he said with a smile. However, Yuheng offered no acknowledgement of Su Chang'an's gratitude, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Shifeng, an inscrutable expression in his eyes. Chu Shifeng, sensing Yuheng's scrutiny, hesitated before handing Gu Xianjun to Su Chang'an and abruptly sinking to his knees. Su Chang'an accepted Gu Xianjun, leaning her against his shoulder, intending to speak, but was interrupted by Chu Shifeng's sudden action. He stood, bewildered, watching the exchange between Chu Shifeng and Yuheng. Thud, thud, thud. Chu Shifeng bowed his head in reverence, striking the ground thrice with force, relinquishing his protective energy. By the third blow, a bruise formed on his forehead. Yuheng's squinted eyes glimmered with something crystalline as he approached, lifting Chu Shifeng from the ground. He scrutinized Chu Shifeng before a smile broke across his wrinkled face. Well, Yuheng exclaimed thrice, his eyes sparkling with light. You possess the spirit of your great-grandfather, Chu Shaoan. Chu Shifeng, however, remained silent, respectfully stepping aside. The atmosphere grew tense, and Su Chang'an, most sensitive to such tension, felt overwhelmed. He wished to express something, yet remained uncertain as to the timing of events, leaving him with no choice but to continue observing the two individuals. After a moment, Yuheng let out a sigh and hesitantly spoke. Shifeng, you are returning to Jiangdong. However, his words were abruptly interrupted by Chu Shifeng, whose countenance had turned solemn. Lord Yuheng, the blood feud of the Chu family in Jiangdong is not something I can resolve alone. I kindly ask you not to place me in a difficult position. Yuheng's expression shifted, and he could only exhale deeply, falling silent. Chu Shifeng understood that Yuheng had acquiesced. He nodded towards Yuheng and approached Su Chang'an. Elder Chu, are you leaving? Su Chang'an, having gleaned something from their conversation, could not suppress his curiosity. Upon hearing this, a smile flickered across Chu Shifeng's cold visage as he reached out to ruffle Su Chang'an's hair. Chang'an, all gatherings in this world must eventually disperse. Su Chang'an lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. I understand, but you need not leave in such haste. If you go, who will teach me the sword techniques? I am quite clumsy and surely won't find another willing instructor. At this, Chu Shifeng's smile widened. A surge of purple spiritual energy suddenly emanated from within him, spiraling towards Su Chang'an. Chang'an, you are quite perceptive. You have already grasped the rudiments of my sword techniques. Within this star spirit lies my sword intent. You need only to diligently comprehend it, and in time, your achievements will undoubtedly rival those of me and Mo Tingyu. Su Chang'an felt the star spirit surge into him, a sensation he had experienced several times before, fully aware that it was the Ling of Xingcheng. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Chu Shifeng. Elder Chu, you indeed, Chu Shifeng affirmed, confirming Su Chang'an's suspicions. But such a precious inheritance, Su Chang'an continued, feeling a sense of unease at the nonchalance with which Chu Shifeng bestowed it upon him. You call me master. So naturally, this is yours, Chu Shifeng replied. Su Chang'an considered this and decided not to dwell further on the matter. He pondered for a moment before inquiring. Elder Chu, when shall we meet again? Chu Shifeng, however, did not respond directly to his question, instead saying, take good care of Lord Yuheng. With that, Chu Shifeng's smile vanished. He clasped his hands in respect towards Yuheng and declared, Lord Yuheng, Shifeng takes his leave now. Please take care. As soon as the words left his lips, a flash of purple lightning enveloped him, and he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly disappearing from sight within moments. Su Chang'an gazed forlornly at the fading purple light, then turned to Yuheng, wanting to ask something. Yet, perhaps due to the gravity of Yuheng's expression, he opened his mouth only to close it again. What do you wish to ask? To his surprise, Yuheng cast a glance at him and spoke. Noticing Yuheng's drowsy demeanor, Su Chang'an realized his thoughts could not escape the elder's keen perception. He scratched the back of his head and asked, "How did Elder Chu become a fallen star?" Yu Hong regarded him with a sidelong glance before explaining. His strength had long reached the pinnacle of the Soul Guardian realm. For him, breaking through was as simple as a touch. However, he bore the inheritance of the star spirit, and his own path had yet to be comprehended. When the moment of breakthrough came, the Tianshang star within the star sea would sense it and forcibly compel him to accept the inheritance. He harbored a lingering reluctance. Thus he suppressed his realm within the Soul Guardian realm, hoping to achieve the fallen star through his own path. Su Chang'an was taken aback, suddenly recalling Chu Shifeng's earlier words. Without one's own star, one cannot reach that star sea. An inexplicable anxiety gripped his heart, prompting him to ask, "Then why didn't he wait a little longer?" "Wait. If he waited any longer, you would already be dead in Fengdu," Yu Hong replied. However, witnessing the dejection on Su Chang'an's face softened his heart, and he added, even without today's events, he would have had no time to comprehend the path. In 3 months at most, he must become a fallen star. Why? Su Chang'an queried, puzzled, recalling the recent dialogue between Yu Hong and Chu Shifeng. His voice trembled with concern. Is it related to the enemies of the Chu family? Are they planning to act against Elder Chu? The Chu family has a century-old pact with their enemies, agreeing not to harm one another within that time frame. In just 3 months, that pact will expire. Then Elder Chu is in great danger. Should I go help him? Su Chang'an exclaimed. Help? If even the fallen star Chu Shifeng cannot resolve it, would your presence not merely complicate matters? Yu Heng's words resonated with wisdom. Su Chang'an recalled how his impulsiveness in Lanling town had placed Chu Shifeng in peril. Thus, he sheepishly rubbed his nose, yet he could not suppress his curiosity and pressed on. But who exactly are the enemies of the Chu family? This time, Yu Heng did not respond to his inquiry. He placed a hand on Su Chang'an's shoulder, and a flash of white light enveloped them. The three vanished from the desolate town of Lanling. Chapter 22. Cause and effect. Meanwhile, in a dense forest located merely 500 li from Lanling town, 2 figures were engaged in a relentless pursuit. Leading the way was a woman clad in blue, her face partially obscured by a white veil. She wielded a sword in her right hand, while her left hand clutched her chest, her garments stained red with blood, droplets falling as she ran. Close behind her was a monstrous figure, towering at nearly 10 feet, its body dragging a long, scaly serpent tail. It moved on all 4s like a beast, its crimson eyes glinting ominously as it fixated on the woman, drool dripping from its maw. The woman's complexion grew increasingly pale, yet her gaze remained icy, devoid of fear or anger. She resembled the purest snow atop Tianshan, a spring emerging from the earth, untainted and unsullied. Her pace gradually slowed, and the wound on her chest began to emit an unusual dark hue, a result of the potent venom from the creature's attack. Although such a toxin was formidable, her cultivation level should have rendered her unharmed. However, due to the relentless pursuit of the monster, she had no opportunity to channel her spiritual energy for healing, allowing the poison to spread. The creature behind her seemed to understand her condition, thus it too slowed its pace, stalking her like a specter, showing no inclination to attack. It appeared intent on wearing her down through this game of cat and mouse, hoping to eventually exhaust the formidable adversary. One must concede that this was a clever strategy. With merely a bit more time, it could claim a foe far superior to itself. Yet, events did not unfold as it had hoped. The woman's expression betrayed no joy at having seen through the creature's ruse. Her eyes hardened further, and upon passing a row of unidentifiable trees, she beheld a massive cliff before her. This precipice soared thousands of feet high, blocking her path like a formidable guardian. The woman paused momentarily in surprise at the sudden appearance of the cliff, then resolutely turned around, positioning her sword horizontally across her chest. A wave of chilling energy surged from her being. The lurking monster arrived moments later, halting several paces away from her. It rose to its full height and extended its long tongue to lick its lips, a gleam of ferocity flashing in its crimson gaze. In a mocking tone, it inquired, "Running away? I thought the hounds of the Star Pavilion were merely dogs that knew nothing but flight." The woman frowned but remained silent. However, the chill emanating from her intensified. As she raised her sword to strike at the monster, her expression shifted abruptly, and a crimson stream of blood erupted from her mouth, halting her attack. It was then that she realized that the spiritual energy within her had been tainted by a layer of dark, ashen essence. This murky substance coursed through her body in an instant, corroding her from within. Under normal circumstances, this would have posed a nuisance, but given time, she could have expelled it. Yet now, It was clear that the monster before her would afford her no such luxury. The series of changes in the woman did not escape the monster's notice, and a cruel smile crept across his lips. He advanced slowly toward her, his feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves, producing a rustling sound. The woman, observing the approaching beast, furrowed her brow in trepidation. She cautiously retreated, sword in hand, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the creature. The monster appeared to relish the moment, deliberately delaying his attack while allowing her to withdraw. Eventually, she found herself at the edge of a precipice, her heart sinking as she understood that without a desperate fight, her chances of survival were slim. Gritting her teeth against the agonizing pain from her spiritual energy's turmoil, she raised her sword once more. At that moment, the monster let out a deafening roar, the fierce glow in his crimson eyes intensifying in anticipation of the impending slaughter. He lunged forward, his claws shimmering ominously. Almost simultaneously, the woman summoned her remaining strength. Her sword surged forth like a rainbow, accompanied by the sounds of dragons and phoenixes. She became a streak of light, charging at the monster. While her strike was grand in appearance, she knew it was ultimately a facade. The dark, corrosive essence had left her spiritual energy depleted, and the final vestiges of power she wielded were merely a futile resistance. As she thrust her sword, she had already resigned herself to her fate. Suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The monster, once a fearsome predator mid-lunge, abruptly froze in midair. The brightness in his crimson eyes dimmed, and a mouthful of dark blood spewed forth as his expression grew weary. He plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily onto the leaf-strewn earth. The woman was momentarily stunned, taken aback by this sudden shift. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, recognizing this as an extraordinary opportunity. Almost instinctively, she swung her sword with a chilling intensity that sliced through the air. The fallen monster, severely injured, found himself unable to muster any will to resist against her fierce onslaught. With a desperate roar, he unfurled a pair of bony wings from his back and fled without a backward glance. The woman did not pursue him. Instead, she maintained her vigilant stance, watching his retreat until she was certain he would not return. Suddenly, her strength gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground. Taking a few moments to stabilize her chaotic spiritual energy, she furrowed her brow. With a flicker of her consciousness, an almost imperceptible thread appeared, one end connected to her body and the other reaching into the unknown distance. Observing the thread, which was noticeably thicker than before, she gained a clearer understanding of the monster's transformation. It was time to resolve this entanglement. She murmured softly to herself. The speed of Yuheng was astounding, so swift that Su Chang'an could scarcely perceive his surroundings, as mountains and woods blurred past him like a great tide in retreat. When the scenery finally brightened once more, Su Chang'an found himself back in Tianlan courtyard. Just as he contemplated speaking, a yellow figure rushed toward him, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance. Although Yuheng had nearly mended his injuries, Su Chang'an felt weak, and the sudden arrival of the figure almost caused him to stumble under the weight of the unconscious Gu Xianjun. "Ryue, I've been so worried." Su Chang'an recognized the identity of the newcomer from her scent. Seeing Su Chang'an's condition, Fan Ryue hurriedly supported the still unconscious Gu Xianjun and turned to Su Chang'an, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Su Chang'an felt a surge of panic at her distress, as though he had committed some heinous act. He quickly reached out to wipe away her tears, murmuring softly, "It's all right, see, I'm perfectly fine." Perhaps due to the suddenness of his gesture, Fan Ryue's face flushed crimson. She shyly lowered her gaze, about to say something, when Su Chang'an's complexion suddenly paled, and he collapsed to the ground. Fan Ryue's heart raced as she bent down to assist Su Chang'an, but with Gu Xianjun leaning heavily on her shoulder, she could only look anxiously at Yuheng and ask, "What happened to Su Chang'an?" Her urgency caused her to drop her usual respectful address. Yuheng, unfazed, replied calmly, "It's nothing serious. He merely overexerted himself. A bit of rest will suffice." "Is that so?" Fan Ryue, still unconvinced, pressed further. Yuheng glanced at her and said, "Why would I deceive you? This brat is your beloved and the sole heir of Tianlan courtyard. I am more concerned for his well-being than you are." Hearing this, Fan Ryue's face flushed even deeper. Yet her heart finally felt somewhat eased. Chapter 23. True gods are not but nonsense. When Su Chang'an awoke, it was dawn. The sunlight streamed in, bright and warm, reminiscent of a spring morning. He felt remarkably comfortable, devoid of any lingering weakness from overexertion. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the room was arranged somewhat differently. Yet it felt familiar, akin to his home in the North Gate. He was puzzled as to who had redecorated it so. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Su Chang'an hurriedly donned his garments and opened the door, only to be taken aback by the figure before him, Gu Ning. Dressed in a scholar's white robe, Gu Ning wore a warm smile as he regarded Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an, perplexed, was about to inquire why he was there when Gu Ning interjected, "Su brother, what are you dawdling for? Mo has been waiting for you for quite some time." Without waiting for a response, he seized Su Chang'an's arm and led him outside. Confusion swirled in Su Chang'an's mind. Mo is waiting for me. He couldn't recall having made any plans with her, prompting him to ask, "Gu brother, what does Mo want with me?" Without looking back, Gu Ning replied, "Su brother, are you really that forgetful? Today is your wedding day with Mo. How could you possibly forget?" Though Gu Ning's visage remained obscured, Su Chang'an could hear the genuine joy in his voice. Yet, he was left in a stupor. A wedding with Mo? His head spun, and the surroundings began to blur. When his senses returned, he found himself in a grand hall adorned with festive decorations. Where am I? He instinctively glanced around, only to discover that the hall was filled with familiar faces, neighbors from the North Gate, classmates from the academy, and even the teachers who had once reprimanded him. All smiled broadly, offering well wishes of longevity and prosperity. Turning in confusion, he suddenly noticed a woman clad in red, her face veiled with a crimson headdress, standing before him. To his surprise, he realized he too was dressed as a groom. He suddenly realized that today was the day of his grand wedding with Su Momo. At that moment, a somewhat robust man approached, whom Su Chang'an recognized as Ji Dao. He winked at Su Chang'an and then stood a short distance in front of him. "Bow to heaven and earth," he proclaimed loudly. Su Chang'an was still in a daze, but the person beside him nudged him and whispered, "Husband, why are you lost in thought?" Hearing that voice, Su Chang'an knew that the girl before him, covered by a red veil, could only be Su Momo. He was suddenly overwhelmed, struggling to believe that he was truly marrying the girl he had long admired. However, Su Momo seemed unable to tolerate Su Chang'an's stupor at such a crucial moment. She gently pushed him, urging him to turn and bow to the crowd. "Bow to the elders," Ji Dao exclaimed again. Only then did Su Chang'an awaken, hurriedly turning to face the interior of the hall. He saw 3 people seated above. On the left sat Su Momo's father, Su He, and his wife, both of whom Su Chang'an had met before. On the right sat his father, Su Tai. They all looked at Su Chang'an and Su Momo with cheerful smiles, their eyes sparkling with joy. Yet, a sudden wave of sadness washed over Su Chang'an. He was getting married, and Su Momo's parents were present, but his own mother had passed away long ago. He could hardly remember what she looked like. At that moment, a beautiful middle-aged woman hurriedly approached. She rushed to Su Tai's side, where a chair had mysteriously appeared, and sat down. She then turned back and offered an apologetic smile to Su Tai and Su He. "I'm sorry, dear-in-laws. I was delayed on the way and arrived a bit late," she said. "No worries at all," the Su He couple replied with warm smiles. "You too? How could you arrive late for your own son's wedding?" Su Tai remarked, though his eyes revealed a deep-seated happiness despite the hint of reproach in his words. Su Chang'an was taken aback. Was this woman his mother? Confusion engulfed him, as he recalled that his mother had. Suddenly, his mind went blank. And when he came to, the woman was standing before him, gazing at him gently. "Child, why are you dazed? Hurry and bow, such a wonderful bride. Don't you want her? If you don't, there are plenty who will," she chided playfully. As her words fell, laughter erupted from the audience, prompting Su Chang'an to hurry through the formalities. Feeling somewhat awkward, he followed the people beside him and respectfully bowed to the 4 elders on the stage. "Bow to each other as husband and wife," Ji Dao shouted once more. Hearing this, Su Momo turned around, but Su Chang'an appeared to be still lost in thought. She tugged gently at the hem of his garment and whispered, "Husband, what's wrong?" Only then did Su Chang'an snap back to reality. He quickly turned to face Su Momo, bowing his head for the final salute, internally cursing himself for being so foolish. He thought about how hard it had been to be with Momo. He couldn't let his wandering thoughts upset her. What if she decided to run off with Gu Ning? Just as he was about to bow, he suddenly froze, realizing something was amiss. If he married Su Momo, what would happen to Gu Ning? That thought barely formed when a scholarly-looking youth stepped out from the crowd. "Gu Ning." He smiled warmly at Su Chang'an. "Su brother, what's wrong? Why are you dazed on such a joyous occasion? Hurry up with the ceremony. We're all waiting to celebrate." His smile seemed genuine, as if he truly rejoiced in Su Chang'an and Su Momo's union. Yet, this did little to ease Su Chang'an's unease. The more he gazed at the amiable figure before him, the stronger his feelings of disquiet grew. Despite having cherished Momo for so long, she was in love with Gu Ning, and he with her. Yet, here he was, about to wed Su Momo. This felt profoundly wrong. Su Chang'an desperately wished to grasp Gu Ning by the shoulders and demand, Why are you so happy that I am marrying the girl you adore? Shouldn't you be trying to take her away with Lin Ru or Ji Dao? But he could not voice those thoughts. His body felt paralyzed. Even the simple act of speaking eluded him. A mysterious force seemed to take control of him, turning him to face Su Momo. Then, his head began to lower, and his back bent. He realized this power wanted him to complete the ceremony. Su Chang'an's mind grew fuzzy once more. The doubts that had arisen moments ago suddenly felt trivial. Why ponder so much? As long as he completed the ceremony, the girl before him would be his wife, and they could live together forever. A voice echoed in his heart, infused with a certain enchantment, causing his lingering resistance to nearly collapse. Once this vow is completed, Momo will be my wife, he murmured, his eyes beginning to lose their luster. What about his senior sister, Xianjun, Ryue? What would become of them? An absurd thought surged in his mind. If he married Momo, would they not be wed to others? The mere notion dampened his spirits. Su Chang'an found himself hesitating. Marrying Momo would mean losing them, and at that moment, he was uncertain about who it was he truly loved. Just as he was about to bow his head again, 3 figures emerged from the inner room. 3 women, their hair elegantly styled, embodying a mature femininity, yet still radiating youthfulness, appearing undeniably lovely. Senior sister? Xianjun? Ryue? Su Chang'an stared in astonishment at the 3 women, puzzled by their attire and why they called him husband. Husband, hurry and bow to heaven and earth. How long do you intend to keep Su Momo waiting? Gu Xianjun stepped closer, affectionately linking her arm with Su Chang'an's. Fan Ryue and Xiahou Siyue also approached, softly urging him on. In an epiphany, Su Chang'an realized that they had all become his wives. As long as he completed the ceremony with Su Momo, he could live with them forever. This notion felt joyous, and he reassured himself. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered. If only his elder mentor were present. He was unwell, and if he could see Su Chang'an marry, perhaps it would invigorate his health. Just then, an elderly man appeared. Though aged, he walked with vigor and a lively spirit. He stood before Su Chang'an with a smile, saying, Chang'an, having married so many beautiful women, you should start having some robust children to liven up Tianlan Academy. If only Senior Chu were here, Su Chang'an mused. Suddenly, a rugged young man with disheveled hair and a long knife appeared in the distance, looking at Su Chang'an with a hint of warmth in his typically cold demeanor. If only his master were present, Su Chang'an thought. Then, a melodious call rang out as a magnificent bird, engulfed in flames, soared down from the hall, transforming into a beautiful woman clad in red upon landing. She approached Su Chang'an with a beaming smile, playfully tapping his head. You little rascal, your skill in charming young ladies is far superior to that of your oblivious master. Su Chang'an paused, his gaze lingering on the long-absent Wu Tong and the recently departed Chu Shifeng, his Shifu's eyes finally sparkling with life. A wave of indescribable joy surged within him, yet he felt the absence of another person. Thus, he silently wished, if only my master were here. A man approached from afar, appearing to be in his 30s, with a stern visage. He bore a long knife, sheathed at his side, his attire dusted with snowflakes, as though he had just awakened from a snow-covered landscape 2 years past. He reached Su Chang'an, and the frost on his face melted away, revealing a warm smile. He opened his mouth to speak, but Su Chang'an interjected with a voice that was ominously dark, articulating each word with precision. I will surely cleave you in 2. You worthless deity. Chapter 24. The mountain has trees, and the trees have branches. With a resounding clang, the sound of the blade rang out, shattering the surrounding scene like fragile glass. Su Chang'an jolted upright in bed, a knife flying into his hand in response. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He centered himself, his consciousness spreading throughout his body. Within his dantian lay 2 star spirits, one formed from the unity of 9 stars, the other gifted to him by Chu Shifeng. Additionally, numerous crimson liquids churned within his dantian like molten lava. Furrowing his brow, Su Chang'an realized that during his time in Lanling Town, he had tapped into the power of divine blood, leading to the resurgence of the previously suppressed divine blood. The absurd dream he had just experienced was likely a manifestation influenced by the blood of the true deity. It was a perilous step, had he completed that celestial ritual. He could not fathom the consequences, perhaps becoming eternally ensnared in that dream or awakening the divine blood within him. Nevertheless, he surmised that the outcome would not bode well. Had the divine blood not orchestrated everything so flawlessly, without a single flaw to be found, Su Chang'an might have been deceived. Contemplating these thoughts, he settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his spiritual energy. Waves of spiritual force began to circulate within his dantian, pressing down upon the churning divine blood. After absorbing the power of starlight that night, his spiritual energy seemed to exert a suppressive influence over the divine blood, gradually calming its tumultuous nature until it retreated once more into a corner of his dantian, seemingly falling into a deep slumber. Having achieved this, Su Chang'an exhaled deeply. He turned his attention to another purple star spirit within him, contemplating its potential. Suddenly, beams of starlight surged forth from his star spirit, enveloping the purple star spirit. Within a mere quarter of an hour, it was consumed, and his star spirit now radiated with flashes of lightning, intertwined with a distinct blade intent that flowed differently from Tingyu's. Yet, Su Chang'an was not content. His will had taken form. A spark ignited within him, and the hidden momentum within the depths of his star spirit surged forth, enveloping the blade intent, spiritual flames, and lightning. He remained seated until an hour had passed, at which point a smile graced his lips, and his eyes flickered open. The diverse and potent Tao principles within him finally merged with his newfound momentum. From that moment on, each of his strikes would carry his blade's essence, accompanied by thunder and fire. Though his realm showed no advancement, his true strength had exponentially increased. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside. "Su Gongzi, are you awake?" came the gentle voice of Fan Riyue. Su Chang'an responded affirmatively and hurriedly descended from his bed, opening the door to find Fan Riyue standing there, holding a tray of food. Upon seeing Su Chang'an's rosy complexion, her worries dissipated, and a tender smile graced her features. "Su Gongzi, you did not eat yesterday. I thought you would need nourishment upon waking, so I prepared some food for you." As she spoke, her voice softened, her head lowered, her cheeks flushed with shyness. It was not that the meal bore any particular significance. Rather, it was Fan Riyue's first attempt at cooking, a courageous effort to prepare a meal for Su Chang'an. Naturally, she felt a touch of girlish sentiment, leading to her bashfulness. However, Su Chang'an's good spirits from his cultivation progress vanished at that moment. He had previously experienced the culinary skills of the trio, led by Xiahou Suyu. His brows twitched involuntarily, but the bashful demeanor of Fan Riyue made it difficult for him to refuse. He reluctantly accepted the food from her hands, grappling with thoughts on how to escape this predicament. "By the way, how is Xianjun?" Su Chang'an suddenly inquired. "Miss Gu has awakened, but her body is still somewhat weak. According to Master Yuan, she requires a few days of recuperation," Fan Riyue replied. "I see," Su Chang'an nodded. "Then let us go visit her." With that, he set down the food and took Fan Riyue's hand, intending to head towards Gu Xianjuan's room. Fan Riyue's body jolted as if struck by electricity, her already rosy complexion deepening to the hue of a ripe apple. Yet, she seemed reluctant to part with the moment, softly reminding him, "What about the food?" Su Chang'an hesitated, contemplating before lifting the food again. "Let us give it to Xianjun. She needs nourishment to recover, and she will surely feel better after eating the meal you prepared." Fan Riyue paused, though a bit disappointed that Su Chang'an would not taste her cooking. She recognized the importance of Miss Gu's health. After some consideration, she agreed with Su Chang'an's reasoning and allowed him to lead her towards Gu Xianjuan's room. However, the warmth of Su Chang'an's hand sent her heart racing, as if a small deer were about to leap from her chest. When Su Chang'an pushed open the door to Gu Xianjuan's room, he found her lying in bed. Though her complexion remained pale, it was a marked improvement from her condition in the dense forest of Fengdu. Upon seeing Su Chang'an and Fan Riyue enter, she quickly propped herself up. "Su Gongzi, Riyue, you have come." Noticing that Gu Xianjun seemed poised to rise from her bed to greet them, Su Chang'an hurried forward to gently press her back down, then sat at the edge of the bed. Fan Riyue obediently stood beside him, resembling a dutiful wife accompanying her husband. "Are you feeling better?" Su Chang'an inquired. "Yes." Gu Xianjun nodded, her gaze meeting Su Chang'an's, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual light. "I have heard that it was you, Su Gongzi, who saved me." Su Chang'an felt a pang of embarrassment and scratched his head awkwardly. "It should be Senior Chu who saved you. I merely went along and did not contribute much, only causing him more trouble." However, it seemed Gu Xianjun did not comprehend his words, as her eyes suddenly glimmered with a flowing autumn light. "Those villains were quite formidable. I thought I was beyond saving. Yet, Su Gongzi, you ventured into danger for my sake. I truly do not know how to repay you." Su Chang'an felt uneasy under her peculiar gaze, his mind conjuring the image of Gu Xianjun as his wife from the dream forged by the divine blood. Causing his cheeks to flush, he turned his head uncomfortably, avoiding her gaze. "Why did those villains capture you? I heard them say that you—" Su Chang'an abruptly halted, realizing Fan Riyue was still present. It was not that he doubted her, but those divine attendants possessed formidable strength and were elusive. employing cruel tactics that could lead to citywide massacres. Knowing too much is not a blessing for Fan Ryue. Meanwhile, she realized that the conversation veered towards topics that were rather inconvenient for her to hear. Although she felt a pang of disappointment in her heart, she still gracefully bowed to the two and said, Ryue has some matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb young Master Su and Miss Gu. After uttering these words, she elegantly exited the room. Once Fan Ryue had departed, Gu Xianjuan sighed and revealed, I am of divine descent. My mother is the demigoddess Ling Yinji. This revelation momentarily stunned Su Chang'an, who was unaware of Ling Yinji's identity. It was the first time he learned that besides Tianzhao, other demigods existed in this world, and one of them had borne a descendant with the noble lord of the Gu family. Sensing Su Chang'an's bewilderment, Gu Xianjuan continued, Since I began to form memories, I have never seen her. I only learned of her existence by chance through conversations between my grandfather and father. Moreover, there have been persistent attempts on my life by formidable individuals, so much so that even my father and grandfather find it challenging to contend with them. Hence, they had no choice but to devise a plan to send me to Chang'an, seeking the protection of the esteemed Yuhing Darin and the Holy Emperor. Then why do you wish to leave Chang'an? I heard that woman named Huanya mention a person called Gu Huaji. Who is he? And why are they so intent on capturing you? Su Chang'an inquired. The Gu family in the northern territories is powerful, holding a princely title and 3 marquises, commanding a substantial military presence. They are indeed in a position of great authority. How could the Holy Emperor feel at ease? Gu Huaji is like a talisman sent by the Gu family to the Holy Emperor. He is my father's elder brother and a hostage placed under the Holy Emperor's watch. He has treated me exceptionally well, and upon hearing that his entire family was slaughtered, how could I remain indifferent? As for why those divine attendants seek to capture me, I remain unaware. As Gu Xianjuan spoke, her expression grew increasingly cold. Her words laced with a bitterness that could be directed either at the divine attendants responsible for Gu Huaji's family's demise, or at the indifferent Holy Emperor, or perhaps both. Su Chang'an fell silent, understanding the gravity of the situation, particularly since those divine attendants had previously planted divine blood in Ma Tingyu in the northern territories and had nearly harmed Chu Shifeng in Lanling Town. After a prolonged silence, Su Chang'an finally mustered the courage to voice a question that had long lingered in his heart. Xianjuan, do you recall the events at Yoyunling? Upon hearing this, Gu Xianjuan lifted her gaze, her large, glistening eyes fixed on Su Chang'an as she softly replied, Young Master Su, have you been avoiding me for the past few months because of that incident? Su Chang'an found himself momentarily speechless, scratching his nose before responding. After all, my teacher's identity is unique, and I was afraid. Afraid that I might betray you for personal gain? Gu Xianjuan interjected, shooting him a look. Is it truly how you perceive me, young Master Su, that I would be so ungrateful? But you never disclosed your thoughts to me. So I was left in the dark, Su Chang'an replied innocently. Gu Xianjuan rolled her eyes at him, somewhat exasperated. I intended to speak with you, but each time we meet, you act as though you've seen a ghost. How could I possibly find the opportunity? Su Chang'an's face turned increasingly awkward as he observed the sorrowful expression on Gu Xianjuan's face, unsure how to respond. I approached you, young Master Su, simply because I felt our circumstances were akin to the snow wolves of the northern territories, who, without a torch, must huddle together for warmth, she said, lowering her head as a rare blush crept onto her cheeks, rendering her even more captivating. Su Chang'an was at a loss for words, failing to grasp the deeper implications of her statement, feeling only a sense of guilt and unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After waiting in vain for Su Chang'an's response, Gu Xianjuan looked up at him, secretly chiding him for being dull-witted. Yet she also felt that this was the Su Chang'an she knew, and her irritation diminished somewhat. Suddenly, she noticed the food in Su Chang'an's hands and asked, Is this meal prepared for me? Su Chang'an paused in surprise, quickly nodding and offering the food to her. Instantly, Gu Xianjuan was filled with warmth. Having slept for an extended period and sustained injuries, she was quite famished. She promptly picked up her chopsticks, carelessly grabbing a morsel of food and placing it in her mouth. Her expression shifted as the taste of the food fell far short of her expectations. However, upon catching sight of Su Chang'an's curious gaze, she thought to herself how rare it was for a man like him to venture into the kitchen for her sake. Resolutely, she swallowed the food and allowed a genuine smile to blossom on her face. Delicious. Really? Su Chang'an exclaimed, pondering if Ryu's culinary skills had drastically improved during his period of unconsciousness. Curiosity piqued, he encouraged, if you find it tasty, you should eat more. You are still recovering from your injuries and need nourishment. If it's insufficient, I can ask Ryue to prepare more for you. At his words, Gu Xianjuan's grip on her chopsticks slackened, causing the food to tumble to the ground. The intense sweetness that had filled her heart suddenly dissipated, and she gazed at Su Chang'an, her beautiful eyes now brimming with a fierce intensity. Days passed, and the chilly breath of late autumn began to settle over Chang'an City. A boy, appearing no older than 16 or 17, stood upon the training platform of Tianlan Courtyard, wielding an unassuming long blade. With a swift motion, accompanied by flashes of lightning, he summoned spiritual flames to protect himself. As the essence of his blade surged in all directions, although his cultivation was modest, merely at the gathering spirit stage, the blade danced in his hands, leaving only fleeting shadows that were nearly impossible for ordinary eyes to track. With a mighty leap, he let out a lion-like roar, and a colossal blade-shaped phantom descended upon the training platform. A thunderous crash ensued as the stone slabs were violently upheaved and scattered. Exhaling a breath of stale air, the youth steadied himself, sheathing his long blade. He closed his eyes, entering a meditative state, as if pondering some profound truth. After several breaths, his eyes snapped open, revealing a face that was not conventionally attractive, yet remarkably clean, like the purest snow of the northern territories, devoid of any impurities. His gaze was clear as a mountain stream, revealing the depths of his soul. Yet, at that moment, a hint of distress marred his features as he furrowed his brow and murmured, "Not quite there yet." He then sighed, lamenting, if only Chu Xiaofeng were here. Without Chu Shifeng, he had no one to consult regarding his many questions about swordsmanship, forced to rely solely on repetitive practice and self-reflection. Such solitary contemplation was time-consuming and laborious, yielding little in terms of progress. With a heavy sigh, Su Chang'an slung his sword across his back and approached the edge of the training platform, gazing at a row of trees that had nearly shed all their leaves, feeling an inexplicable melancholy welling within him. The once lively Tianlan Courtyard had become desolate. Chu Shifeng had gone to Jiangdong, Xiaoho Siyu remained in the palace, and Gu Xianjuan was still recuperating from her injuries. Apart from Yuheng, he and Fan Riyue were the only ones still moving about. Su Chang'an found it difficult to adjust to this new reality. He let out another sigh and casually sat down on the training platform. A gust of autumn wind swept through, and the last leaf clinging to a barren tree swayed in the breeze, ultimately succumbing to the chill and falling. Su Chang'an watched the leaf dance in the wind, lost in thought. "Young Master Su." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. He turned to see Fan Riyue, clad in a flowing white gown, sprinting towards him, her skirt fluttering beautifully in the autumn wind. Su Chang'an rose to meet her, asking, "What is it?" Fan Riyue stood before him, her cheeks flushed from her brisk run, with a sheen of delicate sweat upon her forehead, rendering her quite endearing. "Young Master Su, a girl outside claims to be the disciple of Lord Kaiyang and wishes to see you," she gasped. Su Chang'an paused, taken aback by the mention of the disciple of his distant master. He was aware that he had such a master still living, but had never encountered him and knew little about him. The sudden appearance of a disciple stirred a wave of suspicion within him. Tilting his head in contemplation, he resolved that regardless of the truth, he ought to meet this individual first. He nodded at Fan Riyue and said, "Let us go and see." "Indeed," she replied, turning to lead Su Chang'an toward the courtyard gate. "Are you truly the disciple of my great uncle?" Su Chang'an inquired, scrutinizing the young woman clad in green before him. She was a strikingly beautiful girl, with a jade flute at her waist and a 3-foot-long sword in hand. Her features were exquisite, with a delicate nose and arched brows, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Yet, what was most unforgettable were her eyes, as pure as the spring waters of March, and as unfathomable as the vast starry sky. To describe her beauty as akin to the moon hiding from the sun or fish sinking in the water would be an understatement. However, the expression on her face was excessively cold, reminiscent of an untouchable snow lotus. "Yes," the girl replied softly, nodding slightly. She glanced at Su Chang'an and asked, "Are you a disciple of Tingyu?" "Yes," Su Chang'an instinctively responded, though he had never met her before. Yet, her clear eyes struck him as familiar. After a moment's reflection, he dismissed his doubts. It was unlikely he would forget such a beautiful girl if they had met previously. He continued, "What brings you here?" "I am the disciple of Tianlan Academy, and I am here to reside at Tianlan Academy," she stated, speaking in a calm and composed manner, as if what she said was simply a matter of course. Su Chang'an was taken aback. He found her reasoning quite sound, yet still felt a twinge of discomfort. After some thought, he asked, "But how can you prove that you are a disciple of Kaiyang? And how would you have me prove it?" She countered. Su Chang'an was momentarily at a loss, uncertain of how to provide proof. While he pondered, she had already begun to step into Tianlan Academy. Alarmed, Su Chang'an swiftly reached out to stop her. "What do you intend to do?" he asked, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Her brow furrowed slightly as she replied, I am naturally going inside. Not so fast. You have yet to prove you are the disciple of my great uncle. But you have not specified how I should prove it. Su Chang'an became distressed. Her argument held merit, yet allowing an unknown individual entry into Tianlan Academy felt wrong to him, despite her undeniable beauty. Her expression darkened further, revealing her growing displeasure. She had not anticipated Su Chang'an to be so unreasonable, demanding proof, yet failing to clarify how she should provide it. Wanting to enter yet being barred from doing so, her hand instinctively moved to the hilt of her sword, for in her long life, she had always used her blade to reason with those who were unreasonable. This was a method taught to her by her master, and she had successfully communicated with many, from the highest of celestial beings to the lowest of mortals. Thus, she believed it to be an effective approach, one she had employed until now. Yet, she suddenly realized the incongruity. Su Chang'an had rendered her a favor, and she had come to repay that kindness. Though this benefactor was somewhat unreasonable, he remained her benefactor. Hence, she withdrew her hand from the sword hilt, widening her eyes and patiently awaiting Su Chang'an's response. Just as the two were at an impasse, an elderly voice suddenly rang out from within the courtyard. Let her in. She is indeed the disciple of your great uncle. Su Chang'an was startled. He trusted Yu Heng's words, yet for some reason felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After a brief hesitation, he said, Very well, I shall take you to Master Yu Heng. The girl nodded, falling silent as she followed Su Chang'an to Yu Heng Pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance, just as Su Chang'an was about to push the door open, he heard the elderly voice again from within. Chang'an, you may step back. I have matters to discuss with her privately. Oh, Su Chang'an replied, momentarily surprised, but nodded in agreement. He took one last look at the girl, filled with curiosity, before departing Yu Heng Pavilion with Fan Ryue. The girl opened the door, revealing a room furnished in a remarkably simple manner. A wooden table, several wooden stools, and 2 armchairs were all that adorned the space, with a rather unremarkable landscape painting hanging on the wall. Seated in one of the armchairs was an elderly man, appearing exceedingly frail. His sparse white hair and deeply lined face conveyed a sense of age, his posture somewhat hunched, and his half-closed eyes bore a heavy sleepiness. Yet, the moment the girl laid eyes on the elder, her expression shifted intriguingly. You are nearing death, she stated bluntly. Indeed, Yu Heng nodded. But you need not die, she continued. Yu Heng's sleepy eyes seemed to open slightly wider. Are you suggesting a means akin to Kaiyang? Is that not desirable? The girl queried, puzzled. All must face death, Yu Heng replied. The girl remained perplexed, about to pose another question when Yu Heng interjected once more. What is your name? Chang'an, she answered. Yu Heng fell silent for a moment, as if contemplating something, before he could not help but ask, what has become of him? There is no longer a Kaiyang in this world, she replied. Chapter 26. The Phoenix has 5 offspring. The green one is Luan. Su Chang'an lost his tutelage in the way of the sword. However, from that day forth, he gained a new instructor in swordplay, a girl who appeared to be of similar age to him. She was the disciple of his great uncle, making her his senior. Her name was Chang'an. Chang'an was indeed a peculiar individual. Although she was designated as Su Chang'an's sword instructor, in truth, if he did not actively inquire, she could stand in the training grounds all day without moving or uttering a word. At times, Su Chang'an felt that Chang'an resembled more of a puppet being manipulated by strings than a living person. Nevertheless, her mastery of swordplay was undeniably profound. So much so that Su Chang'an could not ascertain the extent of her skill. No matter how intricate or perplexing his questions regarding swordplay, Chang'an could provide answers that made them easily comprehensible with merely a moment's contemplation. This compelled Su Chang'an to develop a sense of respect for this girl, who seemed to be of his own age. However, her peculiarities did not end there. Chang'an adhered to a principle that was difficult for others to grasp. After 4 or 5 days, Gu Xianjuan's health had nearly recovered. She was renowned as a sword genius in Wei, and previously, due to certain reservations in Su Chang'an's heart, she often avoided practicing swordplay in his presence. However, recently, they had resolved their misunderstandings, allowing Su Chang'an to unreservedly invite Gu Xianjun to practice swordplay together. In Su Chang'an's view, both swordplay and blade techniques required constant sparring to uncover underlying issues. Solitary contemplation yielded little results. Gu Xianjun was more than willing to oblige. Although Su Chang'an had just begun to gather spiritual energy, his true strength was not far behind her, who had attained the Fanchen realm. Thus, through their engagements, she was able to identify many of her own shortcomings. Yet, when Gu Xianjun approached Chang'an with these questions, Chang'an remained silent. Gu Xianjun, naturally proud, found it beneath her to press further when Chang'an showed no inclination to respond. However, Su Chang'an was reluctant to see their relationship deteriorate. After spending time together over the past few days, he sensed that despite Chang'an's reticence, she did not seem to be a harsh or unkind individual. Thus, he sought out Chang'an intentionally. Senior. Su Chang'an felt a slight discomfort regarding this title. For the person before him appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old and was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Referring to her as Shu always felt peculiar to him. Why are you unwilling to teach Gu Xianjun? He inquired, and after a moment's thought, he added, she is a genius in swordsmanship, her aptitude far surpassing mine. However, Chang'an shook her head and replied, I cannot teach her. Her response was succinct and devoid of elaboration, yet for some reason, it was convincing. Nevertheless, Su Chang'an was not satisfied. After a brief pause, he continued, but you can teach me. Why can't you teach her? You and she are different. What is the difference? We are both disciples of Tianlan Academy, and you are an instructor there. Logically, you should teach every student of Tianlan Academy. Su Chang'an's words left Chang'an momentarily stunned. Is there such reasoning? She asked. Of course there is. Su Chang'an nodded in affirmation. Chang'an furrowed her brow. She was typically a person who valued logic, yet paradoxically, there were many truths in the world that she did not comprehend. However, Su Chang'an's words left her without counterargument, leading her to consider that perhaps there was indeed such a principle. This thought caused her some distress. Pondering deeply, she reflected on her purpose for coming, to repay a debt of gratitude and to resolve her karmic ties with Su Chang'an. Therefore, she was willing to guide his swordsmanship, viewing it as a form of repayment. Yet, if she were to teach Gu Xianjun, a new karmic connection would inevitably emerge between them, which she deemed unfavorable. However, one must not disregard reason, so after much contemplation, she finally devised a solution. Ask away, Chang'an stated. This response momentarily took Su Chang'an by surprise, but he quickly grasped Chang'an's intent. Thus, he nodded with delight and expressed his gratitude. From that moment onward, whenever Gu Xianjun encountered any issues in swordsmanship, she would direct her inquiries to Su Chang'an, who would then consult Chang'an and relay the answers to Gu Xianjun. Initially, this exchange was conducted with a sense of discretion, but over time, it evolved into a more straightforward communication where Gu Xianjun would openly present her questions in front of Chang'an, and Su Chang'an would convey the answers back in her presence. This situation was somewhat awkward, but due to Chang'an's insistence, both Gu Xianjun and Su Chang'an gradually adapted. Before long, 10 days had passed. The air in Chang'an City in October carried a hint of winter's chill. The trees at Tianlan Academy had finally shed their last leaves. After completing a morning's practice in the art of blade, Su Chang'an, slightly breathless, sheathed his sword and contemplated taking a moment to rest. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the direction of the courtyard gate. Hastily, he made his way there. In recent days, Tianlan Academy had occasionally received visitors, most of whom were handled by Chu Shifeng. However, with Chu Shifeng absent, Shu Zhu was typically indifferent to such matters, and Chang'an was notoriously taciturn, leaving these responsibilities upon Su Chang'an's shoulders. He found himself somewhat nostalgic for Xiahou Suqing, believing that such situations would be effortlessly managed by her adeptness. Yet, he recalled Shu Zhu mentioning that his senior sister was at a crucial juncture in breaking through to the Fanchen realm, which was why she had taken residence in the imperial palace, where many experts gathered, and where the presence of the Saint Emperor would be particularly beneficial for her breakthrough. While lost in thought, he had reached the courtyard gate. He endeavored to make his smile appear more genuine, albeit reluctantly, before opening the door. Before him stood a familiar, enchanting face. Senior sister, he exclaimed with surprise. The young woman before him had eyes that curved like crescent moons, playfully gazing at him. So did you miss me? Xiahou Suqing was dressed in a flowing white gown, adorned with a pink outer jacket, and her beautiful face was accentuated by a delicate layer of rouge. She was truly stunning. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chang'an nodded and replied, I did. Seemingly taken aback by his straightforward response, Xiahou Suqing momentarily lost her words, a blush rising to her cheeks. You've become increasingly charming over the past few days, she murmured, her tone tinged with playful reproach. Su Chang'an, unable to discern whether she was complimenting or chiding him, awkwardly scratched the back of his head and gazed at her with a silly grin. Don't just reminisce with your junior brother. At least introduce me. A teasing voice suddenly emerged from behind Xiahou Suqing as a young man in white attire stepped forward. He appeared to be around 25 or 26, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his lips red and teeth white. Reminiscent of the poets and scholars of spring days by the riverside, yet unlike those frail scholars, he exuded an air of carefree elegance. These two seemingly contradictory qualities harmoniously coalesced within him, leaving no trace of incongruity. "Who is this?" Su Chang'an inquired. Before Xiahou Suqing could respond, the young man smiled gently and said, "I am Xiahou Xian, Suqing's fifth elder brother." "Fifth brother? Oh, greetings, fifth brother," Su Chang'an replied, momentarily befuddled, bowing respectfully to the young man. However, upon hearing this, the young man could not help but chuckle, though his laughter was neither harsh nor mocking. It was simply a reaction born from amusement. Compared to the dignitaries Su Chang'an had encountered, this young man appeared straightforward and genuine, eliciting a sense of fondness within him. Yet, Su Chang'an still felt a tinge of awkwardness, uncertain why the young man was laughing. Meanwhile, Xiahou Suqing's cheeks flushed as she playfully kicked Su Chang'an, emphasizing, "He is my fifth brother." Only then did Su Chang'an suddenly comprehend. His senior sister was a princess of Dawei, and her fifth brother was naturally the fifth prince of Dawei. Due to Xiahou Suqing's demeanor, he had gradually forgotten her royal status. Realizing the young man's identity, he hurriedly bowed again, stating, "I pay my respects to the fifth prince." Xiahou Xian, however, waved it off with a smile. "I have long heard that Su Chang'an of Tianlan Academy is an unconventional and remarkable individual. It is indeed so upon meeting you today, though we have not met before. I have often heard my sister mention you. Thus, we are somewhat acquainted. There is no need for excessive courtesy." Su Chang'an, who had always detested formalities, was pleased to retract his hand, leading the two inside Tianlan Academy. "Senior sister, I heard you are breaking through. Have you succeeded?" Su Chang'an naturally walked alongside Xiahou Suqing. "Of course. Just look at who your senior sister is," she replied, unabashedly lifting her chin, resembling a proud swan. "By the way, I heard that Senior Chu has broken through and become a star fallen?" "Yes, but unfortunately, he has returned to Jiangdong, and no one is here to teach me blade techniques. However, a girl, a disciple of Shi Shuzu, has recently arrived. Her swordsmanship is quite formidable, and she is now my sword instructor." "Is that so? In the palace, my father also found me one." Thus, the two young individuals engaged in conversation, exchanging updates about their lives, while behind them, the young man in white observed their figures, a bittersweet, yet joyful smile gracing his lips. Chapter 27. Xiahou Xian. As the three conversed, they had already arrived at the main courtyard of Tianlan Yuan. This was a relatively spacious courtyard, yet the furnishings were rather modest, consisting only of some ordinary wooden chairs and tables, though their arrangement was quite deliberate. Originally, this place had fallen into disuse due to the lack of visitors in recent years, but after Su Chang'an claimed the title of Star King at the Star Gathering, visitors gradually increased once more. Fan Ryue felt that it was somewhat inappropriate to always receive guests in her residence, so she tidied up this place. While it could not be described as lavish, it was presentable enough. After the guests were seated, the three engaged in a round of pleasantries. Although Su Chang'an was not particularly eloquent, Xiahou Xian was indeed an exceptionally talkative individual. Having traveled extensively in his early years, he recounted various experiences, which Su Chang'an found intriguing, and he did not feel bored in the slightest. "By the way, senior sister, are you going back after this?" Su Chang'an inquired. Xiahou Siyue paused, appearing somewhat troubled as she replied, "In a few days, it will be Father Emperor's birthday. My fifth brother and I have come to invite you to represent Tianlan Yuan at the banquet." "Oh," Su Chang'an nodded, though a sense of disappointment inevitably washed over him. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Is it absolutely necessary to attend?" He was not fond of such gatherings, where he would have to interact with numerous unfamiliar faces, and he harbored a genuine aversion to them. Xiahou Siyue pondered for a moment before continuing. "It is not strictly mandatory, but as per tradition, during the emperor's birthday, academies in Chang'an City, regardless of their ranking, are expected to send representatives and present gifts to show their respect." As she spoke, Xiahou Siyue furtively glanced at Su Chang'an, noticing his fluctuating expression, before continuing, "My fifth brother and I hope you can assist us with a matter." Su Chang'an was taken aback. He was more than willing to help Xiahou Siyue, but could not comprehend why both her and Xiahou Xian's expressions turned awkward at that moment, as if they found it difficult to voice their request. "Senior sister, what do you need my help with?" Su Chang'an said, eager to alleviate Xiahou Siyue's discomfort, silently promising himself that he would do his utmost in any task within his capabilities. The Dawei dynasty has always placed great importance on cultivators. At the emperor's birthday banquet, it is customary to hold some competitions for entertainment. These competitions are typically organized by the three dukes or princes, who select outstanding students or young officers from various academies. This time, my older brother has gathered some exceptionally talented individuals from various academies and even managed to recruit Beitong Xian, a general from Shiliang who was recently summoned back to the capital. However, my fifth brother's side is relatively weak, and I fear. Upon hearing this, Su Chang'an began to grasp Xiahou Siyue's intention. However, he was puzzled and asked, "Who is Bei Tongxian? I heard someone mention an emergency at the Shiliang border recently. Why would the Holy Emperor summon a general from their back to the capital at this time?" The star ranking is divided into 3 categories: human, earth, and heaven. Bei Tongxian ranks 87th in the heavenly category. He is a peer of Chu and the others, and while he may not match their prowess, he is certainly a formidable opponent among the younger generation. As for why the Holy Emperor summoned him back to the capital, I am not entirely certain. Su Chang'an nodded, beginning to understand Xiahou Siyue's purpose in coming here. He contemplated and said, "I am only at the gathering spirit realm. If Bei Tongxian is around the early morning realm, I might stand a chance against him." Bei Tongxian reached the heavenly listening realm 6 months ago, Xiahou Siyue clarified. Su Chang'an felt perplexed. He believed that Xiahou Siyue would not place him in a perilous situation. However, he could not fathom why she would make such a request, knowing he would have no chance against Bei Tongxian. Seemingly sensing his confusion, Xiahou Siyue shot him a glance and added, "We have already found someone to handle Bei Tongxian. We seek your assistance to confront the formidable opponents from other academies." "I see." Su Chang'an nodded and readily agreed. Although he did not relish the thought of fighting, he believed that competing in a few matches for Xiahou Siyue would not be too much of a burden. However, seeing Su Chang'an agree so readily, Xiahou Siyue's expression did not brighten. Instead, it grew more troubled. The Holy Emperor was aging, and while he still appeared robust, keen observers recognized that his time was short. The power struggle between the first prince and the fifth prince had intensified. The competition at the emperor's birthday banquet, on the surface, appeared to be a contest among the elite of the princes. In reality, it was a contest of the colossal forces backing these individuals. Rather than a mere competition of personal strength, it was the final alignment of various factions before the first and fifth princes irreversibly severed ties. At this juncture, Xiahou Siyue was dragging Su Chang'an and Tianlan Yuan into this quagmire. Should they succeed, it would be a joyous occasion for all, but should they fail, it could spell disaster. Therefore, an overwhelming sense of guilt began to take root in Xiahou Siyue's heart. Yet, Su Chang'an was oblivious to these intricacies and simply wished to assist his senior sister. Interpreting Xiahou Siyue's demeanor as concern for his safety in the competition, he reassured her. "Senior sister, you need not worry. It is merely a competition. I will not act rashly." However, such words only deepened Xiahou Siyue's sorrow. Just as she was on the verge of revealing the truth to Su Chang'an, she met Xiahou Xian's gaze. Hesitation washed over her, and she ultimately dismissed the thought. "Su Gongzi, to be candid, I have another request that I must implore of you," Xiahou Xian said with a warm smile. Su Chang'an, quite fond of his senior sister's brother, inquired, "What does the fifth prince wish to say? How is Ryue doing lately?" Xiahou Xian's smile suddenly faded, replaced by a hint of apprehension. Su Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, recalling the rumors he had heard about the fifth prince's infatuation with Fan Ryue. Although Ryue had expressed her willingness to follow the fifth prince long ago, he believed that a brief meeting would pose no issue. Moreover, within Tianlan Yuan, if Ryue truly did not wish to, Su Chang'an would ensure her protection. Furthermore, judging by Xiahou Xian's current demeanor, he did not seem like someone who would impose his will upon others. Thus, he nodded and said, "I shall summon her at once." "No need," Xiahou Xian quickly interjected, stopping Su Chang'an from leaving. "Su Gongzi, to be frank, when I first encountered Miss Ryue, I was utterly captivated by her beauty and contemplated redeeming her. However, my father believes that her lowly origins and lineage as the daughter of a traitor would tarnish the royal dignity, thus confining me within the palace. Had it not been for your noble intervention, the consequences would have been dire, and I would bear the blame for my actions. Now, reflecting on it, I can only imagine that Miss Ryue must be utterly disappointed in me. I have no face to confront her. All I seek is to know whether she is happy, and that alone would suffice." Xiahou Xian's earnest words stirred something within Su Chang'an's heart. Although he still harbored dissatisfaction regarding the fifth prince's earlier treatment of Ryue, he understood that the world seldom aligns with one's desires. He had come to terms with this realization long ago. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Rest assured, fifth prince, within Tianlan Yuan, no one can harm her. When I find the opportunity, I will explain your circumstances to her. I believe that with Ryue's character, she will surely understand your intentions." Indeed, though the fifth prince still wore a frown, Su Chang'an's assurance eased his worries considerably.